Hello everyone, near and far, who have visited my dear YouTube channel. If you enjoy the story, please give me a like, follow, and share it widely so I won't feel discouraged or worried. Thank you all very much. Wishing you a happy listening experience, smiling as bright as a newly bloomed flower. Under the gloomy sky, the forbidden city stood silent, signaling a ritual of no return. In the center of the great hall, Li Tiesho lay motionless, eyes tightly shut, a mysterious aura swirling around him. Below, his subordinates knelt in unison. The ritual of rebirth is ready. We request your majesty's command. Emperor Li Tiesho. His eyelids flickered. He paused, and in a raspy, decisive voice he spoke. Good. Proceed immediately. Only he understood the wild undercurrents surging within his heart. The name of the eunuch Li Tiesho had long become a legend. The man who manipulated the current Daming emperor like a puppet, monopolizing court power. He was called the greatest treacherous official in history, holding the nation's governance in his hands. The power in his hands was as invisible as the imperial seal, yet heavy enough to crush the fate of an entire nation. That is me. Yet after all that glory, what he carried was never pride, but a deep crack buried in his heart, which no one dared to ask about, and no one had the right to touch. Memories pulled him back to the past. In the quiet study, he flipped through a book and thought pensively. Having succeeded in putting an unknown third princess on the throne, someone with power over the world like me still has one thing I cannot do. He intently flipped through each page of the book and said excitedly, "Wonderful, it is the Shang Lei Huan Ai, enjoyment of pleasures and love."
The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, shattering the silence. Emperor Yuanhei called out loudly while walking, "Master!" The door burst open as she rushed in, her face pale, breathing heavily, asking in a trembling voice, "Why do you wish to pass away, master?" Tears streamed down onto the cold stone floor. She screamed, "Stop this strange ritual immediately, great Ming Emperor Yuanhei." She immediately collapsed to her knees, questioning, "Is the harmony of yin and yang truly that wonderful? In the end, what am I still lacking?" She clutched his hand with trembling fingers, her voice choked with desperation. "Wealth, power, I can give you even more. Please, stop the ritual." He looked at her in silence, his eyes devoid of pity. Slowly he withdrew his hand and replied coldly, "Your Majesty, this old servant has already made his choice. I cannot accompany your Majesty any longer. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness for this act of disloyalty." Hatred and self-loathing surged violently in his chest. He questioned himself in anguish. Why am I so obsessed with pleasure? Quenching his teeth, veins bulging at his temples, he thought bitterly. Others may not understand, but to me, this obsession runs deep. From my previous life until now, for over 50 years, I have lived with an irreversible loss. Painful memories resurfaced without warning. He had died in an accident, only to awaken in a foreign world, wandering the Jianghu of the Central Plains for decades. Reborn once more, he had tried to console himself. Dying at 28 isn't so bad. Starting over as a child is acceptable. Until that fateful day. He was captured, downed, and left helpless. No one listened to his screams. When consciousness returned, everything had changed forever. From that moment on, his fate was sealed, his body and destiny altered beyond repair. He was sold into a life he never chose, forced to live with a loss that would haunt him for the rest of his days.
From then on, he became a eunuch. Initially, he still held a glimmer of hope. He thought that to restore himself, he had done everything possible to meet a miracle doctor with divine medical skills. He helped the third princess ascend the throne as empress. Looking back at himself then, he couldn't help but mock himself. He had practiced martial arts to the point of rebirth and transformation, even becoming the #1 expert in the imperial palace. But at the final step, he hesitated. That doctor, once praised as a divine physician, knelt before her, forehead touching the ground, voice trembling. "Creating something from nothing. Your servant cannot do it, your majesty." The divine physician added in a pained voice, "Although your servant understands your majesty's compassion for this old servant, unless your majesty is reborn, there is no way to regain what was lost." The final words were like a sledgehammer striking his heart. Those words pierced deep into his chest, paralyzing his heart with pain. He thought miserably, "Damn it, wealth, overwhelming power, world-class martial arts. So what? I'm still a eunuch." His consciousness snapped back to the present. He secretly made a resolution. "Therefore, I have decided to be reborn into a new body." A burning, crazy, and naked idea erupted in his mind. Enjoying pleasures, 3 wives and 4 concubines. Not just ordinary pleasure, but congress with peerless beauties. As soon as the thought finished, the aura within him boiled over, the corners of his lips curling into a half-mad, half-mocking smile. "Otherwise, I will not be resigned."
Then he waved his hand, his voice cold and indifferent as he said, "It is time to escort Her Majesty." She was immediately dragged out by the guards, her broken sobs echoing throughout the great hall. She cried out loudly, "Lao Jia, Lao Jia." Her voice trembled with sorrow, each word tugging at his mind as she sobbed. "How could you do this? Someone like my father. I cannot let you leave in such despair." Hearing her words, he did not turn back, fearing that even a moment's delay would cause his resolve to crumble. He frowned and thought, even as the emperor, she still likes to act spoiled. Recalling her happy and innocent memories made him hesitate briefly, but he reminded himself, perhaps because we grew up together, to me, the emperor is like a daughter, like a biological younger sister. Seeing her one last time before leaving also caused him a slight heartache. He thought, actually, when she cried earlier, I wavered a bit, but what cannot be, cannot be. The emperor is family to me, not a woman. As his thoughts ended, a subordinate stepped forward, bowed low, and hesitantly advised, "Your Majesty, the Cheongsang Dafa is an act of defying the heavens to change fate. 99 out of 100 people lose their lives. Does Your Majesty still decide to proceed?"
He slowly lowered his eyes, looking into the void before him, his hands clenched tightly, cracking. His gaze did not leave the place that had imprisoned him for a lifetime. He thought in agony that living like this was truly worse than death. The moment he made up his mind, his eyes became extraordinarily sharp. He immediately commanded, "Rebirth ritual, proceed." The command was given, the magic circle activated, and a terrifying power invaded his body. He closed his eyes tightly. He had enjoyed enough power, and he was tired of spending wealth. The ritual grew more violent, pressure radiating in all directions, forcing everyone back. As he performed the ceremony, he thought, as long as he could achieve rebirth. Dense energy wrapped around the imperial bed, accumulating to the limit, waiting for the moment to break through life and death. His face tightened, blinding light erupted from his eyes and mouth. His body felt as if it were being torn apart, and he thought crazily, I dare to do anything. A familiar scene appeared. Before him was a hazy figure gradually becoming clear. A hoarse, hesitant voice asked, "Hey kid." He shivered slightly. His eyelids trembled and then slowly opened, the light striking his pupils directly, making him frown deeply. His head spun, memories as if forcefully stuffed inside by someone. He sat up abruptly, rubbing his forehead. The pain spread through every fiber of his flesh. His voice was thick and dry as he said, "This is—" Before he could finish, the other person quickly interrupted, his voice filled with joy. "Are you awake? Luckily you're fine, kid." He startled, reflexively turning toward the sound. The moment his eyes met the face opposite him, his body froze. That face was terrifyingly familiar. He thought in shock, this name is... Opposite him, Wang San, with eyes flashing a fake friendliness and a slight curl of the mouth, slowly asked, "I saw you lying unconscious by the main road, so I brought you back here." Wang San, the man who had castrated me and sold me into the palace 50 years ago. Each word entered his ears like a dull knife carving into his memories. Seeing him, a surge of rage welled up in his heart, nearly bursting from his chest.
A thought suddenly flashed. His pupils constricted sharply as he stood stunned before the truth. He thought, the bastard stabbed to death by bandits is now alive and well. Could it be regression instead of rebirth? I thought rebirth meant waking up in a different body. Seemingly remembering something crucial, he immediately lifted the hem of his pants, his movements quick and urgent, his eyes intensely anxious, almost breathless, as he worriedly thought, my precious, my precious. The moment he realized everything was still intact, his heart skipped a beat. He stood frozen, his mind blank, unable to utter a single word. Seeing that strange reaction, the man frowned in confusion and asked, "Kid, does it hurt anywhere?" Hearing this, he slowly raised his head to look at the old man. His face was still stiff, but in those eyes, the emotions had completely settled, replaced by a deep, cold, and terrifyingly sober darkness.
A dark, calculating smile slowly blossomed on his lips, the air around him seemingly shifting, as if covered by a layer of dark conspiracy, silently spreading. On the surface, he immediately withdrew everything, feigning weakness, his face pale, his voice trembling with agitation. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke in a lowered voice. "Uncle, oh uncle, thank you for saving me, but I seem to have hit something. My wrist is a bit sore. Could you please help me check it?" The man had no suspicion, only thinking that he was frightened. He quickly stepped forward, helped him up, and spoke in a still friendly voice. "Is that so? Let me see. I have many good herbs at home. Follow me." At this moment, he bowed his head and followed, his shoulders slightly hunched, the corners of his mouth twitching, a smile almost uncontrollable, tensing with anticipation to the limit beneath that fragile shell. Then he stopped, his voice ringing out, low and dry, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. "What? This time you want to kidnap me again, then cut my manhood and sell me as a eunuch?" The words fell like a slash. Before the man could react, his hand had reached out, tightly gripping the man's wrist. A ruthless twisting force transmitted down, breaking the old man's fingers one by one. The man's eyes widened, his face turned deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down like rain, his voice trembling and breaking in panic. How do you know?"
In that life-and-death moment, the survival instinct erupted. He yanked his remaining hand away and turned to flee, his steps staggering and his breath chaotic. But it was in vain. Wu Yang lunged like a shadow, the distance closing in an instant, one hand locking the man's arm and pinning him down. He pressed him down. His gaze had completely changed, no longer pretending or hiding. It was the look of a predator, cold and savage, leaving only pure killing intent. He smiled and thought that although he had just regressed and lacked internal power, the martial arts techniques from his previous life remained intact in his mind. The movement techniques of the Imperial Palace's #1 expert would not be lost so easily. Then he quickly locked the man's neck from behind, the force increasing. The man, in agonizing confusion, asked, What do you want to do?" "In the palace I ordered people to find and kill you. Hearing that you were stabbed to death by bandits, I was so regretful, do you know?" On the contrary, he only smiled and spoke, a distorted smile full of morbid pleasure, his eyes wide open and bloodshot, his voice growling from the bottom of his throat. "Die, die, you bastard, you damn slave trader, turning people into eunuchs, not being a man for a lifetime, you scoundrel, die."
One last force surged down, a dry sound echoed, and the old man's body went limp and completely motionless. He was quickly thrown to the ground with a heavy thud, dust scattering everywhere. Releasing his grip, he stepped back half a pace, his chest heaving violently as he took a deep breath. Then, leaning down, he spat contemptuously onto the cold, lifeless face. 50 long years. His voice grew hoarse, dropping to a near whisper as he thought bitterly. It took me 50 years to reach this day. Memories of the past flooded back like an endless nightmare. Because he was a eunuch, a palace eunuch, an internal attendant. On the contrary, he thought dejectedly, that even with power and wealth, he could not truly enjoy them. All that glory and riches were, in the end, nothing more than a gilded cage. Returning to the present, he stood tall and turned his back on the corpse. His face gradually brightened, eyes shining intensely as he whispered to himself, "But now, I am different from before." Next, as if reaching a decision, he said, "Rebirth or regression, it no longer matters now." He clenched his fists, his joints cracking loudly. Raising his head high, eyes tightly shut, breath heavy, his voice echoed, mixed with madness and undisguised delight. He said, "From now on, I will live for pleasure. My life has only truly begun." The scene gradually shifted to a mountainous region with countless snow-capped peaks. Time passed quietly, a few months after punishing the slave trader Wang San. On the steep stone steps leading to the mountain peak, Li Tiesho carried a heavy pack on his back, running while panting heavily, his voice hoarse. "I'm freezing to death. I am currently climbing Kongtong Mountain in Gansu." Every breath exhaled turned into a cloud of freezing white mist, but he refused to stop, saying with forced effort, "It feels like I'm about to collapse, but for the lifetime-longed pleasure of love, what is this bit of suffering worth?" His whole body felt exhausted, lungs swelling from the cold air rushing in, face flushed from the exertion, brows tightly knit, sweat and cold snow sliding down his temples. In a blurred moment, he couldn't help but think, pleasure? Is there any world more profound than this? Just then, a vague image flashed through his mind, and he thought to himself, if I only valued carnal pleasure, I would have squandered money at the brothels long ago. That thought flashed by quickly, but it was enough to make his heart tremble slightly.
He took a deep breath as consciousness pulled him back to the present. He continued to crawl up each step, his footsteps heavy yet steady, hands gripping the straps of his bag as he thought to himself, "But I do not enjoy cheap amusement or mediocre pleasure. I cannot waste my precious virginity on low-class pastimes. I want to enjoy true love with a peerless beauty." In his heart, what he called love was not merely the mutual exchange of thoughts, but the sharing of both physical and spiritual pleasure. Just thinking about the prospect of being with a companion and satisfying them, that was true love. That alone was enough to fill his heart with a quiet joy. Then he suddenly stood dazed, his eyes full of longing as he thought, that is the Xiang Lehuan eye that I pursue, the ultimate path of desire. In a hazy vision, he saw himself standing on a high mountain peak surrounded by countless beautiful ladies. To achieve this dream, one needs fame and fortune, or at least to be a peerless hero. That thought made his heart boil with excitement. He stood still for a moment, gently stroking his chin in calculation. He said, "Initially, I had prepared countless spiritual medicines and martial arts manuals in the tune for my rebirth, but because of the regression, it has all gone to waste. Although regrettable, it's not the worst situation. Recalling his past life, his gaze turned cold for a moment. With my experience as the leader of the Imperial Family's supreme intelligence agencies, the Dongchang and Xichang, I know every event of the next 50 years like the back of my hand. Thinking of that, the corners of his lips curled up. He continued to trudge forward, his heart surging with intense determination to practice martial arts, utilize future information, and shake up the martial world. As soon as he finished speaking, a sinister smile flickered across his face. Covering his face, he chuckled softly, thinking, becoming a legendary hero is not a distant dream. But immediately after, as if suddenly remembering something, he shouted in shock, "The laughter habit of a palace eunuch has flared up again. I must fix it." Then he gave a light, loud laugh to reassure himself. A while later, his footsteps suddenly stopped amidst a vast sea of white snow. Before him was a dilapidated, ruined building, tragically lashed by the cold wind and snow. The end of the harem Li Teisho, my great cause will begin from the Kongtong sect. Yet contrary to the bleak scene, he broke into a smile, his hand unconsciously clenching, his body leaning slightly as if greeting an opportunity long awaited. He then called out loudly, "Is anyone there?" The scene shifts into a quiet room, where a cup of tea is placed neatly on the edge of a large wooden table. Suddenly, a faint noise broke the silence. Zhao Ying immediately stood up, leaning his hands on the table and snapping his head toward the source of the sound. His voice carried a hint of confusion. This immature voice, a child? Then, as if realizing something, Zhao Ying's expression changed, and his figure shot outside, exclaiming in surprise, "Could it be that someone has climbed Mount Kongtong in the middle of winter?" Outside, he was still exerting all his strength, his cheeks puffed and brows furrowed as he shouted. Then he let out a heavy breath, his voice echoing through the wind and snow. "My parents were killed by bandits. I climbed Mount Kongtong only hoping to one day become strong. Please accept me as a disciple of the Kongtong sect."
Kongtong Mountain, with its rugged terrain and towering cliffs, is the place where the Kongtong sect established its foundation. This place is rooted in Taoism, combining the martial arts of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. It holds 3 key essentials related to the power he craves. Not only that, with a specialty in practical martial arts that fear no danger and specifically deal with evil paths, outsiders easily mistake them for a demonic cult or an evil sect. In terms of toughness, no one can compare. At that moment, he landed with a powerful force, sending snow dust billowing and forcing him to step back half a pace. From the cloud of dust, his figure appeared, saying with a look of both astonishment and worry, "In the middle of a freezing winter, a child dares to climb Kongtong Mountain alone? Are you not afraid of death?" Hearing this, he did not hesitate, his eyes firm, and answered plainly, "As long as I can join the Kongtong sect, I am not afraid of anything. Please accept me as your disciple."
He fell silent for a moment, his heart seemingly stirred, and he gave a soft huff. Then he spoke further, "Give me your hand." Hearing that, he responded decisively and reached out without hesitation, "Yes." He immediately performed an investigative technique. A brilliant light flared amidst the cold blizzard, enveloping his body. During the inspection, his expression changed slightly, and his gaze gradually became serious. He thought silently. The true qi circulating in his body is pushing out the turbid qi. Did this boy practice the breathing technique while climbing the mountain? He then continued softly, his voice steady like the wind through a mountain pass. The breathing technique is a mental cultivation method that helps consolidate the foundation of true qi and lay the groundwork for the dantian. Having said this, he clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes appearing a few degrees more solemn. Utilizing it while climbing the mountain shows you have talent and have grasped the basics of martial arts. Did your parents teach you? As soon as the words were spoken, he stepped quickly before him, his expression showing clear joy, bowing as he replied, "Yes, that is correct." Conversely, however, countless dark thoughts surged within his heart. Actually, I practiced it because I heard that long-term training would tonify the kidneys and strengthen the manhood. As the thought flashed by, the corner of his mouth curled slightly.
Seeing that plating look, he pondered for a moment before finally nodding slightly and introducing himself. "Very well. I am the sect leader of the Kongtong sect, Zhao Ying. Normally, entering the sect requires many trials, but seeing that your aptitude is not bad, I will make an exception." Having said that, he did not look back, but turned and walked straight ahead, his voice carrying a hint of aloofness. "Follow me inside." Behind him, he could not hide his joy, the corners of his mouth curling into an excited smile, flickering with a hard-to-conceal smugness. With the current state of the Kongtong sect, they had no reason to refuse a new disciple. Thinking this, he quickly regained his composure and followed silently, telling himself as he walked, "But I mustn't be complacent. I must take every opportunity to practice Kegel exercises to replenish my original qi." The two quickly reached their destination. He glanced around. Before him were numerous scattered structures and cracked stone walls. He was secretly stunned. "Man, this situation is more serious than I thought. There isn't a single decent place."
His eyes remained fixed on the desolate scene, his brows furrowing slightly. He knew the Kongtong sect, one of the 9 great sects, had suffered heavy losses in the Righteous Evil War 50 years ago, but seeing it with his own eyes revealed the true extent of the devastation. Just as he was still lost in thought, Zhao Ying turned around and said in a proud tone, "Before officially teaching you the sect's rules, I want to introduce you to someone, your senior brother, who is also the eldest disciple of this sect." He was momentarily startled, but quickly lowered his head and replied, "Yes."
Immediately afterwards, the corner of his mouth curved slightly. A half-true, half-false smile spread out. One side of his face sunk in calculation. The more chaotic, the better for me. As if thinking more made it more interesting, the smile deepened a few more parts. He crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes twinkling, thinking to himself it will be easier to recruit the sword saint Du Jinhui before he becomes famous. At that moment, Zhao Wing lightly raised his hand and pointed towards him, his voice clearly ringing out to introduce, "Hui, this is Li Tisho, your new junior disciple." As the words fell, a stream of energy immediately spread out, enveloping both of them. A cold aura struck without warning, pressing straight onto his body. He only felt his entire body become heavy. His feet involuntarily retreated half a step, his hands clenched tightly, his breath becoming rapid as he said, "Snowstorm." Before he could react, a figure slowly appeared in front of them, with dark cyan hair, surrounded by countless small floating snowflakes, swirling as if imbued with consciousness. He was so shocked that his whole body stiffened, thinking to himself, "This person." She smiled slightly, her gentle voice introducing, "Pleased to meet you, junior disciple. I am Du Jinhui." Upon hearing this, he felt his mind explode, his eyes wide open, mouth agape, his whole body trembling uncontrollably as he thought, "So handsome." Recalling the information he had researched, he trusted his eyes even less. He stood slack-jawed thinking, "In the previous life, I only saw drawings which were ordinary, and he always wore a conical hat, so I always thought the rumors about Zhonghu women fighting over Du Jinhui were just rumors."
Then cold sweat poured down his back. He stared stiffly, thinking, if so, then my future. Before he could finish his thought, she stepped forward, asking with concern, "Junior brother's complexion isn't very good. Are you sick?" Hearing this, he started slightly and hurriedly replied, "No." Hearing that, she felt relieved and smiled politely, saying, "That's good then. Don't be formal. From now on, we are brothers." That sentence made him tremble even more. He couldn't help cursing inwardly. Damn it, impossible. Please, God, let him be only 3 centimeters. Please, God. Returning to reality, she grasped his hand, smiling gently. "Then let's go." He froze, replying unconsciously, his voice carrying a vague confusion. "Go? Go where?" She paused for a beat, then quickly flashed a bright smile, her eyes curving as she looked at him. "I want to take junior brother to visit a few places." Her words were gentle, but in complete contrast, his expression became even more baffled. His eyes darted around furtively as he reluctantly replied, "Yes." Just as she said that, she didn't give him a chance to react. She gripped his hand tightly and pulled hard forward, her figure turning into a blurring afterimage that rushed away at terrifying speed.
His roaring scream tore through the blue sky, echoing throughout the mountain valley. His face turned pale white as he said, "Stop, stop, I don't want to touch a man." He looked down trembling, his throat choked up, unable to utter a single word. Almost reacting by instinct, a burst of force surged into his arm, and he abruptly yanked his hand away from Du Jinhui's grasp. "Let go of me, senior brother." The scream burst out in panic. That action made Du Jinhui freeze momentarily. His figure dashing forward suddenly halted in midair, his eyes revealing clear shock. Seeing that, he became even more panicked, his face turning a few shades greener, mouth agape, eyes staring wide. Du Jinhui gently raised a hand, rubbing his hair, his face showing a rare look of embarrassment as he said, "I apologize, junior brother. Senior brother scared you. Since it's my first time having a junior brother, I was a bit too excited." Hearing that, he became even more confused. Almost by reflex, he bowed down low, his voice carrying an apologetic tone as he hurriedly replied, "It's fine, senior brother. I overreacted. I apologize to you." But inside was a chaotic mess. He thought, "Calm down, Li Taisho. Leaving the Kongtong sect now is not an option." Following that, he quickly clasped his hands and bowed deeply. He thought to himself that for the sake of the future, he must maintain a good relationship with Du Jinhui. Having thought that, he spoke in a serious tone. "I apologize for being rude." Du Jinhui looked at him, momentarily hesitating, seemingly not knowing what to say. The cold wind swept past. Small snowflakes continued to fall silently, covering all of Mount Kongtong in a silent white. In another place within the Kongtong sect, Zhao Ying stood silently before the high stone steps, hands clasped behind his back, his robe fluttering slightly in the wind. He looked into the distance, his voice low, as if speaking to himself. "Although the wind is still strong, winter on Mount Kongtong is about to pass. I hope Tiesho and Jinhui will soon become close to each other." His eyes gradually became contemplative. In a moment, memories pulled him back 10 years. 10 years ago, I picked up Jinhui. Back then, the child was also an orphan, also around this time of year.
Back then, after discovering Jinhui's natural talent, I devoted myself to nurturing the child. Images in his memory appeared clearly. Du Jinhui as a child, gritting teeth and training every day, despite a tender body, never once crying out in suffering. Zhao Ying slowly raised his eyes, looking toward the rolling mountain ranges in the distance. He silently told himself that the child was the only hope to revive the Kongtong sect, his eyes darkening a few shades. Then he thought with slight worry that in the future, Jinhui would step into the Changhu and come into contact with many men. Therefore, through interacting with Tiesho, a youth of the same age. Thinking of this, Zhao Ying sighed softly. The child needs to learn how to be careful, so as not to reveal her female identity. That night, Li Tiesho's whole body was nearly falling apart, his arms hanging loose, his heavy body collapsing onto the old mattress, his face gaunt with deep dark circles under his eyelids. I, Li Tiesho, tomorrow is a significant day, marking the first day of officially joining the Kongtong sect. His eyes were glazed over, countless chaotic images of today resurfacing in his mind. Not knowing how much time had passed, he slowly opened his eyes again, his gaze dull and empty. He thought to himself, 2 hours have already passed, yet I still cannot fall asleep at all. The more he thought, the more frustrated he became. His eyebrows knit together tightly, teeth grinding, his eyes suddenly turning fierce. It is all because of Du Jinhui, that name.
Time seemed to rewind a half a day ago when he was still cupping his hands, bowing his head to apologize to the other party in a polite tone. Half a day ago, I hope you will look after me from now on, senior brother. Before the words were finished, Du Jinhui also replied similarly, you too. Immediately after, she awkwardly cupped her hands, her face flushing red with guilt as she said, I apologize for surprising you a few times. Although this place is dilapidated and no longer as it used to be, I still want to introduce it to you.
A moment of hesitation, she continued, her voice slowing down, carrying a heavy burden. Although, after the brutal massacre 50 years ago, only Xuantian Palace, where the sect leader resided, and Qingyun Pavilion, where the disciples used to live, remain. Saying this, she cast a determined gaze towards the desolate Xuantian Palace, a reluctant smile blooming on her lips. But the Kongtong sect has not yet perished. I want you to understand that. Li Tiesho was stunned upon hearing this, swallowing back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. In his mind, a scene from 50 years ago suddenly emerged, fire burning to the sky, bodies scattered everywhere, the metallic smell of blood mixed with ash tightening one's heart. Thinking of it, his chest ached. 50 years ago, it was the great righteous demonic war that marked the beginning of the Kongtong sect's destruction. At that time, no one expected that the demonic sect would bypass the Kunlun sect to target the Kongtong sect, the strongest sect of that era. When his mind returned to the present, the scene before his eyes was no better. Collapsed walls, fallen roofs, all were unfading traces of the past. He thought to himself, the heart of Du Jinhui in wanting to recount the history of this place to me, it's not that I don't understand. Then he sighed softly, realizing it in his heart. He said, I understand, but please, senior brother, do not suddenly approach me like that again. I have always had a hard time integrating with strangers.
Hearing this, she was slightly startled, her face showing a look of guilt. She hurriedly bowed and responded softly with an in a voice full of worry. Seeing that awkward appearance, his heart softened again. He intended to step forward, his voice softening as he thought, gosh, I just said a little bit, and he's already cowering like that. Fine, shouldn't force him any further. He shuffled closer to her and consoled, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. There's no need to be too pessimistic. Then he clasped his hands, smiling amiably. If it is a story about the history of the Kongtong sect told by senior brother, I would very much like to hear it. She looked up, her smile brightening, her eyes sparkling like early morning flowers. Conversely, a flash of deep, unfathomable thought appeared in his eyes. The corners of his lips curled slightly as he secretly thought, it's fine up to this point, just saying a few nice words to soothe the peer isn't difficult at all. Before he could think further, she excitedly linked arms with him, pulling him decisively and saying, but there is one thing I didn't foresee, so let's go. His entire body instantly stiffened, his face turned pale. Never having expected such a sudden action, he gritted his teeth, veins popping on his neck, his heart beating wildly. It was Du Jinhui suddenly draping an arm around my shoulder. I didn't know. Before he could compose himself, he broke away and ran, leaving behind her panicked calls and stuttering apology. Sorry, junior brother. Recalling that moment, Li Taishu suddenly became so angry that he sprang up and threw his pillow aside. Draping arms or hugging, things like that I only do with peerless beauties. His whole body felt hot. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. To think I almost let my 50 years of purity be stolen away. However, thinking of her, he felt even more uncomfortable.
According to the information he knew, Du Jinhui, who exactly was he? An outstanding prodigy produced by the Kongtong sect, a genius among geniuses,
Even if beauties caused chaos across the Jianghu for him, he paid them no mind and focused solely on reviving the Kongtong sect. He propped himself up with his hands, his voice deepening as he spoke. Possessing strength, character, and outstanding looks, it was truly unreasonable for him to view beauties as mere trash. His hands gripped the blanket tightly. Trembling with frustration, he said, "The world rumors that he values martial arts over beauty, but upon truly interacting with him, I realized one thing." Sweat beaded on his forehead, his heart beat faster. Shaking his head while grinding his teeth in misery, he said, "Du Jinhui, he is gay." Then he recalled with slight anger, "I had met such people back when I was a eunuch. Even though they lost their manhood, they still tried to explore new paths of desire by utilizing what remained."
The scene showed him sneaking glances at others, to the point where veins popped on his forehead, bloodshot eyes visible. He thought angrily, what the hell are those guys doing after work? Then, returning to reality, he collapsed. He thought firmly, but I am not gay. Realizing the grave matter, he instinctively lifted his pants to check the goods. He turned pale and said, "Do you know what I went through to get this body? Now I just want to use it correctly, damn it." The more he looked, the more panicked he became, his mouth twitching, sweat pouring down like rain. He thought, strange, why does my little brother look so drooping today? Is practicing Kegel exercises not enough? Is it time for me to switch to joking exercises? Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down, closed his eyes to regulate his breath and handle it himself. He told himself, his voice low but determined, "Du Jinhui, I apologize, but I will become the king of vigor, and my butt will not be for you. No way." He quickly got to work. Outside, the night wind hissed gently through the crevices of the rocks. In the silence, he finally found release. He groaned inwardly. The scene quickly shifted to her location. A voice rang out softly, carrying a hint of boredom and weariness that was hard to hide. She sighed softly. "It's really uncomfortable." Her hand unconsciously tightened around the chest binding, her eyes flickering momentarily. Countless messy questions appeared in her mind, finally bursting out into words as if asking herself, "What is wrong with me?" As soon as she finished speaking, her face immediately turned bright red, heat rising to her ears and spreading down her neck. Her lips pursued slightly, trembling for a brief moment. She closed her eyes, eyelashes fluttering, her voice feiing. "I didn't expect that I offended the new junior brother twice in just one day." After speaking, her whole body seemed to lose all strength, shoulders drooping. A feeling of impropriety mixed with self-blame rose in her heart. She bit her lip, frowning, and said, "Having one more person in the new family makes me happier than ever, so my mood is more jubilant than usual. Yet as a senior brother, I not only failed to set an example for others."
She thought silently, her heart filled with regret. As the thought flashed by, memories came rushing back. The image of him at that moment appeared clearly. His face was full of interest. His eyes lit up. He tilted his head, smiled very naturally, and said sincerely, "If it is the history of the Kongtong sect told by senior brother, I want to hear it too." Just thinking about that, she couldn't control her face from flushing hot again, her heartbeat missing a beat. She told herself that even though that junior brother was surprised and tired, he still cared about her feelings and tried to say nice things. Then she unconsciously rubbed her hands together, a repetitive motion as if to reassure herself. A vague thought rose in her heart, formless yet softening her heart. She really wanted to be closer to Taishu. Is this the feeling of having a brother? Her tense face gradually relaxed, her brows loosened, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. A very light, very real smile, carrying a rare sense of peace and happiness, appeared on her face. Hopefully next time, we can be close enough to put our arms around each other's shoulders without hesitation. That thought made her smile deepen a little.
The scene shifts to early morning the next day. The sun slowly rises from the mountain peak, pale golden light piercing through the thin layer of mist, covering the entire sect grounds with a rare sense of peace. Inside the kitchen, he is seen diligently cleaning up, his movements neat but carrying a barely concealed tension. Sweat beading on his forehead, he stands straight, letting out a long breath, his voice sounding like he is cheering himself on. Cleaning is done. His gaze shifts to the kitchen. Just one look and he can't help but sigh. One hand on his hip, the corner of his mouth twitching, he says, "God, even though I predicted it, this place is truly dirt poor. This kitchen looks like it could collapse at any moment." As he cleans, he grimaces, his eyebrows knitted tight, annoyance clearly showing on his face. A sense of embarrassment rises in his mind as he thinks, "Come to think of it, what am I doing right now? But to become a hero throughout the Jianghu, famous everywhere, and even vie for 3 wives and 4 concubines, I need to score points with the sect leader and senior brother." That thought makes him hesitate slightly, but just a moment later his gaze suddenly changes. He takes a deep breath, then hardens his resolve. In his eyes a bright light flashes, like a fire just stoked. Since it has come to this, every grain of rice,
Every stalk of vegetable, I must wash them clean, making use of every single second.
He quickly took a stance, his whole body's aura rising fervently. Although his posture was serious to the point of being somewhat exaggerated, his eyes were filled with determination. He raised his voice, speaking clearly and decisively. Today, once again, I pay my respects to the #1 physician of obstetrics, Lord Arnold Kegel. Before he could finish his words, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar, and the kitchen door was pushed open. She appeared at the threshold, her breath still ragged, her eyes carrying a distinct anxiety as she asked in a concerned voice, "Junior brother, what are you doing in the kitchen?" Hearing that, his whole body shivered, and he screamed reflexively, "Mommy!" His face turned bright red from fright, his shoulders shrank back, and his spine stiffened. It took him a few breaths before he dared to slowly turn his head to look at her, stammering, "Senior brother." Seeing this, she paused for a moment, saying nothing, her tone softening considerably. She stepped closer, her eyes filled with concern as she asked, "Are you preparing breakfast by yourself? I had my suspicions, so I came to check." Hearing those words, he became even more flustered, sweat trickling from his forehead down to his temples. He lowered his head, speaking in a submissive manner. "Yes, naturally, this is something this little brother must take care of." In that moment, she seemed to radiate an aura of light as she gently said, "Is that so? I have never met anyone as agile and resourceful as you, truly praiseworthy." He froze, his whole body seemingly turned to ice on the spot, eyes wide, heart beating wildly. A moment later, he barely managed to utter 2 words, "Yes, surely." That was how he appeared on the outside, but inside, countless exclamations were exploding. Heavens! How was his face still so bright and radiant even in this situation? His handsome aura is enough to make one want to curse. He immediately bowed his head, scratching the back of his neck in embarrassment. But deep inside, a touch of self-pity rose up, hard to put into words. If I had even half of his looks, I might not have to suffer like this. Despite thinking that, he remained very polite on the surface, lowering his voice and responding with humility. "Since my parents passed away, and after weathering many storms, I matured early. If I took liberties that caused inconvenience for senior brother, I apologize." Hearing those words, her expression shifted slightly, a flash of regret sparkling in her eyes. She waved her hands repeatedly, her voice hurried and awkward. "No, I didn't mean to criticize you. I am also an orphan like you, so I feel a sense of empathy. Actually, I really like your maturity and steadiness." Hearing this, he momentarily didn't know how to respond, only able to let out a very light sigh in his heart. This guy, he has apologized so many times since yesterday. Does he mean to imply that he is an approachable person? On the surface, he maintained his etiquette, nodding continuously. "Yes, surely." Then she took a few more steps, standing closer to him. The shortened distance made him involuntarily tense up. Her voice, carrying both concern and apology, said, "In that case, let me help you. I also have some meager talent in cooking." "Huh? Actually, this is originally something I should do. There's no reason to let junior brother suffer on behalf of senior brother, right?" Hearing that, he involuntarily let out a soft response, but the moment he saw her action, a complex chain of thoughts surged in his heart. He truly valued the relationship between senior and junior brothers. That's right, originally, Sword Saint Liu Jianhui had a junior sister, not a junior brother. One thought followed another. The image of a stunning beauty suddenly appeared in his mind. He muttered to himself, thinking that junior sister would later be known as the #1 flower of the orthodox path, a peerless beauty. Just thinking about it made his spine tingle, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. However, that junior sister was still a matter of the distant future. Right now, Liu Jianhui's only peer of the same generation was me alone. Viewed from this angle, I could temporarily become friends and play along with him. Returning to reality, the two quickly set to work. He rolled up his sleeves, his tone becoming much more brisk. "Senior brother, if you really want to help, please watch the fire for me. I'll go get fresh water to wash the vegetables." Hearing this, she replied, her voice carrying a rare delight. "All right." He quickly went to fetch water. As he ladled each scoop of clean water into the basin, he thought to himself, "I have no desire to get close to Du Jinhui."
Next, he lifted the basin of water, gasping for breath. As he worked, he continued to think, "What I desire is his reputation in the future." Finally, he set the clean basin of water down on the stone table, his thoughts wandering further. "I will use senior brother's name to conquer all the beauties, making them intoxicated by my charm." Suddenly, a strange movement came from above his head. The wooden bar supporting the pot rack above cracked in two, and the whole wooden frame shook violently, then collapsed in the blink of an eye.
Hearing the commotion, she immediately whipped around, her face turning pale, her eyes filled with worry. She immediately shouted, "Junior brother, danger!" He was frozen, his mind blank, his reflexes a beat slow. As if everything were about to crash down on him, he instinctively closed his eyes and raised his arms to cover his head. But no pain came. There was only a strong force pulling him aside. When he opened his eyes, he realized he had been supported to safety by her. She held his waist firmly, her face anxious, her voice asking urgently, "Junior brother, are you all right?" The distance between them was so close they were face to face. His whole body stiffened, his heart thumping in his chest. It took a moment for him to reply, "Yes." Around them, the kitchen became chaotic with broken wood and scattered pots and pans. Everything was in disarray. The light filtering in created shimmering, messy fragments, but her eyes remained fixed on him. His face was now bright red, his mind bewildered, thinking to himself, how beautiful and rosy the future is. She let out a soft sigh of relief, a bright smile appearing, bringing genuine reassurance. She said, "You are lighter than I thought." Hearing that, his heart became even more flustered, but then in a fleeting second thought, he told himself, "As long as I protect my buttocks, won't everything be all right?" Dujin Hui cast a worried look at Li Taisho. She narrowed her eyebrows slightly, her voice dropping with concern, as she asked, "Are you okay?" In that moment, the scene around them seemed to slow down. The light in her aura made the distance between them suddenly become strangely close. Every small movement was clearly magnified. Right after asking, she unconsciously let slip, "You are lighter than I thought." As the words left her mouth, he was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide, his entire body as if struck by an acupoint, standing motionless. A beat later, his face immediately flushed red, spreading from his ears to his neck, as he thought in a daze. The scent of wildflowers. It made his mind go blank for a moment. But in the next second, he suddenly realized something was wrong with the current position. His whole body froze, his face turned from red to pale amidst the scent of wildflowers. Before his thoughts could even take shape, his voice burst out, echoing so loudly it seemed to shake the corner of the kitchen. "Where are you touching, senior brother?" "Senior brother!" The scream struck Dujin Hui like a bolt of lightning. Panicking, she immediately replied loudly, "Sorry, junior brother." Her whole body stiffened, and her hand quickly pulled away from him as if burned. She frantically scratched her head and ears, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Her voice stammered, "I didn't mean to do anything to you. Don't misunderstand." He was no better. As soon as her hand withdrew, he immediately took several steps back, as if wanting to increase the safety distance. His voice, both sharp and embarrassed, said, "What misunderstanding? Stop blushing. The atmosphere is getting even more awkward." The more she spoke, the more flustered she became. She waved her hands wildly, sweat pouring down like rain, her heart thumping, and her voice broke as she said, "Let me prepare the meal for you. You go and rest. You must have been very scared." Hearing this, he blurted out in an incredulous voice, "What?" Immediately afterward, his face darkened, anger choked his throat, and he clenched his teeth so hard that the green veins bulged. He glanced at her with a look so complex it was hard to put into words. "Are you trying to assassinate me? How could I make my senior brother work?" He secretly gnashed his teeth, thinking with irritation that if the old master saw this, it would be so disrespectful. The master would surely cry out that the order of the sect was being overturned and clutch his head in agony. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the master was leisurely reclining with his eyes closed in enjoyment, completely unaware of the storm in the kitchen. At this moment, he was like a puppy whose bone had been snatched away. He stared intensely at her, making her increasingly awkward and terrified to the point where she couldn't stand still, not knowing where to put her hands and feet. Finally, he could only sigh helplessly, leaning down to pick up the items dropped on the floor, and said in an annoyed voice, "Senior brother, you don't need to do these chores anymore. From now on, I, the youngest of the sect, will take over those tasks." Hearing him say that, she lowered her head very low and replied in a much smaller, apologetic voice, "All right." Her face was filled with regret, sadness mixed with anger at herself, but immediately after, she quickly grabbed the cup and spoke slowly but clearly. However, as she spoke, she moved closer, the distance between them becoming so small it startled him. On the contrary, her eyes were now extremely serious, as if to express her sincerity. "Helping you is okay, right?" He looked at her for a few seconds, then curled his lips reluctantly, saying, "That, of course, is fine."
The scene quickly shifts to 2 months later at the great arena of the Kongtong sect. Zhao Ying stands with his hands behind his back, his posture as straight as a pine tree, his gaze is sharp, and in a steady, solemn tone he asks, "What do you think the true power of martial arts is?" As soon as the question is posed, the surrounding air seems to still. Without waiting for an answer, he continues to explain slowly. Some say nothing compares to internal power, and many consume various miraculous elixirs. Others believe that external power is the true strength and constantly train their muscles. However, true power is the balance between internal and external power, neither too much nor too little. Only then will martial arts reach its maximum potential.
He hesitated for a moment, then his sharp gaze fixed on him as he cautioned, "Therefore, never be lazy in your training, do you understand?" While practicing his skills, he replied, "Understood, master." Sweat continued to pour down like rain, soaking his clothes, running along his spine and dripping onto the ground. Seeing this, the master nodded slightly, his voice firming up. Before leaving, he said, "Very well, I am going to meet your senior brother now. Do not let yourself be distracted." He continued to struggle in the horse stance, his eyes never leaving his master's figure, as he grit his teeth and forced out a response, "Yeah, master." He continued to circulate his chi, forcing himself to stand firm. The corner of his mouth curled into a calculating smile, laughing inwardly. "That goes without saying. I have no intention of being lazy. Just thinking about the scene of lying back and enjoying myself in the future makes my morale burn fiercely. Good physical strength means abundant vigor. What use is a scrawny person who is only large in that one spot?" That thought flashed through his mind, causing the blood and chi throughout his body to boil even more. His face flushed red, and his eyes filled with determination as he thought, "For the sake of pleasure with beauties, these hardships are but sweetness." Sweat continued to pitter-patter onto the training ground floor, each drop glistening under the sunlight like precious crystal pearl.
His whole body was drenched, sweat dripping down incessantly, and the heat rising from the ground made the air even more suffocating. He glanced around, thinking with a hint of surprise, "Today's horse stance posture feels so refreshing. Perhaps the result on 2 months of practice are finally showing." Thinking of his future self, he instinctively frowned. It's like those gym enthusiasts who gradually increase their weights. "Hello, girls, I'm the bald uncle here." Does this sense of achievement feel the same? But then another thought struck him, causing his heart to sink. Back when I was a palace eunuch without my manhood, no matter how much I practiced external martial arts, I couldn't escape that androgynous feeling. Possessing immense power, the price he had to pay left him weary to the core. He thought with frustration, "It's all because of that cursed eunuch martial art, because I had mastered the sunflower manual." Recalling his past actions, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in self-loathing. If only I hadn't followed the rebirth medical prescription of that quack divine physician, I wouldn't have had to torment innocent subordinates or destroy the environment of Shuangyun just to collect spiritual herbs. The more he thought, the more his anger flared. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and his fingernails dug deep into his flesh. He took a deep breath, his gaze turning cold yet resolute. He thought, "The more I think about my past life, the angrier I get. Just wait and see, in this life I will live with true manhood." Suddenly, for some unknown reason, a figure landed softly from afar, the wind fluttering through their robes. As soon as the person touched the ground, they called out urgently, "Junior brother, junior brother." The familiar sound startled him. He looked up, his eyes not yet adjusted, asking in a daze, "Senior brother, why are you here?" She gave a bright smile and said softly, "Master said to stop the training session, so I came to pick you up." Hearing this, he blinked slightly and let out an irrepressible exclamation. "Wow!" At that moment, the sun was slowly setting on the horizon, the thin clouds reflecting the final light of the day, looking both brilliant and serene. He instinctively turned his head and murmured in astonishment, "Is it that time already?"
However, contrary to the peaceful scenery before his eyes, his heart was not at all happy. His face contorted, and his eyes clearly revealed his resentment, as he thought, "Still not enough. I want to perfect this robust body as soon as possible. Time is passing too quickly." Standing beside him, she was caught off guard by that expression, her gaze fixed intently on him, as if trying to see through the thoughts in his heart.
She looked at him for a long time but did not say a word. A long moment of silence followed, with only the evening wind blowing through their clothes. The scene quickly shifted to late at night at Mount Kongtom, where the mountains and forests were immersed in a quiet night, and the faint moonlight covered the rocks and old trees. He landed exactly where he had practiced his skills that morning. Looking around to confirm no one was there, the corners of his lips curled up as he thought that it wouldn't hurt to secretly practice what was missing. Then he put his hands on his waist, chaotic but excited thoughts filling his mind. He stopped on the ground and said that to avoid fatigue when enjoying pleasures, cardiovascular endurance was also very important. With that, his footsteps became much lighter as he quickly stretched his muscles. While stretching, he pursed his lips and thought that his only concern was his master. His master had arranged a training schedule to ensure this tender body wouldn't be injured. If his master found out he was doing extra training, he would forbid it immediately. Shortly after, he began his training session, his silhouette moving through the dark night. As he practiced, troubled thoughts swirled in his mind, but he couldn't give up night training. With ordinary training, he could never become the king of vigor. However, as soon as that thought flashed, he suppressed it. He continued to speed up, his breath becoming rapid and his true chi circulating incessantly. His face at this moment was both tense and excited, a bright smile on his lips as he shouted that today he would also try his best to run.
However, from afar behind a large tree, a figure stood silently, not making a single sound, as if merged with the night. Her expression at this moment was somewhat eerie, her gaze fixed on the figure practicing in the distance, without fluctuation or a clear spark of emotion, only a terrifying attentiveness. While running, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, a familiar feeling rising in his heart. He reflexively turned his head, pupils contracting as he suddenly panicked. Before he could speak, his foot tripped on a protruding rock, his whole body losing balance, staggering and then tumbling down. He rolled several times on the ground, wailing miserably as he rolled. When his body finally came to a stop, he propped himself up, panting for breath. He blinked a few times, then stared wide-eyed ahead, asking in a tone full of disbelief, "Senior brother, why are you here?" Hearing this, she appeared annoyed, arms crossed over her chest, standing straight, her voice turning cold as she said, "Lately, I have seen you frequently sneaking out of Qingyun Pavilion. Just as I thought, you have been secretly practicing extra." Speaking to this point, she put her hands on her hips, her expression both angry and helpless. "Master said that practicing beyond the body's limits would be harmful. I cannot sit idly by and watch my junior brother overexert himself." Hearing those words, he could only silently lament his fate, cursing in his heart. Damn it, why get caught right now? If I had 1 year of internal power, I would have been able to sense senior brother's presence.
However, at that moment, a thought flashed through his mind, making his heart suddenly tighten. He furrowed his brows, his eyes wide, remaining silent as he thought, if he let him go, he would surely report it to the master. His teeth gritted, feeling as if something was being pushed down to the bottom of his heart. He thought in fear, if I don't practice night running, my cardiopulmonary endurance will decrease, which means the blood flow to the erectile tissue will also decrease. Conclusion, this is the risk of losing my vigor power. That thought made him unable to hesitate any longer. He quickly stood up, brushed the dust off his knees, bowed his hand very low, and said with a hint of remorse, "This untalented junior brother has caused senior brother to worry. I apologize, but there is a reason for my extra training." She was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, turning to look at him with a face of disbelief, as if she didn't expect him to say such words. The moonlight shone down on the open ground, covering the two of them in a faint layer of light. He stood there, his back slightly hunched, his voice lowering. "Senior brother and I are not the same." The night wind suddenly blew hard, making her robes flutter, further highlighting the distance between the two. He clenched his fists, his voice trembling. "Senior brother is someone who learns 1 and knows 10, while I learn 1 and forget 1. I am a fool." His knuckles turned white from clenching so hard, and he continued with force as if pouring out his heart. "I hate being left behind, and I also hate being kicked out of here and wandering the streets." At this point, his emotions finally spiraled out of control, tears streaming down, each drop falling to the ground. He sobbed and choked out, "If I don't practice hard, I won't be able to stand by your side. I won't even be able to reach your toes."
She was completely stunned, her entire body stiff, standing frozen before those words, seemingly not knowing how to react. As for him, even though tears flowed incessantly, in his heart he thought with secret pride. Have you ever heard the saying, "The wise man knows when to adapt to the times"? Senior brother Lu Zhanhui, a person who worships the orthodox sect to his very bones like you, could you really report me to master after hearing my inner feelings? Her face grew darker as she listened. Seeing this, an idea immediately sprouted in his mind. Here it comes. I must squeeze out more tears to get through this situation. Thinking of that, he cried even more intensely, his voice trembling and pathetically choking. "I don't want to be kicked out." Before he could finish, his entire body was pulled into her embrace, a pair of arms tightening around him, so sudden that he didn't have time to react. Her face was full of remorse, her voice softened significantly, carrying self-reproach. "I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. I'm sorry, junior brother. I didn't know." He was held tightly, his whole body stiffening for a moment, and then immediately after he began to struggle, both panicked and angry, screaming in helplessness.
However, no matter how much he struggled, those arms did not loosen at all. She held him tightly, whispering comforting words. "Don't cry." His tears continued to fall, but his teeth gnashed anger as he screamed internally. Let go, you lunatic! Are your arms made of steel? This can't be happening. This is the first hug I've saved for so long. I decided my first hug must be for a peerless beauty." He let out a low groan of frustration. "Damn it," he thought to himself, "so my purity of 50 years has been stolen by the first senior brother." But at that very moment, he suddenly felt something. His whole body froze, his pupils dilated, and an unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. Wait, what is this softness? In the past, Du Junhu had always been seen as a freak, a monster whom people despised and pointed at.
Since she was very young, she had never felt true love. All she received were prying, disparaging looks and whispers behind her back. "You are a monster." Her eyes were cold, bearing the nuance of a wild beast driven into a corner. That joy had long been crushed, replaced by indifference and defensiveness, until one day, a meeting with Zhao Ying quietly changed her fate. He simply handed her 2 warm rice balls and said in a calm, gentle voice, "Do not mind the slanderous words." His eyes when looking at her held no contempt nor cheap sympathy. It was an acknowledgement. He said sternly, "You are also human, living under the same sky. If there are shortcomings, then just learn." Then he knelt down, face to face with her. In that moment, his expression flickered with a hint of tension, as if he were betting his whole life on the next question. The memory stopped there, returning to the present.
Facing Li Tieshou's clumsy explanation, she only sighed softly, her eyes filled with pity as she said, "Follow me." Saying that, she hugged him tightly, her arms showing no hesitation as she gently stroked his head. Her voice softened significantly as she said, "Tieshou, Master is not the type of person to drive you away just because your martial arts are poor." Then she held his shoulders firmly, her eyes resolute as she continued, "Once you have joined the Kongtong sect, no matter who you are family, my junior brother forever." As she spoke those words, she flashed an extraordinarily pure smile, then asked softly, "Therefore, if there are any difficulties, just lean on me like this. I will always be by your side to help you, junior brother." He looked at her, momentarily dazed, his nose running and tears not yet dry, but a very different emotion rose in his heart. "So, do you feel better now?" For the first time since joining the Kongtong sect, I felt pity for my senior brother. The more he looked at her, the heavier his heart became. The person in front of him was clearly Du Jinhui, someone with a genius talent for martial arts, who could integrate all types of techniques and mimic them after seeing them once. And yet...
However, as he recalled the sensation from just now, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. His eyelids squeezed shut in frustration, his scalp felt numb, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He was suffering from gynecomastia again. I am well aware of gynecomastia. I experienced it in my past life as well, and it only resolved after undergoing rebirth and transformation. That thought made him even more uneasy, the skin-crawling sensation still present. He narrowed his eyes and thought that while those could be considered breasts on a woman, given the 99% accuracy of the Dongchang and Sichang, I have concluded that Du Jinhui is a man, so there is no way he could be female. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Just as the sun crested the mountain peak, Xiao Ying's solemn voice echoed, breaking the silence. "From today, you will stop practicing external power." Standing before the two of them, he spoke with a rare hint of pride. "You have worked very hard."
He looked directly at him and spoke in a voice of sincere recognition. "Taishou, your foundation is solid enough. Reduce your external cultivation practice and begin internal power training." Hearing this, she could not hide her joy for him. She twirled around excitedly and said with a smile, "Congratulations, junior brother." He replied with a simple yes, but his expression was not very enthusiastic, and an indescribable feeling suddenly arose in his heart. What was it? In his head, images that frustrated him flashed again. He frowned deeply and thought irritably to himself, "I am happy to start internal power training, but Du Jinhui is so annoying, always buzzing around trying to help during breakfast." Noticing his unusual expression, the master frowned slightly and asked with concern, "Your complexion doesn't look very good." Startled, he quickly adjusted his expression and replied in a panic, "No, master." After saying that, he placed his hands on his hips, lowered his head, closed his eyes, and took a long, deep breath to force himself to calm down. One thought kept echoing in his mind. "Enough, stop thinking about it. There are more important things right now than Du Jinhui." Immediately after, he spoke up, this time much more seriously. "Thank you, master, but I do not want to reduce my external cultivation practice."
As the words ended, the atmosphere immediately grew heavy. He was in no hurry to reply, only quietly looking at him, his gaze deep as if considering something. As for him, he had long had his own answer. He clearly understood that his master's words were not wrong. Most people, after being introduced to internal power, only practiced external power enough to maintain their physique, spending the rest of their time on internal power, swordplay, and footwork. But I cannot do that. Thinking of that, a burning fire suddenly rose within him. The image of a robust body appeared clearly in his mind. Clenching his fists, he was determined. Practicing external power is the way to achieve a perfect body. Only that can attract women. As soon as that thought appeared, he felt a surge of frustration. Gritting his teeth, he secretly fumed. A mediocre face, even if shown all day, could never compare to Du Jinhui. After a while, he slowly spoke, his tone filled with clear curiosity. "You do not want to reduce your external power training? I want to hear more from you." Hearing this, he raised his head, his gaze frank and his voice unusually decisive. "Unlike senior brother, who has extraordinary talent, I am but a dullard. To be able to assist senior brother," he paused for a moment, then continued as if he had thought for a long time, "and contribute to rebuilding the sect, I must work harder than others, master."
On the surface, his words sounded calm and accepting of fate, but in reality, his heart was in turmoil. He silently told himself that although the effectiveness was not high, practicing external arts after beginning internal power was not in vain. The image of the times he swung his sword flashed through his mind, and he thought with certainty that with the same sword technique, if one possesses even a slightly superior strength than the opponent, it would create a difference.
Or from another perspective, he thought, it is that tiny difference that constitutes the value of the sweat shed, which would eventually blossom and bear fruit as a forest of meat in pool of wine, determining the level of Shanglahuan Ai. At this thought, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a smile carrying a hidden calculation. His gaze now became deep and unpredictable, no longer showing the previous hesitation. It was filled only with determination. He thought, "Master, please allow me. I am ready to give my all." He looked at him, momentarily surprised, his eyes not leaving him. In his heart, a question could not help but arise. Is that gaze really that of a child? His face remained expressionless, but deep within his eyes, he realized something very important. Since he could not be like others, he had to strive in a different way. At that moment, the distance between the two seemed to shorten a bit. A feeling of indescribable pride welled up in his heart. Had Taisho recognized that he was merely an ordinary person?
He looked back at the Kongtong sect behind him. The rolling mountain ranges still stood as majestic as in years past, but in his eyes, everything was no longer the same, and an indescribable sadness welled up his heart. The Kongtong sect was once a famous and great sect, possessing the secrets to cultivate outstanding talents, but now everything had vanished like smoke and clouds. He withdrew his gaze and looked directly at him, his eyes sinking. In his mind, he continued to think that although Taisho's words did not fit the usual standards of the Zhonghu, they were the correct answer for the reconstruction of the fading Tongtong sect. Without saying another redundant word, he reached out and placed a thin piece of paper into his hand, his voice turning cold and concise as he said, "Take it. This is the mantra of the first sun heart method, a basic internal power technique." Seeing this, he was slightly startled and hurriedly reached out with both hands to receive it, bowing his head in response, "Thank you, Master." However, as soon as the paper was unfolded, his eyes were immediately drawn to the dense lines of text upon it. His mind momentarily became chaotic, and his heart beat faster than usual. Is it possible I am not allowed? If so, it will be difficult for me to continue practicing in secret. Just as those thoughts flashed by, the old man's voice rang out again, slow yet sharp. The Zhongfu is inherently cruel to the incompetent.
The words were like a knife strike, but he did not dodge. Instead, he gripped the paper more tightly. Listening in silence, the master paused for a beat, then continued, his voice deeper. However, for those who dare to face challenges, all paths are wide open. His gaze toward him was different now, not scrutinizing, nor doubtful, but filled with a quiet pride. He spoke clearly, word by word. I allow you to continue practicing external power. Furthermore, from now on, I will bestow the Chu Yang heart technique upon you. Memorize the internal power mantras I have written. Upon hearing that, his heart felt as if it had been struck powerfully. His eyes instantly lit up with an irrepressible excitement. He let out a laugh, his voice resounding. Yes! The brilliant sunlight shone directly down upon Mount Kongtong, blanketing the entire space in a layer of radiant light. In the open clearing, the master and disciple sat opposite each other as their aura grew solemn. He placed his hand on the young man's back, his voice stern. I shall begin transmitting power. Are you ready? He closed his eyes tightly, his brows furrowing slightly as a thin layer of sweat began to bead on his forehead, appearing and disappearing with the rhythm of his breathing. But his response remained resolute. Yes. Outside, she stood silently, her heart unsettled, her hands unconsciously clenching and unclenching repeatedly, as if to calm herself, her eyes never leaving the two people before her.
Hearing his response, he immediately took action, his hand resting lightly on his back as his steady voice rang out. I will transfer internal power into your body, guiding the true chi according to the incantation. Remember that path of operation. At that very moment, his entire body jolted violently, as if pulled deep down by an invisible force, his body trembling slightly, his face contorted in discomfort. A strange power began to weave through his body, initially weak but quickly growing larger, filling every inch of flesh. He gritted his teeth to endure, and amidst the suffering, he vaguely sensed something different. A warm current spread around his chest, a feeling I had never experienced in my past life. A dazzling light suddenly burst forth, enveloping his whole body. Each meridian seemed to light up, alternating between bright and dark, like a vivid network awakening. He tried to maintain his focus, a clear thought rising in his mind. It was not the bone-chilling cold of the sunflower manual, but a warmth spreading throughout his body, feeling like sunlight burning in his veins. This feeling.
The power transfer process continued as a strong gust of wind swirled up, enveloping both of them. Amidst that layer of wind, the beam of light passing from him into his body grew even more brilliant, as if wanting to tear through the night. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his expression unable to hide his astonishment. He thought, so this is Yang Qi. Not long after, everything gradually settled down. He withdrew his hands and said with a rare hint of joy in his voice, "Congratulations on entering the path of internal power, Taisho." Hearing this, he immediately turned his head to look at him. Then, immediately after, he looked down at himself, his hands unconsciously lifting up and gently placing them on his chest, feeling every breath and every flow of qi moving within. A thought flashed, so clear that it made his heart tremble. I am no longer a palace eunuch. Now I have been reborn as a true expert. Just thinking about that, his heart surged with irrepressible joy, and a radiant smile bloomed on his face. He burst into loud laughter, his whole body rolling onto the ground with arms spread wide, his laughter echoing through the mountains and forests. Outside, she saw the scene and lightly bit her lip, trying to hold back a laugh. In her eyes, a hard-to-hide pride shimmered, and the corners of her lips curled into a gentle smile, quietly rejoicing for him. As night slowly descended, the bright moon hung high, shining upon the ancient trees and blanketing Mount Kongtong in a layer of quiet silver light. In the guest room, he and she sat opposite each other, the aroma of hot tea quietly wafting. He asked softly, his voice carrying a hint of inquiry, "What did you say, Du Jinhui? Do you also want to practice more external power?"
She lifted her teacup, her eyes fixed on the thin wisp of steam rising, her voice softening as she replied, "Yes." She hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushing red, then softly continued, "As a senior brother, I want to lead my junior brother." Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile, inwardly rejoicing, and said, "It seems you have learned how to care for others." Then he raised his teacup and spoke calmly, "Just do as you wish." After that, he continued to instruct, his voice slow and profound, saying, "For you, everything is a lesson." The conversation ended, and his figure stood quietly by the window, looking into the distance. A long while later, he finally spoke softly, his voice carrying a hard-to-conceal pride, saying, "Taisho and Jinhui, though still young, are wholeheartedly dedicated to the restoration of the Kongtong sect and martial arts." His gaze turned toward the distance, where the towering mountain peak stood out against the starry sky, and he sighed softly, continuing, "Finally, the master's wish can be fulfilled." In another corner, a gruesome scene had just taken place. The blood from the deer was still warm, flowing and soaking deep into every inch of the ground, the pungent smell of blood filling the space. High above, inside a massive cave, the air was unnervingly silent. Amidst the darkness, a giant python coiled its body, its hard scales reflecting the cold moonlight. Its fiery red eyes snapped open, gleaming with a fierce, malevolent light, staring into the night like a silent, ominous omen awakening. In the blink of an eye, the goat pen was reduced to crooked, broken wood. Standing frozen in the middle of the yard, the old man trembled as he spoke. "Heavens, what happened? Who dared to destroy the livestock pen like this?" he shouted in a hoarse voice, his body shaking uncontrollably, his thin hand trembling as he pointed forward. "The whole herd of goats has gone, and I intended to sell them at the market today." Before he could finish, the old man stumbled and collapsed. The two others were flustered. The young boy burst into tears, shaking the old man and crying out, "Grandfather!" After resting for a while, the old man slowly regained consciousness, but his face was pale, his eyes heavy with sorrow, and his voice was raspy. "I planned to sell the goats to donate to the Kongtong sect. Why did this have to happen?" Tears fell continuously as he spoke, his voice choking, covering his mouth to suppress his grief. "Though we are poor, I always wanted to help the Kongtong sect. My lifelong dream has now vanished like smoke." Hearing this, the boy cried even louder, tears streaming down his face as he yelled in frustration. "Why are you still talking about donations? What is so special about that Kongtong sect to do this for it? It has fallen into a pathetic state now." After saying this, the boy turned and ran outside, despite his mother calling after him. "That child is so disrespectful." Seeing this, the old man could only sigh in helpless resignation, gently waving his hand to comfort her. "Come now, daughter. He is just upset seeing me ill. In An Yi's eyes, I must seem very pitiful, because he doesn't know how glorious the Kongtong sect used to be." His face was deeply lined with hardship, and old memories resurfaced, causing him immense pain. The Kongtong sect was truly illustrious back then. The images of those years are clear in my mind, forever etched in my heart. The Kongtong sect, the #1 sect in Gansu, planted dreams and hope in the heart of a common child like me.
The old man muttered, his eyes lingering in the past, but reminiscence was merely reminiscence. As he pulled his mind back to reality, the old man could only sigh dejectedly. Perhaps the boy was right.
After the demonic sect attacked, the ultimate arts of the Kongtong sect had long been lost. The glorious Kongtong sect of those days would likely never return. The sun gradually climbed higher, its light approaching the peak of Mount Kongtong. At that moment, in a tranquil corner of the sect grounds, he was cultivating, the aura around his body circulating steadily. As he received the internal breath, he thought with secret joy, "Good, I can feel it. The yang qi has condensed in the dantian." After completing a cultivation cycle, he propped himself up and stood, gently stretching his body. He wondered, but why does practicing the first sun heart method feel so strange? I am not sure either. Could it be because in my past life I practiced the sunflower manual, an ice-cold technique?
Next, he took a deep breath, his eyes gradually becoming serious. He gently stroked his chin and thought, when he heard his master talking about the martial arts of the Kongtong sect yesterday, he didn't see anything unusual. Back to some time ago, Zhao Ying's voice rang out. While pointing, he said that the sect symbol is the yin-yang taiji diagram. Then he added that it symbolizes the transformation of yin and yang, the teaching of the Grandmaster. According to him, the transformation of yin and yang means water flowing upwards and fire burning downwards. In other words, it is reversing yin and yang to create the ultimate life. At this point, his gaze suddenly became very serious. He looked directly at him and said in a low voice, "Therefore, only the ignorant see our sect's martial arts as demonic arts and despise them for defying heaven, but we are not like the demonic sect that exploits martial arts." Those words were like a hammer striking the listener's mind. He continued to explain, his voice slow but firm, "We only want to eradicate the demonic sect." After explaining, he gave him a heart method exercise and carefully instructed him to remember this difference and not let gossip delude him. He sat still listening, his whole body trembling slightly with excitement, a sense of satisfaction rising in his heart. After all, joining the Kongtong sect was the right decision. This manly martial art, fighting fire with fire, this very robustness is the most suitable secret technique for the way of pleasure. A strange sound from afar interrupted his thoughts. He startled, turned his head, and asked in confusion, "What is that sound?" Outside the main gate of the sect, the boy from earlier was crying until his voice was hoarse, pounding his hands and shouting loudly, "I beg the Kongtong sect, please save my grandfather."
He cried and shouted in despair, "If you are truly the #1 sect in Gansu acting for righteousness," seemingly having exhausted all his strength, his voice breaking from breathlessness, "then please help my grandfather, who has supported you all his life. Please, just this once." Du Jinhui, standing nearby, was also startled and rushed out, asking in a surprised and worried tone, "Junior brother, did you hear anything?" He immediately replied, "Yes, it sounds like someone is calling for help." Then he put his hands on his hips, his face showing clear helplessness, and added, "And it's right when Master is away." She clicked her tongue, her eyes quickly becoming eager, and said without hesitation, "Even though we don't know what happened, we should probably go check it out." When both stepped outside and heard the boy tell the whole story, he sighed softly and said, "I see." Their eyes rested on the boy's small, trembling body. He pondered for a moment and then asked, "Do you want us to find the person who broke the stall and stole the livestock?" Hearing that, the boy nodded repeatedly and replied imploringly, "Yes." On the contrary, he frowned and said confusedly, "That's strange. Normally you'd report a theft to the officials." Hearing him say this, the boy looked down, hands clutching the hem of his shirt, and stammered, "The thing is," seemingly remembering the scene of devastation, his body trembled and his voice followed, "It's not like what normal people do. Even for a theft, who would destroy the whole livestock stall? It's so unreasonable."
The boy continued his story, head bowed as he spoke, his small shoulders trembling rhythmically. "My grandfather has always admired the Kongtong sect, so he raised goats to offer us support during the sect's difficult times. The goat pen was destroyed, and grandfather only discovered it when he went to check before taking the goats to be sold." At this point, his tears fell uncontrollably as he sobbed and pleaded, "I know this request is sudden and I have no reward to offer, but please, out of respect for my grandfather's lifelong support of the Kongtong sect, could you help him get well again?" The boy's appearance at that moment was truly pitiful. From his gaze and voice to his trembling hands, everything radiated a sense of helplessness and despair. Li Tirsho listened and did not speak immediately, his hand instinctively reaching up to stroke his chin, while his eyes darkened in thought. A moment later, he turned to Du Jinhui, his voice a bit hesitant as an idea struck him. "Seeing the boy travel all this way is commendable. Why don't we go and take a look?" Before she could answer, the boy hurriedly led the way. Seeing the devastated livestock pen, he ran over and pointed with a trembling hand, saying, "This is my family's livestock pen." Faced with the scene before him, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, thinking in disbelief. The goat pen is on the mountainside, connected to Mount Kongtong, so it must be frequently attacked by wild beasts. But at that moment, his gaze suddenly stopped at an unusual detail. A long sliding mark was clearly visible on the flat ground. He narrowed his eyes to observe, his expression gradually becoming serious and then fearful as he thought, "This is exactly like a snake's slither mark." His whole body immediately froze.
With this size, it must be at least a demon beast. Could a giant snake have come down the mountain to find prey? He immediately turned to ask her, "Senior brother, are there any legends or rumors about a giant snake on Mount Kongtong?" Hearing this, she was stunned and shook her head. "No, I've never heard of it. If there were a dangerous demon beast on Mount Kongtong, Master would have eliminated it long ago." That answer made him even more uneasy. He lowered his head and pondered. Mount Kongtong is also a spiritual mountain of Taoism. Under the influence of spiritual energy, even small creatures can mutate. For such a large demon beast, there should have been legends or rumors. If Senior Brother has never heard of it, it must have appeared recently. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. Furthermore, a dark thought flashed through his mind, making him shudder, but his eyes sparkled with irrepressible excitement. If I can eat such a large snake, it will surely greatly nourish my original yang. Returning to the conversation, he quickly pulled back his expression and crossed his arms nonchalantly, saying, "Let us handle this." Hearing that, she frowned worriedly and asked, "Is it okay not to report this to Master?" He just grinned cheerfully and replied confidently, "It wouldn't be good to make a fuss over nothing. Besides, refusing the people's request is not the right thing to do."
She remained silent, unconsciously glancing at the boy huddling nearby. His pleading appearance made her heart soften. She thought to herself, abandoning such a filial child would surely make people misunderstand us as unable to distinguish between righteousness and evil. Sigh. After thinking for a while, she finally nodded and spoke decisively. "All right, I agree." Hearing this, the boy immediately clasped his hands, tears mingling with an emotional smile. She looked at him and added softly, "If it really is a demon beast, we must eliminate it before it causes a greater disaster." The two quickly divided the tasks. He ordered, "The goat pen was completely destroyed like that. There will certainly be tracks. Senior Brother, please take the boy back. I will stay here to clean up and search the surroundings." She then nodded, quickly picked up the boy, and promptly replied to him saying, "I'm taking him back." Afterward, he followed the tracks around the area alone. A long time passed, and the sun gradually leaned toward the mountain peak. On the deserted mountainside, his gaze swept around and suddenly stopped, his voice saying excitedly, "I found it, Senior Brother." Before them both was a clearer, long sliding trail, stretching straight toward the deep forest. He pointed in that direction and said firmly, "It seems the demon beast dragged the livestock along this path."
Then, following the remaining traces, he shouted, "We must catch up quickly." Two figures leaped through the dense forest, their movements agile, gliding swiftly among the ancient tree branches. However, the deeper they went, the heavier the air became, and a sense of unease rose within her. She asked, "Junior Brother, do we really not need to inform Master?" Hearing this, he chuckled softly, his tone reassuring as he said, "This is for the sake of helping the common people." While he said that outwardly, in his mind he mocked her, truly an old-fashioned orthodox sect member. He immediately leaped onto a large branch, looking around cautiously as he said, "We should focus on finding the traces now, otherwise if we're not careful and lose them, we might get lost ourselves." At that moment, his heart suddenly tightened, his eyes caught sight of something below, and his eyes widened. With a voice full of disbelief, he said, "What? The traces suddenly vanished?" Before he could think further, she suddenly jumped down to a nearby tree trunk, raising her hand to signal a warning, shouting, "Junior Brother, danger!"
Instinctively, he immediately looked up, but the sight before him caused his pupils to contract sharply. A giant python was slithering on the tree canopy, its massive body coiling like a block of living steel. In an instant, it lunged down, its sharp teeth biting firmly into him. His scream of pain rang out. Seeing this, she cried out in panic, "Junior Brother!" He and the giant python lost their balance and fell together. In that moment of deadly freefall, his consciousness suddenly shook violently, and in the moment of danger, memories of his past life flashed by. In his past life, according to the information he possessed, before becoming world-renowned, Sword Saint Du Jinhu had accidentally lost his way on Mount Kongkong and found the legendary Guangchang Pill Cave.
Then he excitedly recalled that in the treasure vault left by his ancestors, he had recovered part of the lost martial arts secrets of the Kongtong sect and found spiritual herbs for cultivation. But immediately after, his consciousness pulled him back to reality. The cave before his eyes strangely matched his memories from years ago. He gritted his teeth and thought that for a small creature to turn into a demonic beast, it must absorb a massive amount of spiritual energy, and the place with the strongest spiritual energy on Mount Kongtong was certainly that place. As his body slammed hard against the ground, pain radiated through his limbs, but his eyes sparkled as he thought, what if this giant python accidentally fell into the Guangsheng elixir cave, absorbed spiritual energy, and then mutated? His hand suddenly tightened, gripping the giant python's fangs and pulling with all his might, the sudden burst of strength forcing its jaws open. He gritted his teeth, blue veins bulging on his neck, as his heart surged with the thought.
If he could overcome this calamity, he could not only greatly replenish his original yang energy, but also recover the lost martial arts secrets of the Kongtong sect, just like in his past life. At that moment, a panicked cry echoed from afar. Du Jinhui immediately charged forward with her sword, as if flying, shouting loudly while running, "Junior brother!" On this side, he struggled to restrain its horrific attack, teeth clenched, eyes staring furiously at the monster, each heavy breath forced from his chest.
She dared not delay, channeling power into her feet and rushing forward with extreme speed, her heart swelling with intense anxiety. Junior brother was poisoned but still holding on. Any further delay would put his life in danger, so she had to cut through its body immediately. Without hesitation, she swung her sword straight down with the giant python. This strike carried all her strength, seemingly enough to sever the demonic beast, but the sight before her made her turn pale with fear. The blade only left a faint graze on the rough skin, which was as hard as steel and impossible to penetrate. The recoil made her hands tremble and her heart race. She thought in disbelief, "The scales are too hard." At that moment, she suddenly felt a cold killing intent surging toward her, and by the time she turned her head, it was too late. The giant python's massive tail swept across with incredible speed, violently knocking her away and slamming her body hard against a tree. He witnessed it all, his heart filled with helplessness and rage. Still struggling against the tightening fangs, he gritted his teeth and thought, "What are you standing there for? Du Jinhui, you mustn't panic, even in unexpected situations." In the moment of crisis, he spotted a broken branch nearby. Without a second thought, he grabbed it, exerting all of his remaining strength while thinking wearily, honestly. In an instant, the branch turned into a weapon as he thrust it forward, aiming straight for the giant python's head, a flash of cold smugness appearing in his heart. Too naive. Sure enough, the branch stabbed directly into the giant python's eye. The demonic beast let out a piercing, tragic cry, its colossal body convulsing violently before it was forced to release him. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately retreated, widening the gap between himself and the monster.
His whole body went stiff, the slightest touch to the wound causing such pain that he had to take a deep breath, trying to stifle a groan. She also quickly steadied herself and immediately rushed to his side, her voice filled with concern. "Junior brother, are you all right?" He nodded slightly, clutching his wound with one hand, and said in a low voice, "Yes, we must focus now." Both quickly assumed a ready stance, killing intent surging. He stared intently at the giant python, the corner of his mouth curling slightly as he said, "It's taken the bait." Then he glanced at her, his voice carrying a hint of inquiry mixed with worry. "Earlier, I saw its body was hard. The sword could hardly pierce it, right?" She took a deep breath and nodded, panic still lingering in her eyes as she replied, "Its scales are harder than I imagined." Next, she gripped the sword hilt tightly, her whole body drained of strength, her breath coming in gasps. She said tensely, "We must cut off its head in one blow, but its speed is too fast. I can't find an opening. What should we do?" The giant python had stabilized, its massive form closing in on them, step by step compressing the space and making the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. He felt the poison taking effect, his vision blurring, the area around his eyes bruising, his consciousness flickering. In his heart, he thought coldly, Du Jinhui is currently not strong enough, so facing a demonic beast like this is difficult for her to withstand. He looked at her, seeing the undisguised worry on her face, and thought to himself, thanks to my past life's cultivation, I can hold on for a while even if poisoned, but if even the inexperienced Du Jinhui gets poisoned, it's all over. He grit his teeth, trying to suppress the poison spreading through his meridians, his eyes fixed on the giant python as he quickly made a resolution. I must create an opening for him. His eyes had begun to blur, his vision was hazy, but he still forced himself to stay conscious. He lowered his voice and spoke quickly. "Senior brother, I will give the signal, then use all your power with the first sun heart method to increase the power of your sword technique."
Hearing that, she was startled, her heart racing as she immediately pressed, "What? In this condition? What do you intend to do?" Before she could finish, he charged forward with incredible speed, his body moving like a gust of wind, shouting as he ran, "Now is not the time for hesitation." At that moment, the giant python let out a low growl, its massive body lunging forward instantly. It opened its wide maw filled with fangs, saliva mixed with venom dripping to the ground. In that life-and-death moment, he gripped his belt tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand, and gave a cold laugh, shouting, "So what if you are a demonic beast?" In that split second, he circulated his internal chi, his spirit exploding forth as his body leaped straight up, using the momentum to vault over the giant python's head, shouting, "The right side is full of openings, first sun step." The belt in his hand immediately wrapped tightly around its neck, the strap tightening loop by loop, constantly restricting the snakehead's range of motion. The giant python roared, struggling frantically. He exerted all his strength to tighten the strap, his hands trembling violently as he closed his eyes and yelled, "Now is the time, senior brother." As soon as his voice trailed off, she rushed forward, her speed so great it left after-images behind, her eyes burning with a fire of intense rage and worry.
She let out a loud cry, channeling all her true chi into a single direct strike. Though the sword technique was basic, it carried a resolute killing intent. The giant python's head was cleanly severed, and fresh blood spurted everywhere. Its massive body writhed for a few moments before collapsing onto the ground, completely motionless. She stood there panting, sweat pouring down like rain, her hands still trembling as she gripped the hilt. Yet she forced herself to speak. Fine, the weakness really was the neck. Recalling the events that had just unfolded, doubt welled up in her heart. Could it be that my junior brother knew beforehand and intentionally lured it so I could strike its neck? As that thought flashed across her mind, she looked toward him, and at that moment, she was struck with panic. He had collapsed to the ground, completely motionless. She immediately ran toward him, shouting, "Junior brother!" Upon reaching him, she saw his face was turning purple, his breath was scorching hot, and the marks of the snake venom were spreading across his neck and chest. In his delirious state, he vaguely thought, "So hot. I heard that fire snake venom has very strong yang qi. It seems the rumors from the divine physicians were not wrong, but I like it even more."
She caught him, repeatedly calling, "Junior brother, junior brother!" Hearing her voice scream in panic, but he could not move. He helplessly thought to himself, with my miraculous ability to control qi circulation, I can eliminate the toxins and only absorb the yang qi. Seeing that he did not respond, she burst into tears, her hands trembling, not knowing what to do. Seeing this, he could only silently comfort her. "Du Jinhui, you don't need to worry, I will recover soon." His face was becoming increasingly flushed. She continuously shook him, her voice pleading, junior brother, wake up, junior brother." Her whole body trembled, her eyes gradually lost focus, and she stammered, "What should I do? For my sake, to create an opening just now, he tried to circulate his power despite being poisoned." In desperation, she asked herself, "I must save him, I must save him." Without thinking further, she made up her mind, laid him on the ground, and leaned down.
She used her mouth to suck the poison from the bite, mouthful by mouthful, with only one thought in her mind, "I don't want to lose you right now." As soon as her lips touched his skin, his nerves were stimulated. A strange sensation traveled to his brain, causing him to wake up with wide eyes and a look of panic. Before he could even understand what was happening, he saw her still leaning close, completely oblivious to his reaction. He struggled instinctively, letting out confused, shrill cries. She quickly spat out the toxic blood she had just sucked, her face turning slightly pale, her eyebrows furrowed, her heart filled with doubt, thinking, has the poison already spread to Junior Brother's tongue? His body went limp, the pain causing him to convulse in waves. He coughed violently, his breath ragged, white foam at the corners of his mouth, his voice stammering. He looks in great pain, must suck the poison out quickly. The sight made her heart tighten, fear surging, her face flushing red as she leaned down, her voice trembling but trying to remain calm. "It's all right, I'll be gentle." Dusk fell quietly, the crimson sun gradually disappearing behind the distant mountains, the sunset painting the entire forest in a faint orange hue. A small flicker of fire was lit, swaying in the wind, illuminating the narrow space between the two. He was almost exhausted, his eyes wandering, his breath weak, his hand clutching a wooden stick, unconsciously staring into the distance.
She took his pulse, her fingertips resting on his wrist to feel the beat. A moment later, she breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, "The heart rate has stabilized, thank heavens." He heard her, but his consciousness was still hazy, only responding instinctively, "Yes." After resting for a while, she suddenly hesitated, as if remembering something, and asked softly, "Well, I never thought of steaming a demonic beast like this." At that moment, he opened the food package, his voice weak but calm as he replied, "It varies by type, but steaming snake will be very nutritious and strengthen the yang." The giant python meat was prepared simply and placed near the fire. The aroma gradually spread through the air, rich and fatty, making it hard to resist. As she ate, she sighed with regret, saying, "If only Master could eat this too." Hearing this, he felt annoyed, and thought, why mention Master at a time like this? He could only click his tongue, shaking his head with a wry smile and a sigh before saying, "Once we're done eating, we'll continue following the fire snake's trail. If we trace it back, we'll surely find its lair." Night fell slowly, a crescent moon hung in the sky, shining down on the rugged cliffs and covering everything in a layer of cold light. The two followed the remaining tracks, stepping deeper into the Rocky Mountains. He stopped in front of a large rock crevice and said in a low voice, "Is this the last track?"
Both looked up, seeing a wide, pitch-black, deep cave entrance. He observed for a moment, then slowly said, "It leads to that cave." Right at the cave entrance, she suddenly stopped, her expression becoming serious as she whispered, "I feel a very strong spiritual energy." Hearing this, he turned, unable to hide his surprise. "Really?" She nodded, her eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Her caution made him inwardly admire her. "Your senses are truly sharp, Senior Brother. In your past life, you must have relied on this intuition to find this place." They quickly entered the cave. The air grew colder, and the damp walls reflected flickering firelight. While walking, she softly exclaimed, "I didn't expect Mount Kongtong to have such a place. Could this be the legendary Guangsheng Pill Cave?" He also observed his surroundings, but his pace slowed down as he replied in a low voice, "Perhaps." According to memories of his past life and clues he had gathered, Guangsheng Pill Cave was where the Kongtong sect's patriarch cultivated. It was also where, 300 years ago, Hunyuan Sword Emperor Wu Jizi, an alumnus of the Kongtong sect, attained the state of immortal ascension. Just thinking about it, he licked his lips, eyes gleaming with excitement and greed. He constantly schemed. If it's here, there will surely be many spirit medicines to replenish my yang qi, no, my internal power. Right before their eyes, a box containing an elixir suddenly appeared. The moment she saw it, she immediately ran towards it, her voice full of surprise. "Junior brother, look!"
The two of them looked inside together, and she suddenly said, "There is a fallen pill bottle here." He looked over, sighed softly, and said with a hint of regret, "It seems the fire snake ate the spirit medicines here, absorbed the spiritual energy, and transformed into a demonic beast." The two continued to venture deeper inside when suddenly his footsteps halted. Before them was a spacious hall with an orderly layout, quite different from the wild appearance outside. Both exclaimed, "Wow!" She quickly approached a stone table in the center, her face filled with amazement. "Are these books?" She picked up a few volumes, reading the titles as her eyes grew brighter. 3 Yin True Sutra, 7 Killing Sword, Swantian Sword, Moving Clouds and Flowing Water, Great Power Demon Subduing Hand, Qian Yang Finger, Kong Yin Finger. Not just 1 or 2 books, but countless secret manuals were neatly arranged on the stone table, showing the passage of time, yet still perfect. Overjoyed, her voice trembled slightly. "Are the lost martial arts of the Kongtong sect still preserved here? Is this the place where the seniors of the past practiced?" Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she looked up and around, her expression serious yet shocked. "The place where the seniors of the past practiced?" She froze, her eyes filled with suspicion and awe, thinking, could this be the legendary Guangcheng Pill Cave? At that moment, he also approached, his face equally curious, and asked, "Any harvest?" Hearing this, she turned and quickly replied, "It seems I have found a part of the lost martial arts of the Kongtong sect. Such a lucky encounter." He was immediately overjoyed, raising his hand in praise and saying, "Great! It seems there are more secret spaces in this cave. Let's go check it out." Hearing that, she excitedly replied, "I will also take a closer look." Without hesitation, the two quickly split up, he in one direction and she in another, each seeking their own destiny. But as soon as her figure vanished, his expression instantly changed. Immediately, his body lunged forward, his heart thinking with excitement, "Cannot waste time, must find the spirit medicine before Du Jinhui." At the end of a narrow passage, dark outside, but radiating a brilliant light inside, his heart pounded and his whole body heated up. "The spirit medicine here is mine." He rushed straight ahead, with only one thought in his head, must quickly consume the spirit medicine so that perverted senior brother won't harass me anymore.
Inside the small cave, from the stalactites on the ceiling, a drop of water fell, emitting a brilliant light like a pearl. Just one drop was enough to illuminate the entire dark space. He stared wide-eyed, drool almost leaking out, just like a puppy that had found a precious bone. His heart throbbed, his mind filled with excitement as he thought, "I will forget all the humiliating past. I have taken another step on the path to becoming the harem king." From the stalactites, drops of water fell rhythmically, condensing into a round, ivory-white pill. The hazy light emitted a powerful aura that made the air heavy. Li Tiesho couldn't contain his excitement. The corners of his mouth curled up as he slowly reached out his hand, his fingers trembling slightly with agitation. He thought, "I will forget all the humiliating past. I have taken another step on the path to becoming the Herald King." As soon as the light from the pill touched his skin, a sudden transformation occurred. At the same time, in another part of the cave, Du Jinhui was carefully inspecting the area, her steps light and slow, her alert eyes scanning the rock walls and the ground. Not long after, a bizarre sight appeared before her. Her eyes widened in shock, and she murmured, her voice unable to hide her disbelief, "Is this the bathing pool?" Before she could think further, a strange mark on the rock wall caught her eye. Her gaze halted, her expression shifted, and she exclaimed, "This mark is—" Before she could finish, the cave began to shake, the stalactites trembled, and stone fragments fell everywhere. She turned around in surprise, a sense of intense unease rising in her heart.
She immediately turned her head, disregarding the danger, and ran frantically back toward the entrance, shouting at the top of her lungs, her voice cracking with worry. "Junior brother, what happened?" Back at the elixir pill, a blue light flared up, the temperature plummeted, and the contact point froze over as surging frost chi forced him back, knocking him away. She arrived just in time to witness the scene, her face turning pale and her eyes unable to hide her fear as she blurted out, "That is—" Even he himself was completely stunned, his whole body stiffening, his breath coming in short gasps, and his deadened gaze fixed tightly on the elixir pill before him. At this moment, its true origin was finally confirmed. The substance he had touched earlier, which caused him such pain that he sat in a daze, was Mita holy water.
Realizing this, his heart sank into a deep abyss, and a single thought echoed in his head. Mita Holy Water, a 1,000-year spirit medicine formed from intense yin qi. Although it contained powerful yin frost energy, it was useless for strengthening yang qi. A moment later, as they both gradually understood the truth, she immediately ran to his side, sat close, and waved her hand in front of his face, asking anxiously, "Junior brother, are you all right? I thought something had happened." Hearing this, he started, snapping out of his chaotic thoughts, and slowly turned to look at her. His face at that moment looked as if he had bitten a chili pepper, filled with a mix of anger and resentment, emotions swirling indescribably. In his heart, he secretly cursed. "Something big has happened, you fool. To me, this is a great disaster."
Recalling his past self, his heart couldn't help but swell with an indescribable dejection. He gnashed his teeth and thought to himself, if powerful yin qi accumulated in a man's body, like Li Taisho in his past life, his body would become feminized. The reality before his eyes forced him to bite his lip hard, his teeth clenched until they trembled. Inwardly, he wept silently. If he drank the Meta holy water, not only his size, but also the yang qi he had painstakingly cultivated would disappear. The thought alone made his heart feel as if it were being squeezed tight. He couldn't believe it. His body felt drained of life, shoulders trembling, tears flowing. She approached in confusion, hands and feet fumbling, eyes anxious, her voice panicked as she asked, "Junior brother, are you crying? Are you all right?" Hearing that question, he could only sigh inwardly, chest heaving, his voice trembling as he replied, "No, these are tears of joy. Why must I suffer like this?" Having spoken, he didn't know who he was deceiving. Eyes red, tears at the corners of his lids, turning to look at her pitifully, his voice weak as a breeze. "Senior brother, this is surely the legendary Meta holy water. With this amount, it's enough for one person to clear the Ren and Du meridians." Seeing her hesitate, he quickly continued, his voice serious with forced determination. "This spirit medicine, please accept it, senior brother." She was stunned, startled, her mouth agape, momentarily unable to believe her ears. Almost by reflex, she hastily asked back, her voice full of doubt, "Me? No, junior brother, you were the one who discovered it first." These words made anger surge within him as he cursed repeatedly in his mind. Meta holy water was nothing but trash to him, but he suppressed his emotions, maintaining a standard forced smile, his voice unusually gentle. "It's fine. Even if I drank the Meta holy water, with my dull aptitude, it would only be a waste of spirit medicine." He shook his head slightly, his gaze averting. After a pause, he took a deep breath and continued in a yielding tone. "If divided, the medicinal power will be cut in half. Therefore, for the best effect, senior brother, as the one bearing the responsibility of rebuilding the sect, you should be the one to use it."
Hearing that, she fell silent for a moment, her brows furrowing slightly, her eyes showing clear contemplation. After considering for a while, her expression gradually became solemn. She shook her head and spoke frankly. "No, junior brother should be the one to use the Meta holy water. Since your aptitude is still poor, you need the spirit medicines more. I believe that I can break through the realm just by cultivating." At this point, her hand tightened slightly, her face flushed red, and the aura around her suddenly became unusually holy. She said seriously, "Therefore, junior brother, please use this spirit medicine and stand side by side with me." A faint light radiated from her, leaving him stunned, his face frozen, and his eyes wide with amazement. In his heart, a surge of annoyance welled up. This stubborn member of the orthodox path wouldn't even eat what was offered to their mouth? His expression darkened in an instant, the aura around him seemingly tinged with a strange, dark gloom. Seeing this, she was startled and asked anxiously, "Junior brother." At that moment, a thought flashed through his head. "Then I will make it so you cannot refuse." Without hesitation, he acted immediately. His hand, as fast as lightning, grabbed hers and pulled her toward him, a sudden move that left her completely unable to react. Holding her hand, his face instantly changed to a weak expression, his eyes glistening and his voice softening, as if carrying a hint of coyness. "What if it is a request from your junior brother?" Hearing that, her face immediately flushed red, and her whole body became flustered. Her eyes did not know where to look, so she could only fix them on his face. Taking the opportunity, he quickly placed his hand over his chest and said in a sincere tone, "Senior brother, don't you understand? I am giving the spirit medicine to you because I want what is best for you." As soon as he finished speaking, her eyes widened in surprise, and her emotions surged, making her voice tremble as she asked, "For me, junior brother?" Immediately after, her whole body seemed to tremble with joy. Her hands unconsciously clasped together, her face turned bright red, and her heart beat rapidly. She nodded and then shook her head several times, finally answering tremulously, "Since you have said so, I will accept it." Hearing this, he was immediately overjoyed. The corners of his mouth curled into a smug smile as he thought, "Indeed, mentioning brotherhood wins them over immediately."
Then he switched back to a serious expression and asked curiously, Mita holy water is a spirit medicine with yin attributes, so it must be used with yin attribute internal power. Among the martial arts we found, is there any secret manual for basic cold yin internal power? Hearing this, she snapped back to reality and immediately looked at him. Then she quickly withdrew her previous embarrassment and regained her usual cold demeanor, softly replying, There is the 3 Yin True Sutra. I must memorize the incantation immediately. Saying that, she started working right away, her eyes intently scanning each line of the technique, her expression so serious that she did not notice anything around her.
He stood to one side observing, his gaze unable to hide his curiosity. Then he suddenly thought in astonishment, the speed of flipping pages is truly fast. She was completely unaware, still bowing her head in diligent study. Seeing that appearance, he clicked his tongue inwardly, secretly praising. Truly an innate talent. It seems without my help, he can still absorb the spirit medicine easily. Just a moment later, she looked up, her eyes shining as she said, Good, I have memorized it. Hearing that, he was dazed, disbelievingly asking again, So fast? Immediately after, she wrapped a thin cloth tightly around her hand, stepping toward the Mita holy water. At this moment, her expression was extremely serious and cautious. As expected, she successfully took the ivory white pill in her hand. The light emanating from the Mita holy water was so brilliant that it made her freeze. In her mind, only one thought remained, Mita holy water, the thing that my junior brother yielded to me. A series of complex emotions surged, but they were quickly suppressed. Her eyes gradually became determined, her hand clenching tighter. She thought, no matter what happens, I must absorb it. Neither fast nor slow, she brought the spirit medicine to her lips and swallowed it straight into her stomach. Almost immediately, the power sealed inside the pill erupted. A terrifying surge of cold chi spread through her meridians. She instinctively widened her eyes, her breath catching.
The intense pain struck fiercely as she clutched her chest, her body trembling uncontrollably. Around her, a thin layer of icy mist rapidly condensed, and a terrifying thought echoed in their mind. My heart feels as if it is freezing. Seeing this scene, his expression changed instantly. Unable to hide his anxiety, he hurriedly called out, "Senior brother!" But she no longer had the strength to respond. As if unable to endure any longer, she collapsed to the ground, her hands bracing firmly against the cold stone surface. Her body collapsed forward as streams of cold air emanated from her breath turning into white frost. The yin-cold energy was ravaging her body. It couldn't go on like this. Her consciousness gradually blurred. At that moment, a violent snowstorm suddenly erupted from within her body. In the depths of despair, she thought, I can no longer control my true chi. The impact was too strong, blowing him back. He shielded his face with his hands, his throat burning. His mind raced to analyze the situation. The power of the Meta holy water and Du Jinghui's internal power were in violent conflict. Could the yin energy of the holy water be so powerful that he cannot control it? Shortly after, he opened his eyes and was immediately stunned. Before him, her body was gradually turning to ice, her skin pale. A chilling sensation filled his heart. This was a very bad sign. At that moment, her consciousness shifted, as if leaving her body, drifting in an indefinite void, floating amidst endless darkness. Ahead, a faint light flickered. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping across the unfamiliar space. Confusion rose in her heart. Where is this? Quickly, her consciousness cleared, her spirit adapting strangely to this place. A thought occurred to her that left her astonished. My spiritual world? She gently manipulated the surging power within, threads of consciousness touching that cold force, both guiding and cautious. She reassured herself. That's right, I just consumed the spirit medicine that junior brother gave me. That source of power responded immediately, slow yet overbearing. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out, her fingertips lightly touching that force. She had to refine it quickly. At the moment of contact, a massive torrent of water suddenly erupted, sweeping everything away. She only had time to widen her eyes before her body was sent flying. The power dragged along fragments of buried memories, and the scene before her eyes shifted. In those recollections, her past self stood amidst the chaos, her breath rapid and her eyes frenzied. A young but resentful voice echoed. Those small hands still tightly gripped a blood-stained stone. This crow killed the entire Swallow family. I only killed it for revenge. Why do you criticize me? There was no trembling, no hesitation, only a cold and terrifying stubbornness. Before the sentence was finished, those resentful eyes flashed with a morbid light. Immediately after, another voice rang out, cold and unfamiliar, saying, Do you know why people call you a monster? She stood frozen in place. Before her, her own past appeared with cruel clarity. Her body stiffened, and her consciousness nearly froze. With a distorted face and crazed eyes, like a newly awakened demon, it lunged straight at her without a word, carrying pure killing intent.
Outside, the situation was also rapidly deteriorating. She had not yet awakened, and waves of terrifying power continuously surged from her body. He gritted his teeth, his face pale and his forehead beaded with cold sweat, thinking with eyes full of helplessness. Damn it, despite having innate talent, his internal power is still not enough to resist the spiritual energy of the maid of holy water. That is why the inner demon took the opportunity to infiltrate Du Junhui's inner weakness. Then he whispered in despair, I thought that with Du Junhui's talent, he could easily absorb the spirit medicines. I didn't expect Du Junhui to have an inner demon.
Next, he quickly supported her. With a serious face, he said, I cannot let this growth stock turn into scrap paper. Without hesitation, he began transmitting internal power into her body, a brilliant golden light radiating from his palms. In her spiritual world, she suddenly woke up to his anxious calls. Wake up, senior brother. She snapped her eyes open, thinking in surprise. This voice, she struggled to hold back the heart demon, crying out in pain. Junior brother. At the same time, the heart demon smiled thinly. Outside, he shouted instructions. Quickly control the spiritual energy of the Mata Holy Water. Inside, she heard him, but could only respond helplessly. I want to, but the heart demon. He was trying to shake her, his eyes filled with fear, as he said, recite the incantations of the 3 Yin True Sutra and circulate the Yin Frost Chi through the acupoints I mentioned. Then, with a hint of frustration and worry, he yelled, if you aren't careful, you will suffer from Chi deviation. His eyes were fixed on the figure, slowly being covered in ice, his heart pounding. As he drew closer, he muttered angrily, I don't like physical contact, so I didn't want to transmit power, and yet…
As time passed, the cold air in her body not only did not subside, but surged even more violently, with frost chi erupting in waves like a relentless rising tide. Even he could not help but shiver before that power. His eyes were fixed on her, his voice lowering in astonishment. The yin cold chi is truly terrifying. After all, because it is Lu Jinhui, she can endure it to this extent. Anyone else would have been crippled long ago. But immediately after, his gaze turned dark and resolute, as if he had made up his mind, an unshakable thought rising in his heart. My brilliant future will be built hereafter. I cannot let senior brother, the one who will shoulder the rebuilding of the Kong Tong sect for me, become a cripple. Without further hesitation, he immediately circulated his power, a surge of internal energy rushing to his arm, the corner of his lips slightly curving as he said, Consider yourself lucky, Du Junhui. His hand pressed against her back as powerful internal power flooded into her body. He closed his eyes tightly, a thought flashing in his mind. Your junior brother once reached the realm of the #1 expert.
Returning to her spiritual world, that eerie hand was still tightly gripping her neck, the squeezing force increasing, her breath blocked, and her vision fading. It suddenly questioned, Speak up, won't you? Its eyes looked at her with hunger, as if staring at a precious prey, its voice echoing weirdly, Why did you people… At the moment it was distracted, she suddenly seized the opportunity, her hand grabbing a large stone right beside her. Without hesitation, she poured all her remaining strength and smashed it directly into that eerie creature's face, the impact ringing out harshly. The thing screamed in pain, its body staggering backward. She immediately took the chance, turned around and ran, her hurried footsteps escaping its reach. It hissed, furious and frantic, its eyes shining brightly. A shivering sensation spread down her spine as she tried to stay conscious, thinking, Inner demon, this is the price of the power I've had since birth. In the next second, the inner demon lunged straight at her with terrifying speed, the air seeming to be torn apart. She thought in fear, Am I going to be devoured like this? To this extent, all for nothing?
Then she raised her hands to defend, but the force was too great. The direct punch sent her flying backward, crashing hard against a large cliff. Rubble scattered in all directions, and the ground shook violently. She spat out a mouthful of blood in pain, a bone-chilling ache radiating from her back, as a scream escaped her lips. Seeing this, the inner demon became even more smug, the eerie black light around its body gradually condensing as it stepped closer to her, bringing a suffocating pressure. She watched the scene, her heart heavy with a thought, Senior brother, do not give up. In that moment of despair, she suddenly heard a familiar sound. Immediately after, a flash of blinding golden light unexpectedly erupted from her body. Her hands glowed brightly as warm spiritual energy spread throughout her mental world. She froze, exclaiming in disbelief, I can feel Junior Brother's energy. Is he transmitting internal power from the outside? On the outside, he was still striving to transmit internal power, his face turning pale as he gritted his teeth and spoke with a trembling voice. Senior brother, wake up. Do not stop circulating chi. The hand placed on her back had begun to turn into ice, with a layer of hard, cold frost spreading up his arm. Even his face was covered in a thin layer of icy mist, yet he continued transmitting internal power and instructed, do not be deluded by the inner demon before you. The important thing now is to absorb the spirit medicines. Within her mental world, that voice echoed like a thunderclap, firm and powerful, piercing straight into her consciousness. By any means, I will release your acupoints. It will be very painful, but give me the chance to do this.
Her body was exhausted, every muscle fiber felt like it was tearing apart, an awkward feeling welled up in her heart. Currently, the yin frost chi outside is uncontrollable, things will be difficult.
But then, as if remembering something, her hand suddenly clenched the sand behind her. The rough sensation at her fingertips jolted her consciousness awake. She thought firmly, Junior brother is risking his life for me. Junior brother is helping me. I also. The thought was like a flame fanned by the wind, igniting the fighting spirit within her. She gritted her teeth and pushed herself up. The heart demon approached, a cold killing intent enveloping the space. Without further hesitation, she poured all her strength into her fist, gritting her teeth and angrily thinking, I cannot give up. Her body charged forward. As she threw a punch, she gritted her teeth and growled in her heart. I have gradually understood what Junior brother is trying to do, absorbing the essence of the medicinal ingredients first to replenish internal power, and then subduing the heart demon. The fist immediately struck the heart demon's face. A low explosion sounded. The heart demon's body was sent flying, crashing straight into the rock wall. Dust rose thick, countless broken rock fragments splattered, embedding deep into its body. From the rock crevice, the image of the heart demon was almost completely buried. She suddenly collapsed, drops of dark red liquid dripping onto the ground, slowly soaking into the cold earth.
Her whole body trembled, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth as she breathed heavily. A sense of bitterness rose in her heart as the heart demon realized her internal power was weakened from controlling her vigor. It would be disastrous if the heart demon awakened for that reason. Without hesitation, she immediately sat cross-legged, hands on her knees, forcing herself to calm down and began to circulate her power. Both inside and out, the two were risking their lives in a shared life-or-death struggle, both thinking that supplementing enough internal power would suffice. Right then, a blood-red arm suddenly surged up, throwing off the stone wall pinning the heart demon's body. It sprang up, the aura around it becoming even more somber and crazed. Without a moment's delay, it lunged straight at her again. This time, its speed was faster, and its killing intent even more terrifying. Outside, he gritted his teeth and spoke in a low, wary voice. What do you think you're doing? The stream of light from his hand continued to pour into her body, the pure, true chi like invisible chains tightly binding the heart demon, suppressing it layer by layer. The heart demon's strength began to weaken visibly. It howled in madness, struggling desperately to break free from the suppression. At that moment, he seized the opportunity and shouted loudly, Now is the time, senior brother. Inside her body, the true chi began to move in a complete orbit through the central acupoints. She gritted her teeth until they bled, blood constantly seeping from the corners of her lips, her entire body in agony as if being torn apart, yet she persevered in circulating her power. Outside, he continued to provide support, his voice hoarse but determined as he urged, Do not stop. Break through the Ren Meridian. At that instant, the heart demon suddenly roared, shattering the suppression and lunging toward her like a final ferocious fiend.
That pitch-black hand slowly reached out, the distance closing in. Just as it was about to touch her, her eyes suddenly flew open and a blinding golden light erupted intensely from her body, like a small sun awakening in the darkness. The heart demon was immediately suppressed straight into the ground by a terrifying pressure, the earth and stones cracking, the walls of space shaking violently. It screamed in resentment, struggling to reach toward her, even as its body was being swallowed bit by the ground. But finally, it became still, its body gradually disintegrating, turning into streams of pure power, slowly dissolving into the air before entering directly into her body. Outside, everything gradually settled, the frost chi dissipated, and the freezing power was completely restrained. He breathed a sigh of relief, his entire body nearly collapsing from exhaustion, thinking happily. The blood and chi have stabilized. It seems the medicinal materials have been successfully absorbed.
Then he softly spoke to remind her, his voice low but extremely cautious. Senior sister, you have done very well. Now send the yin frost chi to the Baihui acupoint. The fusion of the Ren and Du meridians is not far away. In her spiritual world, as the energy stabilized, pale yellow lights suddenly flickered like waking stars. She stood stunned, looking around, thinking with both amazement and unease. Junior brother, if you keep yielding like this, will you really be okay? In reality, he was still struggling to hold on. Her body seemed to lose its strength, unconsciously leaning against him. Memories hidden for a long time suddenly resurfaced, and she regretfully thought to herself, It has been like this from the beginning. You have always only thought of me. Images of him practicing day and night appeared clearly in her mind. To become stronger, you have trained hard every day. Then the scene before she lost consciousness reappeared, where he did not hesitate to give up the precious meta holy water. The feeling of his hand tightly holding hers transmitted not only true chi, but also determination and protection. Moved, she thought, just like the most important things, you always give them to me. His gaze at that moment was like the morning sun, without any calculation, only sincerity and goodwill that made her heart tremble. Her face flushed slightly, her lips quivered, and her eyes grew solemn. She thought wistfully, you always, A mix of joy and heartache made her unable to stop herself from whispering in her heart, I am truly grateful that you have always taken care of me. I am very happy, but I cannot help but feel pained as well.
She hesitated for a moment, but then, as if determined, she thought, because I hope you also know how to take care of yourself. Her hand gently placed on the rough stone wall in front of her, her voice full of sincerity said, "Thanks to you, I did not become a cripple. I will never forget this kindness." Tears silently flowed out, but a gentle smile appeared on her lips. Trembling with happiness, she softly said, "If I can repay this gratitude, even if the whole world turns its back on you." At that moment, the rock wall suddenly resounded with a dull explosion, shattering into countless small pieces. She looked up, shouting with all her might, "I will still be the one standing by your side." Outside, he sensed that transformation, slightly pursing his lips and exclaiming, "This is the selfless realm. Quickly circulate qi. Thanks to the Tianwu body, that senior brother's tendons and acupoints are different from ordinary people." After saying that, he stood up straight, both hands on his hips while stomping his feet. His tone full of dissatisfaction said, "Heavens, is it really this arduous? There are indeed too many things to worry about." His eyes quickly glanced toward the stalactite wall from earlier, his face both regretful and skeptical. His heart couldn't help but mutter, "By the way, are there really no other medicinal ingredients? Thought I could drink good medicine to fly and jump like in the past life. Who would have thought it would be meta holy water?" Thinking for a while, he closed his eyes, clenched his fists, a flash of helplessness appearing in his heart. He meditated and said, "So that's why in your past life you avoided women to such an extent? Already suffering from physiological weakness, plus yin frost qi, perhaps the obsession was even more severe."
Next, he did not hesitate to sigh, his voice full of dissatisfaction. "After all, I brought this suffering upon myself. My mood is truly not comfortable." Just as he finished speaking, his gaze suddenly froze, his vision immediately drawn to a shaggy patch behind the cliff. He gave a soft grunt. He quickly stepped closer, his eyes focused on observing, a hard-to-conceal curiosity rising in his heart as he thought, "How can there be moss living in such a gloomy place? What is this? I thought it was just ordinary weeds, but it turns out..." Before him was a plant with a strange orange-brown color, its stem and leaves dry and rough, but emitting warm glows of light. He said with excitement, "Yang Qi radiates around this moss. The life energy is fresh and vibrant." Laughing with joy, he said, "At first glance, I can recognize it as Hongyang Tai. Although it is one level lower than Meta Holy Water, Hongyang Tai is still a top-tier spirit herb."
A long period of silence passed. As if suddenly realizing something, his mouth opened wide, his eyes bulged, and his gaze remained fixed on the precious plant before him. Suddenly, a shout of joy rang out, breaking the silence and shaking a corner of the forest. He shouted and jumped with joy, his voice filled with excitement. "That's right! Of course it must be so! How could the Wuji path leave behind only Meta Holy Water without any protection?" Without hesitating for another second, he quickly grabbed the Hongyang grass and said bluntly, "This belongs to me now." After saying that, he immediately stuffed the spirit herb into his mouth without hesitation. The burning sensation spreading through him made him feel excited as he chuckled to himself. "This is it. It must be like this to be worthy of my efforts." He immediately sat down, crossing his legs in meditation. With sweat beads on his face and a satisfied smile slowly appearing, he nodded inwardly in self-praise. "Now, let's begin circulating qi and performing the technique."
Immediately, a surge of heat flared up within his meridians, like a spreading fire, making him think joyfully. Usually, people gather the essence of spirit medicine into their dantian and convert it into internal power, but I will disperse the essence of the Hongyang Tai throughout my body to absorb it. The effect appeared instantly. His entire body grew hot, his hands unconsciously gripping his knees. He gritted his teeth, a spark of pride rising within him. A healthy body leads to more flourishing vigor. Sweat poured out like a spring, his breath gradually becoming hurried. He closed his eyes tightly, clearly feeling the transformation within his body, silently shouting with determination, "Come on, young qi of a man." Faint wisps of steam rose from his drenched skin, and he silently reproached himself. How long has it been since I last felt such genuine young qi? Meanwhile, an invisible layer of hot air surrounded his body. After an unknown amount of time, the fire in his meridians gradually subsided. He opened his eyes, his gaze much clearer, as he assessed to himself. Though not as good as Meta Holy Water, with this I can possess a healthy body free from illness. It is quite good. He stood up, hands pressing on his knees, and took a deep breath. But when he turned to look where she had been, he couldn't help but be surprised, muttering, "It seems Du Jinhee finished circulating qi and went to bathe first." Suddenly remembering his own state, he wiped his sweat and said with a grimace of discomfort, "This feels unpleasant. I should go bathe too. This is where Wuji Dao once resided. Surely there must be a bath." By the stream, a set of clothes was neatly folded and ready. In the clear water, she was hurriedly washing herself, the pleasant sensation making her sigh softly. So comfortable.
but just then his voice echoed from afar, sounding as if he was approaching, as he curiously asked, "Seen your brother? Are you bathing?" Hearing this, she was startled, her face instantly turning bright red. From within the water, her voice replied in a panicked rush, "That's right, junior brother. Don't come in. Stay outside." He nodded slightly and sighed, his hand tightening on his sword hilt, replying seriously, "Yes, I will wait outside." Inside, she breathed a sigh of relief, placing her hand over her chest and whispering, "What a relief." Realizing her current situation, she hurriedly covered her body, her face flushing as red as a boiled shrimp, her heart filled with panic. She could not let her junior brother see her in such a shameful state. The mist here was thick, so silent that only her own soft breathing could be heard. In the hazy mist, a soft sigh echoed. She closed her eyes, covering herself, and whispered, "I was almost caught by my junior brother as a woman. Because I have lived my whole life in the guise of a man, I always feel flustered when encountering such situations." Before a smile could form, bitterness rose in her heart as old teachings surfaced in her memory. Master had said that in the treacherous Jianghu, only men are not looked down upon and face fewer hardships. This thought made her clench her fists, her gaze becoming more determined. She said, "Anyway, it is lucky that I used the spirit medicines in time. If it weren't for junior brother, I would have become a cripple."
At that moment, his image appeared in her mind, her heart fluttering slightly. He seemed enveloped in a warm halo, such a kind-hearted person, and yet he is my junior brother. As the thought ended, she felt even more self-conscious, a faint bitter smile appearing. Not only was he willing to share precious spirit medicines, but he also showed no envy or jealousy despite my superior martial arts aptitude. Her chest tightened, her face torn with indecision, before she bit her lip and whispered resolutely, I too want to do something for my junior brother." She looked down at her reflection in the stream, her face flushing red, her heart pounding. Flustered and embarrassed, she hurried to sit down, the cool stream water covering the upper half of her body as she huffed, her mind in a whirl. A moment later, she lightly patted her face, shaking her head and scolding herself as if to wake up. Why am I like this? Just thinking about my junior brother makes my heart race. I want to always stand by him, to shield and protect him from all hardships. Her disobedient heart conjured an image of the two of them holding hands, leaving her stunned. Then came an imagined smile, strangely gentle and happy. She instinctively thought, with him. Before the thought could finish, she froze in panic, her face turning pale, and she quickly covered her face. Then she stood up abruptly, the water on her face feeling hot. She was confused, not knowing what to say or how to face herself. With a dejected expression and slightly furrowed brows, she laughed at herself in her mind. Have I gone mad? What am I thinking? Du Jinhui. Without hesitation, she stepped onto the shore, heading toward the clothes she had set aside, her heart filled with self-reproach. Although my junior brother is closer than a younger brother, I cannot let these feelings cross the line.
With her chest binding, she deceived herself, thinking that her feelings were merely those of close brotherhood. After dressing, she covered her face and hurried away, her footsteps rushed as if fleeing from her own thoughts, telling herself to stop such foolish notions. She stared intently at her hands as if facing destiny, her eyes heavy with sorrow. She could not rebuild the sect, could not care for or protect him, and could not stand by his side with this weak female identity. She clenched her trembling hands, as if swearing to herself with resolve, I must be a man. Outside, he grew impatient, pouted, and grumbled to himself that the bath was taking too long, noting that a real man only needs 5 minutes, though of course he assumed his senior brother was being meticulous to stay clean so the ladies wouldn't complain. A thought flashed through his mind, and he scanned the area, feeling a brief sense of admiration. The Guangcheng Pill Cave was truly vast, with night-luminescent pearls embedded everywhere, proving the former wealth of the Kongtong sect. At this thought, his heart suddenly sank. Who would have expected that a sect which once produced the #1 expert in the world, the Hunyan sword emperor Wu Jizhi, would decline to such an extent?
Dust-covered memories suddenly surfaced in his mind. According to records from his past life, after the Kongtong tragedy 50 years ago, the Kongtong sect had only one survivor, the Heavenly Thunder Sword, Lin Baishan. The image of a young man kneeling amidst a sea of fire appeared in his mind. At that time, Lin Baishan had escaped death because he was confined in the Repentance Cave for a disciplinary violation, though his martial arts prowess was not very high. His past life memories seemed to be rewound by someone. Each image appeared vividly. Important martial arts manuals were all incinerated in the Sutra Pavilion, and the Kongtong sect's ultimate techniques were thus lost forever. The boy from years ago had now become his master, weeping bitterly. Before his death, Lin Baishan had taken in and raised a disciple. Looking at his figure, he whispered to himself, that disciple is the current sect leader of the Kongtong sect, the demon-subduing swordsman, Zhao Wing.
He, according to his knowledge, although the nickname demon-subduing swordsman sounded very majestic, everyone knew that in this era it carried a mocking meaning, because that nickname was given by the heterodox sect for Shadow Society. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on his lips as he felt a secret joy. The Four Shadow Society was always lurking, wanting to seize the remaining lands of the Kongtong sect, so they gave him that nickname to ridicule the Kongtong sect for losing the demon-subduing sword technique. He remained seated, his gaze distant, thinking in astonishment that finding these martial arts manuals was a momentous discovery. Sitting for a while, as if suddenly realizing something missed, he clicked his tongue. Although Wu Jizi could not have foreseen the future when constructing the Guangchang Pill Cave, for the Kongtong sect this was nothing short of great benevolence. However, thinking of this, his eyebrows knitted tightly. He thought hesitantly, if the legend of Wu Jizi erasing all records of the Guangchang Pill Cave to live in seclusion was true, then it was understandable why the demonic sect could not find this place. His gaze deepened as he thought vaguely. Wait, thinking back, it was strange. Why did Wu Jizi erase the records of the Guangchang Pill Cave, a place considered a holy land? From what he knew of his past life, if it were only for seclusion, many people in the Kongtong sect at that time could have found the Holy Land even blindfolded. That thought made his heart sink. He thought vaguely that it was impossible for a sect that was once the #1 in Gansu to foresee its own downfall before the demonic sect attacked. At that moment, another fragment of memory from his past life surfaced. Just because of Wu Jizi's individual will, this Holy Land had been wiped from history. He frowned deeper, thinking in disbelief. There was another strange point. In his past life, after Du Jinhui obtained the spirit medicine, she returned here sometime later to cultivate in seclusion. Then he thought in slight confusion, but at that time the cave entrance had been sealed shut.
Returning to reality, his face showed clear signs of doubt as he thought to himself. Currently, the Guangchang Pill Cave was very safe, with no signs of collapse. It felt as though it could remain solid for several more decades. Shortly after, his gaze froze, and the corners of his mouth tightened as he wondered, did the Guangchang Pill Cave in his past life truly collapse naturally? Just as the thought ended, a familiar voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. She stepped out and asked, "Junior brother, have you been waiting long?" Her face was glowing at this moment, radiating a gentle aura. She smiled slightly and added, "You should go bathe quickly too." The moment he saw her, his eyes immediately widened and his mouth hung open unconsciously. His consciousness seemed to freeze and his face slowly turned red. He frowned, trying to reason to himself. Was it the effect of the meta-holy water? He looked much more handsome today. But despite trying to reassure himself like that, his gaze could not leave her and his heart wavered slightly. And rightly so.
In the next second, as if unable to bear it any longer, he decisively slapped his own face. Seeing this, she panicked, raising her hands to stop him, but it was too late. Her face turned pale. She cried out, "Junior brother, what's wrong?" He took a soft, deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm as he said, "I was just overthinking. I'm going to take a bath." Even as he said it, a warm stream flowed through his mind, and blood suddenly trickled from his nose. Seeing this, she replied in both confusion and bewilderment, Afterward, he quickly undressed. Suddenly, a name flashed in his mind, so clear that it caused his heart to tremble slightly. Du Jinhui. He closed his eyes, thinking in disbelief. How does he keep getting more and more handsome? Could it be that the floral scent on him is also from meticulous care? So unfair. As that thought flashed by, he frowned in annoyance, opened his eyes, and looked down at his own faint reflection in the water. I also wear a scented pouch, but my face is so ugly. The more he looked, the more frustrated he became, making him grit his teeth in anger, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, and his face filled with resentment. Finally, unable to contain himself, he clenched his fists, struck the water surface hard, and shouted, "That damn demon!" Water splashed everywhere, ripples spread out and gradually returned to silence. The lake surface became calm, mist floated lazily, as if the moment of frustration had never existed. After that brief outburst, he let out a long sigh and quickly finished bathing. Stepping outside, his mind had gradually returned to a state of sobriety. His gaze briefly paused. Before him was a stack of secret manuals neatly arranged. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Hearing him speak, she was slightly startled, hurriedly looked up and quickly replied with a flustered voice, "Junior brother, are you finished bathing? I am arranging the manuals." While drying himself with a towel, he looked at the stack of manuals, his eyes unable to hide the shock. An indescribable feeling rose in his heart. Indeed, when they returned to the sect grounds, the Kongtong sect would essentially have recovered a part of its lost ultimate arts. That thought made his heart warm slightly. Previously, there was only the First Sun Heart Method, a pure yang internal technique, but now that the Three Yin True Sutra, the foundation of cold yin internal power, had been found, it was as if the entire internal power system had been recovered. He nodded slightly, a rare look of interest appearing in his eyes. He thought that when he practiced the First Sun Heart Method and the Three Yin True Sutra to a transcendent level, he could enter the Hunyuan Iki Gong, a more powerful martial art. Thinking of this, his heart couldn't help but beat faster, but then a flash of regret passed through. He wondered further, but the Hunyuan Iki Gong was likely not here,
so there should be a total of 8 secret manuals, including the demon-subduing sword technique. As soon as his thoughts ended, she handed over the secret manuals. He took them, quickly recounted them, his eyes intent and brows furrowed. He asked in confusion, "Senior brother, are there only 7 volumes here?"
She nodded upon hearing that, her face full of bewilderment and confusion, and replied, "I have searched everywhere. There are only these 7 volumes." At that moment, his expression changed instantly. Cold sweat broke out, and he asked loudly, "What about the demon-subduing sword technique? Is it not here?" The surrounding atmosphere seemed to slow down for a few beats. She hesitated and did not answer immediately, making his heart sink further. He lowered his head to look at the pile of secret manuals in his hands with an air of disbelief, frowning as he thought, "What is going on? In my past life, senior brother clearly found the demon-subduing sword technique here. Dongfang's information could not be wrong." Then suddenly, his eyes gleamed, and a deduction quickly formed. He thought, if that's the case... He remained silent for a moment, an unbelievable thought appearing in his mind. Hunyan's Sword Emperor did not record the demon-subduing sword technique as a manual. He continued to stare at the manuals, as if hypnotized, thinking irritably, "This is not without precedent. There are many ways for past masters to pass down martial arts to posterity. It's just..." Thinking of this, his gaze slowly turned toward the room ahead, an incomprehensible feeling rising in his heart. I do not know how Hunyan's Sword Emperor, the supreme being of martial arts, chose to leave behind his sword technique. A while later, as if suddenly remembering something, she lightly rested her hand on her chin and thought, then spoke up. "Right, I remember now. I saw sword marks carved on the rock wall behind the bathroom." Those words immediately drew his attention back. He turned to look at her and asked curiously, "Sword marks?"
She didn't say another word, turning decisively to run off, saying quickly as she went, "I'll take you there, follow me." He followed behind with a slight hesitation, unable to help but ask, "Maybe it's just a scratch on the cliff." She turned her head to look at him, her eyes full of confidence as she said, "You'll see clearly, because of that sword mark." When both reached the place, a scene so massive it took their breath away appeared before them. She couldn't help but whisper, her voice trembling slightly, "How strange, yet heartbreakingly beautiful." The two stood amidst a spatial rift, scattered light floating like dying stars. Li Tiesho reached out to touch the crack on the cliff, the cold sensation seeping into his flesh. His sharp gaze swept across the rock face, nodding slightly as he spoke in a steady voice. "Senior brother, it seems what lies behind this cliff is where the true secret is hidden." His expression grew serious, his eyes experienced, as he continued in a low voice. "This mechanism was likely crafted 300 years ago, using external force to open and close. There is only one chance. If the force is too strong or too weak, the entire mechanism will collapse, so we must be careful." Dujin Hui paused, worry showing in her eyes, her hand gripping her sword tightly. "If the demon-subduing sword technique isn't performed correctly, will the cliff not open?" As she finished, he could only sigh, answering helplessly, "Perhaps so." The atmosphere turned heavy, his eyes never leaving the cliff, his voice softening as he said, "But don't worry, brother, there will certainly be a way." Though he said this, his face grew darker, brows furrowing, thoughts turning rapidly. "I also have a bit of information, knowing the basics of the incantation for the demon-subduing sword technique."
According to what he knew, officials and martial artists do not interfere with each other. This was an immutable principle for the imperial family and the martial arts world to coexist. However, this rule was not maintained by trust alone. Who would just let the martial arts world grow stronger? Surely those fools in the imperial palace would not just sit idly by. In an instant, memories of his past life flooded back, and he involuntarily clicked his tongue inwardly. The imperial palace always had to be wary of the martial arts world. Therefore, they always sought ways to collect secret techniques from major sects to study how to neutralize them. Returning to reality, his eyes remained fixed on the cliff wall as a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Although they did not possess every secret technique, the demon-subduing sword technique of the Kongtong sect was a famous martial art, so it was naturally present in the palace's armory. He took a soft, deep breath, his mind becoming even more certain. "Thus, I know these marks on the cliff are the demon-subduing sword technique left behind by Wu Jizi." That thought made the corners of his mouth curl up, his eyes flashing with a sinister and smug glint. So that was it. Even though he didn't know exactly what it was, behind this cliff wall lay the fortunate encounter left by the Hunyan Sword Emperor. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate any longer, and immediately retreated quickly. Seeing this, she was stunned and hurriedly called out, "Junior brother!" He seemed to not hear, his whole body focused on observing, his expression growing more serious. Every martial art had its own unique footwork.
He stepped back further, creating distance from the cliff wall, his mind quickly connecting the clues. Everything in this place was a hint from the Hunyan Sword Emperor. He turned and followed the faint sword marks on the ground, his steps light yet decisive, leaving her behind. Seeing this, she immediately chased after him, asking in confusion while running, "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Then suddenly her gaze froze, her eyes widened, and she said in a trembling voice, "Wait, this is—"
Immediately she stood frozen in place, looking down at the ground, thinking in disbelief. The footwork, the exquisite sword marks on the ground are showing the way. She looked at his back, suddenly realizing, and thought in amazement, Junior brother is following the traces to the starting point of the footwork. At the same time, over here, he continued to walk without any hesitation. Reaching the dead end ahead, he stopped, looked up, his eyes burning with excitement. Is this the place? Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword and struck directly, the vines being cut by the sword sheath and falling scattered. His face was full of enthusiasm, a rare radiant smile blooming on his lips. He turned his head and called out loudly, "Senior brother!" She heard the call and hurriedly ran over, her face still full of confusion. He looked at her, the corners of his lips curving up, his eyes sparkling, asking in a requesting tone, "Can you decipher this?" Both of them divided the task of translating the characters on the cliff, their expressions extremely focused. The demon subduing sword technique and the Hunyuan sword emperor carved on the cliff were too profound and unpredictable, so it took him 2 days to solve it. He read while reflecting. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Du Jinhui also quickly recognized the lightning-shaped traces on the cliff, which were the demon subduing sword technique performed from the opposite side, so the two studied together and restored the sword technique. That thought just appeared, making him even more excited. After searching through ancient books for a while, he joyfully said to himself, "Combining all the secret techniques found from the Kangtong sect, along with my memories, after a while of reverse reasoning, I finally found the correct incantation." Then they quickly practiced. She gripped the sword hilt with both hands. While performing the move, she hesitantly asked, "Is it better to perform it like this?" He, while adjusting her, strictly said, "If you do that, the angle will be off. It won't work." On the other hand, in his heart, he was trying to suppress his frustration while having to correct Du Jinhui's sword posture. "I clenched my teeth so hard it felt like my jaw was about to break." Memories flashed, his eyes darkened, the corners of his lips twitched slightly, anger surging. "I decided to save my first physical contact for a beauty when practicing sword together. After all, how many times has Du Jinhui stolen it from me?"
Time passed like that. The two almost forgot the concept of day and night, eating bigu pills when hungry and drinking spring water when thirsty. And then, as a reward for many days of hard work, success finally appeared when the demon-subduing sword technique was successfully decoded. I almost forgot that Du Jinhui was a man and hugged him. Both almost couldn't contain their emotions and burst into tears. He threw his head back and shouted loudly, but immediately after a thought flashed in his mind that made him pause. Looking at her, he thought to himself, but it will end soon anyway. On the other side, she took a deep breath, her expression strangely serious, hands gripping the sword tightly, her eyes flickering with worry. She turned to ask, her voice trembling slightly, "Now all I have to do is perform the demon-subduing sword technique on the cliff carved with the lightning bolt symbol, right?" He quickly replied, nodding as he spoke, "Yes, only senior brother can do this." Those words seemed to weigh heavily on her shoulders. She was momentarily confused, her eyes showing insecurity. "Is it really possible? I haven't practiced Hunyuan Wen Qigong, so I'm not very confident. Master once said that without circulating Hunyuan Wen Qigong, one cannot perform the demon-subduing sword technique." Hearing that, he only coldly replied, his face expressionless, "It probably won't work." The words were like a bolt from the blue. She froze and then frantically asked loudly, "What?"
Then he explained with an indifferent tone. "Of course, the traces of the demon-subduing sword technique on the cliff are like a clue for those who have trained to the ultimate realm. It is not meant for us." After saying that, he bowed his head, his face pensive, his voice slowing down as he added, "If senior brother were not a genius, restoring the demon-subduing sword technique would also be very difficult." She stared at him in daze, her eyes filled with astonishment, and she asked wonderingly, "But is there really no other way to open the cliff?" He didn't answer immediately, but stepped closer to the cliff and placed his hand on it, the corners of his lips curling up confidently as he said, "Don't worry, senior brother. It's not like there is no way." A contemptuous smile appeared clearly on his face, as he smugly thought, "This mechanism is after all a 300-year-old antique. Compared to modern technology, it is far too outdated." Without hesitation, he placed his hand into the crack, transmitting internal power inside, old memories surfacing in his mind as he thought, "I was once the leader of the Imperial Intelligence Agency." The stream of power wove through the maze-like complex mechanism. He calmly controlled it, his sharp gaze thinking, "When it comes to controlling mechanisms, I am confident I am second to none. It is true that one must use the sharp sword chi of the demon-subduing sword technique to unlock it." Immediately after, a click sounded, and an internal lock was opened. He thought excitedly. But because it is an ancient technique, one by one the bolts were released, and as he performed the technique, he thought, "The non-essential parts cannot distinguish between sword chi and internal power."
Finally, a powerful force erupted and the stone door ahead swung open. He decisively unlocked the 3 keys in the rock wall simultaneously, a thought flashing in his mind. If he skillfully exploited this point, with a profound understanding, he thought confidently, I can open the door without needing to train the demon-subduing sword technique to the ultimate realm. Immediately after, he turned to her and said indifferently, It's done, senior brother.
Hearing that, she subconsciously licked her lips, her heart still filled with anxiety. Seeing this, he urged her, let us go. At his words, she took a soft, deep breath, her grip on the sword tightening. She quickly closed her eyes to steady her spirit. When she opened them, her gaze had become resolute. Standing beside her with arms crossed, he did not look directly at her, thinking to himself, what I cannot do, Du Jinhui will. What Du Jinhui cannot do, I will. A proud smile tugged at the corner of his lips. At that moment, she unleashed her aura and lunged forward. Witnessing this, he sighed inwardly. Rest assured, Du Jinhui, you are different from your past life now. Her vision grew clearer as the stone wall loomed before her. Her speed surged, her eyes widened, and her entire focus funneled into a single strike. He swung his sword decisively, a billowing wave of chi crashing forward as he thought, because I will change you. A momentary silence fell, so still that one might forget to breathe. But soon after, low vibrations echoed from deep within the cliffside, faint at first, then rapidly becoming distinct. She stood stunned for a moment before her eyes instantly lit up, joy evident on her face. Unable to contain her emotions, she turned and ran toward him, grabbing his hands and saying with a radiant smile, Junior brother, the stone gate is open. How did you do it? Junior brother, you were truly amazing. He was pulled unexpectedly, his eyes widening and mouth agape, his expression a mix of bewilderment and slight discomfort. Seeming even more excited, she let go of his hands and raised both of hers, saying through laughter, The cliff has opened, proving that the demon-subduing sword technique we restored is correct. Our Kongtong Sect's ultimate guardian technique has finally been recovered. Then leaning slightly with a brighter expression and a softer voice, she added, Thank you, junior brother. In that moment, a faint light surrounded her, radiating a pure aura. He paused, his heart skipping a beat. He averted his gaze and pressed his lips together, stammering, It is not yet time to celebrate. We must see what the Hunyan Sword Emperor has left behind.
Both turned their eyes toward the newly opened passage at the same time. No one said a word, but they seemed to have a tacit understanding. With a very slight nod, both stepped inside simultaneously. Behind the rock wall, the space gradually darkened, and strange sounds echoed steadily, like dripping water or an invisible heartbeat. Time passed, his consciousness wavered, his eyes grew heavy, and he instinctively frowned, thinking, When did I fall asleep? Opening his eyes again, what greeted him was a ceiling, no longer the dark crevice of the rocks. He was stunned. This ceiling was all too familiar. Before he could think further, a mocking voice rang out in his ear as Zhang Yaoxian exclaimed, Oh, is it this boy? Wang San replied in a sycophantic tone, Yes, he only speaks Joseon. He's likely a lost child from the EC. Selling him into the palace will surely fetch a good price.
The two of them quickly noticed and looked at him simultaneously. Wang San said with a smile, Oh, you're awake? His whole body froze, his face turned pale, and his breathing became rapid as old memories resurfaced. Wang San, the one who sold him into the palace, and the palace broker, Zhang Yaoshen. At that moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he clicked his tongue, thinking, I see, so that's how it is. Everything quickly connected, and he thought irritably, Did I fall into an illusion right after opening the mechanism? I was looking forward to seeing what was behind the cliff. His gaze gradually turned frosty. He took a deep breath, veins bulging on his hands as anger surged. I didn't expect you to show me such an illusion. You will pay a heavy price for this, Hunyan Sword Emperor. He bowed his head, his hair falling to cover half his face, his expression somber, as if sinking into a cold, bottomless pit of mud. Wang San, seeing this, could not hide his delight. He flashed a sinister smile, approached and said, Your face has turned completely pale, but it might not necessarily be a bad thing for you. As he spoke, he reached out his hand and said, Living in luxury within the imperial palace is better than wandering in hunger and cold in a foreign land. His rough fingers squeezed his cheeks tightly, forcing him to look up, the pressure so strong it made the flesh sting. He said hypocritically, Who knows, he might even rise to the peak of power and become a eunuch who shakes the world. When that time comes, remember to thank Wang San and Zhang Yaoshen. Hearing that, his contempt and anger surged uncontrollably, blue veins throbbing on his forehead, as he thought, That's right, old fragments of memory buried by time suddenly resurfaced. In my past life, I once stood above 10,000 people, second to only one.
However, the more he remembered, the darker his face became, and a fierce fire suddenly flared up in his chest. But so what if he had peerless power? He cursed inwardly, his rage surging like boiling lava, teeth grinding. Being a palace eunuch means there is no enjoyment of pleasures, you bastard. At that very moment, a stream of ice within his body suddenly erupted. Before the two of them could react, they were completely overwhelmed by that aura. At his wrists, the chain shook violently. He clenched his fists, blue veins bulging. He sneered in his heart. After the regression, it's true that I've lost all internal power. It's understandable since time has turned back. But in the blink of an eye, the chains exploded, shattering into pieces, while his eyes remained terrifyingly calm. My spirit is still intact. The aura erupting from his body grew stronger and stronger, making the two opponents turn pale with fear as they stammered. "What? How did you escape?" As soon as the words were out, the frost chi surged forth, instantly freezing them both. Watching the scene, his lips curled into a cold, amused smile as he thought, "So, if this is just an illusion in my mind..." That thought made the aura around him even more eerie, his eyes flashing blood red with intense killing intent. Then my cultivation is still there. He immediately performed the one-leaf ice heart technique. The surrounding space trembled as countless giant ice spikes simultaneously lunged at the two men from the void.
The sound of collisions rang out piercingly, and shards of ice and stone debris continuously fell. As he fought, an uncontrollable rage rose within him, his teeth clenched, and he thought in frustration. "Never mind Zhang Miaoxian, but I killed Wang San ages ago. I cannot let myself be easily fooled by this cheap illusion." At that moment, a soft arm suddenly reached out from behind, and a dainty, sweet female voice rang out. "Oh, truly wonderful, husband." He was startled and turned his head. Before he knew it, countless beautiful women had appeared around him, clinging tightly to his body, and a soft voice said, "A man as strong as you is truly majestic. Now don't be angry anymore. Please hold me." Hearing this, he asked back in bewilderment, "Huh? Husband?" Then one of the maidens slightly raised her face, her red lips slowly approaching to give him a kiss. He stood stunned for a moment.
Immediately, he unleashed the Yi Bingxin, a cold smile escaping the corners of his mouth as he said, "It seems you have prepared this formation quite thoroughly." As soon as the words left his lips, as if venting all his fury, he clenched his fist and spoke angrily. "I am not some lecher who is always in heat. If it weren't for true Huang Ai..." Then he struck forward, his icy power sweeping through with a roar. He shouted loudly, his voice echoing like thunder. "Then even showing me beauties all day would be useless." Instantly, the entire illusion shattered, space cracked, and everything collapsed like a broken mirror, leaving his body floating in the void. It quickly shifted him to a completely different space. His eyes instinctively scanned in one direction and then immediately froze. Before him, a figure stood silently in the void, his aura immeasurably deep. His voice rang out low and deep. "It seems someone beyond my expectations has arrived." He widened his eyes, his throat dry, stammering, "You are..." He did not give him another chance, not even for a single breath. With a slight movement of his hand, all the true chi in heaven and earth was instantly forced to converge. Even before the sword was drawn, the sheer pressure made space tremble. Try to withstand this move. His face turned pale, and horror filled his heart, yet his body reacted instinctively, immediately assuming a counterattack stance. But in an instant he realized in despair that this overwhelming aura left no room for doubt. Before that crushing pressure, the ice blocks he had created were no different from thin paper. The moment the sword light touched them, the ice shattered and vanished into nothingness. The terrifying power struck his body directly, as he thought in disbelief. This person is...
His body was sent flying far away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Fresh blood welled up in his throat. Amidst the intense pain, his consciousness had not yet completely dissolved as he thought, the strongest expert, the #1 under heaven of the Kongtong sect, the one who stopped the invasion of the blood sect and saved the martial arts world 300 years ago. He struggled to prop himself up, but his strength was completely drained. At that moment, he instinctively raised his head to meet the man's gaze. In those eyes, the killing intent was silent but bottomless. The Hunyuan Sword Emperor, Wu Jizi. Before he could recover, the old man struck again. Invisible streams of sword chi fired out consecutively, tearing the ground apart. He gritted his teeth, desperately evading while shouting, "Please stop, I am not your enemy." Then he questioned, "Do you still not understand?" But those words did not reach the other's ears. The man only replied coldly, "You brat, do you still dare to mock me?" His killing intent erupted, his aura overwhelmingly suppressing, and his gaze turned sharp. "Your spirit has reached the peak realm, but your martial arts are worthless. You dare to rely on heaven-defying power to commit foul acts, only to then pretend to be noble?"
In his eyes, a thick, dark red shadow appeared behind him, wrapping around his body like an unyielding grudge. Seeing this, his anger flared up more fiercely, his eyes flashing with a bright red light as he said, "How do you prove you are not a spy of the blood sect?" Hearing those words, his whole body trembled. He immediately knelt on the ground, his throat tightening, not knowing what to say for a moment. Seeing his silence, the old man's face grew darker. Another wave of power was exerted, the oppressive aura becoming heavier and heavier. He shouted, "Answer me quickly." He was pressured to the point where his whole body shook, for a moment unable to move. As if grabbing the last lifebuoy, his hands quickly placed on his knees, his body bowing even lower. Kneeling close to the ground in an extremely respectful posture, not daring to show any disrespect, he tremblingly said, "Core disciple of the Kongtong sect, Li Tisho, greets the ancestor." Seeing this, he was stunned. The expression on the old man's face briefly became unbelievable, even somewhat astonished. The aura that was converging on the sword immediately became chaotic. A streak of sword force veered off and shot straight to the side. That terrible power made the surrounding ground twist and crack as if squeezed by an invisible hand. Suddenly, he burst out laughing, a hearty laugh, completely different from the coldness and anger before. His hand also unconsciously retracted the sword. He stepped straight forward, his voice mixed with surprise and joy. "The junior is quite clever. Even in fear, you can still operate the first son heart method." Then he reached out, gently pulling him up, and said, "Truly a disciple of the Kongtong sect. This trial is enough." Hearing this, he couldn't help but be stunned, unable to react for a moment.
He looked at that expression and laughed, admiration and sentiment appearing in his eyes as he spoke. "I am the Hunyan Sword Emperor Wu Jizi. This is my remnant thought from 300 years ago. This is truly a rare sight, a disciple who has both defied the heavens to change fate and possesses the aptitude for immortal ascension." As the words finished, waves of emotion immediately surged within him, and he could not help but ask curiously, "Is there an issue with that? Although I have defied the heavens to change fate, I am still a disciple of the Kongtong sect for now." Hearing his question, he slowly closed his eyes, contemplated for a moment, let out a soft grunt, and spoke slowly. "It's not exactly a problem. Whether it's defying the heavens or not doesn't matter anymore." However, when he opened his eyes again, his gaze became extremely serious, and his voice deepened. "Using poison to cure poison. Is this heaven's will?" He hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at him and said loudly, "Yes, to deal with a paradox, one must use a paradox. That is following nature." Hearing this, he became even more confused, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered for a long time without finding an answer. "Using poison to cure poison, a paradox. What do you mean?" "I just wanted to restore my precious treasure, so I used the Great Rebirth method and unintentionally triggered a regression." Cold sweat slowly slid down his forehead, his mind was in a tangle, and his breathing unconsciously quickened. "Anyway, I have something to ask." As soon as the thought finished, he raised his head, looking directly at him, his voice slightly hesitant but firm. "On the way here, I thought about the legacy left by the Sword Emperor. The Hongyang grass and Meta Holy Water have already been shared between me and my senior brother. If there's anything else, it can only be one thing." He frowned slightly, a flash of surprise in his eyes as he asked, "Martial arts?" Then he laughed and asked back, "If that's the case..." But before he could ask further, he stepped forward, clasped his hands, bowed deeply, and said with determination, "Then if that's so, please bestow that martial arts upon my senior brother instead of me." As the words left his mouth, countless images appeared in his mind. "I've thought a lot about rebuilding the Kongtong sect and about Du Jinhu." Then he calculated further. "If taught by the Hunman Sword Emperor, I would obtain unparalleled power and could indulge in the enjoyment of pleasures to my heart's content." Then he couldn't help but ponder deeply. However, the one who must rebuild the Kongtong sect is Du Jinhu. But as soon as that thought appeared, his heart was shaken again. "My goal is to be the mastermind behind the scenes, enjoying a life of comfort and leisure. I don't want to be the main character anymore. Mastering the martial arts of the Kongtong sect is enough." Just then, the old man snorted coldly, his voice full of dissatisfaction. "I thought you were smart, but it turns out you were this stupid." He crossed his arms, his eyes darkening, his brows furrowed as he scolded. "You still haven't realized that your coming here is destiny." That sentence was like a thunderclap exploding in his head. His whole body went stiff, his heart pounding. Before he could ask, the surroundings shifted. The old man still stood there, but his aura was completely different, his deep voice resonating. "The heaven-defying ominous star will definitely appear." Hearing this, his face immediately turned pale, thinking to himself, "Heaven-defying ominous star? What do you mean?" Thoughts swirled in his mind, his eyes tense, pupils constricting sharply. The Sword Emperor was the hero who defeated the Blood Sect 300 years ago. The Blood Sect had been completely exterminated by Wujitsu. The two stood facing each other, the atmosphere heavy to the point of suffocation. He swallowed slightly, his voice trembling, almost whispering. Could it be that the Hunyuan Sword Emperor means? Surely not. The old man did not answer, only looking at him sternly, his eyes deep as a bottomless abyss. In the void, a gigantic black and red monster appeared, emitting an evil aura, its eyes glowing red, claws reaching out towards him. He trembled, unable to speak. Will the Blood Sect return?
Hearing that, a look of helplessness flashed across the old man's face. Then he said in a deep voice, "The heavenly secrets cannot be revealed."
That statement was like a hammer striking straight into his chest. His whole body trembled, his hands clenched so tight that blue veins bulged. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, truly damn it. According to what he knew, the Blood Sect was an extremist organization born from an extremist faction of the heavenly demon god sect. The horrific scenes appeared even more clearly. He thought, under the command of the blood demon god, the Blood Sect had caused a bloody massacre 300 years ago amidst the chaos of Zhuanyun, Central Plains. According to records in the memory of his past life, legend had it that the Blood Sect had slaughtered countless lives in Shiwan Dashan, Guangdong, causing blood to flow like rivers. Thinking of it, his expression became extremely chaotic. The Yuan dynasty imperial family at that time had to flee due to the Blood Sect's attacks. Images of that great war from years ago seemed to appear clearly before his eyes. Just before the Blood Sect could seize the ownerless Zhuanyun, Central Plains, Hun Yun's sword emperor Wu Jitsi appeared, leading the martial arts alliance to battle the blood demon god at Poyang Lake, Jiangxi. That horror seemed etched into his soul, unable to fade even after 2 lifetimes. The result was the martial arts alliance's victory. According to the flow of history he knew, after the tragic battle at Poyang Lake, Great Ming was established.
According to the imperial court records he accessed in his past life, the martial world was granted the privilege of non-interference between officials and martial artists by the imperial court, thanks to the merit of defeating the blood fiend god demon. The more he thought, the more gloomy his expression became. He thought, "This matter is more serious than I imagined. In the past life, the Blood Sect made no major moves, but what about this life?" Then his eyes narrowed slightly, as if calculating something very deep. An indescribable, uncomfortable feeling rose in his heart, and he mocked himself, thinking, "I myself am already a variable." Next, he gritted his teeth, veins popping on his neck, thinking with frustration. In the worst-case scenario, the Blood Sect and the Demonic Sect, both forces could attack Zhongyuan simultaneously. I intended to hand Zhongyuan over to Du Jinhui while I leisurely enjoyed my pleasures. He glanced towards him, the anger in his heart flaring up even more. And yet now there are 2 troublemakers. From what he knew, war, whether for men or women, brought anxiety, sorrow, and insecurity about the future. He involuntarily thought of things that seemed very small, very private, but extremely important to him. If my beautiful wives, those who will share the enjoyment of pleasures and love with me, become weak because of the war, then who will take responsibility? Suddenly, an image clear to the point of cruelty struck his mind. A girl with a beautiful appearance, her body trembling, her voice choking as she said, "I am so afraid, thinking about you going to battle and losing your life. I don't even want to eat or drink anymore." Before that image could fade, another scene superimposed itself. He collapsed before a cold grave. Everything in that moment seemed to completely collapse. He clenched his fists tight, his whole body trembling, his lips pressed together in determination as he thought, "I do not want a future like that." Suddenly, his train of thought turned in another direction. In his mind appeared the image of countless stunning young ladies surrounding him. He involuntarily curled his lips and thought, "How can a forest of meat and pool of wine have room for sorrow? My paradise is not allowed to have insecurity or suffering." As soon as that idea appeared, he continued to consider deeper. "It is also good. Surely the Sword Emperor chose me and not senior brother for a reason. There is nothing to feel guilty about in me becoming stronger." His eyes at this moment suddenly flashed with an unpredictable light. In his heart a determination slowly formed. "This opportunity, I must grasp it." As if urged by a fighting will, he clenched his fist and thought, "I have no intention of rushing into battle to be a hero. It is very troublesome." Right at that moment, a familiar image suddenly appeared in his mind. Just the immature voice of Emperor Yuanhe calling, "Lao Jia." That figure made him pause for a moment. He raised his eyebrows, his face revealing clear annoyance as he thought, "If the Blood Sect and Demonic Sect join forces to cause trouble in the Zhongyan, I will not stand by and watch." The old man standing beside him saw that expression, immediately nodded slightly, his eyes carrying a few parts of appreciation as he said, "Your expression is very good. Are you ready to accept my inheritance yet?"
Hearing this, he revealed a puzzled look, tilted his head slightly, and asked, "Need to prepare something? As a disciple of the Kongtong sect, I think I am qualified enough." He seemed to have seen through the thoughts in his heart. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he snorted coldly. "You lecherous brat, daring to dream of the forest of meat and pool of wine in the illusion, truly only good at talking. Do you intend to use the sect's supreme technique to satisfy your base desires, having 3 wives and 4 concubines and indulging in Xiangla Huanai?" As soon as the words ended, he felt as if his dark secret had been pierced. The atmosphere between the two in that moment was tense, time silently passing, tick by tick. He closed his eyes tightly, took a deep breath, then opened his mouth to reply, his voice decisive. "It is not an improper purpose." After speaking, he raised his head, his gaze frank, and spoke loudly. "The harmony of yin and yang is a natural law." Without hesitation, he looked straight at the old man, speaking with a rare, confident expression. I am not a lustful demon controlled by desire. Didn't the Sword Emperor witness that I was not bewitched by the illusion? Hearing this, the old man's face became increasingly unpleasant, his brows knitted tightly together, clearly not agreeing very much.
Seeing the situation was unfavorable, he immediately raised his hand and explained hurriedly, his voice somewhat more urgent. I only want to release desire in a righteous way, through yin-yang intercourse to achieve enlightenment. That is my supreme way of pleasure. Then, as if fearing the old man might misunderstand, he began to ramble on. To me, women are a lifetime of pure love. They are affection, they are desire, and they are the ones I want to bring happiness to. A fleeting memory flashed by. His gaze suddenly darkened. He continued decisively, without evasion. How can that be compared to how the evil paths treat women as mere playthings?
Hearing this, he could only helplessly hold his forehead, his face grimacing in misery, sighing deeply as he said, "What a bizarre philosophy. What crime have those women who are infatuated with you committed? They will suffer from jealousy and envy of each other." He heard this and immediately lost patience, his expression becoming unpleasant as he loudly retorted, "That will not happen. If I couldn't take responsibility, I wouldn't have started it." As soon as the words ended, the old man's face stiffened for a moment. Then, as if amused, he suddenly burst into laughter, stroking his hair and saying, "Your determination is truly praiseworthy. Good. Then I will show you." Immediately after, his gaze became serious, his voice dropping lower, carrying a hint of testing. "All right, I acknowledge your ambition. I didn't expect someone challenging paradoxes to have a normal mind anyway." Without a second of hesitation, the old man immediately spoke, asking decisively, "If you receive my inheritance, you might have to give up the martial Tao image you have painstakingly cultivated for so long. Do you accept?" The old man paused for a moment, then quickly raised his hand, his eyes revealing clear admiration as he said, "That kind of eunuch martial arts, it doesn't matter if you discard it. I even want to destroy it. You can do that." Then he smiled, his voice carrying a bit of magnanimity. "The ultimate technique of my sect, and also the supreme martial arts, I will transmit to you." The aura around him suddenly changed, his voice ringing out decisively, every word seemingly carved into the void. Hunyuan Wuji diagram. As the words fell, the qi and blood in his body suddenly turned into a brilliant golden color, enveloping the entire space, making the whole heaven and earth seem dyed in a dazzling gold. Seeing this, he stared with his mouth wide open.
Seeing him like that, the old man smiled slightly, his voice deep and majestic. "This is the Hunyuan Wuji diagram, the profound principle of yin-yang transformation deployed within the great universe. When you reach the highest realm of the dual harmony divine art created by me, you will comprehend the Hunyuan Wuji diagram." The voice continued to resonate. "O disciple who carries within both the heaven-defying soul and the divine immortal martial arts, focus your mind on cultivating the dual harmony divine art." His consciousness was immediately pulled back to reality. Both he and she were lying motionless on the cold floor of the main hall. He was the first to wake up. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, his sharp gaze shooting straight up to the ceiling above. Immediately after, he propped himself up to sit, but his whole body instantly felt a wave of intense pain. He hurriedly turned to the side. Seeing her still lying motionless, her face pale, he quickly shook her shoulder gently, calling out urgently, "Senior brother, wake up!" Under that gentle touch, she moved slightly. Her eyes slowly opened, her gaze still groggy, not yet fully awake. Her eyes gradually focused, then immediately landed on his face. She spoke softly, her voice tired. "Junior brother." Having said that, she propped herself up to sit, unconsciously rubbing her forehead, her eyes filled with doubt as she asked, "What happened? Clearly Master had disappeared, and the main hall was on fire. Why are we here?" Hearing this, he immediately explained, "You fell for the Sword Emperor's illusion technique. After overcoming the illusionary realm, I found you." Hearing this, she froze, her eyes widening, asking back in disbelief, "What? Really?" After explaining everything to her, he immediately turned his head to look at the box. He spoke in a low voice, articulating every word clearly. "That dual harmony divine art is the legacy of the Sword Emperor." As soon as the words fell, dense cracks quickly spread across the ceiling of the main hall, and large and small pieces of stone began to fall.
Both were startled and simultaneously looked up. There was no time to hesitate. He and she ran straight toward the box at the same time. His voice was urgent and anxious. "We must quickly take the dual union divine art and leave. Without the Sword Emperor's power maintaining it, this place will soon collapse." He reached out, quickly stored the secret manual, and locked it tight, fearing that even a second's delay would result in them being buried alive. Without saying another word, they turned and fled. On their escape path, large boulders crashed down one after another. Up ahead, a dim light appeared. She suddenly slowed down, pointed straight ahead, and said decisively, "This way."
She immediately took the lead, and the two desperately rushed out of the collapsing Great Hall. However, while running, his eyes couldn't help but look back, that gaze carrying deep contemplation. In a brief moment, the image of the old ancestor appeared in his mind. That image gradually faded, closing along with the original silent space. He could only look back helplessly one last time, but his legs did not slow down at all, continuing to rush straight out. His eyes at this moment became more determined than ever. He nodded slightly, as if in response. Not knowing how long they had been running, finally both of them escaped the cave, standing on a flat rock ledge. Before their eyes was a crimson sunset sky. She let out a deep sigh of relief, her face revealing a rare look of ease. She smiled and said, "It feels like it's been so long since I last saw the sunlight." He stood beside her, his gaze also stopping at the horizon. He softly replied, "Me too." Both turned their heads back at the same time. The stone cave from earlier had completely collapsed, leaving only a messy pile of rubble. She sighed with regret and said, "Guangxing Piltave has completely collapsed. We can't enter anymore." But right after that, her expression quickly relaxed. She smiled gently, her voice softening. "But recovering the lost martial arts is good enough. Let's return to the main mountain, junior brother." Hearing that, he smiled slightly, a smile carrying agreement. He nodded and replied, "Yes, there will probably be a lot to do, but before that." However, right at that moment, the image of a young boy with a tender face suddenly appeared clearly in his mind. Then he hesitated and spoke up, "I want to stop by a place." The scene quickly shifts to the boy's house. He is staring blankly when his mother raises her voice. "Ani, what's wrong with you? Why are you sitting there in a daze?" His mother looks at him, frowning slightly in annoyance. "Jaja is sick. Aren't you worried?" Startled, he stubbornly replies, I am. I've already finished packing everything." At the door, the old man, though weak, trembles as he steps out and asks softly, "My daughter, do you really want to leave this place?" Hearing him, his mother sighs helplessly. "It's a last resort. Our family is poor, and the goat pen, our only livelihood, has been destroyed. We must leave and find another place to live, father." The boy can only feel sorrowful, clutching his bag of belongings with a pouting face, thinking anxiously, "A week has passed since I went to the Kongtong sect. Are those two senior brothers okay?" Tears kept streaming down his face as he whimpered to himself. "Could it be that something happened because of me?" Returning here, a dry knock sounded. He and she stepped in from afar, cautiously asking, "Is anyone home?" Hearing that, the boy's mother was the first to exclaim, "Who is it?" Immediately, both of them clasped their hands respectfully in response, and he quickly introduced, "The first senior brother of the Kongtong sect, Du Zhenhui, along with my junior brother, Li Tesho." She also quickly added, "Your son asked us to find the culprit who destroyed the livestock pen. Now that we have completed the mission, we have returned." The boy's mother listened, eyes widening in disbelief, and asked again, "Our son?" Thud, the bag fell to the ground. The boy couldn't hold back his tears, sobbing, "Senior?" Immediately, the boy dashed forward, crying and calling out, "Senior brother!" He put his hands on his hips, his voice filled with a mix of anger and worry. "Hey, why didn't you tell us where your house was? It took us for ages to find it." Then he flashed a kind smile and added, "The culprit who destroyed your family's livestock pen was a fire snake that had become a demonic beast." He then gently patted the boy's head, while the boy, eyes blurred with tears, whispered, "Thank you both." "And another thing," he added encouragingly, "Senior brother, thanks to your information, we were able to prevent an even greater disaster." Suddenly remembering something, he reached into his cloth pouch and said hesitantly, "Here's this too." With that, he pulled out a glowing orb from the pouch and said caringly, "Take this. It is the internal alchemy of the fire snake. Brew it for your elderly father to drink. After finishing this internal alchemy, he will recover quickly." The boy stood dazed as he received it, while he continued to chatter away.
The boy tightly held the elixir pill, then replied with a happy smile, "Yes." Following that, he and she clasped their hands and bowed respectfully to the old man once more. The old man could not contain himself and burst into tears. Seeing this, he and she felt awkward, only able to wave their hands in comfort. The surrounding leaves rustled, a few falling as if painting the scene of emotion. After a while of chatting, both said their goodbyes. The boy gave a bright smile and waved vigorously. The silhouette of his family gradually faded from his sight. She remained silent, her gaze following them. She smiled bitterly and exclaimed, "Sometimes I wonder, if we were stronger, could we repay those who have loved and supported the Kongtong sect?" He also looked at her in silence, not knowing what to say. Then he closed his eyes, clenched his fists, turned around and calmly said, "Let's return to the mountain.
We must focus on rebuilding the sect. We cannot waste any time.
She clutched her clothes tightly, her face showing a slight sadness. After a moment of silence, she softly replied, As he walked, he unconsciously fell into thought, his gaze turning serious. Thanks to that boy and the fire snake, we've gained a great opportunity. Then a sudden shift left him feeling flustered. He thought, but we must also shoulder a heavy responsibility. Memories flooded back based on what he knew. He thought that in his past life, Du Junhui had been unable to restore the dual union divine art because the Guangcheng Pill Cave had collapsed and she couldn't meet the Sword Emperor. A thought sent a sudden chill down his spine. He thought the Guangcheng Pill Cave's collapse wasn't natural. Just like them, in the past life, someone else must have reached the deepest part of the Guangcheng Pill Cave before Du Junhui. Then, as if questioning himself, he wondered, what if that person was a descendant of the blood fiend god demon? Images from before he left the illusionary realm flashed back, making him wonder if the enemy had destroyed the Guangcheng Pill Cave to annihilate the dual union divine art and the Hunyuan Wuji diagram, the two ultimate techniques that could defeat the blood fiend god demon. Thinking of this, his expression grew even darker. He silently reflected on an invisible enemy operating in the shadows. Sometime later, both quickly returned to Mount Kongtong. While walking, he suddenly remembered something and thought, that's right, although we successfully gained the opportunity, are you feeling all right? But then realization hit and both turned pale. He thought in confusion, but how are we going to explain to Master our unauthorized departure from the sect grounds? Suddenly, as if seeing a ghost, they both jumped in fright. Behind them, Zhao Ying asked in a puzzled voice, Jinhui, is that Taishu beside you?
She immediately turned back, flashed a sycophantic smile and replied, Master. Pretending as if nothing was wrong, she naively asked, Are you well? Hearing that, he immediately lowered his voice and shouted in anger, Not well at all, you two brats, pressing their heads together with both hands. Immediately, blood erupted from their noses, and both of them became stiff from the impact. Then, becoming angrier, he yelled, Do you know how far I searched for you? Tell the truth. What happened? Soon after, both stood being punished in the study. He asked in disbelief, Is everything you just told me true? Both of them now had bumps on their heads. She closed her eyes and guiltily replied, Yes, that's right, Master. He also quickly brought out the artifact, saying, This night luminescent pearl was also something I got from the secret cave. Hearing this, he opened the books to read. Immediately, his face became more and more bewildered as he said in disbelief, That's right, these secret manuals are real. Then, as if unable to contain his emotions, his eyes welled up with tears of emotion as he said, I never expected you two could attain such a stroke of luck from the ancestor Hunyuan Sword Emperor and collect his relics. He gently placed the secret manual in front of him, closed his eyes emotionally, and added, What a miracle! A miracle! The founding master has blessed and guided you two. But then, realizing the issue, he slammed the secret manual onto the table with a bang and said angrily, Leaving the mountain without permission is a serious mistake, but you also have the merit of finding the sect's lost ultimate arts. Then he clasped his hands, thinking for a moment, and said, Therefore I will not pursue this further. Although I won't punish you, you both must remember not to repeat it. Having said that, he hugged them both tightly. While hugging, he cried, tears flowing, and said with care, You're safely home now, Huir Tisho.
Next, he took up the brush to record the secret manual under the name Ghost Sword Technique. As he wrote intently, he sighed in relief, saying, Finally, the manual is copied. The demon-subduing sword technique has returned. It is truly a blessing for the mountain. She stood there, clutching the copied secret manual and flashing a bright smile. Beside her, the bright pearl glowed brilliantly in its box. The master added joyfully, The quantity of bright pearls you two brought back is very useful. We no longer have to worry about starving. On this side, as he neatly packed his belongings, he asked curiously, Master, I have something to say. Perhaps the dual union divine art and the bright pearls should not be disclosed at this time. Upon hearing this, both of them reflexively looked at him. The master stroked his chin and hummed for a moment, then softly replied, If we sell the bright pearls to cover expenses, it cannot be hidden. Do you mean we should wait a bit longer? Hearing that, he nodded firmly and replied, Yes. His gaze at this moment reflected a calculated intent as he thought, heaven-defying ominous star. Recalling the scene before losing consciousness and returning to reality, he couldn't help but think hesitantly, whatever it is definitely related to the blood sect.
The scene and that Tao seemed to appear before his eyes. He thought, the great rebirth method I used in my past life was a forbidden technique of the blood sect descendants who lived precariously as grave robbers. Then he felt a moment of fear and secret worry, thinking, the trace of defying the heavens that the Hunyuan Sword Emperor saw must be the mark of that forbidden technique. The image of Emperor Yuanhe from his past life remained like an indelible scar. He thought, the blood sect was completely annihilated by the imperial court, so I didn't expect any remnants to still exist. While grinding think, his gaze became more serious. He thought, even I in my past life didn't know, so if they act in secret, I might be caught off guard. But then, thinking of something, a cold smile appeared and his eyes turned frigid. He thought, to deal with them, I must also secretly strengthen my power.
Having thought this, he turned and spoke quickly. "Master, the reconstruction of our sect has only just begun." His expression turned grave as he added, "A treasure without the strength to protect it can become a disaster." The image of the bright pearl appeared clearly before his eyes as he said, "The bright pearl is a rare treasure that many will covet. If word gets out that our sect possesses it, I fear it will invite trouble." The old man nodded upon hearing his words and sighed. Taisho's words make sense. His expression then turned pensive, and he frowned, saying, "Recently, the Dark Path gang known as the Four Shadow Society has been rampant throughout Gansu."
Hearing that, she was startled and asked curiously, "Four Shadow Society?" Following that, he quickly explained, his voice sounding a bit worried. Previously, they were just a bunch of thugs causing trouble, but recently their power has been growing very rapidly. While unlocking the door, he happily said, "Good, then let's go." Then he opened the door wide and said in a cheerful voice, "Jinhui, Tisho, you two follow me." "Master," she asked curiously upon seeing that, "where are we going?"
He immediately showed a kind smile and replied, "If you have done well, you must be rewarded. Let's go celebrate at the Kongtung Inn." Hearing that, he was slightly startled and confusedly thought, "Kongtung Inn?" His eyes brightened and his face turned red with excitement as he thought, "That's right, the time has come." A thought flashed through his mind, making him extremely excited. The flower of the Orthodox Path Wulin. I am about to meet the #1 flower of the Orthodox Path, Su Shaling. Their senses quickly led them to another place, where dry branches seemed to signal upcoming obstacles. Under a dilapidated shelter, a ragged person sat slumped, looking exhausted. The old man led the way while he looked around, his eyes showing a bit of disbelief, as he thought, "There are shops here? Really?" Seeing him hesitantly observing, the old man asked, "Are you surprised because it's so dilapidated?" Hearing that, he quickly replied, "No, sir." His voice lowered as he spoke nonchalantly. With the decline of the Kongtung sect, this Sihuating County is no longer as prosperous as before. He gazed silently, recalling the past with a tinge of regret. In the past, inns lined the streets, bustling with people coming and going, welcoming friends from all directions to visit the Kongtung sect. But now, as you can see, only a few shops remain scattered about. Confirming his words, ahead of them were countless abandoned buildings, both cold and gloomy. The atmosphere here made it hard for him to believe, thinking, the atmosphere here has become gloomy and heavy. The images of dark figures with weird smiles made it clear that it was because the Dark Path sect, the Four Shadow Society, had occupied Huating County.
He remained silent, slightly raising his eyebrows to look around. In his head, memories from his past life suddenly surfaced. Indeed, in his past life, many had cast greedy eyes on this Kongtung sect. Recalling this, he breathed a sigh of relief, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, before them, a worn-out signboard appeared. He smiled faintly and said, "Kongtung Inn, the last business facility of the Kongtung sect that still stands firm." Hearing this, his heart suddenly surged with emotion as he thought, Kongtung Inn, yes, even if everything collapses, this place must remain. Unable to contain his excitement, he jumped up, wearing a bright smile and saying, "Master, I think no place is more meaningful than Kongtung Inn for our sect's first banquet." Hearing this, he also smiled brightly at him, nodding happily. "If that's what you think, then good. Come, let's go inside." They quickly stepped inside. The atmosphere around was lively, and the restaurant was quite bustling, with disciples and guests visiting the Kongtung Inn. His eyes swept around, thinking in disbelief. Compared to the streets outside, this place is quite crowded. Suddenly, an affectionate call rang out. "Great Hero Jia has arrived." The shopkeeper immediately beamed, clasping his hands in excitement. "Long time no see, Great Hero. I am the manager of Kongtung Inn, Shimen Guang." He gave a friendly smile, waving his hand. "Please follow this way." Jia Ying nodded, then gratefully followed. Shimen Guang pointed towards a row of tables, continuing, "Please take a seat." Hearing this, he smiled and replied humbly, "Today the scent of food fills the inn once again."
Then Shimen Guang chuckled and replied, "The great hero overpraises me." Seeing him, he seemed curious and asked with a smile, "And who might this be?" Zhao Yang nodded and replied with a calm smile, "This is Li Tie Shou, a new disciple of our sect." He continued nodding and introduced further, "Tie Shou, this is Lord Shimen, the owner of the Kongtung Inn, who has contributed greatly to our sect's finances." He immediately stood up, bowed respectfully, and introduced himself. "I am Li Tie Shou. It is an honor to meet you." Hearing that, Shimen Guang suddenly laughed heartily and said proudly, "Young Master Li Tie Shou, with such a spirited disciple, the Kongtung sect will surely become famous throughout the land soon." Hearing this, he could only laugh it off and reply, "Thank you, sir." But in his heart, a feeling of confusion mixed with suspicion arose. He thought to himself, "I only just introduced myself. Why are they being so overly welcoming?" His eyes scanned the room, suddenly spotting a guest in the inn who seemed to recognize them and shouted joyfully, "Wait!"
Immediately, the atmosphere exploded. The other guests were all excited, chatting vibrantly. The great masters of the Kong Tong sect have arrived. I heard there's even a newly admitted disciple. He looks truly majestic and imposing. What a joyous event! A joyous event! Hearing this, he became even more bewildered, his face blank, thinking to himself, are we famous figures in the Jianghu? Why is everyone paying so much attention? Xi Guang saw his expression and gently explained, do you find it strange? Please understand.
Then, his voice filled with a bit of anticipation, he said they were all friends who wanted the Kong Tong sect to be restored. He frowned slightly, asking back in confusion, his eyes looking up, the Kong Tong sect restored? Then, Xi Guang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he replied proudly, yes, the Kong Tong Inn is also a gathering place for the people who resist the Four Shadow Society. The bustling sounds around blended together. Laughter, voices, everyone here wanted the Kong Tong sect to become powerful again. Yes, gathering here. Occasionally, the clinking of gold coins falling added to the lively atmosphere. Suddenly, from outside, a young man rushed in, holding a pouch of money, shouting loudly, "Sect leader!" Approaching him, the young man respectfully held out both hands and said with reverence, "It is an honor to meet you. Please use this money for the reconstruction of the Kong Tong sect." Seeing this, he was silent for a moment, but still replied, "Thank you, everyone. Please wait patiently. These two disciples will soon help the Kong Tong sect rise again." Right at that moment, a sound like a vibration echoed throughout the inn, saying, "We believe in you, great hero." Hearing this, his face twisted, thinking to himself in disbelief, "Great."
Next, he turned to Zeman Kwong and curiously asked, but I don't see Lord Zeman's daughter today. I intended to introduce her to Taisho. Hearing this, Zeman Kwong calmly replied, Haling is out doing some errands nearby. He smiled slightly and continued, she should be back by now. Seaman Haling. That information was like a shockwave in his heart. His eyes widened, his heart raced, and his blood boiled. He thought to himself, finally, the true purpose of this ritual has appeared. Just thinking about it made him even more excited. The precious daughter of the Kong Tong Inn proprietor, the #1 flower of the orthodox path, Seaman Haling. What he had researched made him even more certain. He thought, in his past life, the people who carried the responsibility of rebuilding the Kong Tong sect were Sword Saint Du Jinhui and the #1 flower of the orthodox path, Seaman Haling. Then he somberly speculated, if Du Jinhui was the leader in martial arts, then Seaman Haling was the true CEO, managing all the major and minor affairs of the Kong Tong sect. Seaman Haling's cold appearance seemed etched into his mind. He secretly praised her. With her captivating mixed-race beauty, she was known as the #1 flower of the orthodox path. The images of countless corpses from the past only served to enhance that beauty, and thanks to her ruthless personality and high-level martial arts, she also had the nickname Cold Soul Sword Beauty, making his heart both respectful and eager.
Her eyes were cold and decisive. He thought to himself, she is truly a rose with thorns. Her attraction is quite unique. What he had researched before made him even more confident, knowing that fans had even established an admirer society within the orthodox path. Suddenly he thought of the main point, pointing directly at his line of thought and muttering, what is the important issue here? She is so beautiful that even dying would be worthwhile. His face suddenly flushed red, his hand instinctively covering his face as he lecherously thought, how could Li Tisho ignore the top beauty of the orthodox path? His gaze quickly followed the figure behind the door, his heart racing, thinking eagerly, come here, let me behold your exquisite beauty. Her platinum hair emitted a soft glow, shining so brightly that his face turned red as he looked up and whispered, oh, oh. He was even more shocked to see that the one walking in was a mini version he hadn't expected, the little girl holding her belongings and walking coldly. He stood agape, face turning pale, thinking to himself, what? It really is the #1 flower of the orthodox path, but it's a child.
The young girl approached her father, her voice cold as she said, I'm back. He was immediately shaken, quickly covering his face with his hand, sighing as he thought, truly, it's because I keep using my past life as a standard that this happened. But then he couldn't help himself and turned to look at her, his staring eyes making the little girl confused. He thought to himself, right now it's 50 years ago. Ximen Xiaoling is 2 years younger than Du Jinhui, which means she's younger than me too. His eyes slowly followed her, to the point that even the young girl was slightly startled. He sighed inwardly. Although she is a little beauty, because she is still young, I have no interest. Looking at her, I look at her for a long time, like a stream of thoughts flowing back to the past. He remembered old memories, his heart unable to help but feel moved, remembering the emperor. Seaman Kwong stood nearby, wearing a complimentary smile, gently patting the young girl's head as he introduced her. Lingyi, this is the sect leader and the disciples of the Kontong sect. Please greet them. Hearing this, the little girl blushed and said cutely, greetings to everyone. His eyes immediately widened, speechless. Then a strange smile appeared on his lips, with a hint of loss of humanity. He jumped up, nodding his head, and told himself, well, what does being young matter? Ximen Xiaoling is the future #1 flower of the orthodox path. If I want to be an older brother, I must build a good relationship starting now.
Then he amused himself by asking, "A younger sister is always the top choice for a lover, right?" Next, he cupped his hands and introduced himself loudly. "Greetings, young lady. I am Li Tisho, a new disciple of the Kangtong sect." Upon hearing this, the little girl's eyes bulled, her face turned bright red, and her anger was evident. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. He stood there dazed. Before he could even finish saying it's a pleasure to meet her, the little girl hurriedly turned her back and ran straight out. Seeing this, Siman Kwang called out anxiously, "Hey, where is this girl going?" But she seemed to gain extra horsepower, not even bothering to look back, dashing out despite his calls. "Xialing, Linny." A loud bang echoed as the room door slammed shut.
The little girl hid inside, slumped over the table, angrily cursing under her breath. Those useless people can't even protect the citizens, yet they still dare to laugh? Her trembling eyes could not hide her frustration as she said, "How hateful! I hate both the Kangtong sect and the entire Wulin." Xu Xialing turned away in great anger and went further inside. Seeing the little girl behave so strangely made Siman Kwang feel utterly helpless, and he called out loudly, "This girl, Linger!" Siman Kwang sighed wearily. "Forgive us, my daughter is a bit shy." Zhao Ying smiled and replied, "I understand. Children will be children." Observing the situation that had just occurred, Tiesho thought to himself, "Well, Xu Xialing also has a past that isn't very pleasant, so it's understandable why she doesn't like us."
The story tells of a time long ago when a brawl broke out between sects at the Kangtong Inn and the young girl's mother was caught in the crossfire and died. At this moment, he dejectedly lifted the teacup to his lips for a taste. The girl not only resented the evil sects, but also hated the Kangtong sect for not lifting a finger to help. Her resentment was only natural. It seemed he had sensed something. How pitiable. The girl had closed her heart since childhood. A while later, Taisho quickly set down his bowl and chopsticks. "I am full." The recent meal made him extremely comfortable. The food here was truly delicious. It had been a long time since he was able to replenish his nutrition so fully. Looking toward Ha Ling, a smile unconsciously spread across Taisho's lips. Although she was a bit distant, he had finally met the #1 flower of the orthodox path. But contrary to this friendliness, the young girl felt extremely angry. While he was still in high spirits, Jin Hui approached and asked, "Junior brother, what do you think of today's feast?" This scene left him bewildered as he hurriedly retreated. Yes, it was wonderful, thinking secretly to himself. That gave me a start. Why did he whisper in my ear like that?
Hearing Taisho say that, Jin Hui flashed a radiant smile. "Really? If you are happy, I am happy too." That brilliant smile left him speechless in thought. With such a captivating face, if Harleen joined the Kangtong sect, she would surely be infatuated with senior brother. Realizing something was not quite right, he gritted his teeth in desperation and made a decision. Perhaps he would lose his position as the #1 brother. He had to do something. Delaying no further, Taisho quickly turned back and suggested, "Master, why don't we have a feast here every month?" Zhao Ying laughed in surprise. "Do you like eating out?" Taisho stood up and continued to share his thoughts. "Partially, yes. I didn't expect the Kangtong Inn to support the reconstruction of the Kangtong sect so much. Seeing these people with my own eyes makes me even more determined to cultivate." His eyes gradually filled with hope. "I also want to quickly become an expert and help everyone." Hearing this, he laughed in surprise. "Is that so? Good." Soon, Zhao Ying made a decision. "From now on, we will come here for a feast once a month." Taisho happily nodded in agreement. "Thank you, master." No one noticed the mischievous smile blooming on his face. Excellent. He had to take the chance to get close to Seaman Harleen before that senior brother, who only had his good looks, could. Time shifted to late at night, in the familiar room. Taisho was still adjusting the outfit on his body. It would probably be next month's feast before he met Seaman Harleen again. By then, he had to become even more masculine and strong. He did not forget to take out the familiar items in his hand after mastering Kegel and Jelking exercises. At the same time, Taisho continued to take off all his clothes. This was the right time to start the hanging exercise. He focused on preparing this unique exercise. The hanging exercise, using the power of his little brother to lift weights, was an essential exercise to enhance vigor. Afterward, Taisho seriously closed his eyes, preparing to act. Since he had rediscovered the ultimate arts of the Kangtong sect in the Hunyan secret cave, the size of his little brother had to increase accordingly, right?
Seeing that the time had come, he opened his eyes wide with determination, looking straight ahead. His little brother slowly lifted the weight in a domineering manner. As time passed, Taisho remained deeply engrossed in practicing this exercise. Autumn passed and winter came, yet he continued to strive to perfect this routine excellently. Inside the room, the stone swayed from one side to the other. The small stone had now been completely replaced by a large one. After a year had passed, Taisho joyfully looked at his own achievements. That's right, he laughed as he dropped the large stone onto the ground. This is what a true alpha male is.
Following that, Taisho excitedly put his clothes back on and stepped outside. Just 1 year of suspension training and he had already reached this size. It was quite impressive. At this rate, he would become a lustful god renowned throughout the world. Not wanting to waste time, he quickly sat down on the ground. Taking advantage of the momentum, he tried to circulate his yang essence chi. A strange light suddenly appeared in this place. Realizing something was wrong, Taisho's expression immediately changed. He didn't know when the golden light from his medicine had become so strange, resulting in a side effect. Feeling his fate was too unfortunate, Taisho cried out in despair. After meeting the Hunyuan Sword Emperor at the Guangsheng Pill Cave, his martial arts had developed a serious side effect, which was, he realized he had overtrained. Every time he circulated his Yang Essence Qi, his little brother would perk up. This made Taisho feel helpless, not daring to go outside for anything. He didn't understand why it was like this. If it continued, he would be seen as a pervert, and the beauties would shun him. Suddenly, at that moment, the familiar figure of Jin Hui appeared. Junior brother!
She called out from outside, "What are you doing?" This made him even more frustrated. Why did senior brother have to appear right at this moment? Having no other choice, Taishu immediately opened the door and stepped outside. But he still desperately used his hands to cover his manhood, his face full of despair. Is something wrong, senior brother? His actions made her feel very confused. Is junior brother sick? He hurriedly shook his head. No, I'm fine. While Taishu was still trying to understand the situation, Jinhui slowly announced, "Today is the day of the feast. I came to call you." She continued to turn her head back and said, "Master told me to go to Huaqing County first. You just take your time preparing and then come out." He immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, I will prepare quickly and come out right away." Seeing Jinhui turn and leave, Taishu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he didn't notice my manhood, but lately senior brother seems a bit strange. He noticed the blushing on her face. Puberty? He's at that age too. Sometime later, Xiaoling coldly placed her teacup on the table. "I'm finished."
Tisho turned back with a smile and was about to start a conversation. "Miss Howling, thank you for the hospitality." Seeing that the little girl was no longer as angry as before made him chuckle in surprise. Now she no longer looked down on him, but simply ignored him. Compared to their first meeting, it was much better. He noticed something was off, which caught his attention. How strange. It seemed Tisho had realized something was unusual. The inn was completely deserted. He muttered to himself, "Normally it's not like this." At the same time, Jinhui from across also immediately nodded and spoke. "Does junior brother find it strange too? This is the first time I've seen the Kongtong Inn with no customers." Just then, the familiar figure of Seaman Guang appeared. "Please, after you." He smiled and quickly walked over with a terrible complexion. "Young master." As soon as he saw him, Tisho immediately greeted. "Long time no see, Lord Seaman." In his head, he silently thought, "You look exhausted." Without surprise, he looked up. "Yes, will the two of you be having the usual dishes today?" Although a bit startled, he still replied, "If it's Jiaomian Hei Lei and Shui Zhao Yang Yu, then yes." "Very well then." Hearing that, Seaman Guang hurriedly turned around and walked towards the back. "I will prepare it right away." Seeing that his gait was not normal made both of them extremely surprised. Howling, standing to the side, also called out loudly, "Father!"
Tisho hurriedly ran over to support him. "Lord Shimen, are you all right?" Despite being very exhausted, he still comforted him. "It's all right, don't worry." It seemed he had guessed something, looking at Shimen Guang's front face inside the deserted Kongtong Inn. "Is it possible?" He turned toward Shimen Guang and asked, "Has something happened to the Kongtong Inn?" After a moment of silence, he decided to recount everything. "Actually, I intended to tell the great hero when you arrived. The Kongtong Inn is about to close." There was a hint of helplessness in his voice, because of those bastards from the Four Shadows Society. For a while after that, Tisho listened in silence. The Four Shadows Society, they exploit and practice usury against merchants in Huaqing County to strengthen their power. The story began a few months ago when they started targeting the Kongtong Inn. These people make life difficult for all the residents, threatening merchants and forbidding them from trading with the Kongtong Inn. They constantly beat up unfortunate people and instigate brawls in front of the inn to cause disruption. Returning to the present, Shimen Guang also did not know what to do in this situation. "Even though I tried to resist, the customers are dwindling and debts are piling up. I don't know what to do anymore." He turned his head toward Hawling and stroked the girl's head. "At this rate, Hawling will be in danger, so I have no choice but to close the inn." After hearing the story, Tisho thought to himself, she met Hawling, someone who holds a grudge against the martial world, joining the Kongtong sect.
It seemed he understood that Shimen Guang's intention was because Lord Shimen wanted to protect his daughter from the harassment of the Four Shadows Society. Everything was not as simple as Taisho had initially thought. Although the Four Shadows Society was just a small faction, behind them was the Black Dragon Gang, a powerful dark path force in Sichuan, which the weakening Kongtong sect could not stand against. Seeing his body trembling with helplessness made him unsure of what to do. Lord Shimen must have been very helpless. Commoners caught in the power struggles of the martial world can do nothing. While everyone was still talking, the figures of uninvited guests appeared at this place. A shout rang out, drawing everyone's attention. "Old man Shimen!" The wicked men stepped inside and announced, "If you don't have money to pay the debt, hand over the inn to us today." They even slowly walked toward Hawling. "We have warned you many times already. Do you still not know your place?" At the same time, one of them pulled the little girl aside. "If you don't have money, sell your daughter." Overwhelmed with anger, Jinhui shouted, "You beasts!" The little girl looked back in fear. "Father!" Shimen Guang hurriedly ran over to stop them. "Hawling!"
But it seemed this villain had no intention of sparing the little girl. Is your mother from the western regions? She might be a demoness, but she is quite beautiful, isn't she? From today on, you will work for us to repay the debt. Hearing this made Ha Ling feel extremely helpless, and she burst into tears. The little girl tried to run back and screamed, "I don't want to!" Unable to bear it any longer, Tisho spoke up coldly, "Hey!" Only a few seconds later, he directly threw 2 chopsticks at the man who was still holding Ha Ling. These 2 chopsticks pierced straight into his hand decisively. Overcome with pain, he immediately clutched his hand and screamed in despair. The others, seeing this, quickly drew their swords. "Who are you? Who dares?" At the same time, Tisho looked at them with annoyance. The girl already said she didn't want to. Recognizing the clothes on his body, the bald man immediately realized. Black robes? Yin-yang taiji diagram? Are you from the Kongtong sect? A teammate nearby cursed angrily. That damn sect dares to interfere in our business. Sensing something was wrong, a short-haired man nearby spoke up in fear. "Big brother, it's not the time to worry about that. This guy." It seemed he had noticed something strange on Tisho's body. His little brother is standing up.
During the period that followed, Taisho hurriedly clutched his manhood and thought, "I was so angry that I—" At the same time, Hauling on this side quickly ran towards the gate. "Father!" He quickly embraced the young girl. Time seemed to stand still, as both of them deeply cherished this moment. Sensing that something was not right, Jinhui quickly stepped forward. "Junior brother." Her face suddenly flushed red with surprise. Was that a martial arts technique used to distract the opponent just now? This made Taisho feel a bit awkward. "You could say so." He silently thought to himself, "Why are you blushing, brother? Is it really because of the little brother? Because of the little brother?" Meanwhile, the long-haired man on the side could no longer endure it. He raised his head, looking forward and laughing loudly. The little brother just stood up like that? What a joke! The more he thought, the more puzzled he became. I thought these pretty-faced guys were eunuchs. I didn't expect one to have such a large, troublesome thing. Realizing Taisho's actions just now, the long-haired man became extremely furious. He coldly pointed his sword at Taisho and Jinhui. "Daring to touch our four-shadow society? You will have to pay a heavy price."
Seeing the situation, he immediately bent down to pick up the spoon from the ground. Pay a heavy price? Fine, give it a try. Simultaneously, he continued to point it towards the 3 of them. "But if you fail, you will—" Taisho's face now looked incredibly mischievous. "Lose your precious manhood." Naturally, these provocative words completely enraged the 3 of them. "You bastard." Remembering something important, Taisho turned back and seriously instructed Jinhui. "Senior brother, please protect Lord Seaman and Hao Ling. Leave these guys to me." She felt extremely surprised. "Are you okay?" He immediately nodded in confirmation. "Yes." Hearing him say that, she quickly ran over to Seaman Guang's side. "Then I'll leave it to you." He held Hao Ling and worriedly asked, "Is it okay to leave young Master Li alone?" A very confident smile appeared on Jinhui's face. "Don't worry, although it was a bit strange just now, my junior brother is very strong." Without wasting time, the short-haired man shouted loudly, "Die, brat!" Following that, he and his comrades rushed forward to attack Taisho. He was also very agile, swinging the wooden spoon in his hand through the air. Time seemed to stand still in this place as Taisho's body quickly glided past each man. 4 of them! This left the bald man on the side in a state of utter confusion.
His eyes were extremely decisive, his hand holding a spoon slowly swinging up. With a single spoon, he took down 6 pearls. Clearly, these bulky men were no match for Taisho. It was a huge gain. Sometime later, Zhao Ying smiled and opened the door to chat. "Is everyone well? Sorry for being late. I just came across a jewelry shop with lots of cash." What struck his eyes were all 3 thugs who had been dealt with, making him extremely surprised. "Why haven't you reported what happened? I told you to eat, not to use a spoon for nonsense." At the same time, Taisho stood up and took all the blame. "I have caused a disturbance in the inn and unintentionally caused great damage." Though deeply moved, Shimin Kwang slowly consoled. "It is all right. If not for young Master Li, the inn would have been seized." This news made Zhao Ying feel very uncomfortable. Planning to seize the inn, this sect leader would personally go and teach the Four Shadow Society a lesson. Shimin Kwang hurriedly spoke up to stop him. "Don't do that, great hero." His expression became very sad. "Behind the Four Shadow Society is the Black Dragon Gang. I can handle it myself." He continued to reach out and pat Hailing's head, hoping Hailing would not have to endure this tragedy anymore. Hearing these words, Zhao Ying immediately nodded and sighed. "I understand. If Lord Shimin has said so, please let us take care of the girl." At this moment, Taisho slowly took each step forward. "Master, please wait a moment." In his mind, he had his own calculations. If left like this, Hailing would join the Kongtong sect as a junior sister just like in her past life. He continued to glance at Hailing's current armor, but that was not the best way. He should not let the child close off her heart from such a young age.
It seems Taisho has a plan. The best way is not to let the girl join the Kongtong sect, but to help her soothe her pain. He quickly spoke to Zhao Ying about his thoughts. "We have eyes to see and ears to hear, not to ignore things. If we ignore the difficulties of friends and family, how can we call ourselves an orthodox path?" These words made him go silent in thought for a moment,
but just a few seconds later he also nodded in agreement. You are right. As the sect leader of the Kongtung sect, I cannot stop a disciple from acting righteously. His face gradually became curious as he asked, but do you have a plan to deal with the Black Dragon Gang? At the same time, Taisho confidently placed his hand on his chest. I do. I will send a challenge letter to the Black Dragon Gang in the name of the Kongtung sect. Zhao Ying naturally found it incredibly hard to believe. A challenge letter? Will they accept it? A smug smile appeared on his face. We will make them unable to refuse. Sometime later, inside the room, a man's voice rang out. What? The Kongtung sect dares to send a challenge letter to us? The short-haired subordinate immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, it's them. Moreover, this is a challenge letter sent to the lords of the Black Dragon Gang, not the Four Shadow Society. This made the leader so angry that he gnashed his teeth. The Kongtung sect has a lot of nerve.
He silently calculated in his head 3 rounds of direct elimination. If the Kongtung sect won, they would have 50 years of peace. If the Black Dragon Gang won, the Four Shadow Society and the Black Dragon Gang would withdraw from Huating County. It seemed he had thought these matters through very carefully. 2 members of the Kongtung sect fighting against 3 from the Black Dragon Gang. This condition was far too disadvantageous. With the Black Dragon Gang having the Black Evil Dragon Guard Xiao Lian, a demonic path expert, how could the Kongtung sect possibly win? Left with no other choice, the leader quickly tossed the letter aside. However, whether they won or lost, they could not allow this matter to disturb the lords of the Black Dragon Gang. At that moment, Ling's cold voice rang out. No need. She quickly appeared before the crowd. I will personally go there.
Seeing her cold face, those men were extremely confused. This woman belonged to the Black Dragon Gang, the painting cat swordswoman Ling. The leader was about to say more when Ling suddenly spoke up to remind him, no need, our Four Shadow Society will handle it ourselves. Do you know what the disciples of the Kongtung sect are saying in the market? They boast of having castrated 3 members of the Four Shadow Society without even drawing their swords. On the other side, Tieshu triumphantly raised a spoon into the air. He quickly announced to everyone, look, this spoon, I used a single spoon to castrate 3 sword-wielding members of the Four Shadow Society. The people around heard this news and were extremely surprised, discussing, impossible, a young boy like that, really? But whatever, the Four Shadow Society is truly worthless. I didn't expect the Kongtung sect to be so powerful. Feeling it wasn't enough, Tieshu quickly mocked, both the Four Shadow Society and the Black Dragon Gang are all trash. Thinking about these things made Ling extremely angry because the Four Shadow Society had ruined the reputation of the Black Dragon Gang. Seeing this, the leader desperately knelt on the ground. Death, a capital crime, my lady. Having no other choice, she quickly placed her hand on his body and announced, this time I will personally handle it. Don't let this happen again. Hearing that, he nodded in agreement. Yes, I rely on you.
Her expression became extremely cold as she continued. The Kongtung sect disciple who caused a commotion at the market seems to be named Li Tiesho. Sometime later, Tiesho comfortably practiced while happily talking to himself. As expected, there is nothing like a story of chivalrous deeds to win over a woman's heart. His face showed a refreshing smile. The messenger of justice, Li Tiesho, who defeated the Black Dragon Gang for the people. I can already imagine the scene where beauties fall head over heels for this story. But he didn't know that Ling was targeting him at that moment. I'll let him know what it's like to climb high and fall hard. Sometime later, Tiesho was still passionately practicing. Thinking about getting closer to Ling made him overjoyed. Nothing captures a woman's heart more than a heroic act. Next, I will imagine the scene where beauties surround me. Just think, I'll be the one those beauties fall for after defeating the Black Dragon Gang. And so, Tiesho continued practicing there with a delighted smile. Realizing his little brother was glowing again made him extremely awkward, not knowing what to do. Tripped again. If this happens every time I use martial arts, it won't be good. Time passed quickly, and it was late at night.
Sensing that something was not right, he quickly glanced back. Realizing that someone had appeared in this place made him extremely uncomfortable, but dealing with some bandits was a different story. Tiesho was also looking forward to the next battle. Finally, you have arrived, black-clothed man. A smug smile appeared on his face. I have been waiting for you for a long time. He continued to recall every action he had taken. He had sent a challenge letter to the Black Dragon Gang, but who knew if those devils would show their faces in a fair duel? All of these things made Tiesho even more certain that the one arriving might be a black-clothed man with high-level martial arts, and it was highly likely they were prepared. One thing felt incredibly baffling to him. However, can these people from the evil sects not survive without being sneaky? Recognizing something was amiss, Tiesho was startled into paying attention. The familiar figure of Ling quickly appeared in this space. Her sharp eyes, along with his sorrowful expression, caught his attention. A woman. Turning back time to when the story was told, in his past life, the Orthodox Path had confronted the Four Shadow Society about 4 years later. At that time, there were no records stating that the Four Shadow Society had a female expert. Taisho still found it hard to believe as he looked ahead, but the familiar silhouette of Ri-Ling quickly disappeared before his eyes. Then she slowly descended to the area below. He hadn't expected a woman to possess such a perfect figure. Looking at the small Taisho before her, she suddenly asked, "Are you Taisho?" Her appearance made his heart skip a beat. "Yes, it is I." Visibly annoyed, she held her sword forward, ready to act. Seconds later, Ri-Ling immediately lunged toward Taisho to attack. "Let's see what kind of strength you have to dare challenge the Black Dragon Gang." Everything happened so fast it startled him. "Huh? We haven't even talked yet." In the time that followed, the two fought from one side to the other, neither willing to give in. Taisho's current strength forced Ri-Ling to silently acknowledge, "This level of martial arts is quite good. There are few experts his age in the Jianghu like this." It seems his challenge letter was grounded in reality. Meanwhile, Taisho was still struggling to fight back against her. She was too strong, leaving him on the defensive. He decisively leaped forward, determined to strike back. Ri-Ling's body quickly leaped into the air, seeking an opportunity to counter. She landed on the ground with a perfectly flawless posture. This sight left Taisho frozen in surprise. Her movements are as agile as a feather. A light breeze blew through the area as he silently observed the situation. This woman's martial arts are anything but ordinary. Who on earth is she? At the same time, Ri-Ling slowly pointed her sword forward. "You've been dodging like a mouse, haven't you?"
Seeing something familiar that caught Taisho's attention in that sword technique, he suddenly called out, "Wait!" With a very curious expression, he asked, "You are Senior Ri-Ling of the Black Dragon Gang, right?" Hearing this, Ri-Ling nodded without hesitation. "That is correct." This situation made Taisho bewildered and surprised. Why was that senior here? He continued to recall the stories he had known in his past life. Ri-Ling of the Black Dragon Gang was a world-renowned expert, with one side of her face burned and a habit of torturing men. Then, Ri-Ling gently took off her hat. "Tell me, how beautiful am I?" It seemed Taisho knew this information very well. She would remove her veil and question men. As soon as he saw her true appearance, the man, somewhat terrified, hurriedly spoke, "Very, you are so beautiful." A very strange smile appeared on her face. "You are lying."
At the same time, she continued to step hard on the man's little brother. If that person was not sincere when speaking, his manhood would be destroyed. Currently, no one had been able to give an answer that satisfied her. Back to reality, Taisho looked up in confusion, not understanding why she was here. While he was still thinking, Ri-Ling continued to approach and speak. "Since you recognized me, you must know my challenge. What do you think?" Although very afraid, he still nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I know." Even though Taisho secretly thought in his head, "How can I overcome this difficulty?" Ri-Ling did not hesitate to take off her hat, then say it. A very strange smile appeared on her face. "How am I in your eyes?" Looking at her true appearance, Taisho secretly calculated in his mind that a simple answer would not be enough. He had to say something to move her. He looked silently at this evil woman. With Senior Ri-Ling of the Flower Cat Gang, he could only use sincere feelings to move her. A forced smile appeared on his face. To prove a man's sincerity, is there anything more than this? Having no other way, Taisho could only open his mouth to say flowery words. "Senior Ri-Ling of the Flower Cat Gang, you are truly..." Perhaps he did not know that his little brother had woken up, a peerless beauty indeed. This scene made Ri-Ling startle and gasp. She could not believe what she was witnessing. "What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy?" Taisho looked up at her in a daze. "Didn't Senior ask me if you were beautiful or not?"
Time seemed to stand still in this place as he continued to praise. Pure eyes. A gentle breeze blew past, and Taisho spoke what he felt. Hair like silk, a refined appearance, a smile like a blooming flower. I am but a mere man. Those words left Ri-Ling completely moved, but could there truly be such sincerity for a senior? Ah, she couldn't believe what she just heard. What? Taisho's face turned red as he placed a hand on his chest and declared, "As a gentleman of integrity like myself, I can say that Senior is truly a celestial fairy in my eyes." Just these few simple words made Ri-Ling's heart race. She was utterly shocked, gripping the sword in her hands so tightly it trembled. "I am already 60 years old and have faced many men." Unable to contain herself any longer, Ri-Ling covered her mouth. "But this level of sincerity is something I'm seeing for the first time." Taisho's glowing, sparkling face caught Ri-Ling by surprise. Is this truly the heart of a man? It is truly touching. How could I possibly consider what he said to be a lie? Seeing her seemingly moved, a smug smile appeared on Taisho's face. It seems to be working. His gaze suddenly turned incredibly calculative. When it comes to winning over women, I am entirely confident. At the same time, he recalled what he had known in his past life. The world only knew Ri-Ling of the Flower Cat Gang as an eccentric swordswoman, but her true identity was... A woman with a cold face quickly emerged in his mind. Cheese Yu, the thousand-faced demon king, a peerless expert of the profound realm from the demonic path.
Taisho was still focused on observing Ri Ling's current facial expression. Cheesy Yue could disguise herself as anyone, regardless of identity or age. Her ultimate technique was the 100-faced heavenly art, and her pleasure was wandering the Jianghu to experience new things. He quickly drew a conclusion that one of her identities was the female Ru Ling of the Flower Cat Gang. Taisho recalled what he knew. Since she was young, she had been known as an exquisite beauty, which caused many men to bother her everywhere. Therefore, she was obsessed with the idea that those men only approached her for her looks. The challenge of answering that question was a reflection of her youthful obsession. Taisho smiled at the woman before him. Now that he had confessed his sincere feelings to her, she was moved and flustered.
It seemed he did not regret what he had just said. This simple tactic could be described as being honest to a fault. Ri Ling was still silently thinking. I once thought no man seeing this face could utter such sincere feelings. In her eyes, a very strange thought suddenly flashed. Even when using the celestial eye spirit, she could not detect any lies in his eyes. Could it be the true heart she had been searching for all this time? Involuntarily, Ri Ling recalled her past self. Until now, every man she met was either fearful or infatuated with her beauty, only wanting to use or possess her. Remembering those times made her feel utterly desperate, making her fear all men under heaven. But unexpectedly, her heart wavered today. Seeing the opportunity had arrived, Tieshu quickly took steps forward. Senior, he continued to voice his thoughts. I know that if I can overcome this trial, I will have one wish. His little brother made Ru Ling startle in fear. Hey, don't bring that thing near me. Her expression gradually became awkward, unsure of what to do. With such a man's weapon, how dare you display it here? Or have you truly been moved by seeing this face of mine? At the same time, Tieshu looked at Ri Ling with sparkling eyes. I have passed the trial, Senior. Please fulfill your promise. Her face completely turned red seeing the situation. If he mentions the wish in this situation, does he want to confess his love to me? Feeling it wasn't enough, he continued to draw closer to her. My wish. A light breeze blew past, and she was still dazedly looking at the scene before her. Suddenly, Tieshu continued to ask, Is it okay? Ri Ling looked up at him. What? She was so angry that her whole body trembled. You, Ri Ling's scream quickly echoed through the mountains and forests of this place. You bastard! Time seemed to stand still here as Ri Ling blushed, looking at Tieshu's actions.
A smug smile appeared on his face. The plan had succeeded. Now was the final step. He quickly approached Ri Ling's ear and whispered, My wish is... Tisho's voice became even more suggestive. On a moonlit night like tonight, to share a bed with Senior. He was envisioning a scene of the two of them being intimate together. Although I really want to discuss yin and yang. However, having said this, Tisho suddenly stopped and lowered his head. I cannot. This left her utterly astonished as she questioned. What do you mean you cannot? Why not? How can it be impossible? At the same time, Tisho transformed into a righteous man, a disciple of the Orthodox Kunlun sect. I cannot place personal desire above the great cause of the sect. My wish is for Senior to send a challenge letter to the Black Dragon Gang. He continued stating his wishes to ensure the martial arts duel proceeded smoothly. The vision of intimacy between the two shattered in Ri Ling's eyes. She was so furious she trembled. What? Tisho paid no mind to her expression. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful, Ri Ling kept muttering. Unable to take it anymore, Ri Ling screamed loudly in rage.
The sword in Taisho's hand immediately cracked and shattered. His entire body was sent flying backward in intense pain. What? Taisho fell back in despair, questioning in confusion. Is this the lion's roar? I passed the trial. Why did you suddenly attack me? Could Cheesy Yu be such an impolite person? He felt extremely perplexed. What had he done wrong? As soon as Ri Ling looked back, Taisho was already lying miserably on the ground, startling her. Sorry, she hurriedly ran forward and called out. Are you okay? I didn't mean to. I just intended to shout out loud, but I accidentally circulated my internal power. Taisho vomited everything in his stomach. What is happening? Wake up.
Confusedly, he raised his hand to wipe the dirt off his face. Even though it was just an avatar, getting hit by the lion's roar of a profound realm expert made me feel like my internal organs were turning upside down. Looking at Ru Ling's current expression, Taisho quickly realized. Seeing her so panicked, she probably didn't intend to actually attack me. I cannot miss this opportunity. He fearfully wiped the tears from his face. Why did Senior do that to your junior brother? I heard that Senior is always lenient towards opponents you recognize. Ru Ling blushed and quickly explained. I just slipped my hand. Seizing the moment, Taisho continued to ask, So, will you agree to my wish? Without much thought, she nodded in agreement. Fine. Feeling it wasn't quite reliable yet, Ru Ling reached out to him and explained, I agree, your wish will definitely come true.
Seeing everything go according to his plan made Taisho extremely satisfied. There was no need for an apology. Although the internal injury wasn't severe, this act was quite effective. Suddenly, Ruling handed him some very strange pills. Here, take these, you'll feel better. Not wanting to waste time, she quickly announced, I shall take my leave. He joyfully thought to himself, speed enlightenment pills, what a bargain. As soon as Ruling disappeared, a familiar voice rang out, catching his attention. Junior brother, are you all right? Taisho hurriedly picked up the pouch of medicine and looked around in confusion. Well, I can't tell senior brother and master about what happened with the woman Ruling, so... Feeling uneasy, Jinhui tried to rush forward as fast as possible. Thinking about what she had sensed made her deeply worried. True qi so powerful it shook the entire mountain. Jinhui's face turned completely red. Could something have happened to junior brother? Spotting a familiar figure lying on the ground, Jinhui hurriedly called out, Junior brother. She quickly ran over to support Taisho as he sat up. Junior brother, are you all right?
Seeing that she had appeared at this location, he immediately switched into acting mode. Senior brother, I am fine. Some masked men in black came to harass our sect, so a small conflict occurred. At the same time, he did not forget to clutch his chest, crying out in pain. Though I am slightly injured, I have protected the Kongtong sect. This caught Jinhui's attention. Masked men in black? Her expression gradually became furious as she continuously cursed. The Four Shadow Society dare to be so bold, those scoundrels. Tears of hatred streamed down Jinhui's face. I will not forgive them. Seeing everything proceeding according to plan made Taisho think triumphantly. Good, I have arranged everything perfectly. The more angry senior brother is with the Four Shadow Society, the more determined he will be to win the martial arts duel. At that moment, Jinhui spoke with resolve. This time I could not protect my junior brother, but I will definitely win the duel. This situation caught him off guard, as he was hugged again. Taisho looked up in surprise. Brother, can you let go? Time passed until the following morning at the familiar house. Taisho smiled, looking at the pills Ruling had given him. Just 3 days of rest and regulating my internal breath and I will be recovered. Everything is going quite smoothly. Right then, Zhao Ying opened the door and walked inside, asking, Taisho, how are you feeling now?
Despite being strong, Taisho still had to switch to acting mode. I just need a little rest and I will be fine. Seeing this, he quickly stepped forward and asked with concern, That's good. You need to nourish your body. What do you want to eat? Hearing these words, Taisho thought to himself, in the Kongtong sect, they only eat vegetables. It's boring to death. On this occasion, I should eat something nutritious to strengthen yang. Suddenly, Jinhui squeezed his hand tightly. On her face fell helpless tears. Junior brother, just say it. I will go buy it. This situation left Taisho speechless. Anyone looking at this would think he was at death's door. Without hesitation, he immediately announced, I want to eat pork, boiled pork, and pork liver. Hearing that, she noticed with surprise. Pork? Taisho nodded firmly, yes.
He thought of the delicious food he had long dreamed of. I want to eat oysters so much, but with the tight finances of the Kongtong sect, pork is the most sensible choice. Hearing him say that, Jinhui quickly stood up. All right, junior brother, I will head out immediately. You just rest. I will go buy it. Sometime later, Jinhui quickly ran down the mountain. I have made up my mind. Remembering the wounds on Taisho's body made her extremely angry, determined to become a reliable senior brother to protect her junior brother. Thinking back to the past, in the clear blue water of the lake, Jinhui comfortably relaxed her body there. But every time I am near my junior brother, my heart flutters, making me feel like a girl again. Many times she had seen Taisho's mischievous side. She even had to remind herself, I must be strong. I must be a senior brother and not a woman to protect my junior brother. Now Jinhui could only blame herself for being so incompetent, as it was that negligence that led to her junior brother being injured. She silently looked down at the ground with a sad gaze. After all, I cannot live as a woman. Thinking about Taisho lying injured at home only increased her determination. Jinhui immediately stepped forward. I must be tough. I must live as a man.
After hearing the story that Jinhui had just told, Ximen Guang was extremely surprised and asked, Young Master Li was seriously injured by a group of masked men in black. Did you come here to buy pork for him to recover? Although a bit embarrassed, she still nodded in agreement. Yes, Lord Ximen, please excuse the abruptness, but could you sell me some pork? A bright smile bloomed on his face. Of course, it was also because of us that young Master Li was injured. He smiled gently and continued to explain. We cannot ignore this. This made Jinhui extremely happy. Thank you, sir. At this moment, Haling, who was on the side, quickly stood up and called out, Young Master Du. The young girl gently placed her hand on her chest and suggested, If possible, may I care for young Master Li at the mountain? These words made Jinhui startled and surprised. Miss Haling, what is the matter? Let me take care of my junior brother. She even felt very curious. Why must you do this yourself, miss? After a moment of silence, Haling quickly announced, Because I am his fiancé.
This news made Jinhui find it hard to believe. Fiancé? What do you mean, young lady? Returning to the past, Ximen Guang was drowned in wine. The Four Shadow Society, those people. All my life I've only worked hard at the inn to survive. Seeing him in such despair, Haling quickly approached and called out, Father. The young girl felt very concerned. Are you all right? He gently reached out his hand and stroked her head. Haling, my beautiful daughter. After thinking for a while, Haling anxiously asked,
People from the Kongtong sect have come forward to help, but are you still worried? A sad smile appeared on Seaman Guang's face, seemingly hard to explain. As the silence passed, he sadly shared his thoughts. In the martial arts duel with the Black Dragon Bang, if they unfortunately lost, everything would happen so fast that he wouldn't know what to do. Their family would. Right then, Seaman Guang quickly stepped closer and asked, "By the way, Haling, what do you think of this young master?" Haling was extremely surprised. "Yes?" Although confused, the young girl still replied, "I think he is a rather good person compared to other martial artists." Hearing that, he nodded in satisfaction. "Father thinks so too." Seaman Guang recalled the scene when Taisho stood up to protect them. That young master looked truly brave when facing the Four Shadow Society. Just thinking about Taisho and Haling becoming a couple made him very excited. If he were a robust man like the young master, they would be nothing to complain about as the future husband of their beloved daughter. In his mind, he secretly thought, who knows what the future holds, but setting Haling's fiancé from now on wasn't a bad thing.
Just these words caused Seaman Haling's face to quickly turn red. The little girl hurriedly glanced in another direction and announced, "If father has said so, I also have no intention of objecting." Returning to reality, Haling continued to speak her thoughts. Taking care of this young master is a responsibility that a future wife like me should undertake. This situation caused Du Jinhui to also be surprised. What are you saying?" Realizing there was something awkward, Seaman Guang hurriedly raised his hand to explain. Please forgive me. I only said that if Haling has to marry, she should choose someone like this young master." This made her extremely bewildered. Even so, feeling her sincerity was not enough, Haling quickly placed her hand on her chest and announced, "You are the one injured because of our inn. I think it is reasonable for me to take care of you." These words caused Du Jinhui, standing to one side, to suddenly become extremely sad. "That is not wrong, but I feel a bit uncomfortable." After a moment of silence, Seaman Guang worriedly glanced towards her and asked, "Young master, even if you are not pleased with having Haling take care of you, could you temporarily take the child along?" He continued to speak his thoughts. "Since that day, danger lurks everywhere, so I think that the sect would be a safer place than here." Sometime later, sunlight shone down into the room. Tishu lay bored on the bed, angrily thinking, "In such a beautiful moment, only I and master are together." He was deep in thought, silently contemplating good things. The pinnacle of care is being attentively worried over by a beauty, enjoying the pleasure of love and intimacy while the body is recovering.
He even recalled the face of Yuanhei when she anxiously cared for him. "Husband, is your body better now?" He would gently embrace her and ask, "Do you want to verify if it is well or not?" She repeatedly reproached, "No, it cannot be done, husband." Just thinking about this made Taisho depressed, not knowing what to do. Just one intense session of harmony of yin and yang would cause the internal injuries to dissipate immediately. A strange sound rang out from outside, quickly catching Zhao Ying's attention. "Huir must have arrived. I will go out and see. You just rest." Taisho heard this and nodded in agreement. "Yes, I understand." He silently thought to himself, "Right, being alone is good too. I'll do some Kegel exercises."
Realizing something wasn't right made him pay attention. Right, it has been a year and a half since I started these exercises. It seems he was extremely delighted to see his little brother. The results of practicing Kegel were finally appearing. Taisho's face became joyful, realizing he had improved. Even this thick blanket couldn't completely hide my robust aura. Thinking back to the time before he returned, he felt immense regret. In his past life, even though his lust was burning, he couldn't even comfort himself. He continued to make a decision. Since I'm alone, let's give it a try. While Taisho was getting up to act, Haling immediately opened the door. The little girl's face was somewhat serious as she spoke. "Long time no see, young master." This situation made Taisho freeze for 5 seconds. He dazedly turned his head to look at the little girl. "Haling, why are you here?" Haling continued to announce, "I stayed at the mountain to take care of young master's illness." This situation made Taisho feel extremely awkward. "I am very happy to see her, but why in a situation like this?" Unable to delay any longer, Haling quickly held a towel in her hand. "So first, I will wipe young master's body." This situation made Taisho extremely confused. "Wipe my body?"
The little girl quickly approached and picked up the blanket. "I will roll the blanket up a little." This situation made Li Tiasho extremely worried, not knowing what to do. He only wished for time to pass quickly in this place. On the other side, Du Jinhui silently looked at the pot of meat that was still cooking. Her face gradually became strangely sad. She did not know what she was thinking. "How strange! My heart feels uneasy." Suddenly, Du Jinhui recalled the determined face of He Ling, who dared to openly declare that she wanted to become Junior Brother's wife. She knew well that the little girl had an extremely beautiful appearance. He Ling was already beautiful, and in the future she would certainly become a peerless beauty. Thinking of this, Du Jinhui quickly placed her hand on her stomach. "Completely different from me, someone who must bear the name of a man for a lifetime." Realizing something was wrong, she quickly noticed, "Wait, isn't it that I love Junior Brother with the mind of a woman?" Du
Du Jinhui's face suddenly blushed, and she quickly decided, but he is still my dear relative. I cannot let him get married carelessly to just any woman. Therefore, even Miss Su needs to undergo scrutiny. Sometime later, the door was quickly opened. Seeing He Ling return inside the room made Du Jinhui extremely confused. Why did you return so soon?
The little girl sighed and recounted the whole story, explaining that this young master used the excuse of the distinction between sexes, so it was not convenient for her to wipe his body. After finishing, she didn't forget to complain, asking if young Master Lu, who was also a manly man, could take care of this for her. This made Jinhui smile radiantly. Inside the room, Taisho sighed, quickly scratching his head, startled. It has been so long since I saw Miss Shu. I'm so happy. While he was still calculating his next move, Jinhui suddenly ran inside and called out, "Junior brother." She looked happily at Taisho's face with a radiant smile. "Junior brother, you tactfully refused Miss Shu because she is a woman, right?" While he still didn't understand what was going on, she continued to praise him. "Well done. I am also a manly man just like you, junior brother." Jinhui quickly announced, "So rest assured and entrust your body to me." This situation made him startle and panic. Why did it turn out like this?
She immediately reached out to pull the blanket away. Come on, let me." He didn't know what to say in this situation. Wait, senior brother, I really don't need it." Du Jinhui didn't care much and continued to pull his blanket until it tore apart. "Don't be polite." Terrified, Taisho quickly screamed in despair. Feeling it wasn't enough, she approached and continued to ask, "Junior brother, you must have had a hard time fighting that black-clothed man, right?" I'm fine." In his eyes now there was only fear. "Senior brother, please stop." "No, let me help you relax these 10 spots as well." Du Jinhui seriously massaged his body. Everything happened so fast that Taisho couldn't react in time. Impossible. How could my first massage be done by senior brother? The skillful movements made him utter incredibly strange sounds. The more he thought about it, the angrier Taisho felt. All of this is Ru Ling's fault. Don't even dream that I'll let you finish the martial arts duel. Strange sounds echoed from inside the room. Time shifted to late evening in another location. Ru Ling lay inside her bed talking to herself. That Taisho guy surely isn't injured too badly, right? Could it be that he collapsed and can't get up? She involuntarily recalled Taisho's miserable state when he fell to the ground.
Realizing something was wrong, she was startled and extremely surprised. Thoughts kept appearing in her mind. Am I worried? Me? Cheesy Wei? Now Ri Ling confusedly held her face and questioned herself. Me, a supreme expert of the profound realm, the head of the evil sects? It seemed she felt it was absurd. Me, the #1 beauty under heaven, the person whom every man in the Central Plains looks up to, and every woman is jealous of. Sometime later, a subordinate quickly appeared at this place. As soon as he saw Ri Ling, he immediately bowed and asked, "You summoned me, milady?" Ri Ling did not hesitate to instruct, "I will go to the Black Dragon Gang headquarters for a while. While I am away, do not cause any trouble." Hearing that, he nodded in agreement. Yes. After stepping outside, she walked while asking herself, "How could I be moved by someone like you? It is just because I kept my promise that I ran here." Unbeknownst to her, Ri Ling's face had turned completely red. "It is not because I like you, Li Tiesho." Meanwhile, on this side, Taisho was still screaming in ecstasy. Sometime later, Jinhui smiled and asked, "Junior brother, the blockages seem to have been cleared. How does it feel?" Taisho felt extremely exhausted. "It is much better." He thought despairedly in his mind, "But on my body, the hands of a man have touched every corner like this." Seeing his words, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Is that so? That is fortunate." At the same time, Jinhui quickly decided, "From now on, I will help you massage your acupoints every day."
This situation terrified Taisho. Every day, once was already more than enough. It seemed she didn't care about his reaction at all. "No, I will do it for you. As long as junior brother recovers quickly, I can do anything." Realizing something, Jinhui hurriedly ran towards the inner part of the room. "Junior brother must be thirsty. I will go get some water for you to drink." This situation left Taisho speechless. Why was he so happy? What was the reason, after all? Noticing his current body condition, even he was startled. However, the massage was indeed good. His body felt significantly stronger. Even so, this situation was hard for Taisho to accept. "But I can't let senior brother massage me every day. I must quickly push forward the martial arts duel." He looked ahead with determination and thought, although persuading the Black Dragon Gang had been promised by Chi Zai-yu, that was still not enough. A martial arts duel required an official witness. At the same time, the story had to be retold. A notary, or an official witness, is someone responsible for verifying the truth regarding the martial arts duel. It is not that simple. In other words, they are the guarantor, ensuring no one dares to speak against the Tao or utter deceitful words. The notary not only prevents the defeated from claiming victory, allowing the referee to quickly announce Kong Tong sect wins, but they also play the role of announcing the duel's result to the world. The onlookers were attracted by this news. Impossible. Heard that the Kong Tong sect won the martial arts duel?
But things are not that simple. The problem lies in the fact that no sect is willing to stand up as a witness for the declined Kongtong sect. The man silently looked at the situation before him. How pitiful. After the Kongtong sect collapsed, the Gansu region was controlled by another orthodox sect, although the Shiman family still exists, but he was extremely annoyed and gritted his teeth in anger. Those Shiman people, cunning fellows like him, will certainly not be happy about this martial arts duel. Thinking of this, Tiesho quickly made a decision. When my body recovers, I must monitor the movements of the Shiman family. Just then, Jin Hui also returned. Junior brother, I brought water. Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. Yes. Looking at her radiant face made him feel extremely confused. Senior brother has nothing to do. Why does he keep taking care of me like this? Remembering something, he suddenly asked. Come to think of it, if you are here, then who is taking care of the cooking?
Seeing this, Jinhu laughed in surprise. Cooking? Her next words made him freeze instantly. Of course, Miss Shu is cooking. He thought silently to himself. Shu Xiaoling is cooking? Overcome with worry, Taisho suddenly shouted, Absolutely not. In a flash, the scene shifted to late night at the Black Dragon Gang. Hearing the recent news made Tianming extremely surprised. What did you just say? Ri Ling calmly announced. The Kongtong sect proposes to settle the matter of the Four Shadow Society according to Zhanghu rules, and has sent a martial arts duel challenge to our gang, my lord. This made him hold the document in surprise. Just for such a small matter, they seek an audience with the Black Dragon Gang leader? This man with a ferocious face was the Black Dragon Gang leader, Wei Tianming. Tianming glared angrily at Ri Ling and called out, Flower Cat Swordswoman Ri Ling. It seemed he was completely provoked by her actions. Do you think meeting this gang's leader is a joke? Facing his reaction, she seemed to show no concern at all. Too angry, Tianming quickly made a decision. Something like this isn't worth reporting. His voice was certain. You should handle it yourself. Seeing the situation, Ri Ling coldly reached out and caught the document in her hand. Realizing something was wrong, he was startled. Catching what I threw? And it even contains internal power? Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, making Tianming freeze instantly. Min.
At the same time, Ri Ling quickly tore off her mask and asked, Since when did you dare? She annoyedly questioned loudly, Since when did I allow you to behave like that in front of me? Realizing the true identity of Ziyue, Tianming was extremely terrified and hurriedly shouted, Alliance leader. He could not delay any longer and hurriedly knelt down on the ground. I truly deserve to die. Alliance leader, why are you here? His action made her feel extremely angry. Eventually, I had to reveal my true nature. Suddenly, she remembered the gentle face of Tiesho. Li Tiesho, this bastard, but a promise is a promise. After thinking for a short while, she quickly decided, accept the martial arts duel challenge proposed by the Kongtong sect. This surprised Tianming greatly, but accepting their challenge brings no benefit, my lord. It seemed that Ziyue had already had a plan in her mind. You only know one thing, but not the other. Isn't there also the Simen family? Hearing this, he noticed something. Could it be? She immediately nodded in agreement. That's right, the Simen family are just staring and waiting for an opportunity to strike despicably.
Time passed, the story has been told for hundreds of years. Gansu was originally the territory of the Kongtong sect. If the Kongtong sect revived, it would only be a matter of time before the Simen family was pushed back. Precisely because of this, the Simen family constantly targets the Four Shadow Society. They always ignore the villains causing chaos on the battlefield. This is the territory of the Four Shadow Society, those foolish Kongtong sect members. The faster the Kongtong sect collapses, the more they benefit. They even constantly discuss it together. It seems the end of the Kongtong sect is near. Now is the time for us to act. They intend to use the name of the Orthodox Path to take revenge when the Kongtong sect falls, until everything gradually collapses, in order to launch a fierce battle with the Black Dragon Gang and consolidate the position of the #1 sect in Gansu. Saying this, Ziwei glanced in another direction. But if the Black Dragon Gang uses an official martial arts duel to force the Kongtong sect to close, they will no longer have a chance to step in. Hearing this, Tianming broke into a very radiant smile. As expected, you are truly wise, Alliance leader. At the same time, he did not forget to excitedly add, in this duel I will definitely win. Not only will I win, but I will also destroy the entire headquarters of the Kongtong sect, completely severing their lineage. Right then, Ziwei suddenly interrupted. No.
She quickly turned her face in another direction and announced that the main headquarters of the Kongtong sect must not be destroyed. This left Tianming utterly surprised. Huh? Qi Ziye had her own calculations in mind. After all, she had to leave a home for Li Teishu until he grew up. A moment passed in the blink of an eye. Teishu tried to run forward as fast as he could. He thought to himself in despair, I made a foolish mistake. Why did I let Xu Xiaoling cook that precious pork? According to news from the Imperial Palace that I heard in my past life, there were reports of people eating Xu Xiaoling's food and nearly losing their lives. A customer looked at the dish before him and asked in surprise, Is this a new dish that was just served? But after tasting it, his spirit completely collapsed.
No, this went far beyond poisoning or anything of the sort. And just like that, he passed away quickly. Hao Ling didn't even forget to ask, "Why did you fall asleep? You still have to pay if you sleep." Tei Shu understood all of this clearly. Xu Xiaoling, despite being the daughter of the innkeeper, had absolutely no talent for cooking. He anxiously ran down to the kitchen, praying that there was nothing wrong with this dish.
Realizing something was wrong, Taisho stood frozen. No, what is going on here? He noticed Ha Ling was wreaking havoc on the kitchen in this place. Not just the pork, but the entire kitchen was burning down. Seeing this, Jinhui hurriedly ran inside. "Junior brother, your body is not yet healthy. Please stay here. I will go fetch water to put out the fire." Taisho nodded. "Yes, I understand." Realizing something else was off, it caught his attention. Wait, the kitchen had turned out like this, but Xu Xiaoling was nowhere to be seen. He looked bewildered at the black smoke billowing from inside the kitchen. Could she still be in there? Meanwhile, Ha Ling stared blankly at the blazing fire before her eyes. The young girl desperately covered her nose, thinking to herself, "I just wanted to grill meat for the young master. Did I put too much wood in the stove?" Seeing no other choice, she reminded herself that if this continued, the entire kitchen would be in danger, and she couldn't let the Kongtong sect suffer any more losses. This time, Ha Ling turned her head back. "I must find something to put out the fire." Having no other option, she took a bucket of water to the fire. "Just because I wanted to lend a hand, I came here on my own, and now it's like this. I really acted foolishly." But perhaps due to the lack of oxygen, she could no longer act as she wished. Ha Ling's eyes gradually faded before she could put out the fire. "I can't. I must put out the fire, but my body won't listen." At the critical moment, the familiar silhouette of Taisho quickly rushed in. "Xu Xiaoling!" He hurriedly supported the young girl and asked with concern, "You don't know how to cook, so why did you enter the kitchen?" His face was clearly reflected in Ha Ling's eyes. This scene made the young girl's face blush red with surprise. "Young master!" Taisho hurriedly supported Ha Ling and asked, "Why did you go into the kitchen?" She dazedly looked up at him. "Young Master Li." The oxygen in this place was depleting even further, making the little girl feel extremely exhausted. Without further delay, Taisho quickly carried her in his arms and ran outside. "Let's get out of here quickly." Realizing something was wrong, Ha Ling blamed herself. "Young Master Li, the kitchen has caught fire." She looked up at him helplessly. "I must take responsibility. I must put out the fire." At this moment, Taisho quickly replied, "No." He seriously instructed the girl that what matters now is not the kitchen, but Miss Ximen. These warm words made Ha Ling freeze in emotion immediately. "You must cherish yourself more, miss." After that, he gently lowered the girl to the ground, telling her to sit down and rest. Right then, the bucket of water in Jinhui's hand suddenly dropped. "Junior brother." She felt extremely confused and asked, "Why are you hugging Miss Ximen?" Although a bit surprised, Taisho still turned back to explain seriously that it was to save the lady from the fire, so he had to be impolite. He sat there continuously speaking, "I am not doing anything indecent." Jinhui's expression was a bit strange, catching his attention. "Really?" Taisho misunderstood and thought in panic. "No, I gave a legitimate reason. Why is he looking at me like that?" Realizing something was wrong made him startled. Could the rumors from his past life be true? Time returns to the past when beauties were constantly obsessed with Jinhui, the #1 sword under heaven, Sword Saint Du Jinhui, a man of outstanding talent. She naturally didn't care about them and disregarded women's beauty. There was a rumor that caught Taisho's attention. The reason was that he had fallen in love with his junior sister, Ximen Haling. Their lips quickly touched in his imagination. Thinking of this made Taisho extremely worried, grabbing his head and screaming, "No way!"
Meanwhile, he now had his own calculations. "I've been too subjective. I must separate Senior Brother and Miss X." While Jinhui was still standing there in a daze, Tieshu quickly called out, "Senior Brother!" He immediately picked up a bucket of water from the ground and finished cleaning the kitchen. A bright smile appeared on his face. "Let's practice together." Jinhui was extremely surprised to hear that. "Practice?" Tieshu added with a playful smile. "Yes, thanks to Senior Brother massaging my meridians, I feel much better now." Having no other choice, he decided to lie. "I want to quickly practice with you, Senior Brother." These words made Jinhui extremely happy. She smiled radiantly and continued to ask, "Is that so? That's great." After carrying the water bucket to put out the fire, Tieshu thought to himself, "Yes, to not be inferior to Senior Brother, the #1 handsome man, I must become the #1 expert in the martial world." With a serious look on his face, he looked forward. This martial arts duel would be the first time the Kongtong sect debuted to the world after its changes, so he had to give it his all. A week had passed. At the Black Dragon Gang headquarters in Sichuan, the man grew more and more angry the more he thought about it. Unable to bear it anymore, he looked up and shouted in rage, "The Kongtong sect dares to send a challenge letter? What reason do you have to accept it?" Another person sitting opposite also shouted out his thoughts. "That's right. Please give me the order. I will deal with those arrogant Kongtong sect people." After a moment of silence, Tianming suddenly spoke up. Silence. Those two simple words made the meeting turn terrifyingly quiet. He glanced at everyone and then announced, "I have decided to accept the challenge from the Kongtong sect."
This made everyone present find it extremely hard to believe. Sect leader, is that truly your decision? He quickly voiced his thoughts. It was true that the Kongtong sect had no right to challenge the Black Dragon Gang. A very strange smile appeared on Tanming's face, but our proposal works in our favor. Feeling it wasn't enough, he quickly stood up and slammed the table, declaring, "Look, if we win according to the laws of the orthodox path, then the Shimen family will not be able to interfere, right?" He seemed to find this situation highly amusing. Hearing this, those present hurriedly nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was so, as expected of the sect leader.
Another person immediately asked, "So we must send a reply. Who should we send to the Kongtong sect?" Meanwhile, Wei Tenming quickly pondered and made a decision. Since it is a battle between experts, let the young sect leader go. The scene shifts to the next morning at a different location. Xiaolian silently looked at the scene before her. She was facing various assassins preparing to attack. Without wasting time, they immediately drew their swords and rushed toward her. Xiaolian's face was extremely cold as she gazed at the group, causing trouble for her. Her speed was incredibly agile, dealing with those men in a very short amount of time. Simultaneously, Xiaolian pulled down her mask and mocked, "Incompetent fools." She annoyedly turned her head and reproached them. "Even with real swords, is this all you can do?" This woman is Wei Xiaolian, the young sect leader of the Black Dragon Gang. Several subordinates on the side quickly knelt down to explain that it was because the young sect leader was too strong, but it seemed Xiaolian would not listen. "Shut up. Prepare yourselves to train until morning." Just then, a subordinate quickly stepped forward and called out, "Young sect leader." He immediately bowed his head and announced, "The sect leader has given an order."
This news made Xiaolian startle in surprise. Did the gang leader call for me? Time had shifted to late at night inside the forest. The area was a dilapidated place with fallen buildings. Xiaolian's familiar figure leaped from one side to another. Tai Shou was still sitting there, focused on his cultivation. She quickly appeared before him and mocked. How pathetic. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, continuously cursing. "I have to deliver news to that trashy sect. Go call the sect leader out here right now." Seeing that Xiaolian had arrived, Tai Shou raised his head and looked forward. "You've arrived, the most outstanding descendant of the evil sect, Wei Xiaolian. I have been waiting for you." Seeing him stand up, she spoke up in annoyance. "What are you doing? Just go." Her words made Tai Shou extremely uncomfortable. Being the #1 expert of the evil sect since childhood has made you quite arrogant, hasn't it? Rumor has it you're a cold beauty. I'm very curious. At that moment, he suddenly raised his head toward Xiaolian. "What if I don't want to?" These few words made her completely furious. "You dare talk back to me?" A smug smile appeared on Tai Shou's face. So naive. Those who only rely on reputation are usually easily provoked. At the same time, his expression became contemptuous as he continued. Daring to let the young gang leader personally meet the sect leader of the orthodox Kongtong sect, truly an uneducated bunch from the evil sect. Unable to take it anymore, Xiaolian quickly replied, "One must have power to maintain rules."
She did not want to be outdone and continued to ask, "The beggar sect is even poorer than beggars, so where do they get the right to demand etiquette?" After a period of silence, Tieshu immediately announced, "That's exactly why we must maintain etiquette, because the Kongtong sect will win this martial arts duel." These words made her burst into laughter with great smugness. The Kongtong sect winning against the Great Black Dragon Gang? Ridiculous! At the same time, he also made his own decision in his heart. He could not stand it and had to correct that insolent attitude. He glanced at Xiaolian and asked, "Are you sure? What if my sect wins? If you're so confident, then make a bet with me." She felt extremely annoyed. Why should I do that? This series of words made Tieshu lose his patience. Huh? What? Xiaolian also found Tieshu extremely eyesore. What? Seeing the opportunity had come, Tieshu quickly teased. "Don't dare to bet? The Black Dragon Gang is truly a bunch of cowards, talking nonsense, shameless, and so on." This situation made her unable to sit still any longer. "I don't understand what you're saying, but I'm angry."
Tai Shou was extremely decisive as he pointed at himself. "Hey, if you're so confident in winning, then let's make a bet. If our sect loses, I will become your servant." Although very angry, she still seriously nodded in agreement. "Fine. Good. That won't happen. If you win, I will call you Big Brother for the rest of my life." Listening to this made him feel incredibly excited. Big Brother? Excellent. He looked at Xiaolian's beautiful face and secretly calculated. Originally, a big brother will eventually become a lover, and a lover will eventually become a husband. But this only made her look at him with utter contempt. Truly a pervert. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiaolian shouted, "I want to gouge out your obnoxious eyes right now." Tai Shou chuckled triumphantly on the side. "Try and see what you can do." Noticing the strange commotion, Xiao Ying quickly stepped outside. "What is all this noise?" Seeing this, he turned his head in surprise. "Master!" He continued to look toward Xiaolian. "A messenger from the Black Dragon Gang?" She nodded. "That's right." After regaining her composure, she quickly presented an item. "To the young gang leader of the Black Dragon Gang,
I am Black Evil Dragon Guard Xiao Lian, and I have brought the gang leader's response. These words made Taisho, standing to the side, think in surprise. It seems you do know how to maintain etiquette. Weren't you intentionally provoking us earlier? After carefully reading the letter, Xiao Ying spoke with some surprise. The time is 15 days from now, at noon. The location is Huating County. Under the witness of a notary, we accept a 2 versus 3 challenge according to the late-stage martial arts index rules.
His expression gradually became serious, as if he realized something was wrong. This document clearly accepted the challenge without any other conditions. Hearing that, she did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Correct, the notary for the Black Dragon Gang will be handled by Shimen. The Kongtong sect should also appoint a notary. This condition caused Zhao Ying to immediately fall silent and think for a short moment. He quickly replied, "Our sect intends to invite a notary from the Shimen family." This made Shaolin nod in satisfaction. "I see. I will keep that in mind." Seeing that everything was resolved, he quickly bowed and announced, "Please go slowly. I wish you peace." Before leaving, Shaolin turned back to look at Taisho, thinking, what on earth is he, that strange guy?
He did not hesitate to stick out his tongue to tease her. This scene made Shaolin even angrier, wishing she could hit him a few times. Damn it! After seeing her leave, Shaolin continued, "Now that the time is set, perhaps I must send a letter to the Shimen family." At that moment, Jinhui appeared. "Master, I just heard a noise." Seeing him, he quickly announced, "You've come at the right time, Jinhui." With a serious face, he instructed, "The messenger of the Black Dragon Gang has just left. Take this letter to the Shimen family for me." Although surprised, Jinhui nodded. "I understand." Looking at the situation, Tiesho thought to himself that this martial arts duel might not be welcomed by the Shimen family. If only a gentle senior brother went, wouldn't they be looked down upon? He immediately stepped forward and made a decision. "Master, I also want to go to the Shimen family with him." Hearing this, he was extremely surprised. "Tiesho, you?" He nodded and continued, "Yes, this trip to the Shimen family is like senior brother's first step into the Zhonghu. As a junior brother, I want to accompany him." This made Shaolin laugh in surprise. This kid, his heart for his senior brother is truly deep. Overjoyed, Jinhui quickly hugged Tiesho tightly. "Thank you, junior brother. I didn't expect you to think of me like that." He immediately gave a forced smile. "It's nothing," though he secretly thought, "Let go, you hug addict." Sometime later, the flowers in the forest were in full bloom. Tiesho had also prepared his belongings for the next journey. Lanzhou, where the Shimen family is located, is the largest city in Gansu. Finally, I have the feeling of taking my first step into the vast world. Before he left, Harleen quickly stepped up and asked, "Second young master?" He was surprised and looked up at the young girl. "Miss Xu, is there something I can help you with so early in the morning?" The girl explained seriously, "I heard that you will be departing for Lanzhou today." Remembering what she had done, Harling felt a bit of regret and quickly bowed her head. "I have been busy and haven't had the chance to thank you. Thank you for saving me in the kitchen." The young girl's face turned slightly red as she continued to speak her true feelings. "From the time at the inn until now, you have helped this helpless person twice. I am always weak and only cause trouble for others. I am truly sorry." While Haling was preparing to say something more, Li Taisho smiled and approached to chat. "Miss Hu, I cannot accept such thanks. When I was suffering from internal injuries, it was thanks to Miss Hu's kindness that I recovered quickly. You always did your best." These few simple words made the young girl feel incredibly happy. "Please stop blaming yourself for being meek or untalented." Li Taisho gently placed his hand on Haling's head, stroking it. He continued his advice. "If you want to forge your own destiny, formally join our sect. If Miss Hu studies martial arts, you could completely become the most outstanding woman in the Zhonghu." Hearing this, the young girl obediently nodded. "I will think about it." Feeling it wasn't enough, Li Taisho quickly reminded her, "Miss Hu, please cherish yourself." For the Haling standing before him, he always held a sense of respect. Becoming strong starts with loving yourself, do you understand? The young girl blushed and lowered her head upon hearing that. "Actually, I don't quite understand that yet." A bright smile quickly appeared on her face. "But since they are words spoken by the young master, I will remember and repeat them in my heart." Suddenly, Du Jinhui shouted loudly, "Junior brother, what are you still doing?" It seems she and Zhao Ying were already waiting there. "Hurry up!" Remembering the recent situation made Li Taisho feel very annoyed. Such a good atmosphere had been ruined. Before the two departed, Zhao Ying did not forget to instruct, "This is your first time traveling the Zhonghu. You have practiced diligently until now, so there certainly won't be any problems." The two nodded in agreement. "Yes, master." He nodded gently and didn't forget to remind them both, "Travel safely." At the same time, Li Taisho and Du Jinhui quickly set off. "Yes, we understand." The scene shifted to the market streets of Huating County, where Du Jinhui felt extremely excited. "Junior brother, look at that, sugar candy." It seems she was very delighted looking at the tanghulu. "Let's eat sugar candy together." Despite being bored, Li Taisho still nodded. "Yes." He secretly thought, "You're not a child, so why so excited?" And so Du Jinhui happily bought 2 tanghulu. "They look so delicious." She delightedly ate the sugar candy in her hand. Seeing how her appearance attracted so many beauties to gather around made Taisho speechless. That face was truly a natural advantage. Sensing something was amiss, he paid closer attention. He realized that someone was secretly tailing behind them. They had just entered Huating County and already a tail was following them. But this individual was incredibly agile and vanished before Li Taisho's eyes. Lacking martial arts but possessing such nimble movements, could he be a petty thief? If so, it is possible he has connections to the Hao sect. Driven by curiosity, Li Taisho immediately decided to pursue him. Had Shizuye, the master of the Hao sect, issued an order? Given Shizuye's stubborn nature, this likely was not a good sign. Rather, he had to seize this opportunity. At the same time, he reached out and firmly gripped the hand of the man from before. His voice became extremely irritated. "You there, how dare you attempt to steal my coin pouch?" This situation caught the youth by surprise. What? Li Taisho was furious and drew his sword directly. Someone must have put you up to this. Lead me to them at once. Realizing the situation was dire, the man hurriedly pleaded, "Please spare my life. All right, I will take you there." Time had shifted to late at night at a vast main hall. Du Jinhui walked along, smiling and praising. Junior brother is truly impressive, detecting a tail immediately. Seeing this, Li Taisho turned back and replied. This time it was truly just a coincidence, purely luck. Looking at the scene before her, she was slightly startled. Is this the place? He quickly headed inside. Let's go. Both of them entered the space, lost in their own thoughts. From the outside, it appeared to be a normal brothel, but it was far too quiet, and furthermore, not a single courtesan was in sight. Seeing the unfamiliar silhouettes at the two, the showerer quickly stepped out and asked, "Hey, it's not opening time yet. What's going on?" Taisho's face revealed a smug smile. Is this the place where the seamen group is staying in Huaji County? Sensing something was wrong, he was about to say more. I don't know what you're talking about. Not wanting to waste time, he directly threw a coin forward. Seeing the situation, the showerer immediately jumped into the air to dodge. This made Taisho find it extremely interesting. Oh, you dodged that move. Looking at your movements, you are indeed a martial artist. Seeing the situation turning bad, he immediately sighed and picked up his weapon to prepare for battle. Acting so arrogantly like this is truly unacceptable. Noticing him preparing to strike, Taisho was slightly startled and surprised. That's a feather needle. Is he actually pulling that out here? Getting hit by it would be very dangerous. He was about to say more when Jinhui suddenly rushed forward. Wait, senior brother! She decisively thrust her fist forward, catching the showerer completely off guard. And just like that, she directly knocked him down before he could do anything. The subordinates in the back, seeing the situation was bad, rushed over. Manager, what happened? They glanced at Jinhui. You brat, how dare you touch the manager? She didn't hesitate and struck directly. Her strength was incredibly dominant, as a single blow sent one man flying backward. Feeling it wasn't enough, Jinhui continued to raise her fist high to take action.
A loud explosion rang out. Taisho didn't know what else to do in this situation. The power just displayed made him feel extremely unbelievable. It was truly insane. At the same time, Jinhui turned back and said, Are you all right, junior brother? Taisho thought desperately to himself, I guessed this person was strong, but I didn't expect them to be this powerful. She didn't forget to speak with absolute determination. Junior brother, I will definitely protect you. This made him freeze. This person was truly too strong. Realizing Jinhui's current strength made the rest of the group extremely terrified. Monster! She wiped blood from her face, looking coldly toward them. Seeing the situation was not good, Taisho was startled. This is bad. He hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Senior brother, calm down. She was about to say more, but they dared to strike first. Taisho quickly spoke up. Let me handle this. At the same time, he immediately looked down at the steward who had just fallen. You, why did you make such a big deal out of this?
Taisho continuously scolded this man angrily, not only stalking a female disciple of the same sect, but also daring to launch hidden weapons. My senior brother was startled. Apologize now. He continued to issue a reminder. Lead me to your leader. I will punish you. Seeing this, the man desperately begged, please spare me from that. Just then, a voice rang out, catching Taisho's attention. This young hero, he was surprised, thinking to himself, this is sound transmission. The woman above continued to instruct Taisho. Don't make it difficult for this poor manager anymore. Come to the second floor, private room, let us talk privately. Seeing this situation made Taisho feel extremely surprised. In a remote place like Sihuating, there is actually a master who can use sound transmission? Furthermore, that person only called him and not his senior brother, so perhaps this was an order from Chiziyu. At this moment, Jinhui felt surprised. What's wrong, junior brother? He quickly informed her. There is a sound transmission from a master of a powerful clan saying they want to meet me privately. This news made her feel extremely worried. Meeting privately? No, junior brother, it's too dangerous. Jinhui hurriedly ran to stop him. What if the powerful clan is intentionally luring us? What if there's a trap? Taisho seemed not to care much. It's fine, senior brother. Taking this opportunity, I will find out what they are plotting. A very radiant smile appeared on his face. Trust me. These words made Jinhui suddenly fall silent. After thinking for a short while, she immediately decided, I trust you. It seems she cherished the feelings between the two of them very much, because you are my junior brother.
Hearing Jinhui speak like that, Taisho quickly left. Yes, I'm going. He silently thought to himself, where did senior brother learn that cheesy way of talking? The scene shifts to a large corridor. Finally, Taisho stood before the door of the room and thought, from stalking to voice transmission, everything could be a trap. I must be careful. At that moment, the door opened, causing Taisho to notice in surprise. Did the door open by itself? Simultaneously, the familiar figure of Yanxi appeared. The young hero has arrived. She was Long Yuesheng, the #1 beauty of Sichuan, Yanxi. Looking at this appearance made Taisho styled. I guessed there would be a courtesan, but this peerless beauty made him acknowledge in amazement. I didn't expect it to be Long Yuesheng, the #1 beauty of Sichuan. He knew this woman was not an ordinary person. The courtesan voted as the #1 beauty in Sichuan, Long Yuesheng. She only played music and wrote calligraphy to entertain guests. Everyone always had to scramble to line up to meet Yanxi, but today I can behold her countenance? Truly something to look forward to. Men from all over flocked here just to drink wine with her. Looking at the familiar woman before him made Taisho a bit worried. The problem is, Long Yuesheng is not an ordinary courtesan.
He suddenly remembered the familiar face of Ziyue. Her true identity was the second clone of Qi Ziyue. At that moment, she burst into laughter with great amusement, finding such an unexpected encounter even more interesting. Taisho sighed in anger, calling her a wretched, disguised clone. In her heart, Ziyue felt extremely smug. Did he call me here just because of infatuation? She thought silently, Li Taisho, you've fallen into the trap. Recalling their first meeting made Ziyue even more excited. She couldn't understand how this guy passed the flower cat sword trial. Surely it was because he was a lecher who chased after every skirt. She couldn't take him seriously and decided to test him this time. A joyful smile appeared on Ziyue's face. If he were seduced by Long Wet Huang, she would punish him for daring to make her heart flutter. Seeing her strange behavior, Taisho was confused. Why was the lady smiling behind her veil? She immediately explained that wearing a veil while receiving guests was impolite. Ziyue carefully poured tea into the cup and invited him to drink. Looking at DM He's face, he thought to himself that this beauty was just the beginning. At the same time, Ziyue made her decision to use the Mi On Gong. Her face showed a smug smile. Mi On Gong, a technique to seduce men, was no ordinary skill. Something was quickly infiltrating Taisho's body. She had reached a realm where she could control the mind and make the opponent lose their reason.
At the same time, he also sensed that something was not right. Taisho's face had turned red for some reason. Why was it so hot in the room? All of this was observed by Ziyue, who thought to herself that he was stimulated and it was time to finish him off. She gently reached forward and grabbed Taisho's hand. What brings the young hero here? A joyful smile appeared on his face. Witnessing this, she was bewildered and secretly thought that he had been completely enchanted. Reveal your true self, Li Taisho. In the next second, Taisho immediately brushed Ziyue's hand aside. I am here to hold you accountable. These words left her stunned, unable to believe the reality. Not wasting any time, Taisho went straight to the main point. The Flower Cat Gang dares to shadow the disciples of the Kongtong sect. How insolent. Investigating us right before an important martial arts duel. Are you planning to sell information to the Black Dragon Gang?
Realizing something was wrong made Ziyu find it incredibly hard to believe. Is this Long Yet Hyung's charming flame art useless? He seemed to care little for her expression as he continued his observation. If the Black Dragon Gang obtains the information collected by the Flower Cat Gang, they could dispatch assassins to eliminate us. This left Taisho extremely puzzled. That would be the most effective way to remove the Kongtong sect without needing a martial arts duel, wouldn't it? This string of words left Ziyu standing there frozen without any reaction. In Taisho's mind, he had his own calculations. Of course, the Black Dragon Gang wasn't stupid enough to hire the Flower Cat Gang for this, but in politics, the truth doesn't matter. He thought with great anticipation, as long as you reveal a weakness, I will exploit it thoroughly. Taisho continued to look at Ziyu and asked, the current situation can be understood as such. What does the young lady think? He had also discovered her plan. No matter how powerful Ziyu's charming flame art was, it was useless against him. At the same time, Taisho recalled his past life. Although this body was still young, his spirit remained the same as his previous life, having already reached the profound realm.
He knew clearly that the person standing before him was Ziyue. Moreover, if it were her true self, it would be a concern, but in her identity as the courtesan Ling Yuesheng, she could do nothing to him. Do you intend to use this opportunity to distract me? You are mistaken, he thought. The more Taisho thought, the more he felt contempt. My way of pleasure is true love. I cannot be enchanted by this lowly hypnotic martial art. Taisho's expression gradually became extremely displeased. Not only following him, but also using the charming flame art, how did she plan to make amends? After a moment of silence, Ziyue spoke sadly. The duel between the Black Dragon Gang and the Kongtong sect is a hot topic in the martial world. Our house sect makes a living by trading information, so we could not help but act. She did not hesitate to bow and take all the blame. This time it is my fault. It has nothing to do with the Black Dragon Gang. I hope the young master can forgive me. Thinking about what he had said made her heart race. Li Taisho. Ziyue thought happily. How is this guy so smart? Normally, the smarter they are, the easier it is to be enchanted by my charming flame art. The more she thought, the more confused she felt. Why is my martial art useless against him? After a period of thinking, Ziyue suddenly asked, "By the way, young hero, do you not find me at all beautiful?" At the same time, Taisho spoke his feelings. "You are a peerless beauty. It would be a lie to say you are not." His next words stunned Ziyue. "The reason my heart is not moved is that I have no feelings for you." Hearing this, she quickly put her mask back on, asking for his forgiveness.
The more Ziyue thought, the more confused she became. Was he not swayed by beauty? Was he not a man driven by desire? Seeing the situation, Taisho spoke with a smile. "All right, I see you are sincerely repentant, so I will let it go." In his mind, he secretly thought, "But I have passed the trial. Now is the time to receive the reward." He quickly placed his hand on his chest and proposed, "Please convey the proposal of the Kongtong sect to the supreme sect leader of the Hao sect." This made Ziyue find it incredibly hard to believe. "Why? Do you mean sect leader Qi Ziyue?" Taisho nodded with absolute certainty. "Yes." Suddenly she felt very curious and asked, "What is the proposal, if I may ask?" Without hesitation, he spoke what he had prepared. "My proposal concerns the martial arts duel between the Kongtong sect and the Black Dragon Gang." His expression became very serious, and it involves the Seaman family.
Time had moved to late night at the Shiman family, Shantian Hall. Monfong quickly reported everything to Swantian. "Master, the Black Dragon Gang has officially accepted the challenge from the Kongtong sect." Hearing this, he meditated and slowly wiped each leaf of a plant. Monfong, standing behind, continued, "If the Black Dragon Gang defeats the Kongtong sect in an official martial arts duel, then our Shinan family will have no reason to attack them. Is that right?" Suddenly, at this moment, Swantian replied, "Don't worry, no martial arts duel will take place." This made him extremely confused. "Why you say that?" The old man continued to voice his thoughts. "This is a duel that the orthodox path will definitely lose." His calm words made Monfong startled. Would the Kongtong sect be able to find anyone to stand as a witness? His expression gradually turned into total bewilderment. "Are you planning to sabotage the duel?" Swantian quickly nodded in confirmation. "Correct." It seemed he had his own calculations. "In this Gansu province, no one dares to go against our Shiman family. The Kongtong sect will never find a witness." This time, he decisively turned his head to announce, without the permission of the Shiman family, this man was the head of the Shiman family, Shimen Shuantian.
The scene shifts to the next morning at the Lanzhou market. Jinhui suddenly feels curious and asks, "Junior brother, how did things go with the Hao sect?" Tiesho quickly reports, "It ended well. They also intend to observe us." Hearing this, she exhales a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. She continues to look around the area. "By the way, the market is truly vibrant." He immediately nods and speaks up. "It is indeed the largest market in Gansu province." In his head, Tiesho silently thinks, "Compared to Beijing, this is like a small country store." Seeing the two of them, a man drinking tea quickly recognizes them. Those are people from the Kongtong sect. It seems the rumors are true. They continuously discuss animatedly among themselves. They say there will be a direct confrontation with the Black Dragon Gang, and there are also rumors that the Kongtong sect has recovered their lost martial arts. Noticing something unusual, Jinhui turns her head in surprise and asks, "People in Lanzhou recognize us too, don't they?" Tiesho responds with great confidence. "Even though the Kongtong sect is currently stagnant, isn't it still the top traditional sect in Gansu province?" Looking at the scene before them, he quickly announces, "By the way, it seems we have arrived." The vast estate catches both of their attention. This must be the residence of the Seaman family, right? Jinhui's eyes widen in awe. It looks like a palace. Tiesho nods in agreement. Indeed, he silently thinks to himself. To anyone looking, it looks like nouveau riche. Seeing the two figures makes the subordinate surprised. "Are you here to visit the main family?" He immediately nods in agreement. "That is correct." The guard looks at them with curiosity. "Do you have an appointment?" After a moment of searching, Tiesho quickly presents a letter and announces, "I have brought a handwritten letter from the sect leader of the Kongtong sect. The content is regarding the duel with the Black Dragon Gang. I wish to see the family head to present it."
The attendant, seeing this, pensively asked, "Kongtong sect? So you don't have a prior appointment, right?" He didn't forget to point toward the crowd of people who were still continuously lining up to wait. "Then please go to the other line and wait." Seeing this situation, Jinhui hurriedly spoke up to remind him, "Junior brother, we must hurry. If we are negligent, we might not even get in today." While she was preparing to take action, Tiesho suddenly reached out his hand to stop her. "No, senior brother, I have a way." She felt extremely surprised at these words. "A way?" Hearing that, he nodded in agreement. "Yes, leave it to me." While the attendant was about to return to work, Tiesho continued to run over. The martial arts duel recorded in this letter involves the entire Wulin of Gansu and Sichuan. His face had now become extremely serious. "Now, are you going to belittle the letter from the Kongtong sect based solely on the judgment of a guard?" This made the guard feel incredibly conflicted, not knowing what to do. Even so, an appointment with the head of the house was required. Taisho immediately made a scene to attract everyone's attention. Does a lowly guard dare to obstruct the great hero Seaman?
At the same time, he transformed into a villainous judge. Currently, your choice will be recorded as a decisive judgment, affecting not only the Gansu Wulin but also Sichuan. Do you dare to take responsibility for this decision? This series of reproaches left the poor fellow completely helpless, not knowing how to explain. I'm not going that far. Having no other choice, he hurried inside like the wind. I will consult with my superiors. Please wait for a moment. Everything went according to plan, making Taisho very proud. The strategy of using pressure to panic a minor subordinate had indeed been a complete success. After a while, the large gate slowly opened. The figure of Seaman Fong quickly appeared, drawing everyone's attention. He wore a radiant smile and immediately greeted everyone. Please come in. Welcome to the Seaman clan. I am Seaman Fong. Although I have limited talent, I have been entrusted as the manager of the clan. This man was indeed Seaman Fong, the number 2 figure of the Seaman family. Seeing him appear, Taisho immediately raised his hands in salute. It is an honor to meet you. I am Li Taisho of the Kongtong sect. Jinhui also quickly introduced himself. I am Lu Jinhui of the Kongtong sect. Without wasting any time, he immediately pointed inside. Young heroes, please be generous and forgive the guard's rudeness. Please come inside. Later, Seaman Fong pointed to the vast main hall before them. Please rest assured and relax here. He wore a gentle smile and continued the conversation. At an appropriate time, the head of the family will summon you 2 young heroes. After thinking for a moment, Taisho summarily asked, could we ask when we will be able to have an audience with the great hero Seaman?
Hearing that, he chuckled and continued his reply. The head of the house is currently very busy with work and personal cultivation. I hope you two understand that we cannot confirm an exact time. Seeing his current demeanor, Taisho thought to himself that despite maintaining etiquette, this man was no different from the previous bodyguard. Clearly, they wanted to save face for the Seaman family by intentionally making them wait. He felt a bit annoyed seeing the attitude of all of them. Losing in a battle of nerves before entering negotiations was not his style. Taisho continued by asking, is that so? Ignoring his surroundings and striking a relaxed pose, he said, in that case, please convey these words to the true heavenly sword king, great hero Seaman. If he does not meet me right now, I am afraid he will miss a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. Taisho's eyes quickly darted in another direction. This series of words caused Men Feng to freeze instantly. A very forced smile appeared on his face as he replied, I will certainly convey your words as requested.
Without wasting any time, he quickly walked outside. Then please rest comfortably. Recalling the words Taisho had just said, Jinhui felt extremely confused. Junior brother, what did you mean by a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity? He immediately winked at her to signal, as time was on their side. Seemingly, she still didn't understand what was happening. Time, remembering something, Taisho felt very curious. By the way, senior brother, now that we have some free time, why not take the opportunity to nourish ourselves in such a wealthy place? Sometime later, delicious dishes were laid out on the table. Enjoying these delicious foods made Taisho very satisfied. These dishes were no different from natural spirit medicines for vitality. While eating, he kept praising, the food is truly excellent. Jinhui on the side continuously placed food into his bowl. That's right, junior brother, eat more. Taisho comfortably nodded in agreement. Of course. While the two were still happily eating and drinking, Montfong suddenly ran in and shouted, young heroes of the Kongtong sect. His appearance became extremely anxious as he informed the two that the head of the family wanted to meet the 2 young heroes immediately. Seeing this situation, he quickly placed his chopsticks beneath the table. Taisho continued using a toothpick as he walked forward, saying he had just started to find this place a bit more pleasant. Sometime later, the voice of Shimen Xuantian rang out. It is an honor to meet great hero Shimen Xuan. He looked coldly at the 2 people before him, the pillar of the Gansu martial arts world and the protector of the orthodox path. He bowed his head to introduce himself. I am Li Taisho. Recalling what the 2 had done made him extremely angry as he shouted, enough, stop wasting time with those hollow greetings. The more Shimen Xuantian thought about it, the angrier he became, questioning, you people, why do you want to have a martial arts duel with the Black Dragon Gang to that extent? Taisho replied without hesitation, naturally it is to restore the righteous spirit in the Jianghu. He was about to say something more about people like that.
In his voice, hatred rang out. Was he really shaking hands with the evil house sect to spread rumors? This situation made Li Taisho laugh in surprise and quickly mock him, asking what kind of nonsense the house sect was. At the same time, Shimen Xuantian clenched his palms as rumors of unknown origins spread rapidly across the world. Rumors appeared constantly in this place. Was the Kongtong sect rising again? If they could reach the level of opposing the Black Dragon Gang, it would be a major event. The story was quickly discussed by everyone. The confrontation between the Kongtong sect and the Black Dragon Gang was not just a battle between the orthodox and the evil paths. They saw it as a hot topic. If the Black Dragon Gang won, the evil sects would dominate the Wulin, which was worrying. As time passed, the rumor that the winner would dominate the Jianghu Wulin was truly absurd. Many people received this news, while Shimen Xuantian glared angrily at the 2 of them.
I heard that a letter was sent to the 9-sect union and the 6th-grade families to request them to act as guarantors for the Kongtong sect. He suddenly looked at Li Tieshito and asked, could all this be called a coincidence? He thought to himself that Chizuye handled things very firmly, as expected. Flashing back to the previous evening, Li Tieshito quickly spoke his mind. My proposal is a duel between the Kongtong sect and the Black Dragon Gang, and furthermore, it involves the Seamen family.
Sitting in front of Ziyue, he continued to reveal the remaining part of the plan. First, make this martial arts duel a rumor so widespread that no one is unaware of it. Then, send a letter requesting the 9-sects alliance and the 6th-grade families to act as notaries. This surprised Ziyue greatly. You want to expand the scale so the Seaman family cannot refuse to be the notary, right? Hearing this, he immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly. Her expression was somewhat worried as she repeatedly reminded him, but young hero Li, no matter how rude I may be, noble houses are not places that engage in loss-making activities. She didn't forget to add a warning. Even if I forward this proposal, the supreme sect leader will never accept it. This left Taisho speechless. They were indeed quick at calculation. He was desperately regretful upon realizing he had to part with something. Damn it, I originally wanted to keep this matter private. Taisho continued to search inside his robe. Of course, asking for a favor without anything in return is rude. He quickly presented the gem before her and proposed, please deliver this to the supreme sect leader as compensation for this request. Looking at the bright pearl right before her eyes made her extremely excited. Oh my, although small in size, a bright pearl with such high purity is rare. At this level, it can be called a fair trade.
Before this conversation ended, Ziyu did not forget to add that since the House sect was also acting as a notary for the Black Dragon Gang, the fact that the stakes of the game were growing was a welcome thing. Back to reality, Shimen Swentian still felt extremely angry. Everything was within Li Taisho's calculations. With the Tong sect, Qing Cheng, and Ma having decided to participate as notaries, it would be truly ridiculous if the #1 sect in Kansu, the Seamen clan, did not take part. A radiant smile appeared on his face. The Seamen clan was forced to accept the role of notary, as winning before the battle even begins is the pinnacle of a politician. Meanwhile, Shimen Swentian was so angry that he clenched his fists and spoke up, stating that the ones spreading these false rumors were the House sect, with the Kongtong sect being the one benefiting most from these rumors. He continued to look at the two of them and questioned whether it was incorrect to say the Kongtong sect and the House sect were working together. Li Taisho quickly glanced at him, thinking it was quite sharp, then coldly asked if he had any evidence. He noted that making threats based solely on speculation was not righteous. The old man roared in anger, asking if he planned to pretend not to know, and admitted he had no evidence. A delighted smile appeared on Li Taisho's face. Alliance leader Chi Zuiyu had personally taken action, so there was no way any evidence would be left behind. While he was still thinking, Shimen Swentian suddenly shouted an announcement. However, once your martial arts duel has been rumored to be a battle between righteousness and evil, if you lose, not only the Seamen clan, but also the entire Orthodox path will fall into danger. These words made both of them freeze instantly. He silently thought that he knew the man's temper was like fire, but he didn't expect him to be this angry. Unable to take it anymore, the old man angrily clenched his fists, stating he would personally test whether the Kongtong sect actually had the ability to win.
With just a single blow, the table in front of Swantian was instantly shattered. Let me, as a Zhanghu senior, teach you a lesson about the vastness of the world. Seeing the old man's strength, he was startled and thought in panic, this is crazy. What kind of aura is this? If I get hit by that move, I'll be paralyzed at least half my body. It seemed Swantian had completely lost his mind at this moment. If you must have a martial arts duel, prove your strength before me. The true Heaven's Sword King. He suddenly realized something was wrong. Is that person really trying to kill us? That energy is as heavy as Mount Sumeru, and the sword aura is so domineering that it makes the heavens weep. That is a master of the transformation realm, one who has achieved great success in the great emperor defeating force art and the true heaven imperial rejecting sword. That is the martial arts of Shimen Swantian.
Shimen Swantian only needed to stand in one place, and the aura emanating from his body shattered the ground beneath him. Li Taisho, standing opposite and witnessing this scene, was struck with terror. If just a hint of his aura during action was this formidable, did that man intend to slaughter us all? He could not bear it and collapsed to the ground, his entire body suddenly feeling strange, as if his physique was being crushed under the pressure of 10,000 tons. To escape this aura, he had to risk his life by circulating his Latuan blood technique in reverse. At that moment, a familiar pair of feet stepped forward in front of Li Taisho. He looked up in astonishment to see who it was. To his surprise, it was Du Jinhui, the person he was most familiar with, his senior brother. With one knee bent to the ground, she shouted loudly at Shimen Swantian, demanding that he refrain from speaking contemptuously of their sect from now on. He stood there in temporary shock, staring at Du Jinhui. She declared in a loud voice that no matter how much their sect had declined, they were still more than capable of dealing with those of evil paths. Li Taisho was momentarily stunned by his senior brother's courage. In his heart, he secretly admired Du Jinhui. His senior brother had stepped up to block Shimen Xuantian's aura. A true genius was indeed different.
Even Shimen Xuantian appraised Du Jinhui quite highly. Daring to face my aura directly? Impressive. As soon as he finished speaking, he circulated his internal power to attack. But do you think just this much will earn my recognition? Don't be arrogant. She gritted her teeth in anger, not expecting him to be so haughty. That man. Shimen Xuantian threw a palm strike. Let's see if you can withstand this move. The blow landed, leaving Du Jinhui speechless, her eyes wide with shock. Du Jinhui coughed violently, struggling to stay on her feet. She hadn't expected him to strike so heavily. Shimen Xuantian, this madman, does he plan to crush us? Du Jinhui tried to move and evade the attacks, knowing that with such power, even her senior brother would find it difficult to withstand. Despite the difficulty, she continued to search for a way. Focus. At all costs, I must neutralize this aura. How should I block it? Which move will be most effective? Du Jinhui recalled the book she had read, hoping to find something effective. First Sun Heart Method, 3 Yin True Sutra, Nigala Shun Shui Art, Dual Union Divine Art? No, that won't work. She quickly dismissed them from her mind. With her current martial arts, it likely wouldn't be enough. Shimen Xuantian shouted a reminder. Where did that momentum from earlier go? If you just stand there blankly, death will be inevitable. Du Jinhui gritted her teeth and silently stared back.
She tried to calm her inner emotions, telling herself not to be afraid. The answer must lie on the path she had already traversed. The martial arts of the Kangtong sect are based on the reversal of yin and yang, producing intense explosive power. Yet, in moments of stillness, she could make wiser decisions. Could it be that the martial arts of the Kangtong sect only contain the mysteries of hard power? To Du Jinhui, this felt like a secret chest. The martial arts created by the Hunyuan sword ancestor were not merely about brute strength. This scene reminded her of memories with her junior brother, Li Taisho. Junior brother, perhaps the martial arts of our Kangtong sect, whether we like it or not, still share some similarities with the demonic sect. I feel that they might look similar on the outside, but their inner essence is different. Senior brother, the blood reversal of the Kangtong sect differs from the demonic sect. It is merely a means to achieve the reversal of yin and yang. Du Jinhui swung her sword into the air. That was true. She closed her eyes to feel the changes within her body. The more she practiced the dual union divine art, the more she felt its flexibility and suppleness. Suddenly, Du Jinhui snapped her eyes open, both powerful and flexible. Her hands moved as if conjuring magic, and finally Du Jinhui realized, yes, the martial arts of the Kangtong sect do not only contain the mysteries of hard power, but also hide exquisite transformations. Her hand controlled a glowing bright pearl, with Hunyuan as the center, combining the mysteries of the dual union divine art and the reverse blood flow technique. The table in front of her immediately broke. Strangely, when the teacup on the table fell, the flowing water remained suspended. Shimen Xuantian immediately recognized this phenomenon, the vibration of the air. He guessed there was only one possibility. Could it be this brat? Du Jinhui gathered her strength to face him, realizing that the martial art she had practiced might not be enough to stop him. Both sides struck simultaneously, their two moves colliding to create a blinding light. Both sides exploded at once, looking like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Du Jinhui's blocking arm was completely scratched, and part of her sleeve was torn away. Even so, she continued to strike, causing everything around her to shatter. After this, she gained a valuable lesson. She would have to create it herself. It was what she called the heavenless earthly body. Li Taisho stood aside, his eyes blurring in amazement. In such a short time you have created a martial art technique? Shimen Xuantian was even more astonished. Not only did he withstand the pressure of my aura, but he also neutralized it, causing it to disperse? Being no amateur himself, he knew at a glance that this was indeed a genius blessed by the heavens. His attitude toward Du Jinhui changed because of this. Great hero Shimen, this junior seeks your guidance. She rubbed her arm and asked him, do you still believe our sect consists only of reckless people flaunting their power? This statement was indeed correct. Shimen Xuantian remained silent for a moment after Du Jinhui's question. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, making the fellow disciple stare in disbelief. He looked up at the ceiling. Tianwu DT. You call it Tianwu DT? Inside, Shimen Xuantian seemed to be thinking about the past. That old fox had been secretly raising such a fierce tiger all this time without leaving a single trace. He stopped fighting. The trial was over. Shimen Xuantian chuckled with a satisfied expression. With this level of skill, I cannot refuse. The duel with the Black Dragon Gang will certainly be something to look forward to.
The two of them could not hide their joyful expressions. Du Jinhui replied in an excited tone, Many thanks, great hero Taisho. Outside, the moon was bright and quiet. Seaman Swan-Tan stood above looking down, thinking to himself that with a disciple of the Kong Tong sect comprehending the heavenly void earthly body, becoming the #1 person in the world would likely be only a matter of time. He was surprised when imagining a possibility. Had the great cause of the Kong Tong sect's revival already begun? It was just that Seaman Swan-Tan himself was naturally unwilling to have someone surpass him. However, as the #1 sect in Gansu, our Seaman clan cannot afford to lose. I will do my best to compete and restrain them as much as possible. While busy with these thoughts, a familiar voice called out, drawing his attention. "Father." Upon realizing it was his daughter, Seaman Swan-Tan changed 180 degrees, smiling more warmly and friendly than ever. "My beloved daughter, what brings you here?" Seaman Kinghae happily ran towards him. "I heard you met the disciples of the Kong Tong sect. What was your impression of them?" This young girl was Seaman Kinghae, the youngest daughter of Seaman Swan-Tan. Seaman Swan-Tan sincerely admitted, "Quite different from my expectations. They have more spirit than I imagined. I have accepted the duel with the Black Dragon Gang." Seaman Kinghae's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushing red with great interest. "As expected, I truly admire the Kong Tong sect." The young girl couldn't hide her delight. "Have the disciples of the Kong Tong sect already left?" Seaman Swan-Tan couldn't explain his daughter's expression for a moment, but he still replied, "It's late, so they will stay temporarily at the Hubin Inn today." Hearing this, the girl ran off at full speed, calling back to him as she ran. "Then I'll take my leave first." Seaman Swan-Tan was full of doubt, not understanding why. What? Why such a hurry? Seaman Kinghae fundamentally harbored immense admiration for these people, the disciples of the Kong Tong sect, those who once stood at the forefront of the orthodox path, risking their lives in the great demonic war and sacrificing themselves. These true heroes of the Jianhu have made even her father admire them. What kind of extraordinary people are they after all? By this time it was dark, and the moon hung high in the sky.
Despite everything, Li Tiasho was still diligently practicing. He recalled the events of that morning. Today, thanks to his senior brother, everything had turned out fine. If his senior brother hadn't stepped in, they surely would have failed from the start. Seaman Swan-Tan would certainly have used that point as an excuse to cancel the duel. Li Tiasho's hands gripped the sword tightly, his entire body radiating an aura that enveloped the blade. To create a martial art technique in the blink of an eye to overcome danger? What a loathsome fellow. I cannot just stand still like this. From today, I must undergo special training. However, for some reason, while he was practicing, his little brother suddenly stood at attention. What on earth was the problem?
At that moment, Li Taisho heard a noise in the bushes. He called out, "Who's there?" Realizing someone was there, Li Taisho quickly tried to cover up his little brother. "Is that you, senior brother? Didn't you say you were going to rest well today?" Before even seeing a face, a voice rang out, leaving him bewildered. You pervert!" Seaman Kinghae appeared from behind the bushes, blushing as she looked at him. "What are you erecting while approaching me like that?" Her loud scream pierced the night. "You degenerate! How can you stand there and step closer to me?" Seaman Kinghae's face turned pale as she stared at that thing standing at attention. That thing! She was horrified, unable to comprehend how someone with such a filthy mind could call himself a disciple of the Kong Tong sect. Li Taisho didn't seem particularly bright. He saw nothing unusual, and even stood with his legs wide apart. Aren't you the second young miss of the Seaman family, Seaman Kinghae?" Li Taisho looked surprised, thinking it was unexpected to run into her in the middle of the night. At this point, Seaman Kinghae spoke up in criticism. What is this? What is the meaning of this depraved behavior?" Only then did Li Taisho realize the situation. He shrunk back, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. "This is truly unexpected. I didn't think anyone would be secretly peeping while I was practicing." Li Taisho was surprised to see the talented person from the rumors appeared. Sword Phoenix Seaman Kinghae was the youngest daughter of the Seaman family, once honored as the #1 beauty of Gansu before she Helene appeared. Rumors about Seaman Kinghae's private affairs were also widespread. For a long time, she had secretly admired the Kong Tong sect and was infatuated with Lu Jianhui, pursuing him with obsessive devotion. However, when her senior brother ultimately did not reciprocate her feelings, she changed completely, becoming an extremist and falling into darkness. She stood there, angrily reproaching him. Practicing martial arts are no different from obscenity under the name of the Kong Tong sect? How can there be such a shameful thing? Li Taisho frowned in annoyance. "What are you saying? Obscenity?" At that moment, his legs returned to their original stance. "You'd better take that back immediately." Seaman Kinghae shouted angrily, "Quickly hide that disgusting thing." Li Taisho turned his face away, blushing, without saying a word. Trying to hide his previous appearance, he asked as normally as possible, "But peeping at others practicing like this, don't you know that is a great taboo in the Jianhu?" However, Seaman Kinghae had not forgotten the scene just now, and his words only made her more furious. "Truly beyond shameless. You call that lewd appearance cultivation? What preposterous words!"
Li Tiesho explained that he was not in the wrong. A true expert must know how to harmonize internal power and external power. What exactly is wrong with my method of external cultivation? She only saw him as shameless. You still dare to defend yourself? Seaman Chingha blushed and exposed him. You let a woman like me witness a scene that should not be seen. That is a crime. I really want to hold you accountable right now. He frowned, his anger knowing no bounds. This father and daughter pair were truly infuriating enough to kill someone. Because of that, Li Tiesho had a thought. This won't do. Seaman family, you all need to be taught a proper lesson. He clapped his hands to make a sound. It seems difficult to reach a verbal agreement. Then he pointed at Seaman Chingha again, suppressing his anger. But I have a good idea. She looked up at him. A good idea? Li Tiesho laughed heartily. You and I will duel with martial arts, using the ways of the Zhonghu to determine right from wrong and assign responsibility. Isn't that reasonable? Hearing this, her expression immediately changed, looking very delighted with her specialty. You dare to challenge Seaman Chingha's swordsmanship? Fine, I will show the world your insolence. Li Tiesho placed a bet. Then the loser of this duel will become the servant of the winner. How about that? She became even more enthusiastic. Very good. Even if you cry and beg for mercy during the fight, I won't go easy on you. The two turned away, refusing to look at each other. Fine, it's decided then. Li Tiesho stole a glance at her, secretly rejoicing in his heart. I didn't expect to catch Seaman Chingha right here. This duel is the opportunity to place the Seaman family beneath the feet of the Kongtong sect.
Just imagining that scene made him shake with laughter. Moreover, having a cold little beauty as a maid by his side wouldn't be a disadvantage at all. The next morning, Li Tiesho entered the forest, feeling indescribably refreshed. The trip to the Shiman family this time was truly successful. Du Jinhui walked beside him, constantly looking at him. The certification was complete, and there was even a duel appointment with Shiman King He. She couldn't help but turn and ask, Junior brother, what are you thinking about? Li Tiesho was startled. Senior brother. He couldn't mention what happened yesterday. I was thinking about the event at the Shiman family. Du Jinhui replied, Is that so? I saw you smiling, so I was just curious. Li Tiesho lowered his head so she wouldn't see his currently sly expression. Thanks to senior brother's excellence, we secured the notary. Isn't that something to celebrate? Could it be that you were always only looking at me? Du Jinhui was visibly delighted upon being praised incessantly. Thank you for the compliment, junior brother. Hearing you think that really touches me.
Li Tiesho recalled the scene from that time. It was thanks to senior brother possessing the Tianwu DT that he could accomplish it. Honestly, he deeply admired this senior brother. He even created a martial art right on the spot. Du Jinhui explained that because it was built on the foundation of the Yunyan Ichi Gong, she named it Hunyan Gong, but it was not yet complete and needed further development. However, Li Tiesho had great faith. If it were senior brother, he would surely complete it quickly. She happily proposed, Junior brother, do you want to learn? Before obtaining the complete Hunyan Ichi Gong, the secret mnemonic of Hunyan Gong will be a useful method. Li Tiesho was momentarily surprised. For me? Because you are my only junior brother. Her face lit up as she cheerfully replied, I have created a simpler mnemonic specifically for you. He smiled awkwardly, a stark contrast to Du Jinhui's cheerful expression. Okay then, simplifying the mnemonic just for me. It gives me the chills a bit, but... After speaking, she quickly applied the technique. Du Jinhui demonstrated first and then had Li Tiesho practice along with her. How is it? Simple, right?
He happily replied, Thank you, senior brother. In his heart, he silently evaluated. The Hunyan art is indeed a very good martial art. Although it cannot compare to the Hunyan Ichigong, it coordinates very well with the Kongtong sect's sword techniques. Li Tiesho secretly looked down at his crotch with joy. More importantly, he suddenly felt Du Jinhui was divine. This martial art didn't make his little bird erect continuously. He didn't know how his senior brother did it, but it felt like some hole had been filled. By evening, Zhao Ying placed his teacup on the table. You have worked hard. Seeing you return safely after your first trip wandering the Zhonghu, your master is truly moved. The two of them stood before him and bowed respectfully. It is all thanks to master's teachings. Zhao Ying smiled with satisfaction and informed them, while you were at the Seaman family, good news kept coming in. It was the paper he was spreading on the table. Somehow, the duel between their sect and the Black Dragon Gang had been rumored to be a battle between righteousness and evil. The Tong sect, Qingqing, Ma, and even Hengshan had sent letters saying they would participate as notaries. Li Tiesho looked up at his face. The Tong sect, Qingqing, and Ma already had conflicts with the Black Dragon Gang, so this was not strange. A moment later, he called out, Master. Li Tiesho asked in confusion, The Hengshan sect also wants to stand out as a notary? He replied, That's right. Quite surprising, isn't it? Zhao Ying recounted, The Hengshan sect is the very sect that replaced the Kongtong sect to enter the ranks of the 9 great sects. After all, there is a history of resentment between us and them. Li Tiesho stood to the side, silent, then asked, Will Sword Queen Yin Shuilan be coming as well? He replied, Yes, she said. She would personally participate as a notary for the duel. Contrary to his outward appearance, he was drooling with joy inside. As the opportunity comes so quickly, in his head, Li Tiesho imagined the scene. My first candidate for principal wife, so I am about to meet Sword Queen Yin Shuilan. Over in Shanxi, at Mount Hangshan, Su Bin stood before the disciples, telling the story of what happened when Sword Queen Yin Shuilan had just turned 16.
Her eyes were sparkling. At the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, the assembly where the young talents of the Wulin gathered to compete, in front of everyone, Yin Shuilan solemnly declared, This happened in the past. Yin Shuilan's foot stepped on the back of a kneeling man. She bluntly declared, I will take the man who can defeat me as my husband. Her sword pointed straight, and her eloquent voice made the young men present tremble with fear. Regardless of who it is, as long as he is a member of the orthodox path, if he can defeat me in a duel, I will accept to be his wife.
And Yin Shuilan herself understood. Naturally, if anyone could achieve that, apart from the boys, the little girls admired her greatly. A bold declaration. It is not men who choose their wives, but women who decide their own husbands. Su Bin was also one of them. She asked the little girls below, Do you know how great this decision is? A woman carving out her own destiny. What a noble and powerful choice. Hearing this, everyone had nothing but praise. How wonderful. Su Bin stood there preaching like a head of state. And until now, many decades have passed, yet no one has been able to defeat the Sword Queen. Thanks to that, the Hangshan sect has risen to the 9 great sects, even occupying the top position among them. She was proud when mentioning the name Yin Shuilan, and also advised the children. Therefore, we must always remember our gratitude towards the Sword Queen. While speaking, footsteps approached. Yes, I understand. The main character of the story had arrived, making Su Bin unable to react in time. Stop those nonsense stories right now. She silently looked at them. The Sword Queen Yin Shuilan, sect leader of the Hangshan sect.
She quickly bowed in greeting. The person had arrived. Yin Shuilan continued walking and did not stop for Su Bin. Prepare to set out. We need to be ready to attend the duel of the Kongtong sect. Su Bin looked up. Master, must you really go? Whether it is the Kongtong sect or the Black Dragon Gang, compared to our Hangshan sect, they are nothing more than petty disputes between small sects, she explained. This is a duel between the righteous and the evil, for the honor of the orthodox path. As one of the seats in the 9 grade sects, our sect must participate. Yin Shuilan herself understood that behind her there were many people, and more importantly, for the sake of our righteous Hangshan sect, a sect of master and disciple, Ziying, Li Tisho prepared his belongings and carried the dispatch. Master, this disciple requests to go deliver the message that a notary has been found. Du Jinhui felt worried for her junior brother. Junior brother, will you be all right on your own? He exhaled comfortably, confident he could do well. It is just delivering a letter. Senior brother, do not worry. But she was still very emotional, rushing forward to grab Li Tisho's shoulders. Those Black Dragon Gang members, who knows what tricks they will pull? He was annoyed, his mouth pressed tight, trying to restrain himself. I told you I don't like physical contact between men.
Li Tisho forced a smile, grabbing her hands and pushing them away. No need, senior brother. The martial arts tournament is about to commence. They may be from evil paths, but surely they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Tu Jinhui was only concerned for him. Is that so? Her cheeks blushed as she gave Li Tisho one last instruction. Then go quickly and return early. He looked at Du Jinhui with a gentle gaze. Understood. Please do not worry, senior brother. Then he quickly ran onto the road. Wanting to come along again? Absolutely not. Li Tisho smiled sinisterly. This trip, the letter is just an excuse, but in reality there is another reason behind it. He then arrived at the Foreshadow Society manor. Wei Xiaolian asked sternly, You said you brought a letter from the sect leader of the Kongtong sect? Li Tisho sat opposite her and replied, Yes, the message states that enough notaries have been found. The young woman opened the letter to check, her eyes flashing with surprise. The Kongtong sect is actually serving as a notary? Understood. Wei Xiaolian giggled, while he, annoyed, could only force a smile. Soon you will become my servant, so prepare yourself. Li Tisho stood up and reminded her. And you better practice calling me Big Brother first, because we will definitely win this martial duel. Wei Xiaolian sneered, waving her hand. Ridiculous. Get lost. On the day of the duel, I'll teach you a proper lesson.
He turned to leave. All right, see you later. Then suddenly turned back, winked, and smiled. Our lovely little brother. Making the girl blush with anger. You, Wei Xiaolian shouted loudly as he had already gone out the door. Get lost! Li Tisho thought to himself. Wei Xiaolian, you've suffered a loss before starting, yet you still dare to provoke me? Come on, it's time to get down to business. He turned to the man. Hey, call your society leader out to meet me for a bit. The old man replied. Disciple of the Kongtong sect, why are you looking for our society leader? Li Tisho sneered. What else? You guys lend money at high interest. I'm here to borrow a sum. The big door opened, and the two went to a quiet place to discuss matters. The merchant was puzzled. A disciple of the Kongtong sect wants to borrow money from the Saijiang Society? I really can't understand. He didn't explain, but asked back. Do merchants pick and choose their customers? The old man immediately took out a bag of silver. Of course not. I don't mind. Here, 15 taels of silver. The merchant smiled sinisterly, reminding him before handing over the money. But our interest rate is quite high. Can you handle it? Li Tisho asked. How much? The old man didn't hesitate to answer. 3 fen per month. The number really made him startle. 3 fen? Li Tisho gritted his teeth in anger.
These scammers, even other loan sharks would cry out in fear. Seeing his expression, the merchant guessed. What, changed your mind and not borrowing anymore? Li Tiesho stood up and took the bag of silver. No such thing. Just wait, I'll pay it back soon. He smiled silently. It seemed he already had a calculation in his heart. Somewhere on the side, at House Act in front of the gate of Kunhua Tower, several men were betting with each other. The Black Dragon Gang is surely the favorite, but I don't know why I have a feeling the Kongtong sect will win. Li Tiesho arrived holding the bag of silver. A famous martial arts duel between the righteous and evil paths without betting would be a waste. Just bet on the underdog, the Kongtong sect, to win. If I win, that 3 fen interest is just a small matter.
The staff member stopped when he saw him. You are, Li Tiesho chuckled. You know who I am, right? Hurry and lead the way. The order has been given to take him to the special room. He happily ran to the prepared room. A special room again? Lang Wei Huang, do you miss me so much that... But suddenly he realized something was not quite right. Li Tiesho looked at the man in front of him with curiosity. Why is this person here? Maiji Liang stood in the room and greeted, meeting for the first time.
He is the white-faced Dark Lord Maiji Liang. Li Tiesho recognized this person's identity, which is why his face turned pale. He is the only disciple of Qizi Yue, the leader of the House sect. He gasped in horror. This person is... To be precise, Maiji Liang is the strongest person in this world within the gay community. Seeing Li Tiesho so surprised truly amused him. A pleasure to meet you, young hero. His legs trembling, he walked in. Greetings, it is an honor to meet the sect leader. Maiji Liang wondered what business brought him to this place. Li Tiesho turned away with a forced smile. I've come to place a bet on a martial arts duel organized by the House sect. He continued to ask, I see, which side do you intend to bet on? He answered honestly, I will bet everything on the victory of the Kongtong sect. Maiji Liang nonchalantly checked a silver in his bag. Let's see, 15 taels of silver. Li Tiesho dared not look directly. What are the current odds? He said, currently, the odds for the Kongtong sect's victory are 20-1. The silver in the bag sparkled more than ever. If the Kongtong sect won, it will become 300 taels of silver. He clutched his ears, getting goosebumps when the words whispered close to his ear. All right, is the bet placed? Maiji Liang was very satisfied. Good, the bet is confirmed. He took out a token for Li Tiesho to see. After the duel ends, bring this token to the manager to collect your reward. He grabbed the token and quickly ran off. Then I shall take my leave. As soon as the words were spoken, his figure was nowhere to be seen. After confirming, Maiji Liang turned to speak to the person behind the folding screen. He's gone, master. Qizi Yue emerged from there. How is it? He carefully reported. After a thorough check,
Maiji Liang's hand brushed against the glossy mask. This young hero was not one to be obsessed with male beauty. Upon hearing this, she showed blatant joy. So that was it. Truly fortunate. The reason Qizi Yue was so elated was because she had an ulterior motive. Maiji Liang, standing beside her, could only sigh, thinking that to become someone worthy of her, one must naturally undergo strict verification. Early in the morning, when the sky was clear and the sunlight was gentle, at the martial arts arena in Huating County the next day, everyone had gathered early, each filled with anticipation. It had been a long time since there was a martial arts duel, making it truly worth waiting for. The Kongtong sect must win. Li Tiesho stood with his master and senior brother, looking around with an interested gaze, feeling moved that the duel could proceed so smoothly after all the hard work he had put in. A moment later, a woman approached the three of them. Greetings, everyone. Yin Shuilong maintained an unprecedentedly friendly expression. I am Yin Shuilong, the sect leader of the Hengshang sect. As soon as Li Tiesho saw the beauty, his eyes lit up. Yin Shuilong. Zhao Ying, the sect leader, stepped forward to return the greeting. I am Zhao Ying, sect leader of the Kongtong sect. It is an honor to meet the Sword Queen. The two junior brothers also had to bow according to etiquette. It is truly an honor to meet the heroine Sword Queen. Quite an honor indeed.
But his eyes remained restless as they looked up. She was indeed the #1 beauty of the orthodox path, her appearance truly outstanding. Suddenly, Li Tiesho recalled that in his past life, because of a childhood declaration, he ended up never finding his soulmate. Yin Shuilan shifted her gaze toward the two of them. Are you two the geniuses of the Kongtong sect participating in this martial arts duel? I look forward to your performance on the stage. Li Tiesho cheerfully displayed his manly vigor. Please look forward to it. This martial arts tournament will be an opportunity for the Kongtong sect to announce its rebirth to the world. Though serious, he couldn't hide his joyful expression. And Sword Queen, I hope you will give this junior special consideration. In truth, he harbored a great ambition. Just you wait, Yin Shuilan. Ever since my regression, you have always been my first candidate for principal wife. The announcer, standing on the podium, announced that the martial arts tournament was about to begin, and the first disciples of each sect should step onto the stage. Li Tiesho stepped forward. The moment he took his first step into the Jianghu as a hero, with the ambitions of youth in his heart, this would be the performance that etched his name into the minds of every woman under heaven. He smirked. Naturally, the ordinary way wouldn't suffice. Li Tiesho spoke up. Before the duel begins, I have a few words to say. The announcer replied, Go ahead.
His gaze shifted downward, looking toward where Yin Shui Lan stood. He placed his hand on his chest and called her name loudly. Sword Queen Yin Shui Lan. Li Taishou's bold challenge made her freeze for a moment. I, Li Taishou, will officially challenge you the year I come of age. The following part shocked everyone even more. And I will win to become your husband. The hall suddenly fell into a dead silence for a few seconds.
He could no longer hide his joyful expression. The public confession campaign was a complete success. Li Taishou was ecstatic, but could not openly express it. The public confession campaign. He tried to appear calm after his arrogant words, successfully. Yin Shui Lan stood staring at him in shock, unable to say a word. Meanwhile, Su Bin, standing beside her, was going mad. She could not help but publicly berate him. A public challenge? You dare challenge the Sword Queen? The audience broke into endless gossip, unable to believe it. Was this disciple of the Kong Tong sect crazy? Su Bin did not stop. The Sword Queen is a senior of the righteous martial arts world. She is old enough to be your master. Do you really want to create enmity with our sect? Li Taishou stood there dazed. I am seriously issuing a challenge. He then quickly shouted, if the Hangshan sect objects, I am ready to face them. Her eyes flashed with fury. In that case, after speaking, she immediately drew her sword. I will test your determination right here. Li Taishou was startled. Even with a public challenge, such a reaction was excessive. Fortunately, Yin Shui Lan was there to restrain her. Calm down, Su Bin. Su Bin still wanted to argue. But master.
It was only when she frowned and reminded her that she finally shut her mouth. I told you to stay calm. Su Bin was so scared his face turned pale. Yin Shui Lan looked up at the stand, where a young youth dared to challenge. She smiled inwardly, merely thinking that Li Taishou was foolish, truly a case of youthful impulsiveness. Yin Shui Lan felt a sense of familiarity, just as I had declared at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. He watched her intently. What was it? Was she angry? She glanced over at Su Bin. Although it was an impulsive act, considering the current situation of the Hangshan sect, an idea suddenly occurred to her. Perhaps a new challenge was needed. Li Taishou of the Kong Tong sect.
Yin Shui Lan reached out her hand, intending to say that she accepted his challenge. Li Taishou was overjoyed, repeatedly saying, Thank you. The audience broke into a noisy buzz once again. The Sword Queen accepted the challenge, accepted a challenge from such a brat? Yin Shui Lan looked at him, but her words seemed aimed at the crowd. I have said that any man from the orthodox sects can challenge me. Su Bin had not yet agreed. Master. But she didn't mind, so I have no reason to refuse you. Saying this, Yin Shui Lan glared. But if you are only joking, I will personally punish you. Li Taishou replied loudly, I will do my best, Senior Sword Queen. In his heart, he was delighted that she had accepted. He brandished his sword and turned to his opponent. Now I will show you my determination. Li Taishou's fighting spirit had never been this high, thinking to himself that he was worthy of being her husband. At this time, the host stepped down, leaving the stage to the two of them. The opponent felt indignant. Li Taishou, you dare to challenge the Sword Queen? You truly are as arrogant as the rumors say. He laughed pervertedly. I will teach you a lesson about arrogance. Li Taishou puckered his lips and beckoned with his hand. Come here. I don't want to waste words with an Ashura like you. The opponent stammered, not knowing what the term meant. Ashura? Ashura what? He lost patience. I told you to come here. The opponent angrily charged forward. You insolent bastard. He leaped up, swinging his sword. I'll show you your place, ending this in one move.
The sound of that blow landing was quite loud. As the dust cleared, the opponent found Li Taishou's sword pressed against his neck. You are truly useless, he said, his grip tightening until blood began to trickle. Li Taishou's reminder incensed his opponent. You used too much strength in the first move, leaving yourself wide open. He slowly stood up in shock. How did you? Li Taishou remained silent for a moment. He recalled the scene from just now, moving clouds and flowing water. As the opponent landed, Li Taishou had swiftly moved behind him. The flexible footwork of the Kong Tong sect was perfectly suited for evading the powerful yet clunky attacks of the Black Dragon Gang. This is where it ends. The announcer stepped up, raising Li Taishou's hand high. The winner, Li Taishou of the Kong Tong sect. He smiled joyfully amidst the praises of the audience. Winning in just one move? This Kong Tong sect disciple is quite impressive. The two brothers from the losing sect were unwilling to accept defeat. Don't think that just because you beat me, you can be arrogant. Li Taishou replied without hesitation. You are the weakest one here, so get lost. The opponent was furious and wanted to charge forward. You bastard! But he was stopped by the person next to him. Calm down, younger brother. Zhang Shisan's face darkened. I told you, no matter who the opponent is, do not be careless. He couldn't say a word. Li Taishou looked at the tall man in front of him, wondering if the two were biological brothers, as the younger one was much larger than his brother. The man spoke arrogantly, but still saluted properly. I am Zhang Shisan of the Black Dragon Gang. I am here to seek revenge for my younger brother. Li Taishou also responded. Li Taishou of the Kong Tong sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the man drew his sword.
Jiang Shisan assumed a ready stance. You will regret touching our Zhang brothers. Both hands began swinging the sword. Let me see what skills you have. With a sword strike slashing down, Li Tisho reacted swiftly and escaped a fatal blow. He secretly evaluated. Such crude attacks? Both brothers are the same. Li Tisho landed on the ground after leaping up, noting the elder brother seemed more agile. Evading with moving clouds and flowing water was quite a struggle. It would surely be difficult to fighting head-on. Licking his lips, his confident aura remained. I want to defeat you immediately, but I don't want to waste internal power on a useless person like you. Li Tisho held his sword firmly with both hands pointing forward. Jiang Shisan rushed up to take the advantage. If you just stand still, don't blame me. He swung his sword with a sinister look. Die! In the end, Li Tisho still managed to dodge. Jiang Shisan's eyes could not hide his shock. It turned out what was in front of him was only an afterimage. The subsequent strikes missed continuously. Jiang Shisan had truly lost his patience. What? Li Tisho slurked at him. Surprised? Actually, this was created by me, combining the moving clouds and flowing water footwork of the Kongtong sect with the Bi-Yin hidden form footwork of the Eastern Depot.
Every movement of Li Taisho was incredibly agile. Even if one knew them, they could not be blocked. He found a gap to attack Zhang Xishan, and those who only rely on strength will always expose vulnerabilities when faced with a surprise attack. Zhang Xishan's hands struggled to grip the sword, feeling overwhelmed by Li Taisho's strike. Meanwhile, Li Taisho remained composed, seeking victory, for the gap between them was far too vast. With a single decisive move, the sword in Zhang Xishan's hand was sent flying. He stared in panic at the blade pressed against his neck. Li Taisho smiled with satisfaction. The announcer quickly declared, "The winner is Li Taisho of the Kongtong sect." The audience was astonished by Li Taisho's prowess. What movement technique was that just now? Unbelievable, so powerful. Brimming with the confidence of a winner, he turned back. Two had been defeated, and now only. Wei Xiaoyan was watching him from below with sharp eyes. The most exciting part of this martial arts duel was about to begin. The battle against the black evil dragon guard, Wei Xiaoyan. Wei Xiaoyan stepped onto the stage. She spoke first. We already know each other, so there's no need for introductions. Li Taisho stood in silence. She suggested, "How about starting with a provocation?" He winked at her and said, "In that case, you and I have a special relationship, little sister." Li Taisho successfully enraged Wei Xiaoyan. "You bastard!" But remembering she was standing before thousands of people, she struggled to maintain her composure. Wei Xiaoyan then said something that surprised him. "I will not let you toy with me anymore."
The girl drew her sword. Before the martial arts duel, I acknowledge the swordsmanship of the Kongtong sect, and I apologize for looking down on you all. Li Tiesho also took out his sword, laughing tigglingly as he replied without any courtesy. It's good that you are willing to admit it, while Wei Xiaolian evaluated, but you are still weaker than me. Her eyes were fixed on Li Tiesho. Therefore, I will let you make the first move. Even so, he didn't feel any pressure. There was no humor at all, only seriousness in the duel. Truly a martial arts fanatic. Wei Xiaolian struck first. "Come here, Li Tiesho." Li Tiesho charged forward at the same time. "Then I shall take my leave." Du Jinhui stood below watching intently. His junior brother had begun to actively use internal power as the match began. Meanwhile, he was still fighting while reviewing the knowledge he had learned. In a martial arts duel, the first to strike gains the advantage, and one must use the strongest move to open the match. Li Tiesho swung his sword. True Qi surged from his dantian. Yin and Yang transformed. Power erupted. This was the Hunyuan Gong.
A bolt of lightning appeared, originating from Li Taisho's sword. Did he realize his muscles were twitching? One strike landed, causing significant damage. Everyone was astonished, mouths agape. Damn, that Kongtong sect disciple is no pushover. Did he actually get hit? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed. Quite surprising, not a bad move. Li Taisho froze momentarily upon hearing it. The two sides continued their sword duel, but this time he didn't hold the advantage as he had in the previous 3 matches. Wei Xiaolian, holding a sword in one hand, defended nonchalantly, still too green. Eventually, Li Taisho was pushed back and fell to the ground. Wei Xiaolian seized this opportunity to charge, shouting as she ran, "Your mediocre swordsmanship cannot compare to the Bon Longblade technique of the Black Dragon Gang." Li Taisho stood up and parried a sword strike. She wasn't surprised at all, instead smiling disdainfully. "You parried it? Let's see how long you can hold out." Li Taisho remained silent, still defending while thinking to himself, "The difference in power is too great, but I cannot fall here." He shouted a few words to boost his morale and charged with his sword, but Wei Xiaolian leapt off the ground to avoid him. She smiled with satisfaction at Li Taisho's performance. "You have some skill." Wei Xiaolian paused for a moment. The condition of the two was completely different.
The girl stood up. The game was over. A surge of determination caused the aura surrounding Wei Xiaolian to intensify significantly. "This time I will finish you, Li Tiesho." Li Tiesho remained silent, having already made his own judgment. I can feel it. This is a move that cannot be blocked, but it must be this way. He lowered his head and licked his lips with a sinister look. Only then would it be the perfect ending for my plan.
Li Tiesho always reminded himself of his life's purpose. The goal of this life is unfettered pleasure. If I defeat Wei Xiaolian, my reputation will surpass Senior Betters, which is very dangerous. He began this path because he wanted to. I joined the Kongtong sect to become an expert with a bit of reputation. At this moment, Li Tiesho charged forward. It was to become an expert with some fame under Senior Brother. My goal from the beginning was not victory, but a glorious failure. As soon as the power flowed through him, his little brother saluted. As long as I have the Hunyan Gong transmitted by Senior Brother, the little brother shouldn't just stand up on its own, right? Nigala Shunswaigard, you are the final protagonist, dangling. Suddenly, Li Tiesho felt something unusual. Dangling. He stood there, but his arrogant look was gone. Everyone else looked at Li Tiesho in astonishment. He looked down in panic. What is this? An attack sliced through the silent air. It was Wei Xiaolian making her move. Li Tiesho broke out in a sweat, too terrified to even breathe.
The young lady angrily rushed over, grabbed his collar and scolded him. You bastard, what kind of nonsense are you pulling in this martial arts duel? Li Taisho's head spun. He had never felt so embarrassed that he felt like he was on fire. Do you think I'll be fooled by this farce? The young men below were all silent, seemingly having been deceived. Zhao Ying, so angry that the veins on his forehead were bulging, still tried to explain for his disciple, saying that Taisho's yang qi was likely just too strong due to puberty, causing him to lose his mind. Yin Shuilan blushed and coughed a few times, still trying to fabricate a way to save the situation for Li Taisho. Some ancient books record that if one cannot control their vigor, this kind of thing will occur. In reality, no such book exists. Du Jinhui shouted from below, Junior brother, wake up, focus your true qi. Even though she is just as embarrassed as they are, don't lose your Hunyuan Gong. Hunyuan Gong will help with the Nigala Shunshui art. Thanks to these words, Li Taisho regained his senses. Du Jinhui, that's right, the play hasn't reached its finale yet.
His hand reached up, grabbing the arm that was clutching Li Taisho's clothes. You've been tricked. The young sect leader is truly naive. My apologies. I'm sorry for that joke just now. To make amends, I want to duel you one-on-one. How about it? Please agree. His whole body was trembling, barely managing to squeeze out a few sentences. We will decide victory or defeat with a single move. After all, you don't want to exhaust your true qi, right? The girl's face turned as red as a tomato as she yanked her hand away from Li Taisho. Fine, I will make sure you never play tricks again. As the two turned away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Wei Xiaolian was a simple person. Thanks to Senior Brother, she had calmed down, but there was no telling when she might flare up again. Li Taisho told himself that before losing any more face, he had to collapse quickly and leave the stage for Senior Brother. All right then. Before he could finish his sentence, he proactively charged forward. Here I come. Both sides struck at the same time. Zhao Ying and Yin Shuilan looked surprised. He stroked his beard in evaluation, noting that Taisho's internal power had improved tremendously, provided he hadn't used tricks to interrupt the match earlier. Watching the sword fly through the air, Zhao Ying thought that he might actually be able to fight on equal footing with the young sect leader. Li Taisho let go. She was indeed strong, Wei Xiaolian. He collapsed. The audience quickly shouted, Young Master Li Taisho of the Kongtong sect has fallen. The winner is Black Evil Dragon Guard Wei Xiaolian. Truly, no one can defeat the young sect leader of the Black Dragon Gang. Wei Xiaolian was smug, thinking to herself, keep mocking me, now you've got what's coming. Only then did the girl notice her clothes. A piece of fabric had been torn by Li Taisho's sword strike just now.
The others were stunned into silence. Everyone began to grow curious about Li Taisho. The young sect leader's clothes were torn, proving that young Master Li's final sword chi was incredibly powerful. When did young Master Li join the Kongtong sect? It seems it hasn't even been 5 years. Wei Xiaolian angrily used her hand to cover the torn fabric. This meant that if young Master Li's internal power had been just a bit higher, the young sect leader would have lost an arm.
Some people felt this fight was quite pathetic. After all, it was a martial arts duel, but this scene was truly unsightly. Indeed, not only was the little brother exposed, but he was also grabbing onto clothes. Hey, don't you all understand yet? Everything was within young Master Li's calculations. Du Jinhui ran onto the stage to support Li Taisho, who was lying on the floor. The Kongtong sect still had one more person. Although it was a bit unsightly, if doing so distracted the young sect leader and secured a victory, it was reasonable. The rumors about him showed no signs of subsiding. Only young Master Li Taisho could pull off something like that. Truly an eccentric hero. The birth of the Kongtong eccentric hero. She held Li Taisho, her voice choking up. Junior brother, it must hurt a lot, right? You've worked hard. Du Jinhui furrowed her brows tightly. Now it's my turn. Wei Xiaolian took off her outer robe and looked at her with a truly terrifying gaze. She beckoned with her hand, her expression striking fear into others. This boring martial arts duel had finally come to an end. Drawing her sword, Du Jinhui watched Li Taisho being carried away, her expression somber. In her heart, she asked herself, Master, what should I do? Her eyes lit up like a blue-eyed husky, even more fearsome than Wei Xiaolian just now. Right now, she had never felt this angry. Come here, Du Jinhui said, her eyes full of resentment. Come here. Wei Xiaolian was infuriated. You insolent brat. She leaped up, sword in hand. If you won't come, then I will.
Wei Xiaoyan looked in surprise as her shadow jumped over her head. What? Du Jinhui's technique caused quite a stir. The young men below all marveled. How crazy, extraordinary, worthy of being a genius. The opening is already overwhelming. Only Zhao Ying and Ying Shuilan remained silent, watching. She turned to Zhao Ying and piped. The strength of the Kongtong disciples is indeed impressive. He smiled back and replied, Ah, Senior Sword Queen, these children already had extraordinary aptitude before joining the sect. It is truly this old man's blessing. Ying Shuilan casually asked, This battle can be seen as the key to the struggle between the orthodox and evil paths. Do you have confidence? Hearing the question, Zhao Ying found it a difficult one to answer. His gaze turned serious. To be honest.
These words from Zhao Ying were truly hard to believe. I'm not worried for Du Jinhui, but for his opponent. Wei Xiaoyan on the stage still couldn't find her opponent's shadow. If she hadn't instinctively blocked, perhaps the match would have been decided in a single move. Where did he disappear to? She completely lost her bearings amidst the thick smoke, unable to pinpoint his location. Wei Xiaoyan closed her eyes tightly and tried to remain calm, circulating qi to sense him and maintain a tight defense. Very quickly, she sensed Du Jinhui's location.
She swung her sword to block the blow. There it was. She could only sense it with her tactile feeling, but the person was nowhere to be seen. Fast, too fast. Not even a silhouette could be spotted, let alone the technique. Wei Xiaoyan stared at the pitch-black air in front of her. Moreover, it had vanished again. She understood that if things continued this way, she would only remain passive and have to defend until the end. Wei Xiaoyan gripped her sword tightly and raised it. In that case, she lifted her sword. I will make it so you cannot even get close. Sword strikes slashed out wildly. Wei Xiaoyan could not pinpoint the target, so she kept swinging blindly. Just try coming in here again. The audience felt extremely excited about this battle. Oh, is this really a battle between juniors? Such terrifying strength. Someone spotted. Where is the sect leader disciple of Kongtong standing? Look, look, when did he even reach the end of the stage? The black qi vanished, and Du Jinhui finally revealed herself. Although the previous performance was considered strong, she was not yet satisfied. The battle had dragged on, facing the one who wounded her junior brother, yet still letting her act so insolently. Wei Xiaoyan shouted, Are you so afraid of my Black Dragon Gang's half-dragon blade technique that you have tucked your tail and run away? Du Jinhui slowly stepped forward. She raised her sword in hand. Her face was cold and expressionless. Now I will finish you. Wei Xiaoyan took the initiative to attack. Ridiculous, she yelled. The one who will lose their life is you. The aura of a purple dragon followed Wei Xiaoyan as she charged forward. Du Jinhui remained as she was, not even moving an inch. The demon of Kongtong has returned. I shall announce it for the whole world to know. Her words terrified Wei Xiaoyan. What? Demon? Du Jinhui took a combat stance, her sword filled with blue qi. She recalled her memories with Li Taisho and what she and her junior brother found in the Hunyuan secret cave, the ultimate arts of the Kongtong sect.
Also, during the times both practiced swordsmanship, they stood before the peak realm of the strong sword. Du Jinhui held the sword with both hands and leaped forward. I will show you the difference between the orthodox path and evil. Both sides struck down simultaneously, clashing against each other, demon-subduing sword technique. Wei Xiaoyan struggled desperately to hold her ground. Demon-subduing sword technique. When did the Kongtong sect recover their ultimate sect art? Her sword was about to be severed. Wei Xiaoyan's face turned pale, unable to believe her eyes. No, it's impossible. The 9 ultimate greedy dragon saber of the Black Dragon Gang. Moments later, the sword shattered into pieces, broken. She was sent flying back. Wei Xiaoyan fell with blood on her lips, her heart still unwilling. Genius. Do not underestimate me to such a ridiculous extent. Du Jinhui stood before her, radiating murderous intent. This was clearly a monster. Even so, she felt it was not enough. Du Jinhui pointed the sword at her. For daring to make my junior brother cry, you shall pay in blood. Her eyes widened with an overbearing aura that struck fear into others. I will personally make you cry blood. Wei Xiaoyan was terrified beyond words. Her mouth quivered, trying to say something. Gee.
The girl shouted, I surrender! Du Jinhui's sword blade was placed against her neck. Wei Xiaoyan, who had been boasting loudly at first, was now extremely terrified. She sheathed her sword and warned her, Next time I will not be so lenient. The host gave a forced laugh. The winner is... The audience finished the sentence for him. Lu Jinhui of Kongtong. This round, Kongtong wins. Cheers echoed everywhere. The final sword move of the Kongtong disciple was clearly the demon-subduing sword technique, which was rumored to have been lost since the Kongtong blood massacre 50 years ago. Yin Shuilan watched with excitement. Now that it has reappeared, the sect leader's confidence was indeed not delusional. With the demon-subduing sword technique returning to the Jianghu, this is a great blessing for the righteous path of the Wulin. Zhao Ying, being praised, beamed with pride, but felt a bit bashful. Sect leader, the disciple performed excellently. I am truly proud. Yin Shuilan lowered her voice. And that Kongtong disciple possesses the Tianwu DT. She chuckled to herself. This matter will likely shock the entire Wulin. Night, 3 days later. The shadow of a man entered a cave. His feet suddenly stopped. He cupped his hands in greeting.
Blood Demon Sovereign Arrival. Blood Sect dominates the world. Greetings, Blood Demon Supreme. Before him was nothing but a stream as red as fresh blood. The crimson blood leapt from the water's surface. The Blood Sect leader appeared immediately after, and a voice asked, "What is it, Blood Sect leader?"
The scarred man bowed and reported today's events. The Kong Tong sect had defeated the Black Dragon gang in a martial arts duel. He slowed down, mentioning that the demon-subduing sword technique had reappeared. The Blood Sect leader's eyes brightened with unprecedented interest. The demon-subduing sword technique. Stepping out of the water, he noted that the lead disciple of Kong Tong was said to possess the Tianwu DT. Furthermore, it seemed the Kong Tong sect had found the Han Yuan secret cave. With both the Han Yuan secret cave and the Tianwu DT appearing, the Blood Sect leader laughed loudly. Interesting. The scarred man looked up and asked, "So what should we do?" He replied, "Move faster." The Blood Sect leader raised his hand, controlling a flying dagger, shouting, "You slow fools." The blood dagger flew straight to the scarred man's face. He laughed loudly. "Only death awaits." The scarred man bowed his head. "As you command." The Blood Sect leader only uttered a low growl. The Blood Sect leader sneered. So what if the Tianwu DT appeared? Everything was still going according to plan. Controlling the stream behind him, he declared that this world would sooner or later belong to him. In the morning, Li Taisho's vision became blurry.
Shiman Haling was in front of him. "Are you awake, sir?" Li Taisho slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, rubbing his aching head. "I've troubled you again, milady. How long have I been out?" The young girl standing nearby replied, 3 days. Li Taisho was surprised. 3 days? What about the martial arts duel? What was the result? Shiman Haling smirked, but it didn't look scary at all. She calmly replied that he had won. Shiman Haling explained to him that the martial arts duel ended with a victory for the Kong Tong sect, and currently the world was calling him and young Master Lu the Kong Tong duo heroes. Li Taisho couldn't hide his joy. As expected, I won. The Kong Tong duo heroes? What a wonderful title. Just hearing it makes one's heart flutter. He thought to himself, it was really worth all the hard work. Shiman Haling was happy for him. From now on, the Kong Tong sect has 2 great heroes. The first is the Kong Tong divine hero, Liu Zhenhui, and the second, though this part isn't quite right, is the Kong Tong freak hero, Li Taisho. Li Taisho's smiling face froze. Huh? Freak? Shouldn't it be the Kong Tong sword hero? Suddenly it dawned on him. Looking back, he remembered. At that time, Li Taisho himself felt he was out of sorts during the martial arts duel. He was horrified to remember. He had an erection. Li Taisho ruffled his hair and cried silently. So that's why they gave me the title Freak. That freak title only given to the notorious madmen in the Woolen? I had my own troubles too. I didn't want it to stand up like that. This is absolutely terrible.
Shiman Haling sat silently beside him, watching his dejected expression. Li Taisho pursed his lips, trying to comfort himself. But anyway, I won, so Wei Xiaolian belongs to me now. I must go tease her. Wu Wang summoned Zhao Ying and the disciples and said, having won the martial arts duel against the Black Dragon gang, everyone has worked hard. The 3 of them bowed in ceremony, expressing their gratitude. He looked over at Shiman Haling, as Haling had officially joined the Kong Tong sect.
The little girl blushed a bit shyly. "As seniors, you should take good care of her." Li Taisho looked at the girl and replied, "Yes, we understand." In his heart, he thought, "Finally, she has accepted my proposal." Shiman Haling bowed deeply to her master. "I will try to learn very hard." Zhao Ying chuckled. "From Du Jinhui, Taisho to Haling, having such talented disciples, a master like me feels full even without eating rice anymore." Li Taisho timidly spoke up to get his attention. "Master, I have something to report. Well, the thing is, I have to have a martial arts duel with the Seaman clan." Zhao Ying was surprised. What happened all of a sudden? Li Taisho awkwardly scratched his face. "The situation is a bit complicated, let me explain." After a moment of discussion, he understood. I see." Zhao Ying put the teacup down. Seaman Qinghe secretly observed the training session, leading to conflict, so a martial arts duel is indeed unavoidable. But Li Taisho didn't dare mention that other incident. He let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, I skipped that flag-raising incident, and Master didn't suspect a thing. Last time in the battle with the Black Dragon Bang, Master tried to understand me. If I confess it happened again, he might cripple me for sure." Zhao Ying reminded his disciple, but the opponent this time is Sword Phoenix Seaman Qinghe. Although not comparable to Black Evil Dragon, the #1 genius of the demonic sects, she is not an easy opponent. Li Taisho, however, had overflowing confidence. "If I thought I would lose, I wouldn't have proactively proposed the duel. Please, Master, have faith in your disciple." He nodded in satisfaction at his spirit. "All right, if the agreement is made, there is no other way." Du Jinhui, sitting nearby, patted his shoulder, worried for her junior brother. "But junior brother, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Don't overdo it." Li Taisho smiled and turned to reply, "I'm fine, senior brother. This duel will prove that I am not a burden to the sect."
She again had tears in her eyes, but he smiled awkwardly at the aura radiating from Du Jinhui. "Senior brother, you don't understand. With your handsome face and the title of Kong Tong Divine Hero, you have nothing to worry about." Li Taisho gnashed his teeth. "As for me, at all costs, in this martial arts duel, I must act cool and change that damn title." Du Jinhui advised him not to be too reckless. Li Taisho bowed his head in understanding. "Senior brother, yes, I understand." He regained a serious demeanor and asked, "But, senior brother, do you know where He Xiaoliang is?" Du Junhui honestly replied, "She is probably at the Four Shadow Society Manor in Huating County. Why?" Li Tiesho smiled brightly and said, "I still have a debt to collect."
Very quickly, he arrived in front of the gate of that house. Li Tiesho spoke to the two guards. "Come over here." His aura was burning with confidence. "Do you know who I am?" The two men were surprised to recognize him. "You are." They reacted differently, but overall were very astonished. "Double burst killing sword. By what right do you dare show your face here?" Li Tiesho's eyes flared with anger upon hearing his title. Double burst killing sword? Is that name referring to me? Contrary to what he thought, the two men only found him deserving of scolding and showed no admiration at all. Who else could be but you? Daring to disrespect the young sect leader right in the middle of a martial arts duel? You are truly bold. For a pervert like you, that title suits you best. Li Tiesho's teeth were clenched, wishing he could strike them down. Regardless, as a strange hero, the word hero was still there, so he had to endure. But these evil sects were truly wretched. He raised his hand as if to strike, grumbling out a few words. "Hey, you bastards, if you don't want a beating, shut your mouths and open the gate now." Li Tiesho said no more and walked inside. No matter what, he had to change this damn nickname. Morning sunlight shone into the room within Wei Xiaolin's residence. She sat there without any courtesy toward the guest. "What are you here for?" Wei Xiaolin even scolded, "You, double-burst killing sword." His face darkened. Even Wei Xiaolin called him by that cursed title. But outwardly, he still shamelessly retorted, "Do you think I came here just for such trivial things? From this martial arts tournament, I have gained a junior sister." He stepped toward Wei Xiaolin. "You clearly promised to call me big brother, yet I haven't heard you say it at all."
She blushed and turned away. Li Taisho, seeing this, grew even more interested in teasing her, looking no different from a pervert. "Why is that? Clearly you promised, right? Could it be that the great black evil dragon guard, Wei Xiaolian, is someone who breaks her word?" Wei Xiaolian's mouth twitched. She called out in a small voice, then turned away with a red face. "Big brother." Li Taisho was thrilled, pretending not to hear. "Huh? I didn't hear you very clearly." Wei Xiaolian summoned all her courage and shouted, "Big brother, I already called you." He winked with a playful smile, truly driving her crazy. All right, little sister, let's meet often from now on." By the time Wei Xiaolian finished shouting, he had already fled and vanished instantly. Li Taisho strolled down the street, twirling the token Mai Shiliang had given him in his hand. Wei Xiaolian, just putting on an act. Clearly she likes bad men. It won't be long before she falls head over heels for me. He arrived at a place, thinking it was finally time to receive the final reward for this martial arts duel. Li Taisho hesitated, but he remembered the face from that day. Even standing before the door, his legs wouldn't move. Was he really going to meet that gay guy again? Li Taisho opened the door and smelled a faint fragrance. He was astonished.
What Li Tiesho saw was a banquet table so full of delicacies it seemed ready to break under the weight. Looking at the woman beside him, her attire appeared skimpy and cold. Li Tiesho closely observed the fragrance wafting through the air, along with the scent of candles. No, wasn't that aphrodisiac incense? Dim He put on a flirtatious air. "Oh my, young master, have you arrived?" He froze for a few seconds before he could speak. "Ah, yes." She pulled Li Tiesho inside. "Please have a seat, young master, please sit," leaving him no time to react as he was dragged away. "What is happening?" Dim He pressed him down into a chair. "Don't feel so pressured. This time I truly prepared everything just for you." Li Tiesho, suspicious, didn't dare move his chopsticks. "Is this really for me? Something feels off." She casually sat beside him and picked up food for him. "Young master must be hungry by now, right?"
In her heart, DM He was resentful. "Li Taisho, how dare you abandon me to propose to the Sword Queen in front of everyone? Clearly, I should have been the first one you met." Yet, she still professionally fed Li Taisho by hand, saying, "Here, let me feed you this Lang Yu at Hung dish, young master. I absolutely cannot lose to a little brat like the Sword Queen." The woman's coquettish tone echoed in the room. "Please try it, young master." DM He displayed her most charming demeanor while picking up food for Li Taisho. He was ecstatic, finding it difficult even to open his mouth to eat. "Oh!" Just as the food reached his mouth, Li Taisho swatted it away. "Not like this," making the woman beside him panic. "Huh?" He blamed himself. "I am truly too naive. Why would a leader of an evil sect like her act this way without a reason?" Li Taisho glanced at her. "I cannot be fooled by such tricks." He was on high alert, thinking she must be testing him. DM He acted pitiful. "Young master, don't be like that. Just try a bite." This time Li Taisho soberly refused, not wanting to follow her lead. "I only came here to receive my dividends, not to play." DM He puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. She tossed a pouch of silver onto the table. "Here are 200 taels of silver, young master. Take it." DM He returned to being serious, no longer acting flirtatious as before. "Now, surely we can get straight to the point?" Holding the silver, he looked over. "The point?" She began to take off her outer robe, startling Li Taisho and making his face turn red. "Lang Yu at Huang, what are you doing?" DM He shyly approached him. "I have made my decision. In this Jianghu, the only person I give my wholehearted sincerity to is you, young master."
Her hand touched Li Tiesho's leg.
Anything you desire, this humble servant can do for you. His face flushed, his mind spinning. Though he was truly a lecher, he still retained a shred of sobriety. Wait, her taking off her clothes like this is not right. Li Tiesho had heard before, during a meal with fellow disciples, that Long Miet Huang had never shown her true skin to anyone. He looked at Diem He in front of him. Did she truly have feelings for him now? Without any hesitation, she said, "If I can receive young master's true affection, I can do anything." Li Tiesho blushed and asked in a low voice, "Is it really anything?" Diem He excitedly replied, "Of course." His eyes lit up. "Then I want you to spread this news across the Jianghu." Diem He was shocked upon hearing this. Huh? Ignoring her anger, Li Tiesho turned away and smirked to himself. Chi Zu Ye had actually become so submissive to him, so he would exploit her thoroughly. Diem He shouted angrily, "Do you only want to spread this rumor and not truly stay by my side?" He explained, "Exactly. You should spread the rumor that the lady of the Ximen clan, Ximen Qinghe, and I have agreed on a martial arts duel. The loser will become the other servant." Li Tiesho stepped forward, twirling a lock of her hair in his hand. "You will do as I wish, Long Miet Huang." Diem He was momentarily surprised. "Long Miet Huang?"
He put on an affectionate look. "That's right, Xiangmei, the only person I can trust right now is you." She was so embarrassed that her whole face turned red, her words faltering. "Since it is your request," Diem He smoked softly. "I understand." He gave a sinister smile. "Thank you." In his mind he understood. She wanted to flirt and play with him, but in the end, she became someone for him to command. After saying that, Li Tiesho made a quick getaway. "I'm counting on you. See you later." She watched his figure disappear through the door, wanting to say something. Diem He squirmed, still imagining the scene just now. Did he call me Xiangmei? Her eyes drifted toward the door. It was truly a nervous feeling, as if she were about to marry that young master. Diem He rubbed her shoulders, feeling very confident. Even if he intended to propose to the Sword Queen, it wouldn't be a problem for her. He would surely become the husband of this Chi Zu Yu. Diem He blushed. For the sake of her promise to him, spreading those few rumors was nothing. However, it was quite reproachful of the young master to have intentions of using her like this from the start. She looked at the fragrance floating in the air. Should I tease him a little now? Outside at night, a tree branch bent as someone jumped over. It was Li Tiesho leaping across. She truly surprised him. Having just received some returns, he was now using her to spread rumors for himself. He smiled with satisfaction. His campaign to capture all the world's beauties was progressing quite smoothly.
Recalling the events of the day when Wei Xiaolian lost, the winner was Liu Zhenhui of the Kongtong sect. What followed was a source of pride for Li Tiesho and the entire sect. The sect's reputation had soared after defeating the Black Dragon Gang, and it remains to be seen how the Ximen family will react to these rumors. In the taverns, people also began to gossip fervently. A martial arts duel between the Kongtong sect and the Ximen family is indeed captivating. These rising stars seem quite battle-hungry. Once the rumors have spread across the Jianghu, the Ximen family will be forced to participate in the duel. Li Tiesho imagined himself standing before Ximen Qinghui. "This is the battle I have long awaited, and naturally I will win and defeat Ximen Qinghui to bring prestige to the Kongtong sect." He leapt to the ground. Now the difficult issue was how to find someone to oversee this battle. Calculating silently, unlike the conflict with the Black Dragon Gang, this time the duel involves two parties from the orthodox path, and the reason for organizing it was not as desired, thus making it hard to find a supervisor. Li Tiesho felt confident. "This is a huge gamble, but I have already thought of someone."
Su Bin asked uncomfortably what matter brought him all the way here. Double-burst killing sword. He angrily retorted that he wasn't some unorthodox practitioner for her to call him by that title. Su Bin insisted on accusing him, saying that for a strange man to visit a young lady's private quarters late at night, that nickname suited him perfectly. Li Chiaso was angry, but fearing a misunderstanding, lowered his voice to explain that he came to see the Sword Queen and asked her to announce him. Su Bin lied without blinking, saying the Sword Queen was not there and asking the young master to return tomorrow. Li Chiaso remained patient, noting that they would have returned to the Hengshan sect by tomorrow, so how could he meet her? She laughed happily, saying that was exactly why she wanted him to come tomorrow. As they were talking, a voice rang out, causing them to fall silent and turn their heads. "Young master." In Shualan appeared, her beauty radiant, and greeted him, asking what business brought him there in the middle of the night. Su Bin was surprised, addressing her as Senior Sword Queen, and asked awkwardly if she had returned. Beside her, Li Chiaso spoke humbly, saying he had come to seek the senior's help with a certain matter. She replied that they should go inside to talk first. Li Chiaso followed with a bright smile, uttering his thanks. Su then kowtowed her cheeks in annoyance, thinking this kid was truly lucky. Inside, Yan Shualan placed a teacup on the table and apologized for receiving the young master in such a lacking place.
Seeing him standing there for a long while, she said, "Young master, please sit down. Thanks to you, I was able to witness such a visually satisfying match." Yin Shuilan picked up the hot teacup. "If the young master has any business, please feel free to speak." Li Tiesho smiled with relief. "Then that is very fortunate, as this matter is related to a martial arts duel." He blushed in silence, and his counterpart had not yet spoken either. Li Tiesho eagerly stated, "Soon I will have a martial arts duel with a member of the Ximen family. This is a match where I am wagering the honor of my sect. I wish to request that the senior act as a supervisor for me." She did not rush to answer, raising her tea to take a sip. Calmly placing the teacup back on the table.
A martial arts duel with seamen? Yin Chuilan asked back. Why would I have any reason to step forward as a supervisor? Li Tieshou brought forth all his arguments to persuade her. I can understand the senior's hesitation regarding this matter, but in front of so many people I once challenged the senior. Yin Chuilan countered, but what does that have to do with this matter? He spoke while blushing. I once said that becoming a person worthy of challenging the senior in the future was my sincere word. She was momentarily stunned. Li Tieshou gathered all his courage to bow to her, and this martial arts duel is the first step for me to affirm that. He closed his eyes tightly. If the senior can accept this sincere heart, I would be most grateful. Yin Chuilan pondered. A sincere heart? She still remembered, but currently there was a grudge between the Kangtong sect and the Hangshan sect. Yin Chuilan explained, my Hangshan sect is seen as an opportunist stepping into the 5 great sword sects when the Kangtong sect fell into misfortune and decline. He looked up at her expression. Indeed, it was a difficult situation.
The plot twist truly came at the last minute. However, I always welcome the growth of those who dare to step forward to challenge me. Ultimately, Yin Chuilan agreed with him. She said, fine, I will bear witness for the young master. Li Tieshou rejoiced. Thank you, milady. She added, but I also have something to ask of you. Li Tieshou asked curiously, what is it, senior? She picked up her teacup.
Guess what this request might be, but Li Tieshou didn't care that much, as long as he achieved his goal. Anyway, since I've already invited a supervisor, things are fine for now. Seaman Qinghe, just you wait.
Yin Xuelan said to him, for now, young master only needs to worry about the match. Leave everything else to me. Li Tieshou quickly replied, thank you, senior. Shimen Qinghe stood cowering as she heard her father scolding, you truly are something. Did you really schedule a duel with that kid from the Kangtong sect? The little girl bowed her head in apology. That was accidental on my part, father. Simen Xuantian was also helpless. Now the world has spread this news. I cannot avoid carrying it out. He recalled the scene this morning when those young men mocked him. The loser will become a servant. This way the Kangtong sect wins again. Simen Xuantian shouted loudly. Not only that, some even say whoever wins this match will hold power in Gansu. He grew more furious as he spoke. My child, oh child, why did you carelessly promise a duel with that boy? Shimen Qinghe turned pale with fear, knowing nothing else to do but bow her head. I apologize, father. Simen Xuantian frowned while observing his daughter, then added, but if you can defeat Li Tieshou, everything will be in our favor. Shimen Qinghe, upon seeing a glimmer of hope.
Simen Xuantian struck the table hard and reminded, prepare well for this battle. He is currently overjoyed to the point of excess. This is our chance to wipe them out. The young girl, influenced by his enthusiasm, became excited. Of course, father, I will write the challenge letter immediately. Simen Qinghe smirked. Li Tieshou, just wait. I will teach you a lesson. The next morning, Li Tieshou just woke up, lazily stretching his arms. By now, the rumors I asked Chiza-Yu to spread must have circulated. It's time to use the martial arts duel invitation. Du Jinhu ran over. Junior brother! She joyfully pulled out a letter. Did you sleep well? I have something to show you. Li Tieshou shielded his eyes from her radiance. It's early morning, yet his complexion is so radiant, as if emitting light. Although his face didn't look very healthy, he still replied, Good morning, senior brother. What do you want to show me? Du Jinhu held up the ladder. A martial arts duel invitation. The Seamen family just sent one to you. Li Tieshou took it and opened it, surprised to see it was indeed a challenge. The invitation has arrived. I didn't expect the Seamen family to take the initiative and send it first. She stroked her chin. Indeed, even I am surprised. Compared to what I imagined, the Seamen family seems to be embracing this duel quite positively. Li Tieshou thought for a moment. That makes sense. Seamen Qinghe is a top expert. Does the true Heavenly Sword King believe Seamen Qinghe is capable of defeating me? Du Jinhu felt a bit anxious. Junior brother, is this duel really going to be all right? He replied confidently. Though it won't be an easy fight, if I focus on cultivation, I believe I can overcome it. She cheered. Then I have something prepared for you. Li Tieshou was curious. Prepared for me? Du Jinhu smiled inward, imagining the scene. Those arrogant people from the Seamen family, shouldn't we make them taste the bitterness of defeat? The two of them channeled their techniques. Li Tieshou controlled it with one hand. The Han Yuan Gong is operating much more smoothly now. Du Jinhu gave a doting smile. Right, I knew it. Improving the incantation was definitely the right choice.
It's as if he currently has a heart-shaped cannon firing at Li Tieshou. I only hope to help you with something before this martial arts duel. He felt overwhelmed by the favor and could hardly avoid it. Thank you very much, brother. Li Tieshou remained extremely satisfied with this technique. After all, in such a short time, he had refined the incomplete Hunyuan Gong to this extent, truly worthy of the name Heavenly Martial Body. Senior brother, Du Jinhui said shyly. Junior brother, but can I ask you something? He looked up and replied, Yes, what is it?
She wondered, concerning the matter during the martial arts duel with the Black Dragon Gang when you confessed to Senior Sword Queen, was that sincere? Li Tiesho tilted his head in confusion. For someone so upright that he makes others obey him, I was surprised. He placed his hand on Du Jinhui's shoulder. I should have told you sooner. Li Tiesho answered truthfully. The confession to Senior Sword Queen was not sincere. She felt joyful. Is that so? His eyes sparkled. The duel with the Black Dragon Gang was an occasion to announce the rebirth of the Kongtong sect, so I thought there needed to be an event impressive enough to be etched into people's hearts. Du Jinhui admired him even more. As expected of my junior brother, I didn't realize there was such a deep, hidden intention behind it. In his heart, Li Tiesho actually wanted to make an impression at the right time with his heavenly martial body. He felt proud. Thank you for understanding. Du Jinhui suddenly pinched his cheek. She then pinched even harder. I told you, my junior brother is #1 under heaven. Li Tiesho had a question but didn't dare to ask. Is that really worth being this happy about? In the afternoon, he was still diligently practicing. Li Tiesho frowned, trying to focus. After practicing hard for a week, I have now somewhat mastered the operation of Hunyang Gong. But the problem is, once again, his little brother had an erection. This damn technique, the Nigalala Shwin Shuk art. Li Tiesho scratched his head in agony. To correctly perform the demon subduing sword technique, this art is mandatory. But every time I circulate power, I become aroused. Why on earth? I thought that after training in Hunyang Gong, I could use the Nigalala Shwin Shuk art without issues. But when I tried it in actual practice, it wasn't like that at all. He collapsed. For this martial arts duel, even the Seaman family has shown a positive response. If I don't prepare thoroughly, I might be defeated. No matter what happens, I must master the Nigalala Shwin Shuk art. At that moment, there was a sound from the bushes. Who is there?
Yin Shuilan approached. I was strolling around the mountain of the Kongtong sect. I did not expect to meet the young master here. He was surprised by this appearance. It was truly unexpected to see her here. Sword Queen Senior, Yin Shuilan asked in a friendly manner. Why are you practicing so hard in such a remote place? He sat down, trying to use his upper garment to cover his little brother, because a quiet place makes it easier to focus, and besides, he could not let others see that state of arousal. Yin Shuilan still had not noticed and chatted calmly. You look tired. Is your cultivation not going as planned? Li Tiesho scratched his head shyly. Perhaps because the upcoming martial arts duel is so important, I feel a bit restless.
She suddenly remembered. Yin Shuilan looked through the green trees. If it was fate that they met here, she drew her sword. Can I assist you in your cultivation process? Li Tiesho looked on in the daze, a peerless sword and a peerless woman. Still, he could not overcome himself. How could I refuse the chance to be guided by an expert of the transformation realm? He immediately stood up and accepted. Being instructed by a great swordsman was truly a great honor. Yin Shuilan got ready. I invite you to make the first move. He also took a stance. Then I won't be formal anymore. An amazing opponent. Even with full strength, she did not budge. In his heart, he determined that from the very first move, he must exert all his power. Yin Shuilan made her move very quickly, but he was still able to block it, making her admit that the sword move just now was wonderful. Li Tiesho gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand it, as expected of the Nwet Huang Quilo sword from the Hengshan sect. Yin Shuilan assessed in her heart. She didn't expect him to be able to block the demon-subduing sword technique so easily, though there were still many imperfections. She smiled softly. I write the master to try and block my move, making Li Tiesho's face turn pale instantly. Yin Shuilan continued to strike. She said loudly, Your demon-subduing sword technique seems to have many openings in its defense. Li Tiesho was battered as he blocked each sword strike. The demon-subduing sword of the Kongtong sect was originally a martial art focused on actual combat, so this was only normal. Yin Shuilan raised her sword high. Is that so?
A strike came down so fast you couldn't react. Li Tiesho's clothes were torn. Yin Shuilan withdrew her sword and explained, Although the Kongtong sect takes the reversal of yin and yang as its basis, isn't the core still the harmony between yin and yang? Li Tiesho panted in silence. Her words were not wrong. If one only pursued the reversal of yin and yang blindly, the Kongtong sect would be no different from the evil teachings of the demonic path. Yin Shuilan could see it. However, the young master's swordsmanship seems to be biased towards one side. He was shocked. Biased towards one side? Li Tiesho recalled. Thinking back, in this life I have always focused on nurturing vigor, spending most of my time cultivating to strengthen yang qi. He suddenly realized, could it be that this very imbalance has hindered my progress? She advised, try again one more time. This time focus on the harmony of yin and yang. Li Tiesho held his sword and remembered. Yes, that's it. Because of the memory of being a eunuch in my past life, I have subconsciously rejected yin qi all this time. He began to take his stance. Because of that, the harmony of yin and yang was broken, which is why his manhood stood erect like that. He opened his eyes wide. He had to be aware of the harmony of yin and yang. Only then could Hunyang Gong and Nigala Shunshui art coexist.
Li Taisho charged forward. The internal power amplified by Hunyan Gong would be increased once more thanks to the Nigala Shunshui art. His gaze was sharp.
A decisive strike landed perfectly, the final ultimate technique of the demon-subduing sword technique. The two sides clashed in a brilliant move as their swords crossed. Yin Shualan stuck out decisively, praising, "Young master, you learn quite fast." Li Taisho landed on the ground. He was overjoyed. He didn't expect to be able to release sword chi, and this time his manhood remained intact. He tried to stand up, but his steps were wobbly. He had finally reached the first-class realm. Yin Shualan rushed up anxiously. "Young master!" He collapsed into her arms, making Yin Shualan even more worried. "Young master, are you all right?" Li Taisho murmured. "The swordsmanship of the Kong Tong sect. What do you think, Sword Queen Yin Shualan?" She smiled gently and gave him a sincere compliment. It was truly outstanding. Li Taisho woke up. Yesterday's events felt like a dream. He recalled the moonlight night, the chance duel with the Sword Queen under the stars. Furthermore, during the fight, he had broken through to the first-class realm.
What's even better is falling into the arms of Yin Shualan. Moreover, an accidental physical contact occurred. The more I think about it, the happier I feel. Could it be that the Sword Queen was the one who brought me back to my room? This and that, why is everything going so smoothly? While I was pondering, a voice came from outside. "Young hero, are you inside?" Li Taisho answered. "Miss Hailing, please come in." Shimin Hailing rushed in frantically. He wondered, "What happened that made you so hurried?" The young girl panted. It's like this, young hero. I heard a strange rumor at the market." Li Taisho didn't understand. "A rumor? What kind of rumor?" Shimin Hailing's face darkened. "Currently, there's a rumor spreading that you are catching fish with two hands, dating two people at once." Li Taisho was startled. "What?" He began to panic. "Explain it more clearly." Shimin Hailing stammered. "Well," the girl recalled, while she was picking fruit at the market, she heard, "Hey, have you heard anything?" Some young men were gossiping. "That guy called the Kong Tong Freak Hero? He did something interesting this time." "Do you mean the promised martial arts duel, where the winner becomes Miss Seaman Xinghei's servant?" Shimin Hailing overheard all of that. Actually, there was another story. The story about him was even more fabricated. It was said that the young hero and Miss Seaman were secretly seeing each other, having a clandestine affair, but then suddenly, the young hero announced his break from her. The following words were even more shocking, with news spreading that the young hero and Miss Yin had a secret relationship, and Miss Seaman, out of jealousy, imagining Shimin Xinghei being very jealous, swearing that she would never forgive him.
That person spoke as if it were true, so she proactively asked for a duel. It's truly crazy. The strange hero of Kong Tong managed to capture the hearts of two women at the same time. He truly deserves the title Double Burst Killing Sword. Seaman Halling looked at her senior brother awkwardly. That's what the rumors say. After hearing them, I rushed here to find the young hero, because I simply couldn't believe it. Li Taisho was so furious, he gritted his teeth. What on earth is this nonsense? Zhao Ying questioned him. Tissue, what is going on here? Don't be timid. I'm sorry, master. He shook his head in distress. With such strange rumors appearing right before the day of the great duel, I'm afraid that even if you win the match, it might not bring you any benefits anymore. Li Taisho was enraged, his hands clenched tightly. However, the rumors that I am intimate with Seaman Xinghei or Longwei Huang are completely baseless fabrications. There was only one person who could spread such trashy rumors.
According to him, there was only one person behind this, Qi Ziyu. That fox dared to fabricate such a story? Considering the potential gains, Li Taisho felt there was only one motive. Dragging Lung Wet Hung into this so abruptly was so blatant that it made him furious. She clearly wanted the whole world to believe that he and Lung Wet Hung were a pair of lovers. He calmly said to Zhao Ying, Master, I have a suspicion. He asked, What is it? Li Taisho explained eloquently. At that time, during the martial arts duel with the Black Dragon Gang, I visited the Ha sect to send a letter requesting a notary in order to avoid the eyes and ears of the Shimen clan. Zhao Ying admitted. Ah, that matter. I was also aware of it, he cried out with an angry expression. Those evil sects, after failing the martial arts duel, held a grudge. It seems they are using that incident as an excuse to frame me. Zhao Ying stood up abruptly. They dare to do such a thing? He held his head. Unbelievable. Even for an evil sect, to have no sense of righteousness at all? Li Taisho played his pitiful role perfectly, his tears not yet dry. Please don't worry, Master. He confidently promised his master. I will definitely find a way to suppress these ridiculous rumors. At a certain inn, those guys were still discussing. Have you heard the story of the double burst killing sword? I don't know what kind of trick that kid pulled. They fabricated all sorts of things about Li Taisho.
I heard that thing of his is truly no ordinary item. Sitting nearby, he was still trying to suppress his anger. The rumors grew more distorted by the moment, but hearing them firsthand was truly infuriating, even if they were partially true. Li Tisho slurped some noodles. To change the flow of the rumors, he first needed to understand the situation clearly and observe calmly for the time being.
The guy opposite spoke up, catching his attention. Oh my, it's not that simple. Another guy walked over and said, "Don't you know? It was Long Wet Huang who spread this nonsense rumor. I heard she did it out of jealousy, afraid that the relationship between Seaman King He and Li Tisho would deepen." It was Long Wet Huang? The group discussed without any guard. That's right, isn't it common knowledge that Miss Long has a close relationship with the house act? Is that so? How disappointing. Li Tisho felt strange. What is this? The rumors are changing. He walked all over the streets and realized, after half a day wandering around Huating County, that the rumor about the love triangle was being steered in a different direction by someone. There were even people praising him. So Long Wet Huang is someone hopelessly in love with a man? What kind of person is the Kangtong freak hero anyway? Li Tisho's mood improved. The rumor was corrected to say that Long Wet Huang unrequitedly loved him, so she spread those fake rumors. Naturally, he had nothing to be annoyed about. However, he felt something wasn't quite normal. This change was too favorable for him. Such luck really made one suspicious. Li Tisho could only guess. Could it be an acquaintance of mine secretly acting? He suddenly stopped. It seemed very worth investigating thoroughly.
Several beggars looked at Li Taisho and spoke up. Oh, look who it is. One of them turned around. Isn't that the flower young master who once made 2 famous heroines of the Zhenghu fall for him, and also the illustrious freak hero of the Kangtong sect? He held his nose. I do indeed have the nickname Freak Hero, but that trashy title is absolutely not something I claimed for myself. Li Taisho assessed the situation. The beggar sect, although a sect of beggars, belongs to the orthodox path. They gather those who uphold righteousness and chivalry, have a vast number of members, and are skilled at gathering intelligence, even if they look scruffy and dirty at first glance. He calculated, in the midst of the conflict with the house sect, this is the best option I can make. Then he said to them, I have a private commission. The leader smiled happily. Oh, accepting a commission from the Kangtong freak hero? Just hearing that sounds interesting. He pointed to the tent. How about it? Let's go inside and talk slowly. Step up and talk properly with me. So what is the matter? Li Taisho took out a silver pouch. Investigate the eunuch's Zhang Yaxian in Beijing for me. He is an incredibly cruel man who specializes in kidnapping youths, cutting off that thing, and selling them to the imperial palace. The leader had heard of him as someone who committed unforgivable crimes. Even living 3 lifetimes wouldn't be enough to atone for his sins. He gritted his teeth in anger. Even if he were subjected to 1,000 cuts, it still wouldn't be enough to vent my anger on him. The leader felt that for him to be that angry, he must still hold some chivalry in his heart. Li Taisho remembered someone, of course, because he was the madman who made him a eunuch in his past life. I dealt with the slave trader Wang San on the first day I returned, but the eunuch Zhang Yaxian is also a broker I must destroy sooner or later. In his eyes, Zhang Yaxian was just a money-grubbing man who sold human lives cheaply.
The leader took the silver from Li Taisho. All right, as a fellow traveler in the orthodox path of Zhenghu, I will accept this for a small information fee. Results should be available in about a week. He praised. Truly an unexpected commission. He really chose the right time. Li Taisho turned away without explaining. I have my own reasons. After speaking, he left. Then I shall take my leave. As he walked, he thought, in this world, the only organization capable of turning around the rumors spread by the house act is the Dongchang, and the only person who can mobilize such a powerful information organization is one person. The image of a girl appeared. Please don't go, La Jolie, Your Majesty. Li Taisho frowned, feeling a bit anxious inside. Although I don't want to delude myself that the Emperor has been watching me, the only person who could know anything about Zhang Yaoshan is him. If I investigate that person, he might find out whether the Emperor interfered or not. I can only pray that it isn't him. His footsteps slowly ascended the stairs. Come to think of it, well, the rumors have been resolved anyway. Li Taisho smiled sinisterly. Now only one thing remains. He still had one path left, which was to achieve a glorious victory in the martial arts duel to turn the hearts of the people. Over at the training grounds, it was now extremely bustling. Li Taisho stood on the same grandstand as Seaman Klingham.
The little girl was furious. You dare to spread rumors that I am having an affair with you. Seaman Qinghe swung her sword. Today I will make you pay the price for that. Li Tiesho, the double-burst killing sword, was equally furious. I am inherently a gentle person, such a gentleman, yet you dare to assign that vulgar nickname to me? Swords were drawn from their sheaths. Li Tiesho looked extremely eager. Starting from today, I will definitely wipe that filthy name out of the Zhenghu. On the martial arts stage, the two were still in combat stances. Below, everyone was discussing. A man with a hair bun asked, public opinion about the relationship between Seaman Qinghe and Li Tiesho is that they are not just ordinary friends. Is that true?
The man in black laughed loudly, observing their argument and finding it somewhat plausible. The man in gray next to him rubbed his chin and replied, I mean, everyone saw the attraction between the two of them in the previous match. His eyes suddenly lit up and he exclaimed, I didn't expect Qinghe to be that kind of person. Who knew she could be so bold? Leaving the person next to him confused. The two suddenly startled and turned around. The man in gray blurted out, "Wait, where is this sudden intense killing intent coming from?" Behind them, Shimen Xuantian stood with a face full of murderous intent, veins popping out on his forehead, while Yin Shui Lan looked to the side without changing her expression. The old man glared, gritting his teeth. "Those who talk too much in front of me in the past have all been dealt with." The two dropped their jaws. Their bodies turned cold and stiff, unable to utter a word. Someone panic-stricken spoke up, intentionally raising his voice. Shimen Xuantian did nothing wrong, absolutely nothing. It must be that pervert using dual blades who is the troublemaker. Hearing this, Shimen Xuantian nodded repeatedly, his expression visibly softening. Yin Shui Lan suddenly said, "There is also something strange about this match. The loser must become the servant of the winner."
Shimen Xuantian frowned and glanced at her, his tone slightly irritable. "And it was all Li Taisho's idea? That bastard deceived our innocent Klinghe." Yin Suilan nodded as if understanding, then asked one more thing. "However, master of the Shimen family, you aren't certain if that is true, are you?" Hearing this, the old man thought for a moment before humming, well, that's true, but anyone looking at it would understand it like that." Shimen Xuantian's cheekbones flushed slightly, his expression awkward, his voice softening noticeably. "Regardless, after all this time, she hasn't changed a bit." Yin Suilan's face remained expressionless, staring at the other person and repeating twice, "You mean that time? Ah, are you referring to that time?" Shimen Xuantian turned his face away sharply, refusing to answer the question, even pretending not to understand what it meant. He coughed dryly. "I don't understand what you are saying at all. Focus, the match is about to start." As soon as the words fell, the referee's voice echoed throughout the space. He raised his hand and announced loudly, "Kongtong sect and Shimen family, the duel officially begins." Shimen Klinghe bent her back, her hand firmly gripping the sword hilt, the young girl saying with a serious expression, "This Kongtong sect guy is truly a martial artist, daring to do depraved things in front of a pure girl like me without any regret. Today I will teach you a lesson about principles." Her foot stomped lightly, causing the arena floor to crack, spiritual energy radiating from her body, an oppressive aura rising, debris flying everywhere. The young girl shouted, "Get ready." The arena was covered by Shimen Klinghe spiritual energy, golden spiritual energy radiating and wrapping around the opponent. Li Taisho was in no rush to act. He frowned, assessing the opponent, then gave a faint smile. He thought to himself, Shimen Klinghe's oppressive presence dominates the entire ring. The Shimen family's swordsmanship combined with internal power launches powerful attacks that cannot be blocked, leaving the opponent with no escape. Shimen Klinghe used her strength to leap into the air, rushing straight towards him, her movement so fast that the naked eye could hardly see. Phoenix step. The young girl rotated her sword skillfully, her posture precise, the sword path magical.
The little girl put her hands behind her head, preparing to swing her sword, her eyes filled with determination. The sword path slashed straight down. Li Taisho easily blocked it, though his legs buckled, and the ground was slashed into two long furrows by the Dark Heaven Sword demon. As the two swords grated against each other, he glanced sideways, telling himself, the attack speed is slow, but the terrifying power is impossible to withstand. He suddenly tightened his grip on the sword hilt, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Then he flicked his hand, pushing Shimen Qingha flying backward. The little girl raised her hand to cover her face, unable to block in time. He thought triumphantly, but I am not inferior either, then shouted loudly, "Demon sword slash." The audience in the stands gaped in astonishment. A man covered his mouth and exclaimed, "That is the demon sword slash." He immediately utilized his internal power to counterattack. Turns out this freak also learned that ultimate skill. Shimen Qingha hunched over, bracing herself to stop retreating, oppressed by the pressure. The little girl huffed coldly. When the two swords clashed, he utilized the core principles of the demon sword technique to neutralize my attack. Fine then, I must admit he has some skill.
The little girl quickly regained her momentum, rushing straight forward again, her spiritual energy blowing backward in her wake. She seemed smug. "Let's see if you can block this next move." Li Taisho blocked it, cold sweat trickling down his cheek, silently exclaiming, "She's attacking even more powerfully now." He swung his arm, flinging the opponent away. Shimen Qinghe executed another movement, launching a powerful strike. Li Taisho's eyes widened as he suddenly realized something, unable to help thinking. A feint sword move. Before he could react to the thought, his head was grabbed and held tight by Shimen Qinghe. The little girl forced his head down, while simultaneously kneeing him straight in the face. Li Taisho suffered a nosebleed. He sneered, eyes rolling back, veins bulging on his forehead, filled with anger as he cursed. Bastard! His gaze suddenly turned serious. He still held on to the little girl's knee, evaluating the opponent's technique. The swordsmanship of the Shimen family always overwhelmed opponents with lethal strikes, while the swordsmanship of the Kongtong sect favored a balance between offense and defense. Two completely opposite styles. He had to end this match early to avoid a prolonged battle. This time, he didn't give the opponent a chance to unleash the next move. He took the initiative to attack first, moving at extreme speed, to the point where Shimen Qinghe couldn't even see him. He glanced at the little girl, his internal power surging, then took a deep breath and exhaled.
The little girl stared wide-eyed, slightly surprised, thinking to herself that his flow of internal power was changing.
Spiritual energy surrounded Li Taisho's sword like flashes of lightning. His foot stomped on the floor, gaining momentum, cracking the ground slightly. He held his stance firm, then immediately swung his arm for a horizontal slash. The sword path flew out, and from the illusory sword path, quite a few bolts of lightning were formed, striking straight ahead. Heaven-breaking upper sword. The martial arts stage exploded. Everyone stood up abruptly. The explosion was so large that no one could see what was happening inside. Some people sat cheering and shouting. Dujin Hui's face was radiant. She was astonished, telling herself, Junior brother is truly skilled. He has even mastered the heavenly demon-breaking upper sword. Just recently fighting the Black Dragon Gang, yet he has made such amazing progress. Zhao Ying swallowed nervously, sweat running down his cheeks. He frowned, trying not to miss any detail, and whispered, Don't be subjective, Taisho. She is an outstanding swordsman. Ximen Qinghui's expression became tense. The little girl assumed a defensive stance, her radiating aura gradually retracting. Li Taisho smiled with satisfaction. He wondered to himself, Can I block this sword move?
Ximen Qinghui decided to get serious, her eyes widening as she gave a faint smile and praised him. I must admit, that sword move just now wasn't easy to deal with. The heaven-breaking demon sword is the essence of an overwhelming and mighty offensive style. However, if the sword path is unstable, I only need to grasp the point where the move aims to defend against it. The little girl stood straight, waved her hand, and slowly advanced to her position, her hair and robes fluttering in the wind. She asked with certainty. Therefore, no matter how strong that heaven-breaking demon sword ultimate move is, it can still be broken. So what now? Immediately, she moved with a speed identical to Li Taisho's earlier, catching him off guard and making it difficult for him to resist. Ximen Qinghui glared, gritting her teeth tightly, and gave a twisted smile. Do you intend to keep defending like this? Li Taisho parried the sword. Provoked by his opponent, he ground his teeth in anger, cursing silently. I knew she was hard to deal with, but it seems she's much stronger than I imagined. What should I do now? As if realizing something, an idea flashed through his mind. He quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, Wait a minute. He remembered Yin Shuilan's words from before. That young master's sword attacked leaning entirely to one side. He found his answer. That's it. His sword clashed with Ximen Qinghui's sword intent, but he was no longer panicked. He slowly analyzed the situation. He glanced around, both to grasp the situation and to find his opponent's opening, thinking to himself, if the sword path of the heaven-breaking demon sword is too easy to predict, why don't I turn it into a more unpredictable strike? Ximen Qinghui attacked continuously, overwhelmingly Taisho. She shouted loudly, I won't let you run wild here anymore. He leapt up, suddenly disappearing from his spot. The little girl used all her strength, preparing to unleash a finishing move. She let out a loud roar. The next second, her sword struck the ground. The surface of the martial arts stage cracked into pieces, the fissures gradually spreading wider as stone debris flew in all directions.
The little girl's eyes widened, seemingly disbelieving her own eyes, a bit panicked. Li Taisho was not hit. Ximen Qinghui's sword tip swept completely across the ground. The little girl was bewildered. He disappeared. Li Taisho in the distant form executed a technique. A stream of red light swirled, suctioning into his palm. Ying Hong Bu, a footwork technique I used when I was a eunuch, specializing in exploiting the opponent's gaps to launch surprise attacks.
Both became unusually serious. The little girl launched her attack while he leaped to dodge spectacularly, silently evaluating that even for a moment, this footwork could deceive the senses of an expert like Ximen Qinghui. Finding an opportunity, he furrowed his brows, thinking to himself that he didn't expect she could force him to use a trump card from his past life. I acknowledge you, Ximen Qinghui. You are truly very strong. He stomped his foot, maintaining a new stance as a spot of light appeared in his palm. He would combine the flexibility of Ying Hong Bu with the destructive power of the demon-breaking sword to attack her weakness. He glared and swept once. The sword's path became clearer and more powerful. The pressure intensified. Although it would lose a bit of raw power, in return, that sword move would deliver an unpredictable strike. Ximen Qinghui was startled, guessing the technique name. Is that sword path the demon-breaking sword again? Li Taisho delivered a downward slash, concentrating damage on a single point. The little girl gripped the sword hilt tightly, preparing to swing up to parry, telling herself, such a predictable sword move. If it's like before, I just need to block it. The sword changed path, shifting horizontally. Li Taisho didn't let his opponent predict his intentions. He circled his arm, moving from above the midsection, executed a horizontal slash, and then transitioned into a straight thrust. Ximen Qinghui was completely caught off guard by his move, unable to help but exclaim in her heart, Huh? His sword path changed at the last second. Li Taisho glared, channeling all his internal power into the finishing move. He thrust hard into the little girl's weakness, 3 layers of internal power bursting out, leaving her no time to react. Ximen Qinghui coughed, saliva spraying from her throat.
Shimen Xuantian, witnessing this, shouted in agitation, "Qinghe!" Li Tisho moved behind Shimen Qinghe as the air thickened, becoming tense.
Shimen Qinghe's sword fell to the ground, shattering the silent atmosphere. The young girl gradually lost her balance and slowly collapsed. Finally, seeing that she was no longer capable of fighting, Li Taisho leisurely sheathed his sword. The referee quickly announced the result, raising his voice as high as possible. The winner is Li Taisho of the Kongtong sect." The audience in the stands turned pale. A bearded man exclaimed in surprise, "Oh," while a man with hair covering one eye stammered, "How did this happen again?" Li Taisho was confused. He wondered blankly to himself, "Why again? Why do I suddenly feel something strange?" He turned his face back sharply, slightly panicked. "Don't tell me Qinghe was seriously injured after that sword move. I purposely reduced the power of that sword move to avoid hurting her." As he turned around, he froze, eyes wide open. Shimen Qinghe's clothes were tattered. The girl blushed and her voice trembled. "Wait, why did my clothes end up like this? They were still intact just a moment ago."
Immediately, all our clothes exploded, revealing everything, and Shimen Qinghe was startled. Li Taisho's eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and cold sweat poured down. He wondered what on earth was happening and why her clothes were torn. Recalling just now, his sword intent had spread out, sweeping across every point of the little girl's body. He panicked, his mind wrestling with a mess of thoughts. It couldn't possibly be because of his final sword move. Ying Hongbu didn't carry enough pressure to cause such total damage. It was all because Qinghe was careless and didn't block all the sword moves, and the residual force of that sword move tore her clothes apart. Shimen Qinghe's eyes were red and brimming with tears, her face flushed deep red. The little girl clutched her body and screamed, "Li Taisho, how dare you use sword chi to tear my clothes?" Li Taisho froze, not knowing how to react. The people behind him whispered incessantly, as expected of the Kongtong freak hero. What a shameless person, daring to humiliate a woman during a duel. Bewildered, he hurriedly explained, "No, I swear I didn't mean it." Hearing this, Shimen Qinghe burst into tears and yelled at him, "You damned pervert!" His eyes rolled back, and he was speechless, only able to scream in his heart, "I'm innocent!"
Shimen Qinghe stood up, clutching herself and shouting, "You despicable villain!" Li Taisho immediately tried to calm her down. "Calm down, please." He quickly removed his outer garment and handed it to her, helping her cover herself properly. "Please take this first." Li Taisho turned his head away, his expression tense as he explained, "This was my mistake. I ask for your forgiveness." In his heart, he reflected that the power of the Ju Hua Yin Baihei technique was extremely sharp, which had caused the sword energy to disperse unexpectedly. He clenched his teeth, feeling deeply aggrieved. "I truly did not intend for this to happen." Suddenly, an angry voice thundered from afar, "You scoundrel!" Both people on the martial arts stage turned toward the sound. Shimen Xuantian was furious. He circulated his internal energy and shouted, "I refuse to accept this match." His face darkened as he roared, "How dare you use such improper conduct to disgrace my daughter and insult the honor of our family? I will hold you responsible." Li Taisho's face turned pale. What? This was clearly a martial arts duel. At that moment, Yen Suilin slowly stepped forward to intervene. "Please stop." She looked at Shimen Xuantian calmly and said in a steady voice, "The outcome has already been decided." With gentle words, she attempted to ease the tension. "This was a fair duel. Please accept the result."
Shimen Xuantian could not suppress his resentment but dared not act recklessly. He turned his face and asked, "Sword Queen, why are you defending that boy?" He still refused to withdraw his aura, saying, "The Kongtong sect and the Hengshan sect never had a good relationship, did they?" She faced Shimen Xuantian, began to circulate internal power, radiating an oppressive aura as she replied, "I am the guarantor representing the Kongtong sect. If you cannot accept the result of a fair martial arts duel, I am forced to intervene." He remained indignant, frowning and growling back. After seeing what that scoundrel did, you can still say such ridiculous words. Yin Shuilan's expression remained unchanged, her tone calm, as if what she was doing was obvious. During a duel, if a slip occurs and flesh is exposed, causing the opponent to feel ashamed, it is something that can happen. This young master has already apologized, so please let it go. Before being a daughter, is Miss Shimen Xuantian not also a member of the Wulin? Hearing this, Shimen Xuantian was speechless and could only swallow his anger. Li Tisho was overjoyed, silently admiring. "Yin Shuilan, have you finally stepped forward? You truly deserve to be my first principal wife." Not long after his joy, the old man clasped his hands and turned to him, saying, "I heard that during the last duel, the Kongtong swordsman confessed his love to the Sword Queen. It seems he is truly infatuated, isn't he?" He then raised his voice to question, "Are you still sane? The Kongtong freak hero's age is enough for him to be your son." Yin Shuilan's face darkened, seemingly losing her cool. She tried to soften her voice. "Even if it is fate, you should not speak such nonsense." Shimen Xuantian was furious. "What did you say?" She took a breath, looked up,
regained her original expression, and naturally continued. Speaking of confessions, didn't you yourself once propose to me years ago?
Hearing this, the old man was startled, his face flushing red as he became speechless. Meanwhile, Li Taisho, as if catching on to some juicy gossip, let out an intrigued, "Oh." Many years ago, also on a martial arts stage, Seaman Xuantian cupped his hands and shouted, "My confession? No, please accept my challenge." The Sword Queen, Yin Shulan, recounted, "True Heavenly Sword King, 30 years ago, didn't you say you were struck by love at first sight at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering and then went everywhere looking for me?" Back then, she didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. "Fine, show me your moves." Continuing the story, at that time you were both confessing your love and requesting a martial arts duel. Yin Shulan struck decisively, her eyes showing not a single trace of tension.
Yin Shulan mocked Seaman Xuantian, claiming that he was easily defeated and was just a man with nothing worth seeing. She continued to recount that naturally he had been taken down in just one move, so nothing had happened between them. Now, as the matter was brought up, she casually asked if he was still daydreaming about her even now. The people sitting in the back began to stir and whisper among themselves. What? Does the true Heavenly Sword King really like the Sword Queen? Then what about his current wife? Those words reached his ears, making his face turn even redder. Li Tisho stood to the side, covering his mouth with a devious smile, thinking to himself, what on earth is this? This is so hilarious, such a juicy story that no one has ever heard before. Yin Shulan wouldn't let it go. She questioned him, asking why he wouldn't describe what happened that day in more detail. Seaman Xuantian excitedly stomped his foot and shouted, "Enough!" Then he turned around and glared up at the martial arts stage at Li Tisho, his voice no longer clear, saying that even if the Kongtong freak hero had committed an indecent act, it was ultimately an accident during the duel, so he would let it slide this time. Li Tisho happily clasped his hands and bowed slightly, thanking the senior for forgiving him. The sky had gradually turned orange, and the wind blew scattered leaves. Zhao Ying and two others stood before Yin Shulan and Su Bin. He took the initiative to speak first. "Sword Queen Senior, when the master of the Seaman family was enraged, you stepped in to intervene. I truly thank you." She smiled and nodded slightly, saying that as the guarantor of the Kongtong sect, it was merely her duty. Zhao Ying laughed and replied that thanks to her, the new relationship between the Kongtong sect and the Hangshan sect had now become known to everyone. An idea flashed in Yin Shulan's mind, and she said, if that is the case, on this occasion our sect would like to propose something. Why not organize a friendly exchange duel between the Hangshan sect and the Kongtong sect? Zhao Ying immediately became joyful, his eyes brightening as he flashed a wide smile, asking in return, "You mean a duel between the rising stars? It would be a very precious opportunity for the youngsters to learn."
He immediately agreed. "I accept the proposal of the Sword Queen." Li Tisho was dazed. He didn't speak, only thinking, is the Hangshan sect organizing a friendly martial arts exchange? On the mountain peak, many buildings and towers of various sizes stood tall, the scenery mystical. He recalled in his past life, the Hangshan sect was isolated and naturally reclusive, never having organized such an exchange with any other sect. Yin Shulan and Su Bin cupped their hands and bowed slightly. She greeted, "Then we shall take our leave first." Afterwards, Yin turned to Li Tisho, smiled and said, "See you at the exchange. Members of the Kongtong sect and young hero, I look forward to speaking more with you then." He thought to himself, speaking? Does she mean the favor from before? On the surface, he obediently cupped his hands and cheerfully replied, "Yes, Senior Sword Queen." Watching their silhouettes fade away, he questioned himself, what is Yin Shulan really thinking? I guess I'll have to wait until the martial arts exchange for it to be clear. Thinking of this, he became joyful, his cheeks flushing pink, smiling brightly as he satisfactorily exclaimed, "Well, for now." The next sentence he only thought in his heart, "I should go receive the real reward for winning the martial arts duel, shouldn't I?" It was dark, and at the city gate, all the lanterns were lit. Li Tisho's voice rang out, "Goodbye."
He folded his hands and approached Simang Qinghe and her companion, teasingly asking, "Are you really my maid now?" The little girl grumbled indignantly, "Maid? What kind of maid?" The man beside her, looking worried, tried to reassure her, "Qinghe, don't worry. If anything happens, report back to the family immediately." With tears glistening in her eyes, the girl nodded obediently. "I understand, big brother." The blue-haired man then roared angrily at him, scolding, "You there, if you dare make Qinghe cry, you'll be shedding tears of blood." Li Taisho nonchalantly picked his ear and teased, "Please don't worry too much about the safety of Miss Ximen, for I, her master, will know how to take excellent care of her." The man snapped back furiously, "What, master?" Finally, unable to restrain himself, the blue-haired man shouted an insulting remark, "You bastard, Kongtong perverted hero." Li Taisho was taken aback and retorted, "What? Kongtong perverted hero?" Seaman Qinghe slunk away in frustration, while the blue-haired man continued to scold him. "That's right, with the debauched tricks you pulled during the 2 martial arts duels, that nickname is truly well-deserved." Li Taisho held his head and wailed inwardly, "I clearly intended to win heroically to wipe out that damn nickname, but instead it got upgraded to an even more perverted version?" The man warned him with boiling blood.
Just try to lay a finger on our Qinghe. Seaman Qinghe scratched her head, thinking to herself, am I really the maid of the Kongtong perverted hero? Suddenly he called out, all right, that's enough, Miss Seaman. Startled, Seaman Qinghe looked up.
He waved his hand, signaling the girl to follow. Please, let us return to the mountain of the Kongtong sect. The night was cold and the silence was terrifyingly deep. Seaman Qinghe followed Li Tisho, weeping silently but not daring to speak out loud. What kind of situation have I fallen into? Li Tisho was walking leisurely, suddenly turning back to ask, hey maid, can you still keep up? The girl gripped the basket strap tightly, sweat dripping down her cheeks. She said, please stop paying attention to me. She thought, I even have to be a maid for a pervert like him. He couldn't help but imagine himself as a wide-eyed pervert, licking his lips, thinking, the pervert Li Tisho indeed. With an expressionless face, he picked his ear and clicked his tongue. Caring for someone and still being criticized? He led the girl to a pile of ruins, then stopped and said, we've arrived. He pointed toward a corner and simply said, even though it is late, there is something we need to discuss privately. Follow me. Hearing this, the girl was startled, her face turning crimson, her heart racing. Discuss privately.
The little girl froze, eyes wide, one hand pressed to her chest, the other clutching her skirt. A rush of anxious thoughts flooded her mind. It's so late, and it's just the two of us. Why does this feel so unsettling? She followed him with a nervous heart, imagination running wild despite her efforts to calm herself. The path ahead grew dimmer and quieter, each step deepening her unease. She wondered why they were heading towards such a secluded place, and whether she was overthinking everything. When they finally stopped, he turned around, his expression serious and unreadable as he looked at her and said calmly, this place will do.
西门庆和诗吻的成本shows Kashi was on verge of choice. The young girl stammered, what is enough exactly? And told herself, if anything goes wrong, I'll have to draw my sword. Li Tishou held out a command token and handed it to the girl. He looked at her with a puzzled expression. I meant it's just enough to give orders. He gave it to Simon Qinghe and said, take this to Kunhua district in Huatian County and collect a martial arts duel betting money for me. Hearing this, the girl felt both embarrassed and humiliated and was suddenly at a loss for words. Half a day later, she finally regained her composure. To be sure, she asked again, is this what you wanted to say? You weren't planning to drag me to a secluded spot and do something beastly like a wild animal? Li Teishou's lip twitched as his eyes widened. Huh, what? What on earth are you imagining? Simon Qinghe quickly snatched the token and ran away. The girl shouted, as long as it's nothing, then it's fine. He stood frozen in place, not knowing how to react, thinking to himself, I thought she was a well-behaved young lady from a noble family, but who knew her head was full of those kinds of fantasies? He suddenly thought of something, narrowed his eyes slightly, and nodded, but surely Cheesy Yu was spreading those nonsense rumors again. That sly fox. Cheesy Yu sat on the bed, leaning against the pillow with her hand on her chin, phrasing, Li Tieshou won again. He truly lives up to his title as my husband. Thinking of that, Li Tieshou trembled with anger, clenching his fists as a scorching flame erupted throughout his body. He gritted his teeth, but from now on I won't let myself be caught up in your gains anymore. Until you come to your senses, I will make you experience the agonizing tug-of-war of hell. In the early morning, the morning sunlight shone along the outer wall of the casino. On the street, Seaman Xinhao carried a large bag on her shoulder, thinking grumpily as she walked. I never thought I'd have to be a messenger collecting betting shares at a casino like this. The more she thought about it, the more resentful she became, puffing out her cheeks and pouting. Li Tieshou, he's really something else, frequenting places like this. While she wasn't paying attention, a man suddenly approached to inquire, hey, why has a young lady come to a place like this? Showing the token, Seaman Xinhao turned away in slight confusion. Young Master Li Tieshou sent me here. Please hand over the betting shares from the martial arts duel to me. Upon hearing this, the man seemed to understand. Are you talking about the young hero? Isn't he coming to collect it himself?
Seeing this, Shimen Qinghe replied suspiciously. Yes, is there something inconvenient? The man smiled and waved his hand. Not at all. Then he glanced up and pointed to a room on the upper floor. Please go to the special VIP room on the second floor. I heard you can receive your share of the money there. Shimen Qinghe was slightly surprised. The special room on the second floor? The young girl was confused, wondering what was going on. Suddenly the words Li Teishou had said before echoed in her mind. When you arrive at Kunhua Tower, they will call you into a special room. Don't be too surprised, just handle the money skillfully. Recalling this, Shimen Qinghe still found it hard to believe. Were Li Teishou's words actually true? A moment later, on the second floor of Kunhua Tower, Shimen Qinghe entered. Someone came forward to introduce themselves. I am Long Wiet Hung, the owner of Kunhua Tower. DM He, with an exquisite appearance, approached and said politely, Miss Ximen, please take a seat. Shimen Qinghe quickly sat down. Yes, in her heart she couldn't help but admire. Her beauty truly lives up to the title of the #1 courtesan in Sichuan. On the other hand, DM He crossed her arms, looking at the person opposite her with little joy. Is she the one? Is she the person who had a martial arts duel with him and caused all that gossip?
Seeing her staring, Shimen Qinghe felt a bit uneasy. An aura of pressure seemed to emanate from DM He, making Shimen Qinghe tremble slightly. She had already invited her to sit, so why was she just staring and glaring? Finally, taking a deep breath, she regained her gentle demeanor and sat down, saying clearly that she heard she had come to receive the profit share, and asked if there was any other message besides that. Hearing this, Shimin Qinghe was momentarily dazed. Another message? Shyly tucking a lock of hair behind her ear, He blushed and asked softly, "Is there another message he told you to relay, or perhaps a letter of some sort?" Looking at that shy appearance, Shimin Qinghe seemed to realize something. Langwet Huang actually called Li Tisho him. Could the rumors be true? Thinking for a moment, the young girl honestly replied, "Yes, there is indeed a message to relay." He hurriedly followed up, "What is the message?" Taking a deep breath, Shimin Qinghe finally spoke out. The young master said he is extremely disappointed because Miss Lang spread false rumors. He was startled by these words. What? Across from her, Shimin Qinghe had not finished, and he also instructed that. Li Tisho's words at that time were recounted exactly. "If you meet Langwet Huang, tell her that in this world I hate liars most and love honest people most." After saying that, he even grinned as if nothing had happened. Langwet Huang would surely be shocked. Eyes brimming with tears, He gripped the hem of her shirt, her voice sobbing. Did he really say that?
Shimin Qinghe lowered her head, not daring to look straight at her. "Yes, that is all I have to convey. Please excuse me. As for the betting share." A large pouch was placed on the table. He turned her face away. "Here, take it." Carrying the pouch as she walked out, Shimin Qinghe still looked back, trying to comfort her. "I hope you will pull yourself together. I will convey the message to the young master well." Having finished her words, the little girl left, leaving her alone sitting silently in the room. He's face was blank, tears welling up on her eyelashes. "It's impossible. Clearly last time he still called me Xiang Mei."
Li Taisho's figure was getting further and further away. Could it be that I will never see him again, just because of the lies I told? Thinking about that, He clutched her chest and sobbed, reassuring herself in her heart. She didn't want it. If she couldn't see him, her heart would be in extreme pain. Her cheeks flushed red. She gritted her teeth as if she had made up her mind. The thing she thought was just a minor joke had ended up making him despise her. To truly win him over, she couldn't use such low-handed tactics. In this situation, she must restore things herself. At the same time, Shimin Qinghe contemplated while Nim was jumping through the tree branches. It was truly strange. Would a woman like Langwet Huang actually harbor feelings for Li Taisho? At this moment, the little girl realized something. Moreover, if she thought carefully, figures of familiar people appeared in her mind, from Liu Zhenhui to Ha Ling and even his master. Even the Sword Queen treated Li Taisho with kindness and favor. Her steps on the road couldn't hide her urgency. Why did everyone like that shameless pervert? Suddenly, Shimin Qinghe stopped. What if everything until now was just my misunderstanding? Thinking of something, the little girl turned back with a worried expression. What if what Li Taisho said was the truth? Li Taisho's previous martial arts duels flashed through her mind, how he fought the Black Dragon Gang to protect the Kongtong Inn and secured victory, and then how Li Taisho stood before Yen Shulan, daring to challenge the Sword Queen for the honor of his sect. In the end, his confident appearance seemed to be deeply etched into the little girl's mind as he plunged into the martial arts duel to stop the oppression of the great Shimin family in Gansu. Her cheeks slightly flushed, Shimin Qinghe held her face, her whole body momentarily freezing. Could the true hero of the Zhonghu, the hero of my dreams, really be Li Tisho of the Kongtong sect? While she was lost in her daze, a long call suddenly came from in front of her. "Hey!" Li Tisho stepped out, picking his ear. "You're here, kid." Seeing this, all the fantasies in Shimin Qinghe's heart were swept away, yet it might still be possible as the truth remained unclear. Thinking this, the little girl turned away, handing over a pouch of money. "Here, this is the shared betting money." Li Tisho happily took it. "You did well with everything I entrusted to you. Thanks for the hard work." Shimin Qinghe didn't hear a word, her mind still preoccupied. However, even a tiny glimmer of hope could not be ignored. Then the little girl turned to him. "Second young master." Li Tisho stopped his movements and listened in silence. Not knowing what she was thinking, Shimin Qinghe suddenly said, "For the past few days, I'm sorry." Li Tisho froze. "Sorry for what?" Without letting him speak, Shimin Qinghe shyly ran away. "If you know you're wrong, just admitting it is enough, you idiot, you blockhead." Li Tisho muttered helplessly from afar. What kind of nonsense is she imagining again? Her head is truly filled with dreams. Opening the money pouch, he quickly became joyful. This harvest was quite substantial, with the money amounting to nearly 1,000 taels. Suddenly a voice shouted from the distance, "Everyone from the Kongtong sect, is anyone there? Miss Longweed Hyung of Kunhua Tower has arrived to offer incense." Looking over, he discovered He leading a group of people bringing many items. Upon seeing her, Li Tisho's jaw dropped in shock. "Wait, Longweed Hyung." At this moment, He approached and spoke politely. "Senior Zhao, if it is not inconvenient, please accept this. This is the silver donated to the Kongtong sect." Zhao Ying responded bluntly. "Our sect does not need such a large donation." From afar, Li Tisho ran over. "What is going on here?" He, with a sincere look, gently explained. "I heard that the Kongtong sect has faced trouble due to the foul rumors involving me. This silver is also an apology." Pausing for a moment, she hurried to add, "I also wish to personally meet the second young master to express my sincere repentance." Li Tisho was slightly startled. "Meet me privately?"
Zhao Ying thought for a moment and agreed. If you have put it that way, then I must accept. Fine, I accept it. DM He bowed slightly. Thank you, senior. Watching the situation spiral further, Li Tieshou became panicked. Even though it was just a bit of flirtatious back and forth, how did things turn out like this? As evening fell, the sunlight covered the sky in a brilliant orange. Seaman Qinghe also curiously came out to see why everyone was gathering there. Du Junhui could not hide the confusion in her hurried voice. Who knows what a woman like Longweed Hume might pull on junior brother? Seaman Haling added, that is exactly why I am worried.
Hearing that, Shimen Qinghe remained quite calm. But just standing here isn't going to help. I have a better plan. Inside the room, two people sat facing each other. DM He couldn't help but sob. Her face flushed red. She tremblingly wiped away her tears. I'm sorry, young master. I really don't know how to say this. Li Taisho was still flustered, momentarily speechless. Finally, unable to contain herself, DM He mustered all her courage and said, because I admire you so much, I ended up doing that. Hearing this, Li Taisho pursed his lips while trying to suppress a tremble. That expression seemed sincere. He bowed his head, slowly reaching out his hand, thinking to himself, Cheesy Yue acting like this is something I could never have imagined in my past life. If I keep hesitating here, I'm afraid something big will happen. Taking her hand, Li Taisho softly coaxed, I accept your apology. Please don't let it happen again. DM He's face could not hide her happiness. Young master! Outside, 3 people were peeking through the crack in the door. Shimen Qinghe said proudly, see, doing it this way allows us to eavesdrop without being caught. Upon seeing the scene before them, all 3 were wide-eyed and open-mouthed with shock. At that moment, DM He suddenly lunged into Li Taisho's arms, her voice sweet. Thank you for forgiving me.
Seaman Qinghe covered one eye and exclaimed, it is so filthy. Conversely, Seaman Haoling was visibly annoyed, her brows furrowed. Du Junhui's eyes also widened, teeth gritted. That thing. In a romantic setting, DM He smiled and hugged Li Tisho tightly. I will never do it again, because I am the fated lover of the second young master. After the conversation ended, DM He bowed before leaving. Then I shall take my leave. Li Tisho nodded, signaling his understanding. Travel safely.
Suddenly, DM He grabbed his hand, her voice hesitant and shy. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she stepped closer, whispering instructions. To avoid worldly gazes so that you can meet me at any time, I will leave the back door of Kunhua Tower open. Li Taisho forced a smile and tried to pull his hand back. When the time is right, I will drop by occasionally. Terrified in his heart, he thought, if I get involved with you, it might end with my head flying off. I will only stop by for a moment when there is work to do. In contrast, DM He seemed quite satisfied, her face becoming even more radiant. Thank you very much. Watching Zabancher depart, Li Taisho could not help but shiver. Oh my, I have got goosebumps. Whether Cheesy Yu has feelings for me or not, I must be extremely careful not to get caught. Then he lowered his head, frowning as he let out a sigh. If Cheesy Yu's persistence keeps growing, this will become a major nuisance. At that moment, a voice from behind startled him. Junior brother, your face looks quite happy, does it not? Turning around, Li Taisho discovered Du Junhui leading Seaman Kongwei and Seaman Haling, who had been standing there for some time. All 3 of them looked quite annoyed. Guilty, Li Taisho scratched his head, looking away. I do not see anything to be happy about. He could not help but wonder. Wait, why does everyone look so angry? Finally, Du Junhui suppressed her anger and turned to leave. Follow me, junior brother, there is work to be done. As night fell, Li Taisho stood shirtless in the yard, circulating spiritual energy. Du Junhui shouted, it is not like that.
Hearing this, he looked up, drenched in sweat. Senior brother, it's already late at night. Can we stop the cultivation here for today? Du Junhui crossed his arms and said expressionlessly, no, for your sake, junior brother. I've even revised the incantation of Hunyuan Gong. You're still just a novice. Shouldn't you strive to train even harder? Hearing that, Li Tieshou had no choice but to obey. Yes, he could only sigh helplessly. I'm truly speechless. Suddenly, Du Junhui stepped forward and exerted his internal power. Now, look at this, like this. Li Tieshou quickly reacted. Yes. Seeing Li Tieshou kneeling in front of him, crying out, save me, Du Junhui could only think to himself, I'm sorry, junior brother. Save me. Although he felt pain seeing his junior brother suffering, there was no other way. It was all for the plan to protect his junior brother. Recalling this afternoon, Seaman Qinghui stood with her hands on her hips and said irritably, Miss Lang actually hugged the young master? Seaman Haling, standing opposite her, firmly added, we cannot let senior brother be snatched away by someone like Langwei Thuong. Now is the time for everyone to work together with all their might.
Hearing that, Shimen Qinghe was somewhat surprised. Is it really that serious? Du Junhui showed a confused face. But I am also a man like my junior brother. Why would... Shimen Haling with an expressionless face interrupted. I know everything, senior brother. She was slightly startled. What? In her heart, she was secretly worried. Had her junior sister discovered her male disguise? Changing her thoughts, Shimen Haling looked closely, analyzing with a serious face. It is about how you worry for the young master. Could you really stand by and watch this young master become the lover of that vixen Long Nu at home? Du Junhui still wanted to say something, but secretly let out a sigh of relief. So that is it, thank goodness.
At this time, Shimen King He, who had been silent, could not help but ask, "But if a man and a woman already have feelings for each other, how can we separate them?" With eyes full of determination, Shimen Ha-ling replied mysteriously, "I certainly have a way for that." According to the girl's words, first of all, whenever there is free time, senior brother Du and the young master will cultivate together. The young master will no longer have the heart to think about nonsense. Currently, Li Tisho cried out with a haggard face, "Help!" Du Jinhui folded his arms, not looking at him, and said, "All right, junior brother, that is enough for today. We will continue tomorrow at the training grounds." Hearing this, Li Tisho's eyes widened and his mouth hung open, his whole body momentarily freezing. Shimen Ha-ling continued, and during rest time, Li Tisho ran while muttering, "Finally escaped that cultivation hell. I must go down to Wating County today to unwind a bit." After a short distance, a voice suddenly echoed behind him, making him shiver. "Young master, where are you going in such a hurry?" Turning around, he replied with a forced smile, "I have some business at the foot of the mountain." Shimen King He still maintained her hospitable look. "Can I go with you for that?" Out of nowhere, Shimen Ha-ling rushed over. "I will go too." The girl's plan at that time was implemented. "Miss Seaman and I will take turns keeping watch, not letting the young master sneak into Kunhui Tower." Walking in front, Li Tisho could never relax. "Why do I feel like I'm being monitored? But they are quite cute." In spring, Du Jinhui monitored Li Tisho practicing martial arts in the yard. Out of sight, out of mind. In summer, under the scorching sun, he still continued to train.
Autumn arrived. Under her guidance, Li Taisho tirelessly exerted himself, determined not to let this young master step into Kunhua Tower. By winter, Li Taisho finally succeeded and earned recognition from Du Jinhui, following what Seaman Halin had said, to place Wu Yet under house arrest at the Kongtung sect until the martial arts exchange with the Hangshan sect next year. A year later, the sky that day was crystal blue. Li Taisho, now exuding a radiant and much more dashing aura, sat on the porch steps. Resting his chin in his hand, he observed his surroundings with boredom, wondering when so many pavilions had been built. He had been so immersed in cultivation that he remained oblivious to everything else. Taking a bite of food, Li Taisho muttered that, after all, having money is still the best.
While eating heartily, he couldn't help but exclaim that being able to eat a pork meal and heaven-sent restorative medicinal cuisine every day was wonderful. Feeling quite cheerful, Li Taisho sat down to recount some past events. After the martial arts competition at the Dragon and Phoenix Gathering, the reputation of the Kongtung sect had spread far and wide, and incense guests had donated quite a bit of silver and gold because of it. The bowl of food was quickly finished, and he set it aside. However, for the Kongtung sect, it was still not enough. They needed to eat meat 3 meals a day. While still chewing, Li Taisho closed his eyes in deep thought, realizing that to gather financial resources, they needed to hold investment presentations for the Kongtung sect. The best way to attract investors was to show them results. Suddenly, someone approached from behind. "Junior brother, are you here?" Under the bright sunlight, Du Jinhui asked with a radiant smile. "If you're done eating, get ready. Time flies. It's already the day for the martial arts exchange with the Hangshan sect. A year has passed so quickly, hasn't it?" Hearing this, Li Taisho sighed and replied, "Yes, it has indeed passed quickly." In his heart, however, he was crying out, feeling as though he were imprisoned in the Kongtung sect's jail, and it was only natural given the situation of being under constant strict supervision. A while later, at a small house near the cliff, Zhao Ying glanced over everyone. "Is everyone present?" 4 people responded in unison. "Yes, sect leader." Zhao Ying took a deep breath and said with satisfaction, "Everyone has worked hard preparing for this exchange. Seeing you after a year of training, I feel more confident." Saying this, he stepped forward firmly. "Then let's go." Holding his head high, Zhao Ying led his disciples forward. "Let's head to Hangshan so that the world of the 9 provinces and 8 desolations knows the Kongtung sect remains strong." Stepping with the crowd, Li Taisho followed behind. It was finally time to return to the Jianghu. The brilliant radiance seemed to shine before his eyes, and he could not help but be moved. He had finally escaped from that strict surveillance. Now it was time to meet his first fiancée, Sword Queen Yin Shuilan. "Wait for me, my beloved." Inside a castle, voices echoed faintly. It was already time for the exchange with the Kongtung sect. Time truly flew. Su Bin stood in front, his voice tinged with annoyance. How could those people from the Kongtung sect even dare to set foot on Mount Hangshan? Just thinking about it made him irritated. Facing him, Yin Shuilan spoke softly to remind him, "Xiaosan, remember to prepare the reception thoroughly. Do not let the honor of the Hangshan sect be tarnished."
Hearing that, Su Bin appeared unwilling. "Master, your disciple truly does not understand yet." Taking courage, she looked up and asked, "Our Hangshan sect is already strong enough. Even without martial arts exchanges, why must we organize such conventions?" Yin Shuilan lowered her head slightly and explained, "Have you forgotten? The aura the Kongtung sect displayed during the Sajing battle will surely bring no small benefit to our Hangshan sect." Saying this, she narrowed her eyes, rested her chin on her hand, and smiled softly. In particular, the performance of that young hero was truly extraordinary. Su Bin did not speak further, but cupped her fists and bowed. "Your disciple understands, master. I shall follow your decree." As she left, her footsteps were hurried. Why was the Sword Queen smiling again, especially when mentioning the Kongtong pervert hero, Li Taisho? With a darkened face, Subin grew more annoyed the more she thought about it. How absurd! Stepping outside, she asked loudly, "Is everyone present?" Standing before all the disciples, Subin shouted, "I have come to pass on Master's words." Upon hearing this, the disciples in front could not hide their excitement and buzzed, "I so want to hear the Sword Queen's words. Everyone be quiet. Listen to the Sword Queen's words." Subin spoke sternly. "Master orders that we must prepare thoroughly for the martial arts exchange with the Kongtong sect." Looking at the bewildered crowd below, Subin asked again, "Do you understand the meaning behind those words?" Without letting anyone speak, she glared and yelled angrily, "It means we must make that Li Taisho and the Kongtong sect people, who dared to be disrespectful to the Sword Queen, taste bitterness." As killing intent surged, the crowd below shouted in unison, "That's right, that insolent Li Taisho." At this moment, Subin clenched her fist and raised it high. "We are disciples of the Hangshan sect. We are younger sisters of the Sword Queen." The disciples also raised their hands in determination, shouting together, "We are disciples of the Hangshan sect. We are younger sisters of the Sword Queen." With eyes red with hatred, Subin shouted once more, "We must expose the arrogant nature of Li Taisho and never let him dare to insult Master again."
Zhao Ying led 5 people to a section of the road where high overlapping mountains rose. Upon seeing it, Du Junhui's eyes sparkled. There were indeed many precarious cliffs on the mountain. Behind her, Li Taisho couldn't help but exclaim that the famous mountain truly lived up to its name as the northern peak of the Central Plains. At that moment, someone approached from behind. "Have the visitors from the Kongtong sect arrived?" A female disciple solemnly bowed with clasped hands. "The main mountain has sent a notice. Please wait for a moment. The guide will be here shortly." Zhao Ying also politely stepped forward and replied, "Understood. Thank you." Li Taisho observed the surroundings and smiled to himself. He had finally set foot in the Hangshan sect, a place he had longed to visit since his past life. Images of crowded scenes from the past appeared. The predecessor of the Hangshan sect was originally the Sword Pavel, an organization of female martial artists gathered to protect Bodhi Temple, a nunnery. In the cherry blossom forest, a man and a woman walked together, chatting happily. However, this place was not so restrictive as to forbid marriage or completely ban men from visiting.
Yin Shuilan stood before tens of thousands of admiring eyes. However, ever since she made the bold declaration that she would choose her lover through a martial arts duel, a movement erupted among the disciples who admired the Sword Queen, and thus a marriage ban became an unwritten law here. Disciples could be seen stepping on a man, shouting, "If you're leaving, acknowledge me first and then go. Get out!" Everywhere on the streets, only women passed by. From then on, the Hangshan sect became a forbidden area for men, becoming a sanctuary for single female experts. Thinking of this, Li Taisho covered his mouth to hide a gleeful smile. Setting foot in a place forbidden to men was truly an interesting matter. Suddenly, a scornful voice drifted from afar. "Kongtong pervert hero, that lecherous gaze of yours is still the same as ever." Looking over, he found Su Bin standing there with a stern face and hands on her hips. He blurted out, "Little Sword Queen."
He stepped forward, his voice unable to hide his annoyance. "Meeting after so long and your first words are already that arrogant?" Su Bin ignored him and simply turned away. "Mount Hang is very treacherous. Keep your mind sharp and follow closely." The smile on Li Taisho's face stiffened as he tremblingly clenched his fists. That insolent attitude hadn't changed at all, but since she was cute, he would forgive her. Afterwards, the group followed Su Bin and headed up the mountain. After a while, Li Taisho couldn't help but mock. "All that intimidation for nothing. Going up the mountain isn't that hard at all." Su Bin didn't even bother to look back, as she couldn't possibly lead guests through the dangerous paths. Remembering something, she turned her head and looked back. "By the way, are you still dreaming of challenging the Sword Queen?" Li Taisho held his head high, speaking with a calm and confident expression. "As a true man, how can I go back on my word?" Hearing this, Su Bin glared at him, her voice filled with disdain. "Don't say that. How can anyone expect the heroic spirit of a gentleman from the Kongtong killer hero?" Li Taisho was driven mad with rage. "What did you say?" Seeing this, she became even more amused, a smile playing on the corner of her mouth. "It's the truth, isn't it? If you gave up, I'm afraid no one would be surprised at all." Unable to hold back, Li Taisho retorted, "Forgive me, but I intend to succeed in my proposal, so you should quickly cast aside those delusions." At this moment, Su Bin's footsteps landed softly on the ground. Stopping before the main hall, she slowly entered. "Indeed, let's see if that arrogant thought can continue to exist within the Hangshan sect." Behind her, Li Taisho gritted his teeth, pretending to be nonchalant. "I've only challenged her once, and I'm already being scolded mercilessly." In front of them, Su Bin reached out and opened the large doors. The morning sunlight shone down on the palace roof, creating a truly radiant scene.
Inside, the scene was sparkling, with female disciples standing in neat rows on both sides. Du Junhui's eyes widened as she looked around.
It was truly magnificent, and she had not expected to find such a large sect. Behind her, Seaman Queen Hei appeared dissatisfied. Compared to the Seaman clan, this truly could not be compared. At this moment, Li Tisho silently remarked that although the scale was smaller than the Forbidden City, the endless structures stretching through the rolling clouds were indeed a magnificent sight. Ahead, Yin Shuilan saw the visitors arriving and raised her voice, "Welcome everyone to the Hangshan sect." Zhao Ying stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Thank you for the warm welcome, Senior Sword Queen. Our sect will certainly not forget your sect's hospitality." Yin Shuilan smiled and bowed in return. "You are too kind, great hero Zhao. On the contrary, it is our sect that should thank you for accepting the invitation." After speaking, she gestured toward a nearby hall. "You all must be tired after the long journey, so please rest at the guest hall to regain your strength."
All 4 people simultaneously clasped their hands and bowed. "Thank you, Sword Queen Senior." Li Taisho raised his head, a lewd expression on his face as he licked the corner of his lips. Yin Shuilan looks even more charming and graceful than before. Before turning away, Yin Shuilan glanced at him with an implying voice. "Then I'll see you at tomorrow's martial arts exchange." Understanding, Li Taisho clasped his hands and bowed. "Understood, Sword Queen Senior." He thought to himself, "This situation is getting more interesting by the day." Night came, and the lamp inside the room was still lit. Rubbing his belly as he stepped out into the yard, Li Taisho sighed and muttered, "As expected of one of the 9 great sects, they truly live up to their name." The banquet was full of top-tier vitality-strengthening foods like eel, oysters, and horse meat. "I'm absolutely stuffed." He smiled, looking up at the moon high above. "Now it's about time. Let's go." Looking ahead, Li Taisho thought, to send a sudden voice transmission like that, the Sword Queen certainly has her own surprising secrets. Recalling this morning, when Yin Shuilan turned away, she said, "See you at tomorrow's martial arts exchange." At the same time, she transmitted, "Could the young master do me the honor of stopping by the pavilion next to the moon pavilion at the hour of the pig?" Thinking this, Li Taisho blushed, shyly holding his cheeks and fantasizing. "I don't know why, but I'm a bit nervous. It feels just like a date. With a dignified appearance, yet such unexpected actions, she is truly the top candidate for my principal wife." Outside the pavilion in the middle of the quiet night, standing there, Li Taisho looked around, wondering, "The Sword Queen hasn't arrived yet?" He muttered, "Is she inside?" Suddenly, a streak of light appeared beneath the water's surface. Li Taisho was startled and lowered his head to look closely. Then, under the shimmering light, long silver hair fluttered gently. Graceful feet landed softly on the water's surface.
Yin Shuilan appeared from nowhere, speaking softly. "So the young master has arrived." Li Taisho immediately replied, "Senior Sword Queen, it is an honor to meet you." He stroked his chin, thinking to himself, as expected of the #1 beauty of the orthodox path, under this moonlight her beauty is even more radiant. Stepping forward, Yin Shuilan said gently, "Because what I am about to say is somewhat sensitive, I had to use that method to invite you here." Hearing this, Li Taisho scratched his head and replied with a smile, "It's no problem at all. Are you planning to ask me for the matter mentioned last time?" He told himself that other than that, there was likely no other reason for her to call him privately like this. Yin Shuilan approached and suddenly reminded him, "That's right, but before we talk about the favor, I'm afraid I must speak of a rather heavy matter first." Pausing for a moment, she bowed her head with a serious expression. "In truth, the Hangshan sect is currently facing a great disaster. As you know, most disciples of the sect are wholeheartedly loyal to me. However, since a few years ago, that admiration has gradually become a craze. They imitated me by declaring a ban on marriage, cutting off all ties with the outside world, and even secretly organizing rituals to worship me as if I were a deity." Hearing this, Li Taisho was startled. "What? So they're not just supporting you, Senior Sword Queen, but they also worship you like a sect leader?" He felt anxious. This was not good at all. If word got out, it would certainly be considered an evil sect, and that wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yin Shuilan bowed her head, seemingly having anticipated this. "Yes, I also think the reason for this situation lies in the overly secluded nature of our sect." At this point, she turned her head and finally stated her purpose. "I beg of you, during the martial arts exchange, allow our sect's disciples to discover that the world out there is incredibly diverse and vast." Li Taisho immediately replied, "I understand, Senior Sword Queen." Then he bowed his head, scratched it, and chuckled. "My companions and I will try our best to establish close ties with the disciples of the Hangshan sect." Upon receiving his agreement, Yin Shuilan narrowed her eyes and smiled happily. "Thank you, young master." As the night grew later, the moon rose high and bright. On his way back to his room, Li Taisho pondered. In his past life, he had wondered why the Hangshan sect seemed completely cut off from the outside world. Who would have thought there was such a profound reason? Suddenly remembering Su Bin's words from this morning about the Kongtong perverted hero, that lecherous gaze remained unchanged. Narrowing his eyes, Li Taisho realized, I finally understand the little Sword Queen's wary behavior toward me. Suddenly, he was startled. However, the phenomenon occurring at the Hangshan sect must absolutely not be taken lightly. Hangshan once sealed away the ultimate demon-subduing art known as Hangma Jia Shui. What is happening now might not be a coincidence, but rather an ominous sign.
A voice suddenly called out from nearby. Is that Hero Kong Tong? He paused and leaned forward to look more closely. The other person was clearly startled, realizing they had been noticed. Stepping nearer, Li Tieshou asked with mild curiosity, Why is a child like you wandering around this place? The youngster hesitated for a moment before answering softly, I was chasing after a cute cat and ended up getting lost.
Hearing that, he reached out with good intentions. Come here, I will take you back to where there are people. The little child immediately looked terrified. No way, people say if you touch the Kamtong pervert hero, you'll have bad luck for 10 years. With eyes wide open, he gaped in disbelief. What? Feeling extremely dissatisfied, he thought to himself, hey, I'm not some kind of demon to be treated like this, am I? Finally, Li Taisho stood up and said with determination, but if I leave you alone, my heart will feel burdened. Fine, you can just follow behind me then. However, the other party did not listen at all. No, don't come any closer. Seeing the little child run away, Li Taisho was speechless. Is it really to the point where they have to run away? His footsteps suddenly stopped in front of a glowing agarwood tree. Li Taisho turned his head to search around. That child ran so fast, but he couldn't just leave them if they were lost. It felt as though their aura still lingered in this direction. Where could they have gone? His hands kept parting the grass as he searched, calling out softly, Hey, you dropped this ornament. I'm bringing it back to return it. I'm not a bad person like the rumors say. Li Taisho's gaze suddenly halted. Ahead, Subin was bathing and turned around in confusion. What was that creepy sound? His face immediately turned pale. Subin also widened her eyes and quickly pulled a towel to cover herself. The two looked at each other and both screamed. With bright red cheeks, she couldn't help but yell, Kongtong pervert hero, you lunatic, get out of my sight right now. Li Taisho quickly covered his face and explained loudly, That was a misunderstanding. I had no idea I was coming to this place.
Out of nowhere, several disciples rushed forward, causing Li Taisho to startle and step back. Two female disciples glared at him and angrily accused him, claiming he had secretly intruded and behaved improperly. Faced with the sudden accusations, he was momentarily at a loss for words and quickly denied it. Regaining his composure, Li Taisho hurriedly explained that he had only come here to look for someone and had no other intentions. At that moment, Su Bin, now properly dressed, stepped forward with a stern expression and rebuked him, saying he should not make light of such matters. She frowned, clearly displeased, and questioned his motives, believing his presence here was inappropriate. Li Taisho firmly refuted the claim, insisting that it was all a misunderstanding, though the situation left him feeling uneasy. However, Su Bin crossed her arms and coldly remarked that mere words were not enough to settle the matter. She accused him of bringing disgrace while participating in a martial arts exchange and demanded that he leave the Hangshan sect immediately. Li Taisho tried to explain again, saying it had all been an accident. The surrounding disciples echoed her accusations, questioning his story and asking where the person he claimed to be searching for was. Completely bewildered, Li Taisho felt that something was not right. As more disciples gathered, the tension escalated rapidly. In the chaos, he was decisively driven away, as if everything had been arranged in advance, and forced to leave the Hangshan sect without any chance to properly defend himself.
She stood with her hands on her hips, her voice rising. You came all the way here to find a child, you must explain it reasonably. Li Taisho was temporarily speechless. I never said the person I was looking for was a child, yet she knew it clearly. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly realized, clenching his fists in anger. These people really think I'm a fool. Seeing him silent, Su Bin pressed further. Quickly take responsibility and leave this place. This time Li Taisho bluntly replied, No, I have no intention of doing so, because everything is just a misunderstanding. Su Bin was momentarily startled by his attitude. What? Looking up and letting out a sigh, Li Taisho lowered his voice. After all, the little Sword Queen doesn't want to believe my words, does she? Saying this, he crossed his arms and looked serious. It seems we must settle this black and white in the way of the Zhanghu. Early the next morning, an impatient voice echoed from the room. Taisho, what on earth happened last night? Zhao Ying couldn't hold back her anger and scolded. You actually dared to peep while the little Sword Queen was bathing. Li Taisho, with a bump on his head, waved his hands frantically to explain. Master, it wasn't like that. I just happened to see her by chance. I absolutely had no bad intentions.
Hearing this, Zhao Ying covered his face and exhaled. I believe you, but this exchange is an occasion for the two sects to strengthen their bond. However, with something like this happening, I fear that meaning has been overshadowed. Li Tieshou suddenly bowed his head. I am sorry, master. At this moment he was clenching his teeth, inwardly feeling truly wronged, yet having nothing left to say. Yin Xielan suddenly approached from a distance to clear the air. It is still a matter that cannot be determined yet, great hero Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying hurried to look up. Sword Queen, you have arrived. Walking up to the two, she slowly said,
Last night, I heard that an unpleasant incident occurred between a disciple of our sect and this young master here. Zhao Ying also showed an embarrassed expression. Truly, right on the eve of the martial arts exchange, I sincerely feel ashamed. At this time, a voice rang out from ahead, surprising everyone. There is no need to apologize.
Yin Shuilan lowered her head and spoke softly, because the matter has not yet been clarified. Thinking of Subin's expression, she thought to herself, although I want to trust Subin in my heart, Subin is one of the disciples with the heaviest obsessions. If what this young master says is true, it is very likely that there are other hidden reasons behind this matter. Thinking this, Yin Shuilan raised her head and continued. This young master has proposed to settle the matter according to the ways of the Zhanghu, so why not hold a martial arts duel before the exchange gathering to resolve all grievances? Zhao Ying hurriedly added, as long as the matter is resolved, our sect fully agrees. At the same time, Li Taisho beside him also cupped his fists and bowed. Thank you, Sword Queen, for giving me this opportunity. After that, everyone gathered at the training rounds. On the high seats, Seaman Xuantin could not help but sigh. For the Hengshan sect to organize a martial arts exchange, it is truly a strange occurrence. The person sitting next to him laughed loudly. There is nothing wrong with the Orthodox sect strengthening their friendship. Hearing this, Seaman Xuantin stroked his beard with a thoughtful expression. As for Li Taisho of the Kongtong sect, it seemed he caused trouble wherever he went. This time he demanded a duel before the exchange even began. Master Yanji of the Shaolin Temple, the #1 figure of the Orthodox path, kept a smile on his face. Young people are hot-blooded. At this moment, on the field, Li Taisho and Subin stood facing each other. Pointing his sharp sword forward, Li Taisho loudly stated his conditions. If Miss Subin wins, I will immediately leave the Hengshan sect before the exchange. But if I win, the Hengshan sect must help me wash away my grievances.
Subin was not inferior. She rotated her shoulder, holding the sword firmly. Fine, I accept. Having said that, Subin leaped up, gaining momentum and rushing forward. As long as I can drive you away, I don't mind any condition. Then she used the moon-scent returning path sword, slashing down heavily. Temporarily blocking it, Li Tiasho gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, as expected, the little sword queen is a first-class expert. Just one more step to reach the supreme realm. The sword momentum is both strong and decisive. However, I have also trained bitterly for a whole year without interruption. Immediately after, he used his strength to break free. This time, Li Tiasho used the demon subduing sword technique, rushing forward. Here I come. The two of them crazily exchanged moves, neither willing to yield to the other. Yuan Ji saw that scene and nodded in acknowledgement. Is the strength of the rising stars actually this high? Seaman Xuantian also watched intently, then added, Kongtong twin heroes, it seems he is trained very diligently. At this moment, Li Tiasho's sword radiated a strange light. But that is not all yet. He rushed forward as fast as lightning. Unpredictable sword strikes appeared from all directions. Struggling to block, Subin ground her teeth, thinking, what is this? It's truly hard to predict the sword path. In the distance, Seaman Xingha recognized it at a glance. That sword technique is the very sword technique that once caused my defeat. Du Jinhui was equally delighted. As expected of a fellow disciple, you have improved. The two pressed close to each other. Li Tiasho even smiled provocatively. Where is that confidence from earlier gone?
He glared, channeling power into the sword in his hand. If you are willing to concede, I naturally welcome it. In contrast, Subin gritted her teeth and growled, don't spout nonsense. Finishing her words, she broke through his approaching sword path. Then Subin used the Eunuch sword technique, slashing down heavily towards her opponent. Li Tiasho was stunned by the situation. Is that the supreme ultimate art of the Hengshan sect, the Eunuch sword technique? But due to being too agitated, the moves have become uncontrolled. Thinking this, he continuously retreated, so dodging was quite easy. After chasing for a while, Subin finally panted in exhaustion. This guy is as slippery as a loach. Conversely, Li Tiasho stood there calmly, not forgetting to remind her, in combat, whoever loses focus loses the fight. Having said that, he raised his sword, a slight smile curling on his lips. Then this is the end for you. The sword flashed. Li Tiasho now used Wei Shei Fumo to attack. A burst of light erupted in the middle of the martial arts arena. The dust cleared to reveal a figure. The sword blade was pressed close to Subin's arm. Someone shouted loudly, the winner of the martial arts duel is Li Tiasho. Suddenly, Subin's eyes turned red, and a low voice growled, that guy is the one who will take Master away. You don't intend to let him leave easily, do you? Li Tiasho walked away, but behind him, Subin slowly stood up. No, her face darkened, and she clenched her teeth tightly. I absolutely cannot let that happen. Then she called out, stop! Li Tiasho started and turned around. What is it? As soon as he turned, he saw Subin rushing towards him, radiating killing intent. He thought to himself, What is it? Has she gone crazy? He hurriedly raised his hand to appease her. Wait, please stop, little sword queen. The martial arts duel is already over. Subin, seemingly having lost her reason, just charged forward, stabbing fiercely with her sword.
Li Tiasho's whole body went stiff instantly. Subin's eyes were glowing red, her lips curling into a cruel smile. Die, Li Tiasho. Li Tiasho's eyes widened and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Below the stage, Du Jinhui called out anxiously, "Junior brother!" Then she hurriedly jumped down to Li Tiesho. Supporting him, Du Jinhui quickly asked, "Brother, are you all right?" His whole body stiff, Li Tiesho struggled to speak. Senior brother." Seeing this scene, the elder sitting above also could not sit still. What? The victory and defeat have already been decided, yet she still launched a killing move? How can there be such an unreasonable thing? At this moment, Du Jinhui's face darkened and she lowered her voice. "The martial arts duel is over. Why are you still acting this way?" Su Bin calmly retorted, "Those who slander the Sword Queen, even if they are from the orthodox path, must die." Her eyes glowed red, her mouth curling into a crazy smile. Meanwhile, the disciples below also cheered in unison. "That's right, little Sword Queen did a great job." Hearing that, those eyes shone even brighter, and Su Bin gritted her teeth. "I will finish this completely." Du Jinhui, after settling Li Tiesho, prepared to fight. "If that's the case, then I have no choice but to kill you, you wicked woman." As soon as she finished the sentence, she sharply noticed something in the distance. Something agile flashed past, striking hard against Su Bin's neck.
She fell down powerlessly, revealing the person behind her was Yin Suilan. She maintained a cold expression as she simply withdrew her hand. At this moment, the disciples' eyes turned crimson as if stimulated by something, and they shouted, "Why did the Sword Queen attack the little Sword Queen? That was the best opportunity to finish off Li Tiesho." Unable to tolerate it, Yin Suilan glared and shouted, "Everyone, silence." Having said that, she slowly walked over. "Young Master Li, are you all right?" Du Jinhui raised a hand to stop her. "Don't come any closer."
Hearing this, Yin Shuilan looked embarrassed. "I was just worried." Du Jinhui cut her off decisively. "People from the Hengshan sector not allowed near my junior brother." Suddenly, a voice rang out from the distance. "It really is total chaos." Seeing the person approaching, everyone was surprised. "Great Master Yuanji." He stopped and reprimanded sternly. "Unleashing a killing move during a martial arts duel. Does the donor know how serious this matter is?" Yin Shuilan bowed her head in apology. "I sincerely apologize. It was my negligence for failing to manage the disciples well." His expression unchanging, Yuanji spoke slowly. "This is not something that can be resolved with just an apology. The donor must explain thoroughly why this happened." Night fell, and in the main hall where the lights were still on, several people sat chatting. "Do the disciples of the Hengshan sect worship the sect leader blindly?" Holding a cup of tea, Yuanji asked, "Is that the reason why the Hengshan sect has limited interaction with other sects until now?" Yen Shuilan nodded and replied, "That is correct. Because this is the dark side of our sect, it cannot be spoken of." Yuanji took a sip of tea and chuckled softly. A moment later, he continued, "The obsession with the sect leader caused this incident. Isn't that very strange?" Yen Shuilan was a bit puzzled. "What does the Great Master mean by that?" Staring intently at her, Yuanji explained, "Using a killing move in a duel. What this poor monk means is that someone almost died in a duel between the orthodox sects."
Hearing this, Yin Shuilan stiffened. Could it be that the Grand Master meant something else? She recalled this morning when Su Bin frantically screamed, "Die, Li Tiesho," along with the disciples clamoring in support. Yuanji sighed and analyzed. "The disciples of the Hengshan sect have a strange point. I sensed a faint aura from the little Sword Queen, who used a killing move, and the disciples who defended that action. That aura definitely does not belong to the orthodox path." After pondering for a moment, he decided to speak plainly. "It is exactly like demonic qi." Yin Shuilan's face was stunned with disbelief. Demonic qi? Yuanji did not want to beat around the bush either. "This matter seems more serious than I thought. If it involves the demonic sect, then I can only report this to the Martial Arts Alliance. If that happens, surely you know what punishment the Hengshan sect will face." Yin Shuilan narrowed her eyes, her voice trailing off. "It is possible that they will seal the sect." She pressed her lips together tightly, thinking to herself, "Sealing the sect. There is nothing more fatal than having the sect closed by the order of the Martial Arts Alliance. This humiliation will follow the Hengshan sect to the very end." At this moment, Yuanji slowly stood up. "I will give you a deadline of 3 days." Pausing, he turned his head to glance at the other person. "You must find out clearly what is happening at the Hengshan sect and resolve it. After that deadline, I cannot show any mercy." Yin Shuilan sighed deeply, finally bowing her head. "Yes, I understand." The late-night moon rose high, and the scene outside the hall was quiet. On the porch, Du Jinhui clenched his fists tight, trembling with anger. "Master, I really cannot tolerate this. To dare use a killing move in a martial arts duel?"
The more she spoke, the more she could not control her emotions. "Now I will go and duel the little Sword Queen." Zhao Ying turned around and cut her off. "Enough." He sighed, blaming himself as he spoke. "Do you think I, your master, am feeling at ease? If the Sword Queen hadn't stepped forward, who knows, I might have used force." Remembering that moment, Yin Shuilan cupped her fists and bowed, speaking sincerely. "Everyone from the Kongtung sect, I truly apologize. Standing up and walking closer, Zhao Ying spoke softly. However, since the Sword Queen has sincerely apologized, there is no need to blow things out of proportion. If we keep arguing among the orthodox sects, it won't end well. Du Jinhui finally calmed his anger. I understand. After a moment of silence, Zhao Ying made a decision. Fortunately, Tiesho's wounds are not deep. We will return to Mount Kongtung once he gets better. Given the situation, this martial arts exchange no longer has any meaning. Shimin Haling suddenly spoke up from behind. But, with a determined look in her eyes, the little girl said, "It is really strange." Hearing this, Zhao Ying asked, "What did you say?" Shimin Haling hesitated. The disciples of the Hangshen sect are just like the little Sword Queen. Recalling the crazy appearance of those disciples this morning, the little girl pondered. They all think that Senior Brother Li's attitude deserves death for daring to challenge the Sword Queen. The Sword Queen acted as a witness for us when the Kongtung sect was in trouble, so there is no reason for her to instruct her disciples like that. Stroking his long beard, Zhao Ying paced back and forth in the courtyard. Although I don't know if there is any dissatisfaction, their actions are indeed inexplicable. Shimin Haling hurriedly added, "Perhaps there is something shady going on among the Hangshen sect disciples." Zhao Ying nodded. Haling's words make sense. At this moment, someone poked their head out. Inside the room was a little girl with glowing red eyes.
The little girl glared, baring her teeth in a bizarre smile. At the same time, the blood sect leader was comfortably soaking in the lake. Before his eyes was the conversation of Zhao Ying's group. With glowing red eyes, he bared his teeth in a smug grin. It was truly delightful to see the conflicting state of the orthodox path. Suddenly, the blood sect leader noticed movement behind him. A subordinate bowed his head and spoke. Huanma Junlin pays respects to the blood demon supreme. The blood sect leader narrowed his eyes. How are the preparations coming along? The person raised his head, his face ferocious. Reporting, after many years of effort, finally there are results, and it has nearly reached the completion stage. Recalling the amount of blood poured into the current, he said, pouring a small amount of blood qi into the water vein of the Hangshan sect, sowing influence into the disciples and isolating them from the outside for several years. Countless disciples showed strange expressions. The Hangshan sect disciples, as well as the little Sword Queen, were affected by the blood qi, changing exactly according to the blood sect leader's will, so the operational plan has no issues. Hearing this, the blood sect leader was quite satisfied and instructed. Very good, but do not be careless until the very last minute. The Sword Queen, there is no telling what action that bitch might take. The subordinate hurriedly continued. Are you referring to the Kongtung sect suddenly participating in the martial arts duel and opening an exchange competition? That was indeed a move outside of expectations. Pausing for a moment, he immediately added, however, thanks to the Blood Demon Supreme's plan, the situation conversely seems favorable. The scene of the misunderstanding between Li Tisho and Su Bin appeared. By manipulating the Hangshan sect disciples, they now harbor extreme thoughts of opposition against the Kongtung sect.
Next is the scene where Su Bin angrily stabs Li Taisho. When the opportunity is right, he provokes the little Sword Queen, causing her to use a killing move during the martial arts duel. The more he spoke, the more confident he became. Because of this incident, the figures of the orthodox path have discovered the corruption of the Hangshan sect, so it will not be easy for them to escape having their sect sealed. If we proceed exactly according to plan, the Hangshan sect will simply wither and die slowly. The blood sect leader clenched his fist, his face filled with excitement. Now it just needs to begin. Beneath the water, gas bubbles rose up. He grinned, baring his teeth. The orthodox sects regard each other as enemies.
Something slammed down hard, causing the water surface to ripple. The blood sect leader, surrounded by demonic aura, glared with glowing red eyes and snarled, and then it will be destroyed. Outside the main hall of the Hangshan sect, a voice rang out faintly. It would be better to forget that the martial arts exchange with the Hangshan sect ever happened. Inside the room, Ying Shuilan asked with an apologetic demeanor, I fully understand the severity of this matter, but could you please reconsider one more time? Xiao Ying frowned, thought for a moment, and said, the fact that the Kongtung sect is not pursuing the matter is already very fortunate. Just be content with that. Hearing this, Ying Shuilan feigned understanding. I understand that point, but why hasn't the truth behind this incident been clarified yet? Du Jinhui was slightly startled. The truth of this incident. Hesitating for a moment, Ying Shuilan finally revealed. I really don't want to believe it, but it is very likely that the Hangshan sect has been infiltrated by other forces. These words made Xiao Ying uneasy. Other forces. Could it be? Ying Shuilan's gaze did not waver as she looked straight at him. That's right. Either the evil sects or perhaps the demonic sect has interfered.
At the same time, on a distant mountain, firelight glowed from within a cave. Deep inside, a voice echoed from the furthest reaches. The little Sword Queen has truly achieved a great feat. Several disciples holding candles were gathered together doing something. That fellow Li Tisho was almost completely destroyed, but the Sword Queen was too merciful. Regardless, the Kongtung sect is about to withdraw. It's quite fortunate.
At this moment, a figure approached from afar. "I'm so thirsty." The disciples looked over and called out in unison, "Little Sword Queen." One disciple proactively stepped forward to ask, "Are you still doing well?" Su Bin slowly replied, "I'm fine, just my throat is dry. Is there any water left from the cave?" Hearing this, someone immediately pulled out a small gourd bottle. "There is water here." Seeing it, Su Bin's expression seemed uncontrollable. "Thank you, let me take a sip." Having said that, she grabbed it and drank hurriedly. A strange aura of energy immediately radiated around her. Su Bin wiped the corner of her mouth. "Now I feel a bit better." Then she turned and asked, "What exactly happened while I was unconscious?" One of the disciples spoke up. Unfortunately, Li Tieshou's injuries don't seem too severe. Saying this, she squinted her eyes and bared her teeth in a bizarre grin. However, because of this incident, the Kongtong sect has decided to withdraw from the martial arts exchange and return to their sect. Su Bin seemed quite surprised. "Leaving Hangshan?" The other joyfully said, "That's right." On the contrary, Su Bin rubbed her chin deep in thought. Good heavens, this cannot be allowed to happen. Her eyes flashed with an eerie red light as she gritted her teeth. Where is the Kongtong sect's group currently? The late night moon shone down upon the silent hall of the Hangshan sect.
Inside the room, Shimen Haling still remained by Li Taishou's bedside. Carefully wiping his face, the young girl thought anxiously, "Young master, cold sweat is constantly pouring from your body." Li Taishou lay on the bed, exhaling breaths of scorching heat. Someone once so radiant now appeared utterly exhausted. Recalling the sight of Li Taishou saving her and the gentleness he had shown, Shimen Haling felt uneasy. Up until now I have only received benefits from the young master. Compared to everything he has done for me, my meager self can only feel endless shame. Carefully wringing the water from the towel, she told herself, "I don't want to just stand still like this anymore." Opening the door, Shimen Haling seemed to have made up her mind. This time, it's my turn to repay that kindness. Stepping outside, she looked up at the moon high above. I will personally find the real reason why the young master was attacked. In the silent night, she washed clothes alone by the lakeside. Shimen Haling focused on wringing them out, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. A moment later, she suspiciously turned back. Is it possible that no one dares to show themselves? Remembering that morning while hiding behind a large tree, this riverbank, where I often come to care for the young master, has something suspicious about it. Watching the group of Hangshan sect disciples pass by, she thought to herself, the Hangshan sect disciples frequently disappear into that small path by the river. Figures followed one after another, gradually fading from sight regardless of the hour, sometimes alone, sometimes in groups. Right now, Shimen Haling was looking exactly at that path. If it was a secret passage the Hangshan people were using stealthily, it was definitely worth exploring. Suddenly, she was startled to discover something.
A soulless disciple walked toward that direction. Shimen Haling followed cautiously behind. Wonderful, the opportunity has arrived. After a while, the little girl finally realized something was wrong. This path was more dangerous than imagined and stretched on endlessly, feeling as though she had followed them for a long distance. But where were they ultimately heading? Her tiptoeing steps suddenly stopped. Something darted out from the bushes, and Shimen Haling quickly covered her mouth. What was this? Looking at the nimble creature running away, the little girl was stunned. A fox? Shimen Haling looked around frantically, searching the surroundings. When she looked back, there was no one left in front. Damn it, he has escaped. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the little girl. What escaped? Startled, Shimen Haling turned around. What? Her heart sank. Since when was there someone standing behind her? She hadn't sensed any breath at all. Without a word, Su Bin struck a direct blow down at the little girl's head.
Shimen Haling was caught off guard and struck to the ground. With his eyes glowing red, Su Bin smirked coldly. At that moment, dark clouds gathered increasingly. Rain began to fall while lights still burned inside the Hangshan sect's hall. On the bed, Li Tieshou lay motionless. A moment later, he opened his eyes hazily and looked around. Was this the Hangshan sect? Sitting up, a sharp pain shot through him, making him clutch his stomach in agony. Then he remembered. Surely the little sword queen, unable to accept her defeat in the martial arts duel, had attempted to assassinate him. But why was no one there? Sighing, he looked around the room in confusion. How could they leave an injured man alone and disappear? Suddenly, a shout came from outside. "Search everywhere for me." In the courtyard, disciples were searching and shouting. "You lot, head north. Find the little sword queen at all costs."
Seeing the situation, Li Taishou became anxious. What was this mess? From afar, Shimen Xingha ran over breathlessly. "Young master, are you awake?" Without answering immediately, he turned to ask, "But what is happening? Why is the Hangshan sect in such chaos?" Shimen Xingha explained, "It's because the fourth mist suddenly disappeared." Hearing this, his face changed instantly. "What? Haling is gone?" Shimen Xingha added, "Even the little sword queen has gone missing along with the fourth mist. Currently, the Hangshan sect has launched a large-scale search to find their whereabouts." Li Taishou couldn't help but shiver, thinking to himself, did Xiao Xun and Haling disappear together? Recalling the battle with Su Bin, he concluded that just looking at the moment he unleashed his killing move, it was clear the little Sword Queen had lost all reason at that time. Stomping hard on a puddle in the courtyard, with a deep grudge against the Kongtong sect, perhaps Xiao Xun had acted to harm Ha Ling. Li Taisho glanced around, telling himself he must find them quickly. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a little girl hiding behind a rock. Seeing the child, Li Taisho immediately remembered. Wasn't that the very girl who lured me to the riverbank where Xiao Xun once appeared? Seemingly realizing she was spotted, the girl glared at him, then dashed into the bushes as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Li Taisho stomped on the ground and gritted his teeth to give chase. If he followed her trail, he would surely find Ha Ling's location. Mingled with the sound of rain in the forest was the urgent sound of footsteps. Li Taisho searched as he ran. Where did she go? He rushed through the rain, his mind filled with thoughts. Last time I thought I just accidentally lost her, but looking at it now, that little girl's silhouette running ahead, her movement technique is so agile it's hard to believe she's just a child. Her ability to conceal her chi has reached an extraordinary level. At one point, Li Taisho turned his head as if noticing something. It's not just about chi sensing. I must follow even the smallest traces. His footsteps suddenly stopped before a rustling bush. Looking closely, it was the little girl from earlier, struggling.
Seeing it, Li Taisho immediately lifted his spirits. Great, that was the place. He hurriedly chased after the little girl, constantly calling out, "Please stop, don't run anymore." His small steps swiftly treaded on the grass as he tried to keep up. He shouted reassuringly, "I didn't come to harm you, I just want to ask you a few things." At this moment, his reaching hand was about to touch her. Li Taisho leaned forward, lunged with all his might, and caught her.
But that strange child turned around with a mischievous look. "No, you cannot catch me." As if realizing something, Li Taisho called out in confusion. "What did you just do?" Before he could finish, the child jumped and plummeted straight down the cliff. Seeing this, Li Taisho gathered his strength and leaped. "Stop!" To the girl's astonishment, he lunged and hugged her tightly. Just like that, Li Taisho held her while his back slammed hard against a tree trunk. His hand quickly grasped a sturdy branch. Li Taisho opened his eyes and sighed in relief after surviving the fall. "I'm alive." Under the forest rain, they both sat beneath a tree by the fire. Li Taisho was momentarily stunned when he heard the girl say, "What? You say you don't remember what just happened?" The girl looked up at him with innocent eyes and whispered, "It's true." Then, as if to confirm further, she recounted, "I was clearly napping in broad daylight, yet when I woke up, I was here." Li Taisho was somewhat skeptical. "Then what about meeting me by the riverbank a few days ago?" After a moment of thought, the girl replied hesitantly, "This is the first time I have seen the Kongtong lustful hero." Hearing this, Li Taisho stopped asking and thought to himself, "She isn't lying. It's just that in her heart she truly doesn't remember anything." If that's the case, then he slowly took something out from his robe. Opening his palm, he held out a small hairpin. "Here, take it." Seeing it, the girl cried out joyfully, "This is the item I lost a few days ago, my most precious possession."
Li Taisho slowly said, "This item is proof that we have met before." Holding the pin, the young girl was dazed. "Is that so?" Without replying, he only emphasized his instructions. "If something vaguely appears in your mind, or if you can guess part of what happened, please tell me." Gripping the pin tightly, the young girl looked awkward. "Junior sister once warned me not to talk to the Kongtong lustful hero." These words were like a bolt from the blue. He had to suppress his anger and smile. "Those people are truly..." Sighing, Li Taisho recounted bit by bit. "Tonight, a disciple of the Kongtong sect went missing. She is my close junior sister. Perhaps your words will become a crucial clue." Her eyes wavered slightly. The young girl spoke unconsciously. "Actually, among the disciples of the Hengshan sect there was a secret ritual. Within the cave there was a water source where the disciples frequently drank. She said, 'We gather in a cave deep in the mountains, drinking a glowing red fluid while praising the Sword Queen. After drinking it, all the disciples feel extremely refreshed and their eyes become unusual.'" The little girl remembered that bowl of crimson water clearly. Strangely, after drinking it, she not only felt a sense of pride as a member of the Hengshan sect, but also a profound reverence for the Sword Queen, feeling exceptionally refreshed. Following the cave, she panted incessantly. However, since a certain moment, if she didn't drink that red water, her heart would grow parched and restless. Like a lost soul, she bowed her head, drinking continuously. To quench her thirst, she consumed more and more. Images of herself running frantically back and forth flickered in her mind, and on days like today, her consciousness would fragment. Carrying a candle, she took step after step as things happened that she could no longer recall. Following behind, Li Taisho was somewhat astonished. "Is this the cave where the Hengshan sect disciples gather?" The girl immediately replied, "Yes, that's right." Stopping, she pointed to the water before them. "Right there is where the blood water flows." Hearing this, Li Taisho slowly stepped forward and sat down to examine it. He reached out to check. Feeling the water, he thought, "This faint aura seems familiar from my past life." This reminded him of the water basin brought when they sought the descendants of the blood sect to perform the Great Rebirth method. They used a similar liquid. It was said that drinking water mixed with blood chi would strengthen the link of the incantations. Thinking of this, he seemed to reach a conclusion. This red essence was indeed blood chi.
Li Tieshou's expression instantly turned grave. With vision that hadn't yet reached the profound realm, it was hard to distinguish due to the minuscule amount. The scene of the girl jumping off the cliff flashed in his mind. Even in small amounts, long-term exposure to blood qi, just as she said, would lead to addiction, and in severe cases, the blood sect could seize their bodies. It was as if the entire Hengshan sect was being gradually manipulated by a demon. This was bad. This was no ordinary matter. The evil claws of the blood sect had reached the Hengshan sect.
He remembered the past, when people were madly slaughtering each other. In his past life, right at the Hengshan sect, a tragic scene of slaughter known as the Orthodox sect's internal conflict had occurred. The mysterious cave lay silent behind a large cliff. The reason for the struggle was the Sword Queen's secret cave, the place where the ultimate arts of the Hengshan sect were hidden. Right in the middle of the flower platform sat a martial arts secret manual. In the past, people believed it was merely a chaotic battle among martial artists blinded by secret manuals and spirit medicines, but within the Sword Queen's secret cave lay the demon-subduing ultimate arts.
In the midst of the soaring smoke and flames, the martial arts manual was incinerated. Rumors spread that there were rare treasures within the cave, causing Wulin martial artists to flock there like converging clouds. The battle grew increasingly fierce, until in the chaos, the Hangma Jia Shui of the Hengshan sect vanished. In the end, the ones who benefited the most were none other than the blood sect. Li Tieshou clenched his fists, his brow furrowing slightly. In his past life, the mutual destruction of the orthodox sects was part of their conspiracy. If the plot remained the same this time, they would surely find ways to stir up conflict among the martial artists right within the Hengshan sect. Thinking of this, he slowly turned his head to look back. That meant that, outside the cave entrance, the rain was still heavy. Currently, the Kongtong sect had become the target of the blood sect. Under the rain, everything was strangely quiet. Du Junhui dashed rapidly through the forest, her heart filled with worry. My junior brother is injured, and even my junior sister has gone missing, yet I have been unable to do anything all this time. Her hurried steps trampled the grass. It is all because I am incompetent, unworthy of being the first senior brother, which led to this situation. Her eyes flashed with determination. No matter the cost, I must find He Ling. Leaping down the cliff, she called out loudly, "Miss Tan." Looking at the path ahead, Du Junhui continued to ask, "Are you here, miss?" Suddenly, a voice echoed behind her. "So it is you." A person radiating demonic qi from their entire body appeared out of nowhere. The one possessing the heavenly martial body from the Kongtong sect. Du Junhui raised her guard. "Who are you?" Her face paled slightly as she thought, "I have never felt such an aura before. It chills me to the bone." With glowing red eyes, the opponent growled, "There is no need to know." With those words, he raised his hand and a red mist immediately poured out. "Regardless, this is the place where you shall die. Your name will be erased from the flow of history." Out of nowhere, several Jiangshi hopped forward. Then, from everywhere, they appeared one by one.
Sensing the aura, Du Junhui immediately recognized the demonic creature. At this moment, the subordinate of the blood demon reached out his hand and shouted a command. "Right here, I will end your life." Having finished the words, the red-eyed Jiangshi charged forward. In another development, standing by the lakeshore, Li Tieshou advised, "Don't drink the water in the cave anymore. Go back and rest well." The little girl obediently followed. "Yes, sir." Before leaving, she clenched her fists and said happily, "Now I know that the young master is not like the rumors, but a very good person. I will tell my senior and junior sisters about this." Hearing this, Li Tieshou took the opportunity to boast about himself. "That's right. Tell them not to spread those baseless rumors anymore. A refined young master like me, who can compare?" He stood there waving goodbye to the girl. "As for the matter of the red water, I will continue to find a solution." The girl waved back as she ran away. "Yes, please take care of yourself."
The lake surface was still, with ripples gently lapping against the stone edge. Li Tieshou sat cross-legged on a large stone. "Now I understand why Xiao Sun acted so extremely. I didn't expect the Hengshan sect to be led by the nose by the blood sect." Gently stroking his chin in thought, he muttered, "To find He Ling, I must grasp their plot. The only clue is Xiao Sun's disappearance along with them." In his mind, Su Bin was like a puppet controlled by an invisible hand. The little Sword Queen's body had already been seized by the blood sect. If only I knew what the blood sect intended to use Xiao Sun for. Thinking of this, he suddenly stood up. Wait, thinking back now, the cave entrance was hidden by a large rock. To open the mechanism at the entrance of the Sword Queen's secret cave, one must possess the Eunuch sword technique. The patterned manual of martial arts appeared in his memory. The Eunuch sword technique is a martial art only passed down to the sect leader and core disciples of the Hengshan sect. If the blood sect seized Xiao Sun's body to infiltrate the Sword Queen's secret cave, then it would make perfect sense. The more he thought, the more serious Li Tieshou's expression became. If the blood sect is plotting to cause another mutual destruction between the righteous and evil paths, who knows what they are calculating inside the Sword Queen's secret cave? In the dark night, he stood alone before the cave entrance. Looking up, Li Tieshou was immediately shocked, his mouth agape. Damn it, Has the Sword Queen secret cave already been opened? In my past life, it wasn't discovered until at least 8 years later.
A deep sword slash was still etched into the large stone. Judging by the marks of this sword, one could guess that the intruder had not entered the mountain boundary for long. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed behind him. "Young master." Slow footsteps treaded upon the ground. Yin Shuilan approached with a bewildered look. "What are you doing here?" Seeing her, he was momentarily surprised. Yin Shuilan. Coming closer, Yin Shuilan softly inquired, "Is your body all right now, young master?" Li Tiesho scratched his head, forced a smile. "I'm much better now, don't worry." As if suddenly remembering, he looked up and asked, "Why did you come all the way here?" With a determined gaze, yet some hesitation, Yin Shuilan replied, "It's because..." Recalling a moment ago, when she entered the room, the atmosphere within the sect had been somewhat unstable lately, so she worried for the young master's safety and went to the guest hall to find him. Looking at the empty bed, she continued, "But when I learned that the young master had left," her cheeks slightly flushed, Yin Shuilan shyly turned away. "I immediately followed some tiny signs, searching until I reached this place." Li Tiesho also realized. I see." In his heart, he thought joyfully, "Yin Shuilan is worried about me? Just thinking about it makes me feel truly happy." At this point, Yin Shuilan curiously asked, "But what kind of secret cave is this, after all?" Li Tiesho confusedly scratched his head, smiling as he said, "About that." He wondered how to explain the Sword Queen's secret cave in a way that was easy to understand. Suddenly he paused. Meeting the Sword Queen at this time might actually be an opportunity. He thought of the zombies held captive by a red seal. Inside the secret cave, there was not only the little Sword Queen, but also the Blood Sect, who were behind all the schemes. Li Tiesho's eyes flickered. "I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with this alone."
Yin Shuilan stood in front, staring blankly as Li Tiesho wore an inquiring expression. Moreover, Yin Shuilan was an expert in the transformation realm. If I could get her help, it would be incomparable. Afterward, he quickly covered his face and gritted his teeth. The issue was that I had to keep my reincarnation a secret, so I needed a convincing reason to explain how I knew all this information. Suddenly, Yin Shuilan spoke up, breaking the silence. "However, could it be that this is the Sword Queen's secret cave of the Hangshan sect?" Li Tiesho turned away, only answering after a long while. "That's right." Yin Shuilan was still suspicious. "But how does the young master know the location of the Sword Queen's secret cave?" Pausing for a moment, she couldn't help but say, "The location of the Sword Queen's secret cave has remained unknown until now. Even the Hangshan sect has spent a long time searching for it." Suddenly, Li Tiesho moved closer and signaled for silence. He interrupted. "Sword Queen, from now on, what I say is a secret only between me and you." Yin Shuilan's cheeks immediately flushed red. So close. She softly said, "I understand. No matter what the young master says, I swear by the name of my sect that what I hear today will be taken to my grave."
A faint halo radiated behind him. Li Tiesho patted his chest and spoke solemnly. "In truth, I am the successor of the Hunyan Sword Emperor, Wu Jitze." Yin Shuilan's eyes widened in utter shock. "The successor of the first Wulin Alliance leader, the Hunyan Sword Emperor?" Li Tiesho nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, that's right." He thought to himself, "I have inherited the martial arts from the lingering remnants of Wu Jitze within the Hunyan secret cave, so it is not entirely a lie." He then continued, "As you know, the Hunyan Sword Emperor and Bai Chu Shui, the founding sect leader of the Hangshan sect, were once comrades who shared life and death on the battlefield. The silhouettes of a man and a woman fought shoulder to shoulder. Over 300 years ago, at the Great Battle of Poyang Lake, the Hunyan Sword Emperor and Bai Chu Shui joined forces to decapitate the blood fiend god demon. The woman's figure gradually faded, replaced by martial arts manuals and a sharp sword. Afterward, Bai Chu Shui traveled throughout the land to recover the lost techniques of the Hangshan sect, the demon-subduing ultimate arts, and the divine relic, the Heart Echo Sword. However, she mysteriously vanished. Bai Chu Shui had fought a crowd alone. The reason was that after reclaiming the treasure, she was secretly pursued and ambushed by the remnants of the blood sect. She grit her teeth through the pain, having suffered a heavy injury and knowing she wouldn't live much longer. The man held Bai Chu Shui in his arms. Bai Chu Shui had established the Sword Queen's secret cave, then left its location solely to her close friend, the Hunyan Sword Emperor. At this point, Li Tiesho lowered his voice. "Because I am the successor of the Hunyan Sword Emperor, I learned of the location of the Sword Queen's secret cave and could personally come here to confirm it." Listening in silence for a moment, Yin Shuilan widened her eyes in shock. "Impossible!" She covered her mouth and muttered, "Is the legend actually true?" Li Tiesho turned his head and smirked secretly. The perfect lie is one coated in truth. In unofficial history, there were even rumors that the Hunyan Sword Emperor and Bai Chu Shui were once lovers. Suddenly, Yin Shuilan said, "I am truly grateful to you, young master." She solemnly cupped her hands and bowed. "Thanks to you, I have learned the location of the Sword Queen's secret cave. I don't know how I can properly repay this kindness."
Speaking of which, Yan Shuilan noticed the marks on the stone outside the cave, but these sword technique marks are... Li Tiesho quickly interjected. Correct, the missing little sword queen opened the mechanism in the sword queen's secret cave, using the Eunuch sword technique, and has likely entered inside. Yan Shuilan's expression became momentarily stunned. Impossible! How could Xiao Shu know about this place? Standing behind her, Li Tiesho immediately offered a reason. It must be the doing of the blood sect. Before anything more serious happens, we must enter the secret cave immediately. The two looked at the dark cave before them. All right, then let's go in quickly. Li Tiesho held a candle and led the way, while Yan Shuilan followed slowly behind. After a distance, his footsteps suddenly stopped.
Observing for a moment, he said in confusion, "Sword Queen, the path is cut off." Yan Shuilan also approached. "It is an abyss." Li Tiesho lowered his head to look down. It seemed the secret cave was located deep underground. Yan Shuilan continued, "Although it is dangerous, there is no other way. We must jump down." Having said that, he leaped down first. Yan Shuilan also quickly followed suit. In the moment of plunging down, Li Tiesho vaguely realized, "Oh no, it's deeper than imagined, and I can't see anything below." Suddenly, a deep lake appeared in his vision, but the bottom was closer than I thought. At this moment, Yan Shuilan suddenly reached out her hand and shouted a reminder. "It's dangerous, young master." A stream of green light swirled around. He momentarily failed to react. Just like that, Li Tiesho plunged straight toward the water surface, but a nimble figure caught him. Yan Shuilan gently landed on the ground, still holding Li Tiesho in her arms. She asked worriedly, "Are you all right, young master?" After a moment of being startled, Li Tiesho struggled. "I am fine, Sword Queen. Please let me down." Yan Shuilan was puzzled, but still reminded him, "Be careful. I'm about to lose my grip." With that, her hand firmly held onto his arm. Then she looked down and said softly, "I will put you down in a safe place. Just lean on me."
Feeling something soft in front of him, Li Tiesho's head spun and blood leaked from his nose. Wait a minute, heart, don't beat so wildly. At that moment, it seemed like something had just changed, and both of them froze. Li Tiesho panicked. Don't tell me, this can't be happening. Faced with that sight, Li Tiesho hurriedly pulled his clothes to hide his embarrassment. Seemingly realizing what happened, Yan Shuilan's face instantly flushed red. Immediately after, she let out a scream and threw herself back down into the water.
Diving underwater, Li Tiesho thought helplessly, and oversized manhood is truly a problem. A moment later, covering his face, he tremblingly said, "I apologize, Sword Queen." Standing in a far corner, he continuously explained that because the ultimate art of the Kongtong sect involves cultivating yang qi, his lower body became that way inevitably. Yan Shuilan was equally embarrassed. "I understand, young master." With those words, she simply stepped away. "Leave the pool quickly." Behind her, Li Tiesho cried silently to himself. "It's driving me crazy. Reacting like that in such a situation, having too much vigor is also an issue." Then he cautiously turned to look at her. "Anyway, since the rumors are already strange, she probably won't think too badly of me, right?" At the same time, Yan Shuilan was wondering through her thoughts. This is the first time I've seen a man's manhood. The more she thought, the redder her cheeks became. Though he is young, this young master is truly robust. After a moment of silence, Li Tiesho coughed lightly and approached. "Thanks to internal power, my clothes are all dry now. Shall we set out?" Yan Shuilan reacted quickly. "Fine, let's go." After that, the two maintained their awkward attitude as they ventured deeper into the cave. At a part where they had to squeeze past each other, Li Tiesho felt somewhat anxious. The path was so narrow that they couldn't help but walk closely together. With her breath so close, his face flushed slightly. He already knew she was beautiful, and Yan Shuilan's perfect figure appeared in his mind, but he couldn't help but constantly remember the sight of the wet Sword Queen. At that moment, she suddenly spoke up. "Oh no, young master, there's trouble." Li Tiesho was snapped out of his thoughts. "Yes, sir." Looking over, they both saw the rotten bridge had collapsed.
Moving forward to check, Yan Shuilan said, "They destroyed the bridge so no one can follow." Li Tiesho behind her tried to find a way. "If we go around, it will likely take a lot of time." Suddenly, Yan Shuilan turned back, her voice softening. "I can use lightweight skill to cross to the other side." Pausing for a moment, she proactively reached out her hand. "Although it's a bit awkward, what do you think if you hold on to me, young master?" This situation made Li Tiesho freeze. She's asking me to hold her again. She probably wants to overlook my mistake from earlier. In his heart, he smiled slyly. This is even better, why not? On the outside, he appeared hesitant. Under these circumstances, there's no other choice. Lifting him up, Yan Shuilan said softly, "Then I will depart." Li Tiesho clung to her shoulders. "Yes, let's go." Just like that, she held him and jumped straight to the other bank in one step. At that moment, Li Tiesho couldn't help but feel delighted. I didn't expect a secret cave exploration to be this enjoyable. His eyes looked down, telling himself, I just can't let a second accident happen. Closing his eyes tightly, Li Tiesho thought to himself,
Let's sing the national anthem to stay calm. From the East Sea. Yin Shuilan's feet landed gently on the ground. We have arrived. Stepping down, Li Tiesho noticed. There's a strange smell. Sniffing a bit more, he was startled to discover. Could it be the smell of blood? Nearby, Yin Shuilan focused on examining the surroundings. This is not something that can be thought of simply. Seeing the amount of blood soaking the ground, Li Tiesho was stunned. With this amount of blood, it seems like some kind of ritual has been performed. Suddenly, there was a call from beside him. Young master, look at this. Looking over, Yin Shuilan held out a piece of rope with a very roughly torn cut. Li Tiesho's eyes widened. This mark. Sitting down to check carefully, Yin Shuilan concluded, it's a mark of a blood jiangshi, similar to what I've seen in our sect's records. Li Tiesho immediately added, then it's certain that the blood sect is involved.
Hearing that, Yin Shuilan frowned slightly, thinking they had disappeared, not expecting them to reappear. Li Tiesho turned his head to look around. Even jiangshi techniques were being used, proving they had prepared on a large scale. At this point, he clenched his fist and warned, the situation is more serious than I thought. We must be even more vigilant. At this moment, the bright moonlight shone down on the silent forest. The blood jiangshi, eyes bulging and mouth agape, lunged forward repeatedly. Du Jinhui swung her sword down hard on its head. Putting her strength into it, she was horrified to realize its skin was so hard that the sword could not pierce through. Then she turned and shouted, then try taking this blow. Immediately after, a sharp sword strike cut straight into the blood jiangshi's neck. It was knocked flat to the ground. In the distance, a subordinate of the blood demon witnessed this and exclaimed, fighting in such a brutal manner is indeed the style of the Kongtong sect. With those words, he reached out his hand, and a wave of blood qi spread out. Let's see how long you can hold out. Instantly, the blood jiangshi suddenly became agile, jumping forward simultaneously. Du Jinhui stepped back one pace at a time. Where are you going? The blood jiangshi flailed their limbs and pressed closer.
Suddenly, an ankle was grabbed by a hand. Taken off guard, she was thrown backward, half of her face slamming hard onto the ground. The blood demon subordinate glared, hand outstretched. I heard you had a heavenly martial body, yet this is all you've got? How disappointing. Finish her, blood jiangshi. At that moment, Du Jinhui spun around, using her sword to block their mouths. Watching the blood jiangshi gnawing piece by piece, she thought to herself, the sword is useless. Gritting her teeth, her whole body trembled slightly with effort. Was she going to end here? But if she fell here, she would never see Teisho again. The images of Li Teisho, Zhao Ying, along with both Seaman Xinhui and Seaman Haling flashed through her mind, along with the hope of meeting her master and other members of the Kongtong sect again. Recalling the moment Su Bin stabbed Li Teisho and then knocked out Seaman Haling, Du Jinhui blamed herself. Junior brother and junior sister are in danger, yet I am held back while facing the enemy. Now she gritted her teeth, lifting her spirits. Du Jinhui took a deep breath. I don't want to remain a weak and useless senior brother forever, because I want to protect those who are important to me by myself.
The sword in her hand suddenly emitted a dense wave of spiritual energy. The light flared up, throwing back the body of the blood jiangshi. Du Jinhui finally escaped the restraint and sprang up. Seeing this, the subordinate of the blood demon was stunned. What? Where did this sudden power come from? Du Jinhui gripped her sword tightly and glared at him. With this sword, I will definitely cut you down. With those words, she leaped and lunged forward. A cold aura enveloped the entire space, and in just a flash, the blood jiangshis were all dealt with.
Seeing this, the blood demon subordinate was momentarily stunned. That was sword qi. The aura had become sharper and more powerful. His eyes grew redder by the moment, and his brows furrowed tightly. Could it be that his martial arts realm had increased so much in such a short time? After dealing with the blood jiangshi, Du Jinhui slowly descended to the ground. Her face hardened as she swung her sword, which was shrouded in aura. With deep eyes staring straight at the opponent, she coldly said, "Now I will decisively end everything." At this moment, the blood demon subordinate was watching from a distance. He frowned and muttered, "Surely if this continues, he will become a great disaster for us later." Then he reached out, his blood qi expanding further this time as he shouted, "Everyone, charge at once! I will sever his limbs in a single move." Upon receiving the command, the blood jiangshi lunged forward. Du Jinhui didn't say much. She swung her sword, finishing one off with each strike. Finally, she glared and pointed her sword forward. Looking at the blood demon subordinate opposite her, Du Jinhui said in a low voice, "I will destroy your limbs while you are still alive. That will be the true suffering for you." Seemingly sensing the overwhelming aura, the blood demon subordinate was astonished. It's not just about surpassing the combat realm. He also has the ability to control sword qi at will. Is it truly the heavenly martial body? Du Jinhui, standing ahead, didn't care at all. If you don't want to die in pain, speak up. Where did you take the young lady? With a hand stained red with blood qi holding a small dagger, he sneered. Who knows? The blood demon subordinate bluntly stabbed his own palm. I am never gentle with those about to die. The shadow of the blood sect leader vaguely appeared within the surge of blood qi. He raised his head and shouted, "Blood demon revived. Blood sect rules the world. Blood demon supreme, please grant this humble one unparalleled strength." Du Jinhui also noticed something strange at this time. The abnormal aura suddenly became stronger. The shadow of the blood sect leader behind him smirked.
This seat grants you the privilege of contributing to this rebirth of my blood sect. Immediately after, the body of the blood demon subordinate twisted uncontrollably. A deep voice resonated from his body. You are quite unfortunate to encounter me at this time. Du Jinhui was startled by the sight. Guided by her intuition, she sensed that another being had possessed him. She asked, "Who are you?"
The blood demon subordinate twitched in spasms as that voice echoed again. Your talent is both a grace and a threat, but you should consider losing your life at my hands a great honor. Suddenly, the figure before her eyes vanished in a flash. While still dazed, the blood demon subordinate appeared above her. Where are you looking? He swung a sword down, and she luckily managed to dodge. The blood demon subordinate attacked frantically. Satisfy me. Du Jinhui gritted her teeth, blocking every slash. Each sword strike was powerful and lightning fast, entirely different from before. As the two pressed close, the blood demon subordinate lowered his voice. I want to savor this longer, but time is running out. Simultaneously, his clenched fist swung forward. Caught off guard, Du Jinhui took a heavy punch to the stomach. With blood chi still lingering on her body, she was sent flying. Bowing her head, Du Jinhui coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The opponent advanced step by step. His eyes glowing red, he muttered, "A seedling with the potential to become a great tree must be crushed and destroyed in its infancy."
At the same time, on the other side, Yin Xiulan swung her sword, decapitating a blood Jiangshi. Li Taishou could not help but exclaim in admiration that she truly lived up to her name as the senior sword queen, truly remarkable. Yin Xiulan softly reminded him that it was not over yet. Turning his head, he was startled to see a swarm of blood Jiangshi approaching. Yin Xiulan moved like lightning, stepping forward to slay one. Her face cold, she continuously swung her sword. A pack of cunning demons who dared to harm the young master would truly not be forgiven. Her sharp blade pointed out, and several blood Jiangshi tumbled down. With an expressionless face but a voice filled with clear anger, Yin Xiulan said, "Just wait, I will personally exterminate all of you." A faint aura of blood chi radiated from a nearby cave. Soaking in a pool of water, the blood sect leader silently observed, the Sword Queen. Resting his chin on his hand with a displeased look, he thought, to think the Sword Queen would appear in person. How did Sword Queen Yin Xiulan discover the location of the Sword Queen's secret cave?
On the water surface, the bald man reported the situation. Blood fiend god demon, the blood Jiangshis brought here have all been wiped out. Pausing for a moment, he said worriedly that if this continues, the plan will be hindered. His lips curling down, the blood sect leader glared, his voice hardening. The heavenly mechanism that I have prophesied and implemented is being disrupted. Someone has changed fate. Could I have overlooked some variable? At this time, the subordinate still firmly insisted that even if he had to sacrifice this life, he still wanted to contribute to the cause of reuniting the blood fiend god demon. The blood sect leader showed no expression and instructed, "There will still be many opportunities to finish off the heavenly martial body in the future. I will mobilize all forces toward you. The plan at the Sword Queen's secret cave is the top priority." The subordinate quickly replied that he begged to offer everything. Hearing this, the blood sect leader smirked, smiling with satisfaction. "If you offer all your life and primordial chi, even with that weak power, it is enough to face the Sword Queen." The blood demon subordinate then opened his mouth wide, red blood spring out. Blood demon revived, blood sect rules the world, forever and ever, 10,000 years. That echo still resonated outside the cave. Meanwhile, Inxuelin also alertly checked the surroundings. There was no longer any trace of blood Jiangshis. It seemed that the minions of the blood sect were about to reveal themselves. Li Taishou focused on searching, not daring to be subjective. Suddenly, Inxuelin realized something. She gripped the sword tightly in her hand, her face becoming serious. That young master had felt the enemy's aura ahead. It was best to strike fast and finish this battle quickly. The two slowly approached step by step. Deep inside the cave, a red light appeared. Inxuelin looked back, and Li Taishou silently gave a slight nod. Immediately after, both leaped up. Suddenly, Inxuelin flinched, her whole body stiffening. Then she collapsed onto the ground.
At the same time, Li Taishou also froze. Like the other, he was slammed hard onto the ground. Lying vaguely upon dried bloodstains, Li Taishou struggled to move. What was happening? A strange force was pulling them back. The two were lying within a red circle. He dimly realized it was a barrier drawn with blood. No, his consciousness was slowly fading away. Moments later, slowly opening his eyes, Li Taishou vaguely saw the surrounding rocky mountains. Gradually regaining consciousness, he heard a voice. "Have you woken up, my lord?"
Inxuelin smiled and spoke softly. "I have waited for too long, benefactor." Cheesy Wei put her hands on her hips and countered. "What do you mean, benefactor? Li Taishou is mine." Wei Xiaolian shyly called out, "Big brother." Seaman Halin gently pulled his sleeve. "Young master." Seaman Kinghe let out a cold snort with a reproachful look. "How dare you oversleep, you perverted young master?" Seeing them constantly bickering, Li Taishou felt somewhat awkward. "What is going on? Who are you?" His robe was being pulled open. He gritted his teeth and endured, thinking to himself, "I can understand Halin and Seaman Kinghe come into the Hangshan sect with me, but why are Cheesy Wei and the others whom I haven't met recently right here beside me? Could this be an illusionary matrix?" At this moment, Yin Shuilan suddenly stepped forward and embraced him. Husband, hurry up. The time has come for us to consummate our union. He was momentarily dazed. Union? Out of nowhere, Cheesy Wei rushed in and pulled Li Taisho into her arms. What are you talking about? He promised to unite with me a long time ago. Just like that, all 5 of them vied to pull Li Taisho, each trying to claim him. You people, let go right now. I came first. He belongs to me. His brows gradually knitted together, and the smile on Li Taisho's face was about to break. Finally, unable to take it anymore, he swung his hand and gave each of them a knock on the head. What is wrong with you all? Why are you acting so strange? The 5 people before him looked pitiful, their eyes welling with tears as they gazed at him. However, seeing the scene, Li Taisho immediately softened and raised his hand to reassure them. Everyone, please calm down. In an instant, a thought flashed through his mind. At this moment, I truly feel as though I am living in the future dream I once desired. However, realizing that the people in front of him all wore strangely infatuated expressions, the evil intentions of the one who had constructed this mystical illusion could no longer be hidden. The entire space was enveloped in layers upon layers of red clouds.
Seeing this, Li Taisho clenched his fists, spiritual energy overflowing as he hardened his resolve. With such a level of illusionary arts, even experts in the transformation realm could be mesmerized. However, he had already was armed of this kind of illusion when creating the Guangqing Pill Cave, having entered the mental realm thanks to enlightenment from his past life upon reaching the profound realm. Ending his thoughts, he swung his hand, a powerful aura surging out. I am not the type of person to fall before such petty illusions. The crowd before him was simultaneously frozen like statues. Then those blocks of ice shattered at once, and the illusionary realm gradually faded away. In the deep forest, the moonlight still illuminated everything clearly. On the ground, Du Junhui was weak and unable to get up. The subordinate controlled by the blood sect leader frowned slightly, muttering, "The Sword Queen's speed is truly too fast. I didn't expect her to charge straight into the profound shadow array." Saying so, he stomped hard on the ground and shot away. "Consider yourself lucky, heavenly martial body. Next time, I will definitely take your life." Only after the opponent had completely left did Du Junhui lie powerlessly on the ground.
Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and thought, that martial artist controlled the demonic creature but didn't kill me. Why did he leave? For what reason? Then she struggled to sit up, telling herself to think about it later and focus on standing up first. Just as she was about to stand, Du Junhui coughed up a mouthful of blood. Was the internal injury from just one palm strike really this severe? Her gaze grew dull as she pushed off the ground, preparing to rise, needing to leave this place quickly. Then she collapsed back onto the earth, her thoughts racing. Junior brother, I must save the people of the Kongtong sect. Before her eyes closed completely, she vaguely saw Zhao Ying's silhouette and heard a loud voice shouting, "Tieshou, Tieshou!" He ran over to support her, calling out incessantly with worry, "Quick, wake up!" At the same time, in the cave on the other side, Li Tieshou and Yin Shuilan remained motionless within the formation circle. Suddenly, he startled awake. Struggling to sit up, he grit his teeth and cursed. That blood sect dared to use such filthy tricks. His eyes suddenly caught sight of Yin Shuilan lying nearby, the Sword Queen. Li Tieshou rushed over to turn her over. Sword Queen, are you all right?"
Seeing the opponent silent, he leaned down to check. She had not yet woken up. Indeed, if even a high-level expert in the transformation realm like the Sword Queen could fall victim to it, this formation was no ordinary feat. He searched through his pouch for something, needing it to release them from this illusionary formation. Holding the pill in his hand, Li Tieshou recalled that Shi Ziyue had previously approached him in the guise of Xu Xiaoling and left behind a spirit medicine. He would use it to replenish her true qi. As the pill was about to reach Yin Xiaolan's mouth, he suddenly hesitated. She furrowed her brows and moaned, "Husband, wait a moment." With blushing cheeks, Li Tieshou let out a breath. What kind of illusion am I having? Under his gaze, Yin Xiaolan was falling deep into an illusionary realm, her mouth constantly crying out, "Slow down, it's too strong." Those sounds made Li Tieshou embarrassed, and he tried to calm himself. "Stay calm, this is just an act of healing." Immediately after, he decisively placed the pill into her mouth. Yin Xiaolan shooed instinctively and then slowly opened her eyes. She clutched her head and slowly sat up. "This is..." Li Tieshou finally let out a sigh of relief. "You've awakened. You were trapped in an illusionary shadow formation set up by the blood sect. To help you wake up, I gave you spirit medicine." Hearing this, Yin Xiaolan anxiously asked, "Young master, are you all right?" Li Tieshou guiltily looked away. "Perhaps because this formation requires a special condition, I wasn't affected much." Upon hearing the answer, Yin Xiaolan retreated in embarrassment. "Thank you for saving my life, young master. Time is short, we must leave immediately." Her footsteps moved carefully on the ground.
While walking, Yin Shuilan felt the smell of blood qi becoming increasingly pungent. Li Taisho added that the mastermind behind the scenes was about to reveal themselves. Suddenly, he looked in one direction and shouted, "Over there!" Not far away, Su Bin and Seaman Ha Ling were lying motionless on the ground. The two worriedly ran over. "Miss Su, little Su." Helping them sit up, Yin Shuilan carefully checked their pulses. Once finished, she turned and said, "Fortunately, the internal injuries are not too severe." Li Taisho speculated, "It seems the blood sect intended to use their blood to perform demonic arts." At this moment, Su Bin slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, Yin Shuilan could not hide her anxiety. "Little Su, you're awake." She vaguely called out, "Sword Queen." Yin Shuilan could not help but urgently ask, "Little Su, how did you know the location of the Sword Queen's secret cave and lead everyone all the way here?"
Upon hearing this, Su Bin's eyes widened in bewilderment. Me? After thinking for a moment, she shook her head again. I'm sorry, after that martial arts duel, I don't remember anything. Li Taisho saw this and realized, could she have lost her memory? Sure enough, these symptoms were identical to those of the young girls whose souls had been snatched by the blood sect. Then he seriously recounted, Sword Queen, while investigating the unusual loyalty of the Hangshan sect disciples, I discovered something. Yin Suilan asked doubtfully, what is it? Organizing the situation, Li Taisho said, the evil blood sect has set up a formation right on the dragon vein of the Hangshan sect to bewitch the disciples' minds. They take advantage of their loyalty to you to control their bodies. The image of the girl with the soulless face bowing her head into the water still lingered in his mind. Hearing this, Yin Suilan gnashed her teeth in anger. Damn it, they truly are a lot that heaven will not tolerate. Li Taisho carefully helped Seaman Helene up and suggested, for now, let's take these two to a safe place. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind them. Have you asked for my permission yet? The other person's footsteps slowly approached. The bald man clenched his fists and stepped out aggressively. The fact that you were able to break the illusionary array to get all the way here is truly far beyond my expectations.
Yin Shuilan turned and shouted angrily, you are a member of the blood sect. Li Tiesho saw the situation was not good and quickly sent a voice transmission. Sword Queen, I think we should not engage in battle right now. Retreating to preserve the little Sword Queen's life is better. Yin Shuilan had no intention of arguing. Yes, I suppose that is what must be done. Hearing this, the blood sect leader smirked and snapped his fingers. Do you still dare to think of running away? A subordinate of the blood demon jumped down to the ground from nowhere. Unfortunately, you will not leave this place alive. With blood-red eyes, he said smugly, now that you have come this far, prepare to face death. And that person with the heavenly martial body will not survive either. Li Tiesho frowned slightly, having a bad premonition. Heavenly martial body, what is he talking about? Could it be, has Senior Brother already confronted the blood-clothed warriors? Without giving the opponent time to react, the blood demon's subordinate clenched his hands and snarled, very well, today I will exterminate you all. As soon as he finished speaking, blood Jiangshi swarmed in from all directions. Holding Seaman Halling tightly, Li Tiesho looked around in horror. Why is it so chaotic? Yin Shuilan held her sword, preparing to fight. Young master, let me handle the blood Jiangshi. Can you find an escape route for everyone? Li Tiesho immediately replied, leave it to me. Then he turned to ask, little Sword Queen, can you still walk? Su Bin nodded, I am feeling better now. After making the arrangements, Li Tiesho commanded, good, then I will block the blood Jiangshi. You take everyone and retreat. Su Bin, carrying Seaman Halling on her back, cooperated. Understood. Li Tiesho turned to look at the blood Jiangshi in front of him. My martial arts are not yet strong enough to destroy the blood Jiangshi. He held the knife in his hand and decisively made a cut. In that case, his feet ran across the ground as fast as lightning. I will use blood Qi to lure the blood Jiangshi and open a path of blood.
Sensing fresh blood, the crowd of blood Jiangshi frantically chased after him. Li Tiesho curled the corners of his mouth into a smirk, thinking triumphantly, I have mastered the Guarantor Heart Sutra internal power, now it's time to put it to use. Seeing this, Su Bin also immediately understood that young Master Li had cleared a path, and she must quickly seize this opportunity to escape. Before she could move, a blood demon subordinate suddenly appeared behind her. Where do you think you're going? Those little tricks won't fool me. Sensing danger, she turned her head back. Damn it, is this where it ends? The enemy's reaching hand was severed by a cold, sharp strike. Yin Shuilan stood in front, her face cold as she barked. Stay away from my disciple. Those filthy hands are not worthy of touching my people. Her hand tightened around the hilt of her sword as abundant spiritual energy radiated out. Having been provoked at the Hangshan sect, Yin Shuilan frowned, her sharp eyes glaring at the opponent as she growled. You will pay a heavy price. The tip of her sword flashed with light as Yin Shuilan warned. I will make you regret daring to trespass upon the Hangshan sect. The blood demon subordinate clutched his severed wrist and laughed loudly. Truly the Sword Queen. Indeed, you are no ordinary person. He then glanced at Su Bin and Seaman Halling in the distance. No matter, those mediocre fools are of no consequence.
Hearing this, Yin Shuilan was quite surprised. Losing an arm yet still being so arrogant was truly ridiculous. Conversely, the blood demon subordinate reached out his hand, and blood Qi immediately spread. Having more fresh blood to refine his arts, how could that be called a misfortune? As soon as he finished speaking, the blood Jiangshi who had been beaten to pieces earlier all stood up at once. He pointed forward and shouted an order. This battle has only just begun. Wave after wave of blood Jiangshi with distorted faces rushed forward headlong. With her body radiating spiritual energy, Yin Shuilan frowned slightly. I have never encountered such stubborn demonic creatures. With those words, she quickly charged forward, her sharp blade sweeping across in one stroke. I swear I will wipe you all out.
Witnessing this situation, Li Taishou was somewhat astonished. I have heard of the Sword Queen's reputation as a powerful expert, but I did not expect her swordsmanship to become so increasingly exquisite. Then he turned his head and suddenly smiled. Excellent. With this ability, it is enough to withstand the blood sect. Suddenly, Li Taishou shouted, Lady Sword Queen, please conserve your strength so I can lure these blood Jiangshi here. Yin Shulan trusted him completely. Thank you, young master.
The freshly cut hand, still dripping with fresh blood, was raised into the air. Li Taishou turned around, leading the horde of blood Jiangshi away. After a while, he shouted loudly, now is the time. Out of nowhere, Yin Shuilan appeared, decapitating the whole group with a single slash. Seeing this, Li Taishou's eyes widened, and he gave a thumbs up. You are truly exceptional, Lady Sword Queen. Yin Shuilan also smiled happily with narrowed eyes. As they moved deeper into the secret cave, her body felt lighter and more agile. Hearing this, Li Taishou suddenly had a suspicion that perhaps the relic of Bai Chu Shuish was being delivered over to her successor. Yin Shuilan was also lost in thought. To the Hengsheng sect, the Sword Queen's secret cave was an extremely sacred place. Her eyes flashed with determination, for those who dared to desecrate this place would never be forgiven. At this moment, the subordinate of the Blood Demon spoke up. Sword Queen, your power is far beyond my expectations. Grasping his severed arm, he sighed. Very well, this seat will give you an opportunity to shine. These words irritated Yin Shuilan, and she immediately retorted. How dare a mere hunting dog talk nonsense? If you have the guts, come forward. I will cut you into pieces in just one move. The Blood Demon's subordinate pressed his hand firmly against the ground. Soon you will realize how insignificant you truly are. From behind him, a hand reached out from the red flames.
The bald fellow glared, his hand tightly gripping the opponent's head. His lips curled down as he growled in a low voice. This is the closest chance for you to witness the true power of this seat. Li Taishou and Yin Shulan were frozen by this scene. The essence of virgin males and females had been fully collected. She gasped and shouted, What on earth are you doing? The Blood Demon subordinate widened his eyes, opened his mouth wide and roared, For the Blood Demon Supreme, for the rebirth of the Blood Demon, I willingly offer myself to you. After speaking, he plunged a knife straight into his chest. Li Taishou turned pale, unable to believe it. Suicide? The blurry silhouette of the blood sect leader appeared, and the bald subordinate screamed, This is the honor of this humble one, great Blood Demon Supreme. Blue veins bulged on his face as his mouth repeatedly muttered, I willingly sacrifice my life to contribute to your lordship's resurrection. His body grew unnaturally large, and a deep voice came from nowhere. Very well, this seat shall bestow upon you a portion of power. As soon as the words were spoken, his muscles swelled, tearing through his clothes.
2 giant longhorns grew from his head, his hands enlarged abnormally, and sharp claws gradually appeared. In mere moments, the bald man had transformed into a giant demonic creature. Yin Shuilan was astonished by this sight. His body was transforming in a horrific manner. Li Taishou beside her added that it was like a kind of demonic art defying heaven and earth. At this moment, the bald man bared his teeth and snarled, Why do you look so panic-stricken? Do not hesitate any longer. Attack, so this seat can personally verify your abilities. Behind her, Li Taishou raised his guard. Be careful, Lady Sword Queen. This one is completely different from the previous ones. Yin Shuilan slowly stepped forward. It is fine, young master. I am still okay. Her hand gripped the sword hilt tightly. I am ready to face him. Finishing her words, she gathered momentum and leaped into the air. Spinning around, the sword carried spiritual energy, like a tornado swirling straight towards the bald man. Then Yin Shuilan gritted her teeth and used her strength to slash the sword heavily down toward the ground. A voice suddenly rang out from behind. To achieve this with the first move? Not bad at all. Yin Shuilan turned back, discovering he had appeared from out of nowhere, his sinewy hand raised high. But to challenge this seat, you must show your true ability. A heavy smash cracked the ground, and Yin Shuilan hurriedly jumped away. She carefully landed on the ground nearby. The sword hilt cracked and then shattered into pieces. Yin Shuilan was startled. Just a light touch against his palm and it was corroded to this extent. Suddenly, the bald man reached out, roaring, What are you still standing there for?
Seeing her dodging continuously, he mocked, Do you only know how to dodge? Finally, he slammed a powerful blow into the ground, causing Yin Shuilan, unable to react in time, to be thrown back. She rolled a long distance across the ground. Behind her, the silhouette of the bald man drew closer and closer. The Hangshan sect is officially wiped out as of today. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from behind. Right now, Lady Sword Queen. He looked up to see a stone falling from above. Stalactite? Before he could finish his words, the stone plunged down with terrifying speed. It smashed straight into his face and shattered. Hanging nearby, Li Taishou smirked triumphantly. If internal power isn't enough to fight, then use the terrain. At this moment, Yin Shuilan also seized the opportunity to rush forward.
I will destroy you. The sword path flashed, carrying immense spiritual energy. This strike slashed straight into the guy's chest. In the distance, Li Tisho shouted in excitement. Wonderful! Hit the target! Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened, his mouth gaped open. Huh? He saw that the sword completely failed to pierce the guy's body. That move was pretty good. Li Tisho's face momentarily showed worry, cold sweat pouring out. A surprise attack from a Yin Shuilan who has reached the transformation realm, yet it was ineffective. Suddenly, the bald man swung his hand, striking Yin Shuilan straight in the face. Looking at the person slumped on the ground before him, he didn't strike immediately. Sword Queen, how did you know the location of the secret cave and even infiltrate here? You even passed through the profound shadow array to get to this place. Pausing for a moment, he looked up. Now I understand clearly. His gaze turned toward Li Tisho, hanging not far away. So you are that variable. Sensing something amiss, Li Tisho gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, what is happening? He looks as if he has seen through everything. At the same time, the bald man reached out his hand. Let me finish you off first.
The powerful blow forced Li Tisho to jump away. He fell and rolled several times on the ground. With great difficulty, he managed to prop himself up. What is this? In front of him, the colossal figure appeared again. It seemed everything was over. Out of nowhere, Yin Shuilan sprang up and rushed forward nimbly. Get back, young master! She spread her arms to shield him, taking the full brunt of the bald fellow's attack.
Seeing this, Li Taisho's eyes widened and he roared, Sword Queen, my lady! Li Taisho supported Yin Shuilan, asking anxiously, are you all right? Checking briefly, he gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, I didn't expect the wound to worsen so quickly. It is clearly a type of poison technique that causes blood rot. At this moment, the subordinate stepped forward, his voice disdainful. How disappointing, Sword Queen. Did you sacrifice yourself just to protect a lowlife like him? Yin Shuilan clenched her fists, interrupting. Shut up! This young master is a benefactor of my Hangshan sect. Li Taisho supported her, asking anxiously, Sword Queen, your injuries seem very serious. Yin Shuilan's whole body trembled in waves, yet she gritted her teeth and replied, Don't worry, young master. I will circulate qi to regulate the wound and stop the situation from worsening right now. Saying this, she tilted her head slightly, her voice lowering. I will try my best to hold him back. You quickly go out and summon reinforcements. Seeing this scene, the subordinate grinned, exclaiming, What a touching sight. Yin Shuilan proactively stepped forward to block the front, while Li Taisho remained still behind her. With such injuries, for the Sword Queen to want to oppose him was beyond imagination. He turned his head, frantically searching the surroundings. I must find another way in this situation. At this moment, a husky voice resonated from above. Don't worry, because all of you will happily depart right here. At the same time, Li Taisho keenly noticed something. Before his eyes, the severed arm was still stuck firmly in the pool of blood. Wait. He stared intently at it, thinking to himself, Clearly, before that guy transformed his body, I felt as if he was sacrificing his body to something. Back then, the figure of the blood sect leader appeared, and the subordinate screamed, I will sacrifice my own life to help this seat return to the human world. Thinking of this, Li Taisho was startled, as if he understood. If that monster carries the power of another reigning within him, looking at the stiff hand on the ground, he concluded, then there must definitely be a type of spell acting as a medium for him.
Then he decisively turned and ran in that direction. Yin Shuilan was startled and looked after him worriedly. Young master, where do you intend to go? Li Taisho ran while urgently instructing. Sword Queen, I have a method to deal with him that I can try. Please hold that monster back. Do not let him get close to me. The subordinate froze, seemingly furious. You bastard. From a distance, he could see the direction Li Taisho was running towards, and smugly said, Things won't go according to your will. At this moment, Yin Shuilan rushed out to block his path. Your opponent is me. Seizing the opportunity, Li Taisho rushed forward, reaching out to snatch it. If he could break the spell acting as his conduit and cut off the source of power, the Sword Queen could completely defeat him. Then he managed to pick up that hand. There was no other way in this situation. Li Taisho gritted his teeth, suppressing his horror, and squeezed it tight. The very next second, he suddenly fell backward onto the ground.
Seeing this, Yin Shuilan was startled and called out loudly. Turning around, she continuously swung a few sword strokes. Then Yin Shuilan temporarily retreated far away. Seizing the opportunity, she turned to look at Li Taisho nearby. I wonder if the young master is okay. Why did he suddenly fall down like this? Suddenly, a subordinate rushed forward to attack. Don't be so distracted. Dodging at Yin Shuilan flipped in the air, but when the young master fell, his attacks became simpler and much easier to dodge. From behind, she swung her sword, abundant spiritual energy condensing. Suddenly, in a moment, she realized, could it be that the plan the young master mentioned has started to take effect?
Li Taishou's firm words echoed in her ears. I am the successor of the Hunyuan Sword Emperor, Wu Jizi. Remembering this, Yin Shuilan told herself, since he is the successor of the Hunyuan Sword Emperor, he certainly has some scheme. Thinking this, she carefully landed on the ground. Very quickly, Yin Shuilan gathered momentum and sprang up again. I only have the option of using all my strength to do what I can to buy time for the young master. At the same time, Li Taishou's subconsciousness appeared in a strange place. He rubbed his head and looked around. Where is this place? Feeling a faint light shining down from above, Li Taishou thought suspiciously, an illusionary array? Have I been pulled into a formation? At this moment, a cold laugh suddenly rang out from behind.
Turning his head, the blood sect leader was already standing behind him at some point. Seeing him, Li Taishou warily shouted, "Who are you?" His body emitting dense blood chi, the blood sect leader roared, "Only this seat has the right to ask questions here." The powerful aura made Li Taishou momentarily kneel down. An expert possessing such terrifying demonic power exists in the spiritual world? His eyes flashing, he curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. You are truly an interesting fellow. Just a brat, yet you dare to step into this illusionary array yourself? Lowering his head, Li Taishou gritted his teeth tightly, his whole body trembling slightly. This was an illusionary array far surpassing the level of the formation that imprisoned the Sword Queen before. Even an expert of the profound realm would find it hard to create such a powerful formation. Seeing the other party silent, the blood sect leader gave a cold snort and said, "From you, I sense the heaven-defying power. You have gone against destiny."
As these words were spoken, Li Taishou's eyes widened and green veins bulged on his forehead. He recalled that before his reincarnation, the great rebirth method he had used in his past life was a heaven-defying secret art, one of the techniques of the blood sect. Thinking of Wu Jizi, Li Taishou told himself, until now, the only one who recognized my heaven-defying nature was the Hunyuan Sword Emperor, which means this person's strength is at least on par with the Hunyuan Sword Emperor. The imposing figure and aura of the blood sect leader appeared before him. In the blood sect, there was only one person comparable to the Sword Emperor, and that was him, the blood fiend god demon. Struggling to stand up, Li Taishou thought, he was also reborn using the great rebirth method like me, but why would an expert like the blood fiend god demon have to hide in the shadows? Finally unable to hold back, the figure roared, "Speak! Who are you exactly?" Li Taishou decisively shouted back, "A phantom identity like yours deserves no explanation from me." Hearing this, the blood sect leader smirked. "If one day you face me directly," pausing for a moment, he glared, his pupils and irises consumed by a red glow. "Do you have the courage and confidence to survive?" Li Taishou remained silent, his gaze boring deep into his opponent. "It seems you actually have a physical body outside. If so, I have a conjecture." Remembering the ceremony performed by the crowd around the red coffin within the formation, unlike himself, the blood fiend god demon was once destroyed by the Hunyuan Sword Emperor. Even if reborn using the great rebirth method, perhaps he has not yet fully recovered his power. The blood sect leader's body was always soaked in red water. If he is being imprisoned somewhere to recover his former strength and cannot yet act, then everything makes sense. At this moment, Li Taishou was able to stand up. He raised his head, showing an expression of disdain, and said, "You are just a coward, yet you talk so much."
The blood sect leader's face became twisted, forcing a bizarre smile. "Let's see, do you dare to face this seat in a battle within this illusionary array?" Li Taishou was immediately suppressed by that stream of blood chi. The aura he emitted was truly terrifying. The opponent was none other than the blood fiend god demon, an expert of the life and death realm. Struggling to resist for a moment, he suddenly realized, but if this is a battle within the spiritual world, I still have a chance, because I can also utilize the power from my past life. At the same time, as if sensing it, the blood sect leader was also briefly startled. What is this aura? A hazy aura crept in, and Li Taishou's hair suddenly grew longer. A sound rang out, and the clothes he was wearing suddenly changed. Damn it, I really didn't want to use this. In an instant, he seemed to have returned to his former appearance, the #1 expert of the Imperial Palace, the Directorate of Ceremonial Eunuch, Li Taishou. Then Li Taishou glared at his opponent. "If you're capable, then come and fight me, you coward." The blood chi flared up like a fire, and the blood sect leader shouted angrily, "What is this? You are neither man nor woman. Why do you look so strange to me?" Finishing his words, he controlled that stream of blood chi straight towards him. His hands nimbly controlled the aura from his body. The two types of aura collided, creating a significant tremor in the space.
Blood stained his face as the blood sect leader stared wide-eyed in shock. His raised hand froze, dense aura still lingering. "You dare say I am neither man nor woman? Could it be that your eyes have a problem after rebirth?" Li Taishou laughed out of anger, his voice low and emphatic. "I am clearly a handsome man, you bastard. You will definitely die here with me." He tried to suppress the rising rage in his heart. "I have felt it already, that empty place."
Looking down, Li Taisho found it hard to speak. At this moment, the blood sect leader in front asked again, "Is that the aura of the Sunflower Manual? Are you a lackey of Princess Taiping?" He didn't bother to care. "You don't need to know what it is." Veins popped on his face as Li Taisho gritted his teeth. "Even though I console myself that this is just the spiritual realm, I can't take it anymore." Then he waved his hand, spiritual power gradually spreading out. "Damn it, why force me back into this form?" Behind him, a giant tree made of ice appeared. Li Taisho's face darkened as he screamed, "You better prepare yourself to die." Looking at the ice shods in front of him, the blood sect leader's eyes widened, his mouth gaping. Magic at this realm! Only a profound realm expert could execute it. At the same time, Li Taisho channeled all his power into his palm. "I will destroy you, you filthy blood sect scum." Suddenly, the blood sect leader grinned with interest. "As expected, you are no ordinary person." Then he sprang up, actively rushing forward. "Come, let's decide who is superior in a life and death battle."
The two of them, one ice and one fire, clashed against each other, an overwhelming aura enveloping the entire space. The blood sect leader glared, waving his hand vigorously. "I did not expect the Imperial Dallas to harbor an expert that this seat has never known of. Truly surprising." Then he turned, lowering his voice. "But with just that much." Finally, the blood sect leader landed a powerful punch that sent Li Taisho flying far away. "It is still not enough to take me down." He was slammed hard against a nearby rock face. Kneeling on the ground, Li Taisho grimaced, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Just taking one hit, yet it felt as if his internal organs were completely shattered. At this moment, the blood sect leader walked step by step toward him. "Is this all of your power?" Li Taisho struggled to stand up, gritting his teeth tightly as he thought, "In this spiritual world, I can fully unleash the realm of my past life, yet he is merely an imperfect presence manifested through magic techniques, so why is he this strong?"
That sarcastic voice echoed from above again. "Just a mere eunuch who dares to obstruct this seat's great ambition. Truly unforgivable." This sentence completely infuriated Li Taisho. What? A eunuch? Seeing this, the blood sect leader took advantage of the situation and said with even more excitement, "Why are you reacting so strongly? This seat is only speaking the truth." Suddenly, Li Taisho lunged forward, glaring as he attacked him. "Shut your mouth. I will live as a true man." Before his hand could even swing, he took a full punch to the stomach from the blood sect leader. Unable to react in time, he hunched over, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. The blood sect leader narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth curving up. If you get too emotional, you only create openings. Suddenly, the hand placed on his stomach was gripped tightly. Li Taisho held on to his opponent with one hand, while the other circulated spiritual energy. Being off guard is the reason for openings, do you understand? At that moment, he could only come up with one plan. Prolonging the battle will be disadvantageous for me. I must endure injuries to finish him quickly. Simultaneously, the blood sect leader also realized, did this bastard pretend to be angry to make me complacent? Eyes flashing with a blue light, spiritual energy overflowing, Li Taisho growled, "No, I am truly furious with you. In the future, I will definitely find you and hack you into pieces." With those words, he directly grabbed the top of his head. A powerful aura flowed down, gradually freezing the body of the blood sect leader. Trapped in the ice, he momentarily froze. "I didn't expect you to be such a powerful expert." A second later, that corner of his mouth bloomed into a smile. "But time is still on my side. The two of us will have a chance to meet again." As the words ended, the block of ice before him shattered. Outside the wild cave, it was still silent. Deep inside, Yin Shuolan was dodging the attacks of the subordinate.
His body suddenly wobbled, catching her attention. Startled, Yin Shulan realized that although she didn't know what had happened, he had stopped attacking. Seeing him head down, teeth gritted and motionless, Yin Shulan was certain that the young master's plan had worked. Seizing the opportunity, she hurriedly swung her sword. It was time to end this. The moment she landed on the ground, the subordinate was also struck down. Afterward, Yin Shulan rushed to his side. "Young master, are you all right?" Seeing him cough up a mouthful of blood, she called out anxiously, "Please, wake up." A moment later, Li Taisho gradually regained his breath. However, there was still no movement. The young master's internal injuries were too severe. There wasn't enough time to take the young master out of the secret cave to the Hangshan sect for treatment. What should I do now? Yin Shulan frantically searched the surroundings. There was currently no medicine here, but she had to do something immediately. Suddenly, her eyes turned toward the depths of the cave. Frowning slightly, an idea occurred to her. Perhaps among the relics left by Bai Chu Shui, there will be some useful spirit medicines. Then, Yin Shulan ventured alone deep into the cave, where a sealed door stood. Looking up, she couldn't help but be surprised. Is even the final gate suppressed by a formation cast by the blood sect? After retrieving the relics, I must purify this entire place. Thinking this, she decisively swung her hand, and spiritual energy flashed.
The large door in front slowly opened. Light from the cracks shone into the quiet space. Yin Chuilan carried Li Tiesho and stepped deep into the room. Before her eyes was a sharp sword, the Heart Echo Sword. Nearby were martial arts manuals, One-Word Guard Secret Heart Sutra, Shadowless Sword Technique, and Wisdom Demon Subduing Sword. These were all lost secret manuals of the demon-subduing ultimate arts. Yin Chuilan's keen eyes spotted a medicine bottle placed nearby. Holding it in her hand, she felt a bit suspicious. Could this be void as your stalactite milk? An image of a mountain with abundant spiritual energy appeared. It was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed in water for over 1,000 years, a legendary spirit medicine.
Thinking about this, Yin Chuilan turned her head to look at Li Tiesho lying motionless in the distance. If it were made of holy water, no matter how severe the internal injury, it could be healed. But Li Tiesho was coughing up blood. Since the young master was vomiting so much blood, it was difficult for him to absorb the spirit medicine himself. Her cheeks flushed red. Yin Chuilan finally made a decision. To ensure the medicine was fully absorbed, there was only one way. She tilted her head back and took the water into her mouth. Before leaning down, Yin Chuilan whispered to herself, "Forgive me, young master." Just like that, she fed the medicine to Li Tiesho mouth to mouth. "Please forgive my insolence." A moment later, he finally opened his eyes slowly. Yin Chuilan, standing nearby, turned to him. "You finally awakened." He was slightly startled. "Sword Queen?" Remembering something, Li Tiesho quickly stood up. "Has that monster been dealt with by you?" Yin Chuilan summarized the situation. "After you lost consciousness, his power gradually weakened, so I was able to defeat him." Hearing that, Li Tiesho could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, it seems my plan succeeded. By the way, where is this?" Holding the paper in her hand, Yin Chuilan looked ahead. "This is a room prepared by Senior Bai Chu Shui within the cave." Li Tiesho said happily. "So you have recovered the relics of the Hangshan sect. Congratulations." Yin Chuilan smiled brightly. "It's all thanks to your help, young master." Holding the paper, she said softly, "After reading the letter left by my ancestor, I realized that everything you said was true." Pausing for a moment, she looked at him with a meaningful gaze. "Your challenge to me, and coming to the secret cave together. Perhaps it was all destined by fate." Li Tiesho was bewildered by these words. Fate? Receiving the letter, the image of that moment seemed to appear before his eyes. If I had one last wish, I would only hope to see Wujizi, even if only from a distance. Yin Chuilan remained silent, lost in thought. The young master is the successor of the Hunyuan Sword Emperor, while I am the descendant of Bai Chu Shui. In the distance, Li Tiesho proudly scratched his head. If that senior knew, he would surely be very proud of us. The corners of Yin Chuilan's lips curled up secretly. Perhaps the reason I have never regarded anyone as my husband is because of this destiny. Thinking so, she suddenly spoke. "From now on, young master," with blushing cheeks, Yin Chuilan asked sincerely, "May I call you my benefactor?" His eyes widened as he pointed at himself. "Benefactor?"
Yin Chuilan narrowed her eyes, her voice gentle. "Thanks to the benefactor, the long-standing wish of our sect has been resolved. That is a title you truly deserve, young master. The Void Azur's stalactite milk I gave you to wake you from your coma is a treasure I do not regret using at all." These words startled Li Tiesho. His speech became flustered. Such a precious spirit medicine for me? That was something Senior Bai Chu Shui left for her descendants. How could it be? Yin Chuilan immediately interrupted. "If it weren't for the benefactor, I'm afraid the blood sect would have destroyed the relic already." Speaking to this point, she chuckled lightly and said comfortably, "Please accept the Void Azur stalactite milk. Only then will my mind be at peace." She then walked over to take the sword. "It's time I cleanse all the remnants of the blood sect." Li Tiesho behind her was astonished. "Have you already comprehended the demon-subduing ultimate art swordsmanship?" Holding the sword in her hand, Yin Chuilan explained, "While waiting for the benefactor to wake up, I read the secret manual and realized the truth within it. The massive door was stained with blood qi. Until now, we in the Hangshan sect were exploited by the blood sect without even knowing it, nearly losing the relic our ancestor left for us." Clenching the sword hilt, Yin Chuilan closed her eyes to feel the power. "The benefactor has overcome this ordeal with me. The Hangshan sect will never forget your kindness."
Having said that, the hand holding the sword gracefully swept in a circle, and overflowing spiritual energy spread throughout the space. Li Tiesho held his head high, observing with wide eyes. A powerful blue light swept a path clean. Immediately after, the traces of that blood qi were gradually erased by it, leaving not a single streak behind. The Sword Queen's secret cave was being purified. Moments later, the water source also turned deep blue. Li Tiesho thought to himself, "Having seen it with my own eyes, I now understand why the demonic blood always seeks to harm the Hangshan sect so much, because the blood demon is afraid." Outside, the sun had risen high, casting brilliant light onto the main hall of the Hangshan sect. They fear the ultimate arts of pure, bright techniques without distractions that can shatter the demonic qi of the blood sect. The morning sunlight shone down on the path the two were walking when a voice called from afar, "Lord Sword Queen." Several female disciples rushed over, all of them worried. "Are you safe, milady? We disciples were preparing to head to the Sword Queen's secret cave with the Hangshan disciples. Yin Xuelan also stepped forward quickly. I am fine. A female disciple led them both to the place where Su Bin and Seaman Haoling were. The little Sword Queen and Miss Su have been well cared for by us. Seeing this, Li Tiesho quickly ran over. Junior sister, are you all right? Seaman Haoling was still dazed. Yes. At the same time, Yin Xuelan approached Su Bin. Here is Xiao Bin. She was constantly wiping away tears, her voice sobbing. Master, what on earth have I done? Then Su Bin bowed her head, speaking remorsefully. Even though I was manipulated by the blood sect, I still feel so ashamed that I dare not raise my head before the young master and the brothers of the Kongtong sect. Please allow me to bow in apology. Suddenly, her shoulder was held by someone, and Su Bin looked up. Before her, Li Tiesho smiled and comforted her. Thank you for apologizing. I know you didn't mean it, and we are all safe. Under the early morning sun, he spoke in a gentle voice. A true man never minds the small mistakes of a woman.
Su Bin raised his head and looked blankly, his cheeks flushing slightly. He said happily, "It's good that you're okay." A moment later, Yin Xuelan instructed, Xiao Bin, take the young lady back first, treat her wounds, and wait for orders. Su Bin nodded, leading Seaman Haoling away. Yes, as you command. Suddenly a call from afar caught Li Tieshu's attention. Senior brother. As soon as he turned around, Du Jinhui suddenly pounced over. Junior brother, are you all right? He momentarily failed to react. Yes, I am fine. In his heart he thought, don't be so worried. Just like that, she held him tightly, until he started to reflect. But I feel like I'm starting to get used to the embrace of this man.
With her cheeks slightly flushing, Du Jinhui asked with concern, Are you really all right? Li Tiesho rolled his eyes, but I'm still not used to the aura of a handsome man. Reacting, he suddenly remembered, but why is senior brother injured? Du Jinhui held her head and let out a sigh. While searching for Miss Shu, I fought with the blood sect in the mountains. Hearing this, Li Tiesho's expression immediately changed. As I thought, the remnants of the blood sect are still lurking in the mountains. At this moment, Yuan Ji appeared from nowhere. The blood sect? He frowned slightly, his voice stern. It seems a clear explanation is needed. Yin Xuelan bowed her head and took the initiative to speak. Yes, Great Master Yuan Ji, I ask for permission to recount the entire incident. A while later, at the main hall of the Hangshan sect. In the room, 3 people sat talking, and after a while, Jia Ying understood. So that's how it is. Your disciples fought the blood sect for that reason. Yin Xuelan repeated once more, Please accept my apologies. She then bowed sincerely. Because we failed to detect the underground forces plotting within our sect, the disciples of the Kongtong sect were severely injured. Seeing this, Jia Ying also bowed in return. I understand. As long as it wasn't the intention of the Sword Queen and the Hangshan sect, it's fine. Yuan Ji took a sip of tea, smiled softly, and said, The resurgence of the blood sect is no small matter.
Hearing that, Yin Xuelan quickly added, It seems they have been secretly plotting at the Hangshan sect for a long time. Their plans certainly won't stop there. Yuanji speculated, Perhaps the claws of the blood sect have already reached across the 9 provinces and 8 desolations. He shifted his gaze, intently watching the 2 people in front of him. Preparation from the Wulin Alliance leader is necessary to deal with this situation. 2 weeks later, Li Tiesho was practicing in front of the eaves. While circulating his power, he excitedly thought, I can feel it. The spiritual energy is overflowing through my body. The more he thought, the more he couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl up. Thanks to the void azure stalactite milk, I have reached the peak realm. Afterward, Li Tiesho put his hands on his hips and chuckled to himself. At the upcoming Dragon and Phoenix gathering, the day I claim the title of Sword Dragon is not far off. Images of women surrounding him and constantly cheering appeared. Sword Dragon Li Tiesho is so majestic. Li Tiesho blushed, rubbing his nose bashfully. Surely countless women will fall for me. Suddenly, a call from behind woke him from his train of thought. Junior brother. Turning to see the other person, Li Tiesho greeted dejectedly. Senior brother. He thought to himself, why is it that every time I'm happily daydreaming, you appear and interrupt like this? Du Jinhui, with hands behind his back, walked over with a smile to start a conversation. Are you practicing? Congratulations on reaching the peak realm. Li Tiesho politely bowed and replied, I wouldn't dare. My achievements are still far behind yours, senior brother. Hearing that, Du Jinhui closed his eyes and shook his head. No, I am still very lacking. Recalling the moment she fainted after the battle, she thought to herself, when my junior brother was in danger, I could only stand by helplessly. Li Tiesho rubbed his chin, silently evaluating. Why the sudden seriousness? At the same time, Du Jinhui sighed and said, Junior brother, actually, I came because there is something I need to tell you.
Seeing her like that, Li Tiesho also became serious. What is it? Hesitating for a moment, Du Jinhui decided to speak. I plan to travel the Jianghu alone to practice real combat in the Wulin until the Dragon and Phoenix gathering takes place. With wide eyes, Li Tiesho was slightly startled. What? He was a bit confused. You plan to cultivate alone until the Dragon and Phoenix gathering?
Du Jinhui honestly replied, "Yes, I have already reported to Master, and now it is time to tell my junior brother." After speaking, she squinted her eyes and smiled, her voice cheerful. "Through this trip, I will bring fame to the sect and become stronger, so as not to be ashamed of being your senior brother." When these words were spoken, Li Taisho still found it hard to believe. "Senior brother, is it really okay?" His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. "Wait, worry? Am I worrying about a man?" Thinking so, his face darkened, and he repeatedly shook his head to brush away the thought. "No, it's because senior brother is too naive and easily fooled, so of course I have to worry, since he is also my important business partner." Then he stepped forward, grabbed Du Jinhui's hand, and advised, "The Jianghu is dangerous, at least let me go with you." She was momentarily shy, then hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, junior brother, it's time for me to be independent."
Exhaling softly, he nodded and continued, "If you have decided, I understand, but if you encounter danger, you must let me know." Seemingly very happy, Du Jinhui laughed aloud. "Yes, thank you." Saying this, she stepped forward. "By the way, let's go, it's time." Standing behind her, Li Taisho could not see her expression clearly. In a moment, the cremation ceremony of the predecessor Sword Queen would begin. The bright red flames sent plumes of smoke into the sky. The coffin was burned in the middle of the courtyard, with members of both sects standing solemnly on either side. Yin Shuilan clasped her hands and bowed. "May you be reborn in the Pure Land." Li Taisho and the others held their heads high. He thought to himself that in his past life, Bai Chu Shui's cremation did not have this atmosphere. Recalling the angry faces of the various sects back then, when too many people died in the struggles between orthodox factions, it was truly tragic. Looking at the scene before him, his heart could not help but feel lighter. It was now a solemn memorial. Raising his hand, Li Taisho silently observed his palm, wondering if destiny had changed, for he had changed it with his own hands. As ashes were blown away by the wind, Li Taisho reflected in silence. The words of the blood sect leader back then were still deeply etched in his mind. Since he had confirmed the existence of the blood fiend god demon, from now on, his fate must also change accordingly. Thinking of this, he clenched his fist and told himself, "To do that, I must become even stronger." At this moment, Yin Shuilan was still bowing in remembrance. Looking towards Simen Qinghui and Simen Haling, he resolved, "To protect my women, to become a true man." Du Jinhui stood tall, gazing forward. A light breeze blew past. Li Taisho pursed his lips, thinking, "I must reach the realm of a peerless expert, far surpassing my past life." Elsewhere, the main hall was illuminated by lamps. Standing before the small dingyuan, the eunuch spoke, reporting to Princess Taiping. Bowing his head, he slowly reported, "During the exchange between the Kongtong sect and the Hangshan sect, the Sword Queen's secret cave was discovered, and the ultimate sect arts, along with the lost divine artifacts, have been returned to the Hangshan sect."
A soft laugh echoed, making the eunuch startle slightly. She curled her lips into a smile and exclaimed, "How interesting! To think that after all this time, the heritage of the Hangshan sect can finally be reclaimed." Hearing this, the eunuch lowered his head even further and reported, "Furthermore, during that process, traces of the blood sect were also discovered." She walked away slowly, her crisp voice ringing through the night. "Is that so? You have worked hard. You may leave." Early the next morning, in Shanxi, sitting and chatting, the man glanced over and remarked, "Young Master Hua looks quite pathetic." Li Taisho frowned and countered, "A lot of things happened during that gathering. I am just visiting for a bit, so get to the point quickly." Hearing this, the man chuckled and shared, "It is about your request to investigate Zhang Miaoshen. Because his movements were so suspicious, I have been looking into him for a long time." Li Taisho's eyes widened in shock as he heard the man continue, but word has it that he hung himself. Before that, he left a confession letter admitting to kidnapping small children, castrating them, and selling them to the imperial palace as eunuchs. After a brief silence, he bowed his head, staring intently into the fire. "Is that so?"
With a hardened expression, he looked up. Whether in his past life or this life, there is only one person besides me who truly understands Zhang Yaosen. The emperor has also returned. At the same time, the silhouette of a woman appeared. It was Princess Taiping, Chu Jaiyi. Heavy raindrops pelted the deep forest. On the ground, several villagers cried out hoarsely as they tried to flee. "Help! Help me!" The bandits laughed gleefully as they gathered loot. One of them brandished his sword and barked an order. "Collect everything of value and round them all up for me."
At this moment, a loud shout made them turn back simultaneously. "Stop right now!" Seeing the person approaching, the burly man grimaced and growled, "Who are you?" Du Jinhui did not say much but directly unsheathed his sword. To dare rob innocent civilians and even attempt to take their lives, this crime is unforgivable. After saying that, she stepped on the ground and leaped into the air. With a swing of her sword, Du Jinhui rushed into the center, dealing with each person. Only a moment later, she had easily handled the bandits. Rainwater quickly soaked her clothes. Du Jinhui sheathed her sword and let out a breath. Her hand tightly gripped the pouch of money as she held it forward. Here, the stolen silver has been recovered. Seeing this, the villagers bowed gratefully. Thank you, my lord. Thanks to you, our lives were spared. Du Jinhui gently reminded them. It's nothing. Leave this place quickly. Thus, the villagers left happily. Left alone, Du Jinhui slowly took off the hat from her head. Her hand tightened on the brim of the hat. Her face reddened as she wondered. I wonder if Junior Brother is still safe lately. Sunlight shone down on the great halls. After the exchange match with the Hengshan sect, 1 year later, in Huating County.
In the inn, two people were sitting and chatting. At that moment, young Master Li suddenly appeared like a bright star, having reclaimed the lost demon sword technique secret manual of the Kongtung sect. Images of Du Jinhui slashing through the water surfaced in their minds. Then came the images of Wei Xiaolian fighting alongside Li Tieshou and joining the young master to sweep away the Black Dragon Bang. Afterward was the scene where Siman Qinghui's outer garment was slashed away, and not stopping there, even making the Siman clan submit. Thinking of Yin Xuelan, the person continued, mentioning that he even stepped in to save the Hengshan sect from peril. Having said this, the person took a sip of wine and chuckled. Is that true? Is that young master really that powerful? I heard his nickname as the double-burst killing sword. The person opposite replied. In any case, he raised his glass and spoke loudly. It is thanks to that young master that our Huating County has been revitalized like this. The surrounding people immediately chimed in. True, true. At this moment, the sound of footsteps slowly approached on the wooden floor. Siman Guang noticed and turned his head to call out, Haling. From outside, Siman Haling entered with a smile. Father, are you still well? Seeing the young girl, he could not hide his joy. What brings you all the way here? Siman Haling stepped forward and spoke slowly. There was some business on the way back, so I just stopped by. Siman Guang asked again, Is young Master Li still safe and well?
Hearing that, the little girl's cheeks immediately flushed red. Senior brother has looked much taller recently. At this moment, at DM He's gambling house, Li Teisho, the #1 figure under heaven, opened the door and walked in. Xiang Mei, are you there? Hearing the call, DM He joyfully ran out to welcome him. Big brother. Hot tea was carefully poured into the cups. The two sat silently next to each other, Li Teisho thinking to himself, it has been a full year since senior brother announced he would travel the Jianghu independently. Fearing that the most foolish person in the world like him would meet with misfortune, I have been regularly gathering news everywhere. Carefully examining the contents on the paper, he murmured, As for the Emperor, news is limited, but I believe the day of reunion will come. DM He hugged his arm, but he was still lost in thought. Moreover, since senior brother left, I suddenly feel an unusual emptiness in my heart, or perhaps a bit of lingering attachment. Eyes wide open, reading every detail on the paper, Li Teisho muttered, this time he fought with Su Bin again, and still won, and is now traveling from Sichuan to Henan. Slowly folding the paper, Li Teisho couldn't help but be curious. Who is this Yijian Yushi, appearing everywhere senior brother has been? The figure of Du Jinhui from the rumors appeared, followed by a scene of her slaying evil people. A mysterious female swordsman named Yijian Yushi, always appearing in the lands where senior brother sets foot, punishing the corrupt and evil paths, using the plundered wealth to help the poor, her reputation echoing throughout the Jianghu. DM He, listening from the side, hesitantly asked, Young Master Du and Yijian Yushi, could they be lovers? Li Teisho was somewhat thoughtful. Lovers? Thinking back, he realized there were indeed suspicious points. Du Jinhui's cold expression, then the scene of two similar figures standing shoulder to shoulder. It felt as if Sword Saint Du Jinhui's future was split into two people. Thinking of this, Li Teisho's face immediately became distorted. Could it be that senior brother is disguised as a woman?
Thinking about it, he suddenly sat up straight. Wait a minute. His eyes widened. His face went blank. Did senior brother associate with the eccentric physician Tang Ainling? Beside him, DM He was confused. Why does the young master's face look so bad? Is something wrong? Li Tieshou was stunned, leaning back. Well, the thing is, then he gave a bitter laugh. There is something. The silhouette of someone kneeling on the ground appeared in his mind as he recalled that eccentric physician Tang Ainling. He was the one who, in his past life, could not reattach my severed manhood, and then stupidly told me that reaching the profound realm would be enough. Truly the world's #1 quack.
In a cave beneath the cliff, a beam of light radiated. Du Jinhui sat cross-legged, naked, cultivating with her lips, murmuring. Then she slowly opened her eyes. Feeling the change, Du Jinhui thought to herself, finally, I have transformed this body. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she clenched her fists, smiling. With this level, I am strong enough to not rely on anyone and can protect my junior brother myself. At that moment, someone approached from afar, asking, Is it finished? Tang Yingling, 50 years old, a supreme expert of the transformation realm and a strange divine physician, widened her eyes and said with a smile, breaking through to the transformation realm with just a few clues from Tang Yingling? Truly astonishing. Hearing this, Du Jinhu smiled and reached out her hand. Indeed, junior sister Tang, please check my pulse. Tang Yingling complied and attempted to check her pulse.
Afterward, the young girl sighed and said, still infertile as before. Du Jinhui lowered her head, her voice tinged with disappointment. As expected, I cannot overcome the Tian Xingji Xiang. Seeing her like that, Tang Yingling chuckled and encouraged. Don't worry too much, Sister Du. With the title of Yi Jian Yushi, you eliminated the notorious bandit demon ancestor in Hunan. Recalling the scene of Du Jinhui fighting someone and then drifting by the lake, the young girl continued. You were heavily injured and drifted to the waters of Dongting Lake. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Saying this, Tang Yingling winked playfully. There must be a way. After all, Yingling is an excellent physician. Du Jinhui could only comply, saying softly, thank you.
Seeing that, the little girl brought over a set of clothes. Why thank me? I only came along because I wanted to study Sister Du's heavenly martial body, so this is only natural. While she was getting dressed, Tang Yingling casually asked, by the way, I heard that it won't be long before Shaolin hosts the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, right? If you want to meet the person Sister Du secretly loves before it's too late, we must set out immediately. As soon as those words were spoken, Du Jinhui immediately blushed, her whole body freezing up. Then reacting, she hurriedly ran after her, continuously explaining, it's not like that, it's just that senior brother will be there. Outside the cave, the sunlight was already high. Tang Yingling helplessly said, I know, let's head to Shaolin Temple now. That evening at Kunhua Tower, Li Taisho held a letter in his hand and muttered, senior brother has become close friends with the weird physician Tang Yingling? Folding the letter, he sighed, thinking to himself, truly a quack, but at least they have a sharp eye. At this moment, DM He in front suddenly offered a suggestion. If the direction of the divine hero of Kong Tong and the weird physician is towards Mount Song in Henan, perhaps it's to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. Hearing this, Li Taisho approached and gently touched her cheek, softly saying, yes, you have provided useful information today. Thank you. Like a halo appearing, he curled the corner of his mouth and instructed, the Dragon and Phoenix gathering is coming soon. This time, I'm afraid we won't see each other for a long while. During my absence, I'll leave Huating County to you, Xiangmei.
DM He grabbed his hand, her eyes sparkling. Yes. The door was then pulled open forcefully. Sitting by the window frame, she called out loudly, young master. Looking at his silhouette, DM He was momentarily dazed in her heart. The more she met him, the more her heart fluttered uncontrollably. Then she spoke. Throughout the past year, you have visited me often, and I am truly happy. Her gaze couldn't help but linger a bit more. DM He thought to herself, the moment of being with the young master makes me happy. I only wish to shorten this distance a little more. Thinking of that, her surroundings became gloomy again. If this continues, the self-esteem of the #1 beauty under heaven would be wounded. DM He began to anxiously bite her fingernails. Nevertheless, I still really want to attend the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, but the young master has entrusted me with the heavy responsibility of overseeing Huating County. Imagining some embarrassing scenes with Li Taisho, DM He felt shy. If I perform well this time, perhaps he will reward me with something even more than that affectionate caress.
As Yin Sui-lan's appearance surfaced in her mind, DM He irritably clenched her fists. The Dragon and Phoenix gathering was originally a grand assembly that had nothing to do with a commoner like me. The Sword Queen, that bitch, will surely attend this time as well. The more she thought, the more DM He trembled with anger. Why are there always so many young and beautiful girls around the young master? I'm about to become uncontrollably jealous. From afar, a bird spread its wide wings and flew toward her. Taking the letter from its leg, DM He was somewhat surprised. A messenger bird from the Hao sect. Is it already time for the periodic report? Reading the content of the letter, she was momentarily startled. Immediately after, DM He smirked. Receiving this news at this exact moment, heaven is truly helping me. The next morning, a voice echoed in the forest. As I mentioned yesterday, for this Dragon and Phoenix gathering, only disciples of our sect are allowed to participate. This is an occasion to prepare for the future, when you must roam the Jianghu on your own. Standing before the 3 disciples, Zhao Ying instructed in an even tone. Just consider this a rehearsal. Be careful as you travel. Remember to be extremely cautious. They all replied in unison. Yes, we disciples obey your command. We shall depart now. Having finished his words, Li Taisho led Seamen Xinghe and Seamen Haolang away. A while later, they arrived at Shaolin Temple, the #1 orthodox sect and the North Star of the martial world. This is the place that possesses the most eminent monks of the current era, the pillar of the 9 sects and 6 great families, the 1,000-year Shaolin.
On the streets, crowds of people were bustling about. Today, Mount Song was opening its gates to welcome guests from all directions. Walking amidst the crowd, Seaman Qinghe looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, there are so many people. It must be because the Dragon and Phoenix gathering is being held this time, right? Li Taisho replied, that's right. He smirked, thinking to himself that as a festival of youth filled with passion, it was only natural for many people to attend. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out behind him, making him freeze. It's the Kong Tong freak hero over there. Where? Glancing back, he heard 2 men whispering, what freak hero? I heard he's actually a lustful hero. Rumor has it that in every martial arts duel, he tears the clothes of his female opponents just to tease them. A moment later, Li Tisho suddenly covered his mouth with a sly laugh. There were many insults from the mouths of others, but he didn't care in the slightest, because that long string of humiliating days would end at this Dragon and Phoenix gathering. Suddenly, Seaman Qinghe slapped him hard on the back and scolded. "Young master, I told you not to laugh like that. Don't you see people are mocking you?" Rubbing his back, Li Tisho turned away in dissatisfaction. "What's wrong with a manly man laughing a bit? Junior sister, is my smile really that bad? Big brother?" With blushing cheeks, Seaman Howling smiled and replied, "I think senior brother's smile is very beautiful." Li Tisho raised his voice with pride. "See, Howling said she likes it too."
Suddenly, a scream echoed from afar, catching the attention of the three. "Seriously, can you stop following me already?" Looking over, Li Taisho saw two people arguing. Thian Chaobin? Contrary to her angry attitude, Nangang Qing smiled brightly while grabbing Su Bin's wrist. "Miss Thian, don't be like that. How about we go for a meal? I, Nangang Qing, have been waiting for the day to meet you for so long, you know that." Hearing this, Li Taisho vaguely realized that the person was the romantic young master of the Nangang family, Nangang Qing. He shook his head, thinking helplessly. In his past life, he also pursued Thian Chaobin like this, and in this life, it's not much different. In the distance, Nangang Qing spoke while jumping across the rooftops. "Please, become my wife." Su Bin ran headlong away. "I don't want to." At this moment, she decisively pulled her hand away. "That's enough." Her eyes wide, Su Bin turned her head in one direction. "If it has come to this." Just like that, Su Bin ran straight towards Li Taisho. "I have business, please excuse me first." Without a word, she threw her arms around his neck. "Benefactor, why have you only arrived now?" He was momentarily stunned. What? In front of them, Nangang Qing's jaw dropped at the form of address. "Benefactor."
Seaman Qinghe couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth?" Li Taisho forcefully pushed the other away, whispering, "Hey, what are you talking about?" Su Bin gnashed her teeth, still trying to press close. "Don't say too much. Cooperate with me. If we can't drive away that persistent leech, there's no other way." Having said that, she leaned close to him, intentionally speaking loudly. "We are a pair of lovebirds who confirmed our feelings after the previous martial arts exchange. Young Master Feng Lu, I don't have time for you anymore. Please go back." Nangang Qing's face was filled with shock. "Miss Thian, why don't you understand my sincere feelings? You have never accepted any other man. How could you betray me like this?" Li Taisho let others decide, but Su Bin turned back to rebut. "What do you mean? Who are you to arbitrarily decide like that?" Upon hearing this, Nangang Qing immediately froze. "That is..." Clearing his throat, he walked forward step by step. "It seems this is the first time I've been greeted properly." Standing before countless people, Nangang Qing introduced himself solemnly. "Very pleased to meet you, young hero. I am Nangang Qing of the Nangang clan." Pausing for a moment, he summoned his courage to ask, "Please forgive my suddenness upon our first meeting, but have the two of you truly confirmed your sincere feelings?" Li Taisho scratched his face, sighing. "Consider it confirmed." Before Nangang Qing's eyes, he trembled, clutching his face. "If that's the case..." Li Taisho glanced at Su Bin behind him. "This is awkward. From Thian Tiobon's perspective, it's also hard to be cold to someone from a prestigious family like Nangang Qing." After thinking of something, Li Taisho shrugged and said, "It seems young Master Nangang has misunderstood. We don't have as serious a relationship as you think." Nangang Qing's expression immediately changed, unable to hide his joy. "Then can the young hero yield Miss Thian to me? Because I still have matters to attend to with her." This time, Li Taisho held out his hand to stop him. "I'm afraid not." Taking a deep breath, he advised, "As long as you maintain that arrogant attitude, the day Miss Thian loves you will never come. Let's end this here today, shall we?" Su Bin poked her head out from behind him, confused. "What?"
Nangang Qing's face turned pale as he cried out in despair. "Will the day she loves me never come? Why? Why?" Su Bin stuck out her tongue and snorted coldly. "Compared to you, I like our sect's benefactor, this young master here, much more." Hearing this, Nangang Qing spoke with a sincere voice. "But didn't this young hero just say that what's between you two is just a misunderstanding? Then why are you stopping me?" Li Taisho narrowed his eyes, a smile curling the corners of his lips. "Because you are making Miss Then feel awkward, so I cannot just stand by and watch." After thinking for a moment, Nangang Qing seemed to have an epiphany. "So that's how it is. In that case," he suddenly smiled and proposed. "Young hero, during the banquet before the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, do you dare to duel me for Miss Then? I want to prove my pure heart for her by defeating you." Li Taisho stroked his chin, pondering. "A duel, huh? It's the perfect time, as I need someone to clear my reputation as the lustful hero. This Jade Keelan seems to fit perfectly." The more he thought, the more his lips couldn't help but curl up. "You're dead meat, you bastard." Seeing Nangang Qing's arrogant demeanor, the surrounding crowd gossiped. Truly a playboy, a philanderer. He secretly evaluated.
Calling him a refined young master would be generous. If I can defeat that lecherous fellow, it will be to my advantage. Thinking this, Li Taisho immediately agreed. Fine. After a pause, he added, but if I win, you must promise to stop bothering Miss Then. Su Bin popped her head out in surprise.
Nam Gongqing also smiled, his face beaming. All right, see you at the banquet. With that, he turned around and left. Once he was out of sight, Su Bin shyly whispered, Thank you. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Well done, very well done. You there, senior brother. Seeing Tang Gongling and Du Junhui approaching one after another, Li Tianxiu was astonished. Senior brother? In the distance, Du Junhui looked stunned and hesitantly asked, A martial arts duel for Miss Thien? What happened, junior brother? Early that morning, in front of the gate of a large hall, 2 imposing giant stone statues were placed on either side. Standing before Du Junhui, Tang Gongling said indignantly, It has been so long since I last saw Brother Du, yet you went and ruined the atmosphere like this. You are too much, truly too much. Li Tianxiu heard this and paused in confusion for a beat, his eyelid twitching as he thought to himself, Brother? Brother? This person is already at the age of knowing heaven's mandate, yet he still calls me brother?
Before he could say a word, Du Junhui smiled and explained, Let me introduce her to you, junior brother. This is someone I met while traveling the Jianhu and who has accompanied me until now, the world's #1 physician, Senior Tang Anlin. Finally understanding the situation, he hurriedly bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle and stammered, It's a great honor to meet you, Senior Tang. As he spoke, Li Taisho's eyes furtively glanced up to observe once more. Tang Anlin, the elder sister of Tang Tianqi, the head of the Sichuan Tang sect. Why is she following my senior brother so closely? The young girl laughed delightedly, crossing her arms over her chest and exclaiming, all right, isn't this gentleman here going to explain what happened quickly? Suddenly remembering the main matter, he explained, Right, senior brother, please don't misunderstand. There was a dispute between Taisho and young Master Nankung, and I was just accidentally caught up in it. Du Junhui didn't think twice and believed him immediately, happily replying, So that's how it is. She rushed forward, hugging Li Taisho tightly and shouting, I missed you so much, junior brother. Caught by surprise, he replied, I missed you too, senior brother. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, Junior brother, I have finally reached the transformation realm. For now, only you should know about this.
Hearing those words, Li Taisho could not believe his ears, thinking to himself, what? Reaching the transformation realm at only 17 years old? This pace is even faster than Sword Saint Du Junhui. Du Junhui patted his shoulder and continued, Over the past year, I have also improved the sex martial arts a bit. I will show you later at the inn. He agreed without hesitation. Thank you, senior brother. Congratulations on your great achievement. While they were happily chatting, suddenly, a young lady standing nearby stepped forward and said loudly, So you are here, Xiaojin. The person who just spoke was Yin Shui Lan, greeting him with a slightly bashful expression. Long time no see, benefactor. Upon seeing her, Su Bin ran over with a radiant smile and called out, Master. Following the direction she was approaching, Yin Shui Lan was startled to find that the person standing there was Tang Anlin. She asked, Senior Sister Tang, do you have some business here?
Facing those words, the stubborn girl refused to accept them, flatly denying, Hey, who said you could call me sister? This Anglin is not the Sword Queen's sister. As she spoke, the girl tugged at Zhu Jianhui's arm, urging, Right, Brother Du? She could only manage a forced smile and stammered, Witnessing this scene, Yin Shui Lan was speechless and stopped her. Young Master Du is feeling awkward, sister. Please stop joking. Tang Anglin sighed and replied, Anyway, I'm not really her sister. After she finished speaking, a sound echoed from inside the hall and reached outside. Everyone was still very lively and eagerly waiting. Without dwelling on other matters, Yin Shui Lan looked at Li Tianxiu and asked, Benefactor, are you also attending the Dragon and Phoenix gathering? He smiled and replied, Yes, that's right. Where are you staying, Senior Sword Queen? She answered back, I plan to stay at the Shaolin Temple guest hall. Hearing this, he was somewhat surprised, his eyebrows furrowing as he thought to himself, A large sect like Hengshan doesn't rent a private place, but stays where small sects like ours stay? How strange. But then, while thinking this, he remembered something and exclaimed, But then again, since last year, Hengshan has been undergoing internal rectification, so there must be many things to discuss with the high monks. Li Tianxiu cupped his hands and bowed, saying, We also intend to stay at the Shaolin guest hall. It is an honor for me to stay with Senior Sword Queen. Yin Shui Lan's state remained extremely gentle, her soft voice carrying a hint of a smile as she continued, I am the one honored to be with you, benefactor. Without wasting any more time standing there, the two of them turned to leave, not forgetting to say, Master, we will take our leave first, then we'll see you at the mountain peak, benefactor. Li Tianxiu replied, Yes, see you later. Time passed quickly, and the day was almost over, the sun gradually setting behind the mountain foot. At a small wooden table, Li Tianxiu's group stood in line waiting to complete the procedures.
After a few more people, it was finally their turn. The young monk looked at him and asked, Ami Tufo, it is a pleasure to meet you. From where have you patrons come? He bowed his head gently and replied, I am Li Tianxiu, Kongtong sect, and these are my senior brother and junior sister.
As soon as his name was mentioned, the young monk stood up abruptly, his eyes wide open, and asked again, "Are the two young heroes of the Kongtong sect, young hero Li and young hero Du? Please wait a moment. The abbot instructed that if the two young heroes arrived, we must report immediately." This statement made Li Tiesho suspicious. Thinking to himself, he ordered a report, could it be? After going to inform the abbot for a while, the two young monks returned and said, "Ami Tufo, the ancestral master wishes to meet the two young heroes of the Kongtong sect." Li Tiesho turned to Du Jinhui to gauge his opinion and asked, "Does Great Master Yanji wish to see me and Senior Brother?" According to what he remembered, he had never met the divine monk Great Master Yanji even once in his past life, because immediately after he reached the peak of power, the master had yielded the position of the Orthodox Path's #1 expert to Sword Saint Du Jinhui and retired into seclusion. Returning to the present, since they could not refuse, both had to follow. They arrived at a large cave entrance, where the young monk stood and reported, "Ancestral Master, I have brought the two young heroes of the Kongtong sect." From the deep depths within, there was only a veil of thick darkness, followed by a powerful voice transmitting outside, "Come in." Before Li Tiesho could react, Du Jinhui reached out his hand and urged, "Junior brother, take my hand." Hearing that, he sighed helplessly to himself. "Good heavens, you really see me as a child." But he did not refuse and took that hand, replying, "Yes, senior brother." The two of them stepped forward together, their eyes observing carefully. After moving for a while, they finally reached the place where the light from the candles made the space brighten up. Sitting in the center was an old stone Buddha statue. Looking closely, one could see intricate cracks of all sizes. And then a voice rang out. "Amitabha, this old monk is Yuanji." The person wearing the robe continued, "I invite the two young heroes of the Kongtong sect to sit." Receiving the invitation, Li Tiesho and Du Jinhui cupped their hands and replied, "It is a great honor to meet the lamp that illuminates the righteous path, the hero of the martial world, divine monk Grandmaster Yuanji. I am Du Jinhui of the Kongtong sect, and I am Li Tiesho of the Kongtong sect." Yuanji smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Divine monk, it is merely a hollow title given by the world. This old monk does not dare accept such praise from distant juniors like yourselves. Please dispense with the formalities and sit." Having said that, he took out a steaming cup of tea and continued, "This is tea grown and picked by this old monk's own hands. I hope you two young heroes will find it to your liking." Once seated at the table, Du Jinhui could no longer hide his curiosity and asked, "I wonder what matter the Grandmaster called us here for?" Yuanji replied, "I wish to repay a debt to the Kongtong sect from 50 years ago, Amitabha." Saying this, he took out an old notebook, its cover torn in half. Taking the book, Du Jinhui observed it closely and exclaimed, "This is..." Yuanji explained, "The Hunyan Ikigong Manual. The only half of the volume remains."
He continued, 50 years ago, when I arrived at the Kongtong sect, the bloody battle had ended. The scene was submerged in a sea of blood, bodies scattered everywhere, and the demonic sect had looted and destroyed everything. Only this secret manual could be preserved, as if heaven still had mercy. Hearing that, Li Tiesho, sitting nearby, thought to himself, "Now that you mention it, before his passing, Lin Bai Shen, the master of the current sect leader Tuan Vin, had an agreement with me. That was until the Kongtong sect was strong enough to stand on its own. I would keep the Hunyan Ichigong secret manual."
Yanji sipped his tea and said, "According to this poor monk's assessment, the Kongtong sect is now strong enough to shoulder this technique. I want to lay down the debt in my heart that I have carried for so many years." Du Jinhui tucked the book carefully into her clothes and bowed in response, thanking the great master. She smiled and asserted confidently that it was a good thing, and even if it was only half, her senior brother would surely be able to restore it completely. Just as this thought occurred to her, she remembered something and wondered to herself, but if it was only to return the secret manuals, why was I called along as well? Before she could guess further, Yanji spoke up. "Then, young hero Du, please excuse yourself for a moment. This poor monk has a private matter to discuss with young hero Li." Hearing this, Du Jinhui asked in surprise, "A private master, great master?" Seeing the worry clearly on her face, Yanji reassured her, "It is about the Sword Queen's secret cave. There is no need to be too wary of me. I only wish to say a few words to young hero Li." Finally, Du Jinhui had to stand up and leave, saying, "Yes, sorry for the intrusion." Before leaving, she glanced back and whispered, "Junior brother, if anything happens, send a voice transmission to me immediately." Li Tiesho sighed and thought to himself, "Really, she's worrying too much, but I don't find it unpleasant." After everyone else had left, Yanji got straight to the point. "Young hero Li, the Sword Queen said that thanks to you, the blood sect was purged from the Hangshan sect." He shyly waved his hand and replied, "I wouldn't dare take such credit. I only contributed a little effort." The old man laughed, set his teacup on the table and asked, "So then, what exactly is your true identity?"
The words just spoken made Li Tiesho freeze, his eyes wide in shock. Yuanji continued, "This old monk has clearly seen through the celestial eye technique. The aura of defying the heavens mandate is shrouding your soul." From behind him, an overwhelming power appeared, like a giant lotus. "Therefore, explain it clearly to this old monk." His gaze stared intently at him, as if it could see through everything. Young hero Li, who exactly are you? The Heaven and Earth Society, a mysterious organization of experts who disregard righteousness or evil, hiding in the shadows of the Jianghu to stand against the blood sect. Li Taisho sat there anxiously, thinking to himself, I have committed an act of defying the heavens, so it is understandable that the divine monk is wary of me. After all, you are both the #1 expert of the orthodox path and the leader of that Heaven and Earth Society. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke. I am the successor of the Hun Yuan Sword Emperor. These words made Yuan Ji's expression even more unpleasant, his eyebrows furrowing as he asked, Successor of the Sword Emperor? Suddenly losing his composure, he shouted, carrying the aura of defying the heavens mandate. How dare you? Do you look down on this old monk that much? Without a moment's hesitation, his hand slowly lowered towards his abdomen, creating a phantom image of another dimension. Naturally, Li Taisho was brought into it. He looked around in confusion and exclaimed, Is this Great Master Yuan Ji's martial Dao image world? As he spoke, he looked down at himself, back in his old form. Thanks to the celestial eye technique, the ability to see through the essence of all things, that divine monk has seen my past life.
That made Li Taisho look at Yanji with a different eye, a type of martial Dao image that could establish a demon-subduing array right within the spiritual world to annihilate demonic thoughts in the heart. He never expected to witness the beginningless and endless state with his own eyes in this place. At that moment, he spoke, I have seen your true nature. As expected, you are the one who has received the heaven-defying power. Li Taisho no longer hid it and laughed in response. You dare force me to reveal this form? This cannot be tolerated any longer. Then, from behind him, a colossal ice tree surged up powerfully. He immediately launched those razor-sharp ice shards toward Yanji. But he did not back down either, beginning to wave his hands in resistance. Do you think such petty tricks can stop this poor monk? Ice and fire collided, creating a massive explosion, with shockwaves radiating everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Li Taisho gritted his teeth and thought to himself, So this is the supreme ultimate art of the Buddhist school, the orthodox martial arts that I have only heard of in legends, and now I am witnessing it firsthand. Before he could react, giant Buddha statues appeared above where Yanji was seated. He quickly unleashed his next strike, thinking, That divine monk has reached a realm even higher than mine in my past life. Defeating him won't be easy, but I cannot just stand still and take the hits.
Numerous icy trails were rushing toward Yuan Ji at an immense speed. He let out a shout and countered the attack. Just like before, Li Taisho's technique was shattered in an instant. His entire body was pushed back, losing balance. A trail of blood appeared at the corner of Li Taisho's mouth. He wiped it away and gave a faint, bitter smile. Damn it, I haven't even had a taste of female beauty yet, you damn hot-headed monk. Yuan Ji, still with that overbearing aura, demanded forcefully, Speak, reveal your true identity. A multitude of blazing fireballs were surrounding him from all sides. Li Taisho gritted his teeth in terror and exclaimed, If this continues, my soul will turn to ashes. I must find a way. In the most dangerous moment, he had to reveal the secret techniques he had been hiding. Fine, then I will show you the ultimate art of this sect, the extreme martial art that you are to be passed down. His eyes snapped open as a mantra appeared in his mind, Hunyuan Wuji Divine Art. A transformation began around Li Taisho as a powerful energy surged up. Could this mantra really be the Hunyuan Wuji Divine Art? Finally, he remembered a scene. So back then, the Hunyuan Sword Emperor etched that mantra directly into my consciousness. Wuji Si appeared from nowhere, leaning down to ask, Now do you understand? Unbelievably, someone like you has become my successor. He cried out, Hunyuan Sword Emperor, Your Eminence. Seeing the person who just appeared, Yuan Ji recognized him immediately, his entire body freezing up as he gasped, You are. Before he could finish, a fireball slammed into the ground where Li Taisho stood, creating a massive explosion. Wuji Si's expression remained calm as he stood motionless. After a moment, he moved toward Yuan Ji and said, You foolish successor. From the palm of his hand, a mystical blue orb of qi formed as he continued, Look closely and etch this into your heart. Two currents of fire and ice qi emerged, intertwining and flowing together. This is the path you must walk in this life. As soon as he finished speaking, before Yuan Ji could even react, the blow was struck unexpectedly. Back in the outside world, unable to withstand the strike, Yuan Ji coughed up blood and agony. Li Taisho, sitting opposite him, was also caught in the aftermath and forced out.
At this moment, Yanji finally could no longer remain silent and spoke up. So those words were true. You are indeed the successor of the Hunyuan Sword Emperor. This old monk truly does not know what to say. I have been too rude to the young hero. He sneered, wiping the blood from his mouth, and replied, Do you intend to just let this pass with a few empty words? The old man scratched his cheek awkwardly and responded, Since this old monk made a mistake in a moment of confusion, I should show some goodwill to make amends.
1 Da Huan Dan and 3 Xiao Huan Dan. What do you say?" Hearing this, Li Taisho pondered deeply. Da Huan Dan, a peerless spirit medicine that can increase one's cultivation by a full jiazi, and the Xiao Huan Dan, each pill can also replenish 10 years of internal power. Truly a rare and generous gift. But thinking it over, he still could not swallow the anger in his heart, and his fury flared up. But that amount is still not enough. Since you have crossed the line like this, then Shaolin must become my mobile treasure trove. Li Taisho began his act, pretending to weep and moaning pitifully. I, Li Taisho, have suffered deep injury due to the negligence of the noble divine monk. As he listened, Yuanji's face turned paler and paler. The body might heal, but wounds of the heart torment a person for a lifetime, something that even gold and silver cannot cure. Even Senior Tang, the #1 physician under heaven, could only shake his head and sigh. Saliva and snot just splashed all over his face. In this situation, where can I find the confidence to walk in the Jianghu anymore? If the pain causes my internal power to become chaotic, I will have no choice but to return and report to Master. With no other option, Yuanji clasped his hands and admitted his fault. This old monk's sinful karma is truly too heavy. Amitabha Buddha, is there anything else the donor desires? Waiting for exactly this sentence, Li Taisho did not hesitate to state his wish. Another great cyclical pill, and in addition, I want an alliance between my sect and the Shaolin Temple. Faced with his request, the old monk stroked his chin and thought for a long while. Amitabha Buddha, an alliance? Li Taisho smiled triumphantly, thinking to himself, if the #1 orthodox sect, Shaolin Temple, agrees to an alliance, then the status of the Kongtong sect will surely be solidified more firmly than ever. The more he thought, the more secretly delighted he became. Once the alliance was successful, no one in the Wulin would dare to look down on the Kongtong sect again. At this moment, Yuanji responded and agreed to the request. Very well, this old monk accepts the young hero's request. However, the aura of the heaven-defying fate hidden within your soul, he thought silently in his heart, it still makes it hard for me to feel at ease. Knowing he was still worried, Li Taisho gently sat down and replied, "The Sword Emperor, whom I met in my mental realm, once told me a sentence. His eyes radiated determination without a hint of deceit. To eliminate the ominous star of defying the heavens, one must use paradox to counter it." This sentence, once spoken, forced Yuanji to rethink his perspective on the matter. Finally, saying no more about other matters, he bowed his head and clasped his hands, chanting Amitabha. Holding his teacup, he continued, "You are the successor personally chosen by the venerable Hunyuan Sworn Emperor, and you have witnessed the Hunyuan Wuji path with your own eyes. Therefore, from now on, this old monk will no longer inquire about your past." Li Taisho, hearing this, also bowed his head and replied, "Thank you, great master." "Young hero, how much do you know about the blood sect?" He continued, "As far as I know, it is an evil sect led by the peerless expert blood fiend god demon, who slaughters the common people and plots to come by the heavens to rule the world. His followers are all fanatical demons who disregard living beings." Yuanji calmly replied, "That is correct. The blood demon is a monster who has lived for over 1,000 years, surviving since ancient times. As for the blood sect, to him it is merely a tool. To evade his destined fate, he uses a heaven-defying great method to undergo reincarnation through countless lifetimes." As he spoke, he set the teacup back down. However, even if one could avoid destiny, one could not escape the heavenly punishment for breaking the laws of heaven. With each rebirth, his soul was gnawed away little by little until no humanity remained. Yuanji's eyebrows furrowed, and it was at that very moment that the blood demon realized one thing. If he could conquer the world and then ascend to the heavens, that curse and heavenly punishment would surely be erased. Therefore, to protect the world from the blood demon's hands and prevent him from reincarnating for all eternity, we established a secret society, which is the Tiandihui. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his hand clenching into a fist. Now I understand. To end the blood demon's heaven-defying cycle of reincarnation, we ourselves are forced to use heaven-defying means to oppose him. A soul bearing a heaven-defying aura, while simultaneously comprehending the ultimate arts of the immortal path. Only someone who can fuse these two contradictions within a single body is the only one who can complete this mission. But then Yuanji's next sentence made Li Taisho freeze, his eyes widening. And that person is you. In his memory, a stone door suddenly appeared, towering. Li Taisho gently reached out to touch the wall, wondering, is this the wall of the transcending peak? That's right. This is something I once understood with my intellect, but never thoroughly grasped with my heart. With just one strike, such a stone wall was shattered by him into tiny fragments. I am walking on both the heaven-defying path and the immortal path, and precisely because of that, I can embrace both contradictions in one body.
using the unconventional to control the unconventional, using defiance to counter defiance. It turns out the one allowed by the heavens to defy the heavenly mandate is me. Seeing that Li Tisho was able to reach enlightenment, Yuanji also felt happy for him. Congratulations, patron, for achieving that realization. He replied, "Thank you, great master."
Just as they were speaking, a loud shout suddenly rang out, attracting the attention of the two. Good heavens, it is suffocating enough to die. How much longer does this trial have to go on? Truly a stubborn old fogey. I am just going to go straight in and get it over with. Turning his head to look, the scene before him left Li Taisho stunned. It turned out the person appearing here was none other than Chizuye. He asked himself, why is Chizuye here? Not long ago at Kunhua Tower in Huating County, Dayam He was standing in her room when she saw a carrier pigeon flying towards her, a rolled-up piece of paper tied to its like. Glancing at it, she immediately recognized it and wondered, a letter from the Ha sect? Is it already time for the periodic report? But as soon as she opened the letter, the content within made Dayam He pause for a beat, her eyes widening. Quickly regaining her composure, she folded the paper and exclaimed, right before the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, yet they are showing such vigilance? It has been a long time since there was a summoning order from the Tiandihui. Her mood became increasingly joyful as she laughed loudly. It seems heaven is lending me a hand. Now I can also participate in the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. Returning to the inside of the cave where Yuanji was situated, he looked towards Chizuye and spoke, Amitabha, patron Chi is still as impatient as ever. She interrupted, I'm not impatient, it is just that you monk are too slow. Sitting to one side, Li Taisho remained silent, observing the situation and thinking to himself, I heard that the Tiandihui does not distinguish between righteous and evil. Anyone with ability can join. So Chizuye is here because of the Tiandihui's affairs as well. But the more he thought, the more confused he became, his brows furrowing in contemplation. Regardless, my mission remains unchanged. Whether the blood demon is an ancient existence or whatever else, anyone who dares to threaten the Emperor and my world will be dealt with.
In his mind, he began to imagine many beautiful scenarios for the future. My ultimate goal is to become a hero of the Jianghu, establish a harem of 3 wives and 4 concubines, and execute the elegant demeanor of a true hero. Thinking of this, Li Tiesho clenched his fists with a look of determination. Therefore, the blood demon must definitely be cut down by my own hands. In that process, if I can exploit the Tiandihui, then I will exploit them to my heart's content. After sitting down at the table, Chizi Yue asked, So, monk, how did this Pratt's trial go?
Seeing her attitude, he was left speechless, staring right at her, pretending not to know. Was this person planning to hide her secondary identity forever? Yuanji, sitting opposite, heard the question, poured a cup of tea, placed it down, and replied, Amitabha, this young hero has excellently passed this poor monk's trial. She still didn't quite believe it and asked again, Is that so? By what means? This time he couldn't answer anymore, forced to clasp his hands and awkwardly continued. The content of that trial, this poor monk has promised this young hero to carry to the grave. Even Benefactor Chi cannot know. Hearing these words, Chizi Yue sighed, the corners of her mouth curling up as she asked, Are you planning to oppose me? As she spoke, she shifted her gaze to Li Taisho. The monk may be trustworthy, but I still don't trust you, so now it is my turn to personally test you. Facing her attitude, he didn't back down and retorted, Speaking of trials, I remember a big sister I know. She is the Flower Cat swordswoman Ri Ling. Do you happen to know her? Hearing this name, Chizi Yue was startled and vehemently denied it. I don't know her. It's the first time I've heard that name. Li Taisho sighed helplessly in his thoughts. Lying again. No wonder people can't trust Chizi Yue. He spoke up. If you don't know, then never mind. So what is the challenge you mentioned? Suddenly, she put on a gentle and submissive appearance, casting a flirtatious glance and asked, Kid, do you know who I am? Li Taisho was bewildered, thinking to himself, Normally, according to Jianghu etiquette, I should offer some flowery flattery to show I'm knowledgeable, but with a chronic liar like Chizi Yue, why should I waste my breath playing along?
Thinking of this, he shrugged and feigned ignorance, replying, So what if I don't know? Who are you? She exclaimed. What? Chizi Yue's expression became visibly unpleasant. Stroking her chin, she continued, If you don't know, then etch this into your memory from now on, and absolutely do not forget. I am the leader of the evil sects, the alliance leader of the demonic path, and the supreme sect leader of the Ha sect, Yama Chizi Yue. Li Tisho clasped his hands in a respectful greeting. I pay my respects to Senior Yama. This junior is Li Tisho of the Kongtong sect. She replied, All right. Before he could finish his sentence, Chizi Yue reached out, gently touching his cheek, and interrupted. My trial is very simple. Sitting opposite him, she assumed her most seductive pose and continued, You just need to hold your gaze, do not avoid my eyes, and look straight into them for more than a quarter of an hour. That will suffice. He widened his eyes, unresponsive, observing intently, while thinking to himself, No matter how many times I look, she really is shockingly beautiful.
The more he looked, the more he exclaimed internally. It was truly a beauty so intense it was explosive. Seeing Li Tisho sitting there dazed and motionless, Qi Ziwei became even more confident in her enchanting beauty and asked, "Kid, what do you think of my appearance? Just speak the truth. No need to be shy." His face darkened. He brushed her hand away and replied, "Senior Yama is indeed worthy of the title #1 beauty under heaven, the most beautiful under this sky." Receiving that praise, she was as happy as if she were at a festival. Her eyes sparkled as she asked further, "Is that so? Then how do you feel in your heart right now? Even if you say you fell in love with me at first sight, I won't blame you. Come on, tell the truth." Suddenly, Li Tisho picked up the teacup on the table and replied, "In my heart, I'm just counting down when this quarter of an hour will be over, because this trial—" As he spoke, he let out a long, weary sigh, feigning boredom, and exclaimed, "is just too boring."
This statement caused Chizue to jump up, unable to believe her ears as she questioned, "Boring? You dare say that when seeing the #1 beauty under heaven, Chizue, you feel nothing at all?" He curled his lips, his eyes radiating confusion as he interrupted, "Do I have to pretend to be seduced just to please you, senior?" These words struck her like a bolt of lightning, her entire body petrified, unable to move, and the confident demeanor she had earlier completely vanished. After a while, Yuanji, sitting next to them, took the initiative to remind them, "One incense stick of time has passed. Donor Qi, what is the result?" Chizue was still immersed in depression, her voice trembling as she replied, "He passed." With no more hesitation, he calmly raised his hand in front of him and continued, "Amitabha. Except for the seat of the Human Order Master, which is currently empty, both the Heaven Order Master and the Earth Order Master have recognized the young hero's qualifications. From now on, you are also a member of the Tiandi Hui."
Hearing this, Li Taisho respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "Many thanks." In his heart, he thought, "So the titles in the society are named after the three characters Heaven, Earth, and Human. Then the Human Order Master must be someone from the demonic sect?" Yuanji quickly took out a plaque from his person and handed it to him, saying, "Take this item. It is a token proving your identity as a member of the society." Li Taisho held the whistle, observing it for a moment before asking curiously, "Is this a command whistle?" The old man explained, "At the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, many people will gather. If you happen to get caught in a suspicious situation, break this whistle." Having no further questions, he carefully tucked the command whistle into his chest pocket and replied, "Many thanks." Then he stood up and bowed once more before leaving. "Then I shall take my leave." Yuanji cheerfully responded, "Safe travels, young hero." Li Taisho's figure moved further and further away, unaware of Chizuye, who was swallowing her anger and suppressing her tears, silently calling out in her heart, "Li Taisho." Seeing that her mood seemed poor, Yuanji sipped his tea and spoke up, "Patron Qi, it would be better for you to calm your mind a little. This is the first time this monk has seen you so shaken." She gritted her teeth in rage and exclaimed, "What did you say?" Not bothering to talk anymore, Chizuye downed the entire cup of tea in one gulp and shouted, "What the hell would a monk like you know?" But naturally, Yuanji could understand. His eyes observed her intently as he thought, even Patron Qi, known as the #1 figure of the evil sects, can have her immovable heart shaken. What exactly happened between the young hero and Patron Qi? Who is Chizuye? Is she not a female expert of the profound realm, the person who has dominated the title of #1 beauty under heaven for over 40 years, and has seen through all the vile lusts of men? Thinking of this, he looked at Chizuye's current state, restless and uneasy. Yet now, in front of a youth named Li Taisho, she allowed herself to be shaken to such an extent. Yuanji feigned ignorance and asked with a smile, "Could it be that because this is the first time you've met someone who passed your trials, you feel interested?" Hearing those words immediately hit a nerve, driving her mad as she slammed a fist onto the table and shouted, "Who could possibly be interested in the worst man under heaven, a hypocrite of the orthodox path?" Because she went too far, she could not control her power. The table was shattered into pieces, with a large hole punched through the center. Amitabha.
Yuanji still very calmly smiled and said, "Patron Qi, it is best to be honest with your heart. Only then can everything follow its natural course." Chizuyue refused to admit defeat, stood up abruptly and interrupted, "Shut up, I'm leaving too. Whether you drink tea, choke, or die of thirst, I don't care." After venting her anger, she turned and headed straight outside, cursing under her breath. "Li Taisho, you bastard. I was generous enough to say I wouldn't punish you myself. Boring? You dared to call it boring? Bold." But as she reached the mouth of the cave, she paused, standing there in deep thought. Chizuyue's lips trembled. "But then again, you are different from other men, so it's not like it's a humiliation for me." Tears fell uncontrollably as she sighed. "A man who makes me cry. I really don't understand my own heart anymore." In the blink of an eye, she transformed back into the appearance of DM High and stabilized her emotions. "Anyway, I have seen your face. Since things have reached this point, I won't let time pass in vain." Inside the cave, Yuanji remained as still as a statue.
After observing for a moment, he sipped the hot tea and smiled to himself. Is it love? Is it love? After finishing the cup, he stood up to leave. Perhaps I should be going as well. At the same time, the outside scene was very bustling, with people coming and going constantly, as an important guest was about to arrive. Suddenly, from a distance, a magnificent sedan chair was slowly approaching, accompanied by strict guards. Upon reaching the center of the courtyard, the chair was lowered gently. Following that was a loud announcement that startled everyone present. Her Royal Highness the Princess has arrived. From inside the sedan chair, the princess stepped down, breathed a sigh of relief, and asked, "Have we finally arrived?"
She smiled and continued, "Old master, are you still well?" She was Princess Taiping, and Chu Jiayi was startled. Back to the time when Li Tisho stepped out of the cave, Du Jin Li was still standing there waiting, looking anxious as she called out loudly, "Junior brother." She joyfully grabbed his hand and exclaimed, "You were gone for so long that it made me a bit worried. Did anything happen?" He replied, "Yes, senior brother." He added, "Thanks to the guidance of Great Master Yuanji, I have made some achievements." Before Li Tisho could finish his sentence, Du Jinhui rushed forward and hugged him in congratulation. "Your realm has progressed deeper now. Congratulations." It seemed he was also enjoying this moment. A gentle fragrance drifted out, making him feel pleasant as he thought to himself, the scent of wild flowers. While still immersed, Li Tisho suddenly remembered and froze for a beat, his face turning pale. He hurriedly pushed Du Jinhui away, thinking to himself, "Wake up, Li Tisho, the opponent is a man." "Senior brother, I have good news." Without hesitation, Li Tisho told her the happy news. The sect and Shaolin have agreed to form an alliance. She was astonished, her eyes sparkling as she asked back, "Is that really true?"
As they walked, he continued, "Furthermore, Great Master Yongji promised to give us 2 Da Huan Dans and 3 Xiao Huan Dans." Du Jinhui smiled broadly and exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Honestly, I was worried you would be punished." Hard-pressed to explain, he could only scratch his cheek and sigh, stammering, "No, it's nothing like that. Just a small misunderstanding." Not wanting to waste any more time standing there, Du Jinhui took Li Taisho's hand and urged, "It's getting late. Let's head back to our room to rest." He gave a forced smile and replied, "Yes, senior brother." She squeezed through the bustling crowd and shouted, "Please, make way." At that moment, a voice suddenly transmitted into Li Taisho's mind, making him startle and stop in his tracks, looking back in alarm. Li Taisho of the Kongtung sect. He looked around in confusion, wondering, where is this voice transmission coming from? Standing partially hidden in the distance, a man transmitted again. "Her Highness the Princess wishes to see you. Come to the Mahavira Hall." Hearing this, Li Taisho thought to himself, "It is normal for the imperial family to come to the temple for offerings. Could it be that the emperor has come here to find me?" Standing ahead and seeing him dazed, Du Jinhui turned back and asked, "Junior brother, what's wrong?" With no time to hesitate, he quickly walked away and replied, "I remembered I left something at the Damo cave. You go back to the guest hall first." She hurriedly called after him, "Junior brother, wait, I'll go with you." Li Taisho waved his hand to interrupt. "No need, you go back and rest first."
With those words, his silhouette completely vanished behind the bustling crowd, nowhere to be seen. The scene shifts to the Dakshang Hall. Standing before the door, Li Taisho was present but did not rush to enter. He thought pensively, behind this door is her. After hesitating for a moment, he finally mustered enough courage to speak. Li Taisho of the Kongtung sect enters the Dakshang Hall. Li Taisho placed his hand on the stone door handle, his heart heavy. "Your Highness." The person who had eaten, played, and grown up with him since childhood, someone like a family member. Indeed, it once was like that. Even though this body lacked manhood back then, the time spent together was truly happy. I thought I finally had a family, something I never had in the modern world before transmigrating to Zhongyuan, the feeling that someone was finally on my side in this lonely life. At this thought, the door was pushed open, and Li Taisho's face was revealed.
Standing inside, a figure was already waiting there. He proceeded to enter. After taking a few more steps, Li Taisho knelt down to pay his respects and spoke. "Martial artist Li Taisho with the Kongtung sect greets Her Royal Highness." The person standing there was Chu Jiayi. She turned her head and called out, "Laojia." Her face showed an undescribable sadness as she asked once more, "Is it truly Laojia?" Before he could even respond, Chu Jiayi threw herself into his arms and cried out, "Laojia!" Her tears flowed uncontrollably like rain as she wept and said, "Laojia, I missed you so much." Li Taisho's heart became a whirlwind of emotions. His throat tightened as he thought, "You really came." Thinking of this, he reached out and held Chu Jiayi tightly in his arms, replying, "I missed you very much too." After calming down, they sat and talked together, and Li Taisho began to understand a few things he had been wondering about. As expected, the rumors spread by Languid Hung had been quelled by the emperor. Sitting in the room, Chu Jiayi smiled and replied, That is right. Zen, I, did that to lessen the burden on Laojia. She looked at him and asked, Laojia, is life at the Kongtong sect good? Is the manhood you regained healthy? Her eyes twinkled with curiosity as she continued, the pleasures of love that you always craved.
Hearing that, Li Taisho lightly touched her shoulder and interrupted, that pleasure, I have never shared it with anyone yet. These words made Xu Jiayi ask back in disbelief, is that true? So that's how it is, but why? He smiled and explained, partly because he was not yet of age, and partly because true pleasure is not just physical intercourse. He acted profound and taught her that meaning is only achieved when the souls of both sides blend together. Xu Jiayi seemed to listen intently, blushing shyly as she replied, souls blending together, so that's it. It's exactly as the master said. As soon as the words ended, Li Taisho asked seriously, Your Highness, I have a question to ask. She urged, Laojia, please speak. He did not hesitate any longer and asked directly, why did you perform the great rebirth method? Fortunately, it was successful, but if it had failed? Xu Jiayi lowered her head, not daring to look straight, stammering, that's because, she recounted, after Laojia performed the great method and disappeared, I have always waited for you to return in a new body, and so decades passed. Then one day, a sudden disaster struck. The earth shook and the sky crumbled, causing countless lives to be lost. The scene became a pile of ruins, with corpses lying everywhere. Since you performed the great method and disappeared, everything collapsed. Hearing this, Li Taisho asked, was it the blood demon? Xu Jiayi replied, at that time, I couldn't understand where the problem lay, as there was no preparation. As she spoke, she lowered her head in despair. So I could only wait for death, and because I longed to see Laojia again, I performed the great method.
2 streams of tears flowed down her face. That horrific destruction must never be allowed to happen again. The two embraced once more, offering each other warm comfort. Your Highness, Laojia. Xu Jiayi buried her head into Li Taisho's chest happily, thinking, I always remember Laojia's arms, always gently holding me. Laojia, won't you belong to me forever? You saved my life, a neglected princess of no value. Sometimes like parents, sometimes like an elder brother, and my master. You are my Laojia. That is why she loved him so much, and could not be separated. How could I not love such a Laojia? Thinking this, she looked up at Li Taisho intently, but to express this overflowing heart, her current body was still too young. While lost in her chaotic thoughts, he suddenly spoke, bringing Xu Jiayi back to her senses. Your Majesty, is there something you wish to say? She shyly turned her head away, coughed a few times, and replied, it's nothing. But naturally she had not given up, whispering in her heart, one day I will become a peerless beauty, sitting on the throne of Taihei Hall, and say that I love you more than anyone else in this world. Even in death, I will not leave you.
As the conversation reached this point, it was already dark outside. Xu Jiayi stepped down the stairs while saying, Laojia, I intend to stay at Shaolin until the Dragon and Phoenix gathering concludes. Perhaps I will participate in the main round of the gathering. Li Taisho heard this and had no intention of objecting, merely replying gently, this servant understands. He smiled brightly, reaching out his hand toward her and continuing, I will also participate in this Dragon and Phoenix gathering to seize victory and offer it to the Emperor. I must strive even harder in my martial arts cultivation. These words moved Xu Jiayi even more, her cheeks flushing as she thought, offering victory to me? Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out and grasped that familiar hand. That's right. Both of them walked together. The reason I transcended destruction to come here. Returning outside, before leaving, Xu Jiayi handed Li Taisho a gift, saying, Laojia, this is a gift for you. Resting inside the wooden box was a pale orange, round elixir pill. He exclaimed, is this not the inner Dan of the 10,000-year fire lily? The light radiating from the elixir pill was so dazzling that it left him in awe. Such a precious item indeed. However, Xu Jiayi didn't seem to care and replied with a smile, I look forward to your performance, Laojia. Time passed quickly, and by early the next morning, everyone had gathered and exclaimed, look, it's the Sword Queen, Heroine Yin. All eyes were on Yin Xuelan. So Heroine Yin is here as well, along with the disciples of the Hengshan sect. Ignoring the chatter, she kept scanning her surroundings, searching and thinking to herself, Benefactor, are you busy? I want to see you again, but I can't find you anywhere. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Yin Xuelan's mind, making her startle and freeze. She wanted to witness the majestic appearance of her benefactor once more. Noticing her troubled expression, Subin asked worriedly, Master, what's wrong? Yin Xuelan replied, it's nothing. Let's just go back to our room and rest. Having said that, she walked away, leaving Subin standing there, dazed, not understanding what was happening. Yin Xuelan's face was as red as a fire, as she thought, What is this? Whose rude voice is this? Could it be? Is this my own inner voice? Subin, seeing Yin Xuelan still lost in thought,
curiously asked, "Master, what happened to you?" But at that moment she couldn't hear a word. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would drop out. I only hope to meet that benefactor again. This sincere heart. Finally, before she could finish her sentence, that voice appeared in her head once more, making her doubt. The handsome face of that benefactor. I just want to admire it a bit more.
Quickly regaining her composure, Yin Shuilan gripped the voice, constricting her mind to calm herself. No, I must stay focused. Why does this feeling keep surging like this? Her clenched hand trembled uncontrollably as she thought that she must preserve her honor, for she was the sect leader of a great sect. Yet no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't immediately abandon her feelings for Li Taishu. That aura of a youth transforming into a man, if this continued, once he matured and surpassed her, then in the future, even becoming an immortal would mean nothing. As they were about to move forward, Yin Shuilan and Su Bin suddenly heard whispering sounds right ahead. People were gathered in large numbers as if witnessing something. Why was everyone so noisy? It turned out that the person appearing was DM He, who had drawn everyone's attention. Look, it's Long Wet Hulong. It seems Long Wet Hulong also came to cheer for the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. Seeing her walking towards them, Su Bin couldn't help but be astonished, pointing directly forward and exclaiming, "You are." Before she could finish, DM He slowly lifted her veil, a smile playing on her lips as she asked, "Isn't this the Sword Queen, Heroine Yin?" When the veil was removed, it revealed a fresh, radiant face with a gorgeous smile. Meeting you here is truly a great honor. However, upon seeing her face, Yin Shuilan didn't feel happy at all. On the contrary, an uneasy feeling filled her heart. She thought to herself, that courtesan Long Wet Hulong who was always by the benefactor's side is truly irritating. DM He seemed to sense that discomfort, staring intently with a provocative smile on her lips. Between that beauty and that vibrant youth, Yin Shuilan displayed her displeasure openly on her face. After calming down, she finally spoke. "So it is the beauty Miss Long, the #1 courtesan of Gansu. What brings you to the Shaolin Temple?" DM He gently replied, "I have come to offer incense and pray for peace."
Hearing that somewhat unpleasant tone made her not satisfied at all, thinking to herself, the Sword Queen has only just accepted a public challenge and already acts this arrogant? How bold! In her heart she remembered a previous saying, "Who is truly Big Brother's soulmate? Let me personally teach you a lesson." Returning to the present, Yin Shuilan asked again with disbelief, "Offering incense for peace, is it really that simple?" Dim He swallowed her frustration, keeping a cheerful smile on the outside as she replied, "Of course, also because I heard our big brother Li will participate in the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, so I wanted to come and see him showcase his talent." These words immediately made Yin Shuilan pause for a beat, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "Big brother?" Dim He did not hesitate to repeat it once more as if to assert dominance. "That's right, it's Big Brother." Before she could finish her sentence, Yin Shuilan's face darkened without a trace of expression, her hand clenching into a fist as she asked, "Miss Lang, what is your relationship with the benefactor?" She sighed and, without rushing to answer, asked back, "What is my relationship with Big Brother?" This little girl truly does not understand why Heroine Yin is curious about this private matter. As she spoke, Dim He leaned in closer and added, "Could it be that the great Sword Queen, whose age is nearing the threshold of knowing Heaven's mandate, has developed feelings for a handsome youth like Big Brother Li?"
Seeing Yin Shuilan's expression becoming increasingly grim, she grew more triumphant, eagerly awaiting the next response. "Now let's see how you deny it." This public confession was no different from a declaration of war. Moreover, the martial arts duel had not yet been decided, making the Sword Queen's situation even more awkward. After pondering for a while, Yin Shuilan still felt that the relationship between herself and Li Tieshu was truly not suspicious. Clenching her fists, she thought, "I and my benefactor. Yes, between us there is simply a matter of gratitude." She felt embarrassed about her own previous interpretations and was momentarily speechless. Her martial arts had reached the transformation realm. The prestige of being the sect leader of the Hangshan sect and the title of Sword Queen had now become a burdensome weight.
Standing to the side and seeing Yin Shuilan's expression, Su Bin watched worriedly and thought to herself, "Master." She knew all too well that the feelings her master harbored for Li Tiashuo were undeniable. Ever since the exchange meeting, her master's heart had been set on that young master. Thinking of this, Su Bin became even more certain. Now that her master was speechless, those feelings were likely genuine. Inside her heart, a surge of anger began to explode. With a hostile gaze directed toward DM He and teeth clenched, she cursed silently. "But even so, for a mere courtesan to dare provoke my master, I absolutely cannot tolerate it." Unable to hold back any longer, Su Bin decided to stand up and demand justice, stopping her foot on the ground and shouting, "Master may not care, but I do." Without any hesitation, she boldly thumped her chest and declared, "Because this young lady also admires young hero Li." As she spoke, she turned her eyes intently toward DM He and mocked. A courtesan appearing from nowhere, casually calling someone she admires Big Brother. It would be strange not to care about their relationship, wouldn't it? These words made her speechless immediately, temporarily not knowing how to react. Her eyes snapped open as she blurted out, "What?"
Su Bin's loud voice from earlier until now had attracted the attention of everyone around, making the crowd gathering to eavesdrop grow larger and larger. Several men appeared surprised and whispered to each other, to openly confess love like that in the middle of the day, in broad daylight, without knowing any shame. A blue-robed old man turned to another and whispered, I heard that during the previous Great Hangshan War, young Hero Lee and Tian Lady Warrior developed feelings for each other. It seems that rumor is not without merit. Moreover, He heard every single word they said without missing anything. Her eyes widened. Isn't it true that this time young Hero Lee agreed to duel with Jade Kill and Nangang Tan because of Miss Tian? She felt annoyed, her eyebrows furrowing as she thought to herself, Big Brother accepted a duel for the sake of the little sword queen? How ridiculous. But very quickly she regained her composure, let out a long sigh and spoke, As the Golden Branch and Jade Leaf of Shangshan's #1 merchant group, with such a noble status, yet you openly express feelings for a man. Aren't you afraid of being gossiped about by the world? Facing this question, Su Bin did not care at all. On the contrary, she became even more assertive. That is not something Miss Lang needs to worry about. So, in the end, what is the relationship between the two of you?
Her next sentence made Dim Hai startle and stop in her tracks. What I want to ask is the relationship between Miss Lang and young Hero Lee. Her mood sank, and her expression became extremely unpleasant as she thought, I want to say we are lovers, but if I accidentally spread false rumors, Big Brother will be disappointed. Involuntarily, her hand gripped her own shoulder out of frustration. These two mischievous brats dared to join forces to tease her. She had intended to trap them, but unexpectedly, she was hoist with her own petard. Unable to stand there arguing any longer, Dim Hai had to end this war of words and turn to leave. Fine, this argument is enough. She left with her annoyed mood, feeling quite unsatisfied. I still have things to do. Witnessing that scene, Su Bin gave a cold snort and glanced at Dim Hai's receding back. Before she could say another word, Yin Shuilan had already turned to walk away. Su Bin followed and asked, Master, did your disciple do well? She interrupted, Let's go back to the room and rest. While thinking, her lips trembled rhythmically. Su Bin, it's not what I think, is it? The situation of master and disciple both loving the same man? No, this absolutely cannot happen.
That evening, at the room where Lee Taesho's group stayed, Du Junhui's voice rang out. Junior brother, you're back? I've been waiting for you. Standing inside, she hurriedly pulled his hand and asked, Did you find that item? He gave a wry smile and replied, Yes. After sitting down at the table, Du Junhui breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, Excellent! While you were away, I met Great Master Yanji. He provided the spirit pills and promised to form an alliance. Li Jieshuo took out a small wooden box, placed it on the table and replied, Since these spirit pills were received by you, junior brother, I will leave the distribution to you. He added confidently, In that case, we must gather everyone together. Hearing this, Du Junhui felt reassured and gave a satisfied smile, responding, Yes. The next day, the bright sunlight shone down on the scenery below, signaling the arrival of a beautiful new day. Outside Li Tiesho's room, Seaman Heling arrived and asked, Did senior brother Li call for us? Seaman Kingha added, What's the matter? Are you planning to send us on more errands? Tang Unling urged, Give Lin Ni a share too. Hearing this, Li Tiesho took out a bunch of cakes and handed them to the little girl. Senior Tang, have these. Seeing this, although she complained verbally, her hands were lightning fast as she snatched every single one. Sugar candy? Do you really think Lin Ni is just a child? Once everyone had gathered, they all sat down at the table. Li Tiesho spoke up. Thank you all for gathering. These are the spirit pills that Great Master Yanji granted to me, and I want to give one to each person here. Based on everyone's abilities, he distributed them in the most reasonable manner. Senior brother, you have already used meta holy water before, and your martial arts have reached the transformation realm, so this Xiaohuan Dan for treating serious injuries is most suitable for you.
Hearing that, Du Junhui happily accepted and replied, Thank you, brother. After that, he took out another elixir pill and gave it to Seaman Qinghui, saying, Seaman Qinghui, please take this one. As a prestigious young lady, you are likely used to spirit medicines, so the Xiaohuan Dan is most suitable. Taking the pill, the young girl was flustered, not knowing how to react, and stammered, Why give such a precious item to an outsider like me? You really are a foolish young master. Li Taisho interrupted, What outsider? What do you mean by that? He sighed and explained to the girl, You are my personal maidservant, and giving this to you is part of my responsibility toward you. Seaman Qinghui was so embarrassed that her cheeks turned bright red. She quickly tucked the pill away and replied, Giving me the Xiaohuan Dan. You'll regret it later, you foolish young master. Not wanting to waste any more time, Li Taisho looked towards Seaman Heling and called out, Junior sister. The girl startled and turned to answer. Senior brother Li called for me? He handed her the remaining pill and continued, First you need to clear your Ren and Du meridians, so please accept this Da Huan Dan. The girl happily accepted, not forgetting to thank him. Thank you, brother. Just as she finished speaking, Li Taisho winked and carefully reminded her, When you take the medicine, just call me, as you will need someone to guard and transmit true qi. These words made Seaman Heling ask shyly, In that case, can I use the Da Huan Dan right now? He exclaimed in surprise. You want to use it right now? Before he could say anything more, Du Junhui stood up and interrupted. Junior sister, there must be a proper distance between men and women. How can you casually allow the transmission of energy through acupoints?
However, Shimin Haling remained firm in her decision and slowly stood up. Is Senior Brother Lu not a man as well? The little girl added that Miss Shimin and Senior Tong were outsiders, so she could not entrust them with such an important matter as acupoint stimulation. As she spoke, Shimin Haling took Li Taishou's arm. Senior Brother Li promised to help me refine the spirit medicine, so I want to ask Senior Brother Li to support me in the acupoint stimulation. The girl's eyes were full of anticipation as she looked at him as if pleading, asking, "Will you go with me, Senior Brother?" Shimin Haling looked at the elixir pill in her hand and could not help but be moved, her eyes brimming with tears, as she thought to herself, "The Da Huan Dan of the Shaolin Temple, and yet he gave such a precious treasure to me."
Now I have truly understood the ways of the world in the Zhonghu. This place is inherently indifferent, where even blood brothers are ready to shed blood and kill each other for spirit medicines. The little girl's hand tightened with appreciation, yet he did not hesitate to give me this treasure. Thinking of this, Shimin Haling looked towards Li Taishou. I am willing to devote my heart to not fail your trust. In the little girl's heart, there was always a hidden feeling that could not be voiced, not as a little brother, but as a woman. Her hand grabbed his arm, the atmosphere becoming suggestive. I have also reached the age of marriage. Facing Shimin Haling's words, Li Taishou also felt shaken, his cheeks flushed red. I beg you to perform power transmission through acupoints. Shall we go, brother? Finally, he looked at the remaining pill in his hand and thought, so only the last Da Huan Dan is left. He quickly put the pill away and said to everyone, I will offer this remaining pill to Master. The division is done. Everyone go back to your rooms and rest. Sitting in the back, Du Jinhui still stared intently at the backs of Li Taishou and Shimin Haling as they were leaving. Junior sister, follow me. Yes. She sighed a weary sigh and thought, this time junior brother has yielded his share again. This reminded her of the previous scene. Just like that time at the Guangcheng Pill Cave, he also gave me the meta holy water, because he always only knows how to think for others. Du Jinhui felt very uncomfortable in her heart, so I told myself that at least I must do something for him.
Thinking of this, her expression became sad once again, but things were no longer the same. She could imagine the scene of her and Li Taishou sharing love and intimacy. She also wanted to rely on him as a woman, not as a core disciple, but as a woman named Du. Sitting nearby, Tong Ongling noticed Ju Jinhui's mood and grew worried, softly calling, Brother Du. The little girl gave her some of the candy from before and continued, Brother Du, please have some of this candy. Du Jinhui could not refuse and had to accept, replying with a forced smile, Thank you, miss. Tong Ongling munched greedily on the candy, explaining, when you feel troubled in your heart, eating something sweet will make you feel better. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Simen Qinghe also stood up to leave. I also ask for permission to return to my room first. Please rest early. The little girl ran straight back to her room and closed the door. Standing inside, Simen Qinghe sighed and complained. Daring to mention the word responsibility to the precious daughter of the Simen family? In 100 years? No, 1,000 years. It still won't be your turn. Her eyes turned toward the window as she continued. More importantly, there is a distinction between sexes, so how can Zui Gongguo Shui be performed? Simen Qinghe leaned against the window frame in distress, her cheeks flushing as she wondered. My mouth says it is shameful, but why do I feel so jealous in my heart? Shifting the scene elsewhere, Simen Haling's voice rang out. It is this room, Brother Taishou. Inside the large room, Li Taishou walked while saying, The Shaolin Temple even lent us the training room. How thoughtful.
Before he could finish speaking, the young girl went straight to the point and asked, So I just need to take the Da Huan pill and rest here, right? He scratched his cheek awkwardly and asked again, Junior sister, are you sure you want to receive the energy through acupoint guidance? I only need to use true qi to guide you. That should be sufficient. However, Shimin Haling had no intention of hesitating. She swallowed the pill at once and urged, Please begin, senior brother. Li Taishou inhaled sharply. Wait, junior sister. Before he could react further, she had already removed her outer robe and sat down calmly, ready to proceed with the treatment. Startled and flustered, Li Taishou quickly turned his head away, not daring to look directly at her. He steadied his breathing and reminded himself that this was a serious cultivation process and that he must focus entirely on guiding the flow of true qi to ensure her safety and recovery.
Seeing him standing there absent-mindedly, Shimin Haling asked with some concern, Senior brother, do I look improper like this? Li Taishou shook his head firmly. Not at all. In his heart, however, he could not help but think that she looked exceptionally graceful. Not wanting to waste any more time, the young girl lay down and said, Then please begin the energy transmission through the acupoints. Li Taishou sat down beside her and answered seriously, All right, I understand. Although I wish to dissuade you, since you are so resolute, I will proceed carefully. A suitable therapeutic technique surfaced in his mind, a method used to relax the meridians and guide internal energy. In modern terms, it was a combination of meridian adjustment and controlled true qi guidance. Li Taishou glanced at his hands. In his past experiences, he had learned several techniques related to healing and internal energy cultivation. He placed his hands gently on Shimin Haling's back.
Energy transmission through acupoints was originally a specialized healing method that required precise contact to guide the flow of qi through qi meridians. Even so, Li Tesho remained extremely focused, steadying his breathing and reminding himself to maintain a pure and disciplined mindset. For him, true mastery lay in setting aside distractions and concentrating fully on the healing process. After calming his thoughts, Li Tesho spoke softly. "I will begin now, junior sister." She replied quietly, "Yes."
From his two palms, a faint glow appeared. Shimin Haling could feel her body starting to become somewhat uncomfortable, her eyebrows furrowing. The little girl's breath became rapid and urgent as she glanced toward Li Tesho, thinking to herself, "His hands are touching my skin." After sensing for a while, he finally discovered the key point. He felt it, a truly powerful surge of spiritual energy. He paused for a beat, looking at Shimin Haling and reminding her, "I will guide the true qi simultaneously and lead the spiritual energy of the Daquan Dan into your blocked Ren meridian. If you feel pain, circulate the 3-in true heart method to endure it." As Li Tesho's hands pressed down, that surge of power billowed even more. The little girl was in so much pain that her whole body arched, tears uncontrollably flowing as she spoke in a trembling voice. "Brother, it's too strong." Even so, he had no intention of stopping and continued to reassure her, "Endure it for a bit." His expression was serious to the extreme as he summoned all his strength and shouted, "It's almost done." Hearing this, Shimin Haling no longer complained, but lay still and endured, her body occasionally twitching. The little girl felt a power inside her body like a giant whirlpool about to swallow everything. It rushed down, creating a terrifying explosion. Accompanying it was the sensation of something being shattered into many pieces. The sudden pain caused Shimin Haling to clench her fists, her eyes tightly shut, sweat pouring out as if she were bathing. Finally, everything was finished. The little girl slowly sat up and moaned, "My body, why?" Li Tesho sat beside her and explained, "Your Ren meridian has been cleared. Those are the accumulated impurities in your body being expelled." He carefully took out a handkerchief to gently wipe the sweat for the little girl. "Let me wipe it for you." Shimin Haling's eyes were still tearful as she asked, "Brother, is it over now?" He replied, "Not yet. We still have to absorb the remaining spiritual energy." Hearing this, the little girl continued to lie down, and Li Tesho sat up to reassure her, "It will be quick." As he worked, he spoke to help her feel less stressed. "Try to endure a little longer." "Yes." After some more time had passed, everything truly came to an end. Both put their clothes back on, and it was done. Shimin Haling looked at Li Tesho and said softly, "Thank you, brother." He smiled and replied, "It's a small matter, not worth mentioning." Then he continued to reach out his hand toward the little girl and called, "Then let's go outside. Let me take you back."
Just as they stepped outside, Li Tesho added, "I only wiped you down briefly. There are still many impurities on your body. Remember to wash yourself thoroughly once we get back." The young girl replied, "Yes, I understand, brother." While about to say something, Shimin Haling paused, thinking to herself, "I have let him see my matured body." Her heart raced as she stole a glance at him, wondering, "I wonder if, in his eyes, am I already a woman?" Shimin Haling remembered what he had said before. "You once said that my destiny is decided by my own hands, right?" That made the young girl even more determined. She hugged Li Tesho's arm tightly and smiled happily. "My destiny is you." That day, after finishing her conversation with Yen Shuilan, DM He walked away in silence, her thoughts in a turmoil. She remembered the words Su Bin had said. So what is the relationship between the two of them? We are talking about Miss Lang and young hero Li. She bitterly cursed under her breath. What a hateful wretch. DM He gritted her teeth, thinking, in all 62 years of my life, this is the first time I have had to suffer such a humiliating defeat. She turned and strode away, snorting coldly. Go ahead and delude yourselves, because the one who can ultimately capture Li Tesho's heart will only be me. Despite saying that, DM He still could not swallow her anger, her fists clenched and trembling. Li Tesho, you dare to damage the self-esteem of the #1 beauty under heaven. Her eyes snapped open, staring forward with absolute determination. For this grudge alone, this time I am determined to catch you no matter what. In DM He's sight, she could see the chi of everyone, and the place with the strongest aura was Li Tesho. With the tracking ability of Cheesy Yu, the #1 person of the evil sect, no one in this world could escape her. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from her previous spot without leaving a trace.
Returning to Li Tesho and Shimin Haling, the two were walking when suddenly there was a loud call. "Big brother, big brother!" DM He had arrived, running over while calling out, "Sure enough, you are here." She was about to say something when suddenly she froze for a beat, her eyes widening as she let out a soft cry. Shimin Haling, still looking bewildered and not understanding what was happening, asked, "Who are you?" The most surprised person was probably Li Tesho. He thought to himself, "What is going on? Why is Long Muet Huang here? Clearly I have passed all the trials in Damo Cave. Could it be that there is still things that need further verification?" But then he just sighed and scratched his head. To appear with such a fake identity, truly I couldn't have expected a Satin Wet to do such a thing. Thinking this, Li Tesho spoke up. "Long time no see. I didn't expect to have the fate to meet you here. DM he replied, yes, big brother. She lifted her veil, wore a radiant smile, and continued, because I wanted to offer incense and pray for blessings for you, I hurried here. He pointed towards Seaman Haling and introduced, this is Shu Shaling of the Kongtong sect, also the junior sister whom I cherish very much. The young girl bowed her head in greeting. It's a great honor to meet you, sister. Seaman Haling cupped her hands and introduced herself once more. I am Shu Shaling, junior brother of senior brother Li. Although not very satisfied, Diam He still forced a strained smile and replied, I am Long Wet Huang. People usually call me Diam He. She thought to herself, beauty praised as the #1 under heaven, unsurpassed from ancient times to the present. Isn't that just a normal thing in the Jianghu for me, Cheesy Yue? However, when she saw Seaman Haling, she had a different thought. Shu Shaling, a newcomer to the Kongtong sect with mediocre martial arts, how could she possess a bosom fuller than mine? Thinking about that only made her angrier. Furthermore, her age is truly that of a little sister, a full 40 years younger than me, so much younger than this lady, yet that bust. Until now, I have always believed that age is just a meaningless number. I held on to that thought for so long, so how could I have lived so overconfidently? Diam He bitterly had to admit one thing. Those succulent peach-like breasts were truly something she could not compare to.
Her whole body trembled as she stared at Seaman Haling, sighing. This feeling of inferiority was something she was tasting for the first time in her life. Before she could say anything more, the young girl quickly linked arms with Li Qisho and asked, as for the stories about Miss Lang, I've heard of your reputation for a long time. I heard that you are one-sidedly in love with my senior brother. Is that true? Hearing this, DM He angrily gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. This brat. But considering the bigger picture, she forced herself to swallow her anger and regain her composure. She had to endure. The Shaolin Temple was considered the Taishan Beido of the orthodox path, and even the #1 person of the evil sect like her was not allowed to act recklessly here. She spoke up in reply. Really? I could not have imagined that Miss Su would have such bold, even shameless behavior, tightly clutching a man's arm in broad daylight right within the grounds of the Shaolin Temple. Seaman Haling did not back down at all, smiling as she retorted, the way we brothers and sisters express our close affection is none of the business of an outsider like Miss Lang. These words pushed DM He to her limit. She was furious, but still had to force a smile to hide the bitterness in her heart. This brat, how dare she be so insolent in front of a senior? To maintain her standing, she stole a glance at Li Qisho, as if seeking help from him. But if this argument continued here, her dignity would be... However, contrary to her expectations, he had no intention of helping, turning a blind eye as if he saw nothing. That gaze was the immovable heart she had witnessed in the Damo cave. Thinking of this, DM He let out a weary sigh and smiled to reassure herself. No matter how beautiful those peach-like breasts of yours are, you are just a passing side character. The atmosphere grew increasingly silent, uncomfortable, and suffocating. Finally, Li Qisho had to step in to settle the situation and calm both sides down. Come on, both of you please stop arguing. I introduced you to get to know each other, not for everyone to start trouble. Facing this kind of bickering while being caught in the middle, he was just as exhausted, sighing to himself. Truly tiring. I just want to quickly go back to my room to absorb the 10,000-year firelight.
His gaze swept toward DM He as he thought to himself, Cheesy Yue, no matter how beautiful a side character you create, your deceitful nature remains unchanged. I will not fall for your trap. Thinking this, Li Taisho spoke a sentence that made her startle and freeze. Although I would very much like to converse and have tea with Miss Long after so many days apart, unfortunately, I have urgent matters to attend to right now, so I'm afraid I cannot go with you. Her face clearly showed an indescribable sadness as she stammered back, Big brother, why? Without hesitation, Li Taisho went straight to the point and asked, in the end, what is Miss Long doing at Shaolin Temple? He crossed his arms over his chest and coldly continued, didn't you commit to me that you would guard Huating County? I didn't expect that a promise to me would be as light as air in your eyes, Miss Long. This time, the despair in DM He's heart grew even greater, but she didn't know how to speak to make him understand. Deep in Li Taisho's eyes, there wasn't the slightest sway, as he thought. Before coming to the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, I asked her to do something.
He recalled that day when he sat talking with DM He about overseeing Huating County, or more precisely, guarding the sect gate of the Kongtong sect. The Demon Path Alliance leader, Qisha Yue, could appear anywhere, but the glamorous courtesan Long Nuet Huang was someone who should not be present in this place. The more he thought about it, the more Li Qisho lowered his head and sighed in sadness. He had thought the two of them were close enough, never imagining she wouldn't trust him to this extent. Standing opposite him, DM He was restless and hurried to explain, but could only stammer a few words. Big brother, that matter. Before she could finish her sentence, he turned his back to leave, interrupting. Forget it. I believe Miss Long must have her own hardships. Let's go, junior sister. She still tried to call after him. Big brother, big brother.
Suddenly, tears streamed down He's face as her hands reached out into the air, her voice trembling. It can't be. She collapsed to the ground, covering her mouth and sobbing, wondering, how could you treat me so coldly? Time passed quickly until evening, and the light in Li Tiersho's room was turned on. Seeing that it was getting late, Seaman Ha Ling turned to go back to her room and said, "Senior brother, I'm going to wash up first." He replied, "Good night, junior sister." Once the little girl had completely disappeared, he returned to his room and shut the door tightly. Then Li Tiersho closed his eyes, slowly feeling the internal qi within his body. After a while, his eyes slowly opened, secretly feeling lucky that no one was around. After one more careful confirmation, Li Tiersho finally took out the elixir pill and smiled happily. At last, the time to absorb the 10,000-year fire lie inner Dan has arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he put the elixir pill into his mouth. Very quickly, the precious pill was swallowed by Li Tiersho, and a brilliant light radiated out. Around his body, a series of bright golden lightning bolts appeared, running along his frame. I can feel it now, the extreme yang qi, burning like fire. What kind of realm is Transcendent Peak? It is the realm of the sect leaders of the 9 sects in one gang, the heads of the 6 great families, a realm that allows one to call oneself the overlord of a region. Li Tiersho sat cross-legged and began to absorb the elixir, thinking to himself that controlling the extreme yang qi hidden within the 10,000-year fire lie inner Dan was as easy as turning over his hand.
Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and his whole body stiffened for a moment. Before he could even grasp what was happening, eerie, joyful laughter erupted from his throat. The lower half of Li Tiersho's body felt supremely empowered, making him shout in excitement. This truly is the source of peak and powerful vigor. As he spoke, he clenched his fist tightly. "Jade Killiman, tomorrow you will surely die by my hand." At the same time, in Denfeng County, at the manor of the Morong family, inside a room where the lights were still burning, a woman holding a tobacco pipe spoke. "The Dragon and Phoenix banquet will officially commence tomorrow." She stared out the window and continued. "Is the weapon of Li Tiersho from the Kongtong sect really that formidable?" Finishing her words, she exhaled a puff of thick white smoke. With a face full of anticipation, she smiled and said, "I, Juyu Lien, also long to have a taste once." She was the beloved concubine of the Morong family head, Juyu Lien. After returning to her identity as Chizo Yue, she still vividly remembered everything Li Tiersho had said that day. What exactly was Miss Lang doing at the Shaolin Temple? She whispered in a trembling voice. That cold expression on Li Tiersho's face is truly something I've seen for the first time. The more Cheesy Wei thought about it, the more her head throbbed with frustration. She let out a long, weary sigh, her mind now completely blank. She couldn't even fathom what had driven her to seek out that divine monk, pleading for a temporary refuge within the Buddhist gates. But then, she suddenly realized she had been rejected. Yanji had said, "The gates of Buddha are merciful and do not distinguish between visitors from all directions. You are welcome to stay here until your soul finds peace, as fate dictates." Before allowing Cheesy Wei to depart, he added one more thing. "Amitabha, this poor monk shall chant and pray before the Buddha, hoping that Patron Chi's great vow will soon be fulfilled." At this thought, she let out a cry of agony, slamming her teacup onto the table and thinking to herself, this is beyond humiliating. Unable to control her emotions, Cheesy Wei crushed the teacup in her hand as tears streamed down her face. It was all because of Li Tiersho, that absolute bastard. The words he had spoken kept echoing in her mind, impossible to forget. "Didn't you promise me that you would guard Huating County? I didn't expect a promise made to me would be so worthless in Miss Lang's eyes." Cheesy Wei's cheeks flushed bright red as she realized she hadn't paid enough attention to this matter before, thinking, requesting help. She dejectedly lowered her head onto the table and exclaimed, "That's right, he entrusted the protection of Huating County to me, but I am the #1 figure of the evil sect, Cheesy Yu. Isn't it too ridiculous to ask me to worry about those small fries? Even so, I haven't completely ignored it, but I cannot reveal that I sent the 100-faced Dark Lord there as a substitute. Doing so would be the same as admitting that Long-Weeked Huang and Cheesy Yu are the same person. If I were to reveal my identity now, Cheesy Yu could imagine the image of Li Tiersho looking at her with an extremely disgusted and reproachful gaze. Have you been deceiving me all this time?" Her face turned visibly pale, her hands clasped in front of her, as she dared not think about this. Just because of a tiny Huating County, he was so cold. Perhaps he would never forgive her. After regaining her composure for a while, she reassured herself, "It is not the right time yet. I must completely win his heart, making him so attached that he cannot live without this young lady's embrace." Cheesy Yu, her heart restless like burning fire, continued, "By then, it will not be too late to clear everything up." She swallowed her tears, holding a red piece of paper in her hand. "Therefore,
Until that moment, I will definitely use this identity of Long Wheat Hyung to capture Li Tisho's heart. Switching scenes to Li Tisho's group, Shimen Xinghe spoke up. Young hero Li, I heard that today at the Dragon and Fian gathering, you will have a martial arts duel with the Jade Kirillin.
The little girl kept reminding him that since he had accepted the invitation, he absolutely must not lose. Do you understand, my lord? She asked. He sighed and replied, I know. As he spoke, he looked toward Shimaine howling and lamented, I feel sorry for you, junior sister. She smiled and responded, it's fine. Originally, the only ones who received invitations to the Dragon and Phoenix gathering were senior brother Li and Miss Shimaine. She added, the other companion should have been senior brother Du, not me. Du Jinhui smiled and said, thank you, junior sister. Not wanting to waste any more time, Li Taisho clapped his hands to urge them forward. Come on, let's go. We must meet Miss Thian first. At the market in Denfeng County, Su Ben was waiting anxiously. Why is he so late? She thought with a forced smile. Li Taisho, although I owe you a lot, I still find it awkward to face you. However, the one who is even harder to deal with is young Master Fenglu, Nangang Qing. Just thinking about him made Su Bin's blood boil, her hands clenching into fists. Nangang Qing always bothers me. Now I have no dignity left to lose. After much thought, she finally reached a decision. Her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment as she toyed with her hands. Even if it is just to completely stop his pursuit, today I must act as if I have given my heart to young hero Li. Suddenly, Li Taisho's group appeared. He waved and called out, Miss Thian. Su Bin startled and turned to respond, young hero Li. Seeing his face looking more radiant than usual, her heart raced as she wondered, what on earth? Why does he look so much more handsome than usual today? He continued, my apologies for being late. Having no time to dwell on it, Su Bin quickly adjusted her mood and shook her head vigorously. No, what weird things am I thinking? After calming down, she cleared her throat and replied, you are a bit late. Let's hurry to the banquet venue. Before leaving, Li Taisho pointed toward Du Jiehui and introduced him. This is my senior brother. Su Ben exclaimed, so that's how it is.
She bowed her head and cupped her hands in respect, saying, it is a pleasure to meet you again, young hero Du. Du Jinhui also politely bowed back and replied, the pleasure is mine, Miss Thian. She thought coldly to herself. Clearly she had no feelings for her junior brother, but still pretended to be his lover, which made her quite unlikable. Her face darkened as she looked down sadly. As long as she had not cured this infertility, she could never permanently become the one to stand by her junior brother's side. She knew she had no right to interfere with the women around him. Regardless, Du Jinhui felt bitterness in her heart, but in the capacity of a senior brother rather than a woman, she still loathed anyone who dared to deceive her precious junior brother.
At that moment, Shimen Xinghe suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence and urging, come on, everyone, don't just stand in the middle of the road talking, let's get going. Su Bin added, let me lead the way. After traveling for a while, the group finally arrived, the hero of the Kongtong sect, young hero Li, and his companion, young hero Du. Li Tisho held up the invitation for the guard to inspect. Little Sword Crane Miss Tien and Sword Phoenix, Seaman Lady Warrior, had their invitations confirmed. The guard said, please come inside. The group replied, thank you. Inside, many people were already present, chatting and sipping wine together. Seeing a table full of food and fine wine, Li Tisho's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, aren't those premium famous wines like Jinzun Qing and Nuer Hong? He couldn't help but admire the liveliness of the place. There are so many people here. I heard the Dragon and Phoenix banquet gathers many noble children from the 9 sects in one gang and the 6 great families. It truly lives up to its reputation. As his group stepped inside, they drew much attention. People whispered, is that young master the young hero Li of the Kongtong sect from the rumors? Looking at the little Sword Queen Miss Tingen beside him, it must be him. Sword Phoenix Miss Seaman is there too. Naturally, Li Tisho heard all of this, and the corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile. I heard that today the Jade Kirillin and young hero Li of the Kongtong sect will compete. I wonder what the result will be. I'm really looking forward to it. His face darkened as he tried to cover his mouth to hide his laugh, thinking, it seems everyone is very curious. If I defeat Nangang Qing in this martial arts duel today, I will immediately become famous throughout the Wulin. Just as he finished his thought, Nangang Qing finally appeared, greeting them with a radiant smiling face. Young hero Li, you've arrived even before this young master? Li Tisho asked back in surprise. You are...
Observing again, he finally realized, clasped his hands together and bowed, saying, thank you for the invitation, young Master Nangang. He replied, you are being too polite. Others whispered, is this a reunion between the flower young master and young Master Fenglu? They added, birds of a feather flock together. Hearing these words, Li Tiesho was so angry his blood boiled, yet he tried to restrain himself. I am a great grandmaster of the way of pleasure, yet I have to listen to you lot gossiping and bad-mouthing me like this?
Still the same as always. Nangang Qing smiles warmly and runs towards Su Bin, saying, Miss Tian, long time no see.
She shows extreme disgust and replies, "I have nothing to say to you." However, he doesn't listen at all, winking confidently and teasing, "In just a moment, Miss Tian will have something to say to this young master." Not wasting any more of everyone's time, a person stands in the middle of the martial arts stage and loudly announces, "Attention everyone! From now on, the martial arts duel between the eldest young master of the Nangang family, Nangang Qing, and young hero Li Taishou of the Kangtong sect is officially beginning." Both stand facing each other, motionless, hands on their swords and a stance ready for martial arts exchange. Nangang Qing smiles and points directly at Li Taishou's face, shouting, "Now, as agreed the other day, the young hero and this young master will determine who is superior for the sake of Miss Tian." He adds, "The winner will gain Miss Tian's true affection. You haven't forgotten that, have you?" Hearing these words, Su Bin, standing below, is so resentful that her teeth clenched together and her fists tightened, wanting to rush up and give him a beating. "Who gave you the right to decide my feelings arbitrarily?" Li Taishou can only manage a forced smile, glancing back as he replies, "Not just for Miss Tian, I must also definitely win this match."
Speaking to this point, he drew his shiny sword and with a face more confident than ever, continued, "Let's fairly accept the result of the martial arts duel." Nangang Qing did not yield. He also began to draw his weapon, smiling broadly. "If this Nangang Qing happens to lose, naturally, I will wholeheartedly accept the defeat." Before entering the battle, both sides set the rules for each other. Martial artists use swords instead of words. Today, I will use Kangtong swordsmanship to break Nangang swordsmanship, to see if Kangtong's demon subduing is as formidable as rumored. I hope young hero Li will instruct me with a move or two. Having finished speaking, the footsteps of both men moved swiftly, rushing out with wind-tearing speed. The steps were decisive, without a hint of fear. The two swords clashed against each other, creating a very loud sound that made the air turn hotter. Everyone witnessing this scene could not help but be delighted, watching attentively and cheering. Li Taishou attacked more and more violently, but his movement was surprisingly gentle, forcing Nangang Qing backward. His eyes widened as he thought to himself, "Wait, this is a bit different from the Kangtong sect's martial arts that I know. It's too gentle." Just as he thought this, he was sent flying by a blow from Li Taishou. Nangang Qing's whole body could not react in time. He had to try using his feet to curb the momentum. He could not believe his eyes and asked, "Young hero Li, did you use all your strength in that sword move just now?" He did not answer, but displayed a provocative gesture and asked back, "You guess."
Nangang Qing's state transformed, sword chi radiating to the heavens as he replied, "Like this, you are underestimating me." Hearing this, Li Taishou became even more amused, thinking to himself, "It's starting to feel itchy now. Oh, my lovely training target." Nangang Qing's entire body burst with blue spiritual energy as he rushed forward, using the technique Cang Qiong Wu Ya Jin, Boundless Firmament Sword. Seeing this attack coming, Li Taishou did not just stand there and take it. He unleashed a sword strike that broke the move in the blink of an eye, thinking, Cang Qiong Wu Ya Jin, the peerless ultimate art of the Nangang family, gathering the entire boundless sky into a single sword strike. From beneath my feet, a force has grabbed hold, making me unable to move. Ordinary people would certainly collapse immediately. Recently, thanks to the encounter with the divine monk, I have broken the wall of the transcendent peak realm. Even so, Li Taishou maintained a calm appearance as much as possible, staring upwards. If I unleashed my full strength, I could easily crush Nangang Qing, who is still at the peak realm. But the problem is, right now I cannot display all my abilities. I must decide the outcome using power at the peak level. His sword slowly moved behind him, his eyebrows knitting together. At a time when the blood demon is lurking in Zhongyan, I don't want to make an irreparable mistake, so I must suppress my power. I don't want to cause more trouble that makes them wary, so I need to use the moves of the Kangtong sect only. Thinking this, Li Taishou used his strength to dash quickly towards Nangang Qing, like a moth to a flame. He slashed a powerful blow at him, but the boy was able to block it in time. Feeling the terrifying power from his opponent, Nangang Qing clenched his teeth, enduring it while thinking, to break the bind of the Cang Qiong Wu Yajian so quickly, indeed just now he was hiding his strength to test me. Unable to bear this frustration, he also unleashed his full strength, the sound of metal weapons clashing becoming more and more rapid.
But very quickly, Nangang Qing reached his limit, using his weak strength to defend. Seeing this, Li Taishou seized the opportunity to slash down powerfully, leaving him no time to react. Once again, he was knocked back, his sword plunging into the ground and creating a cloud of white dust. Nangang Qing couldn't believe his eyes, clenching his teeth as he asked himself, "I was pushed back? Why?" He dared to challenge him at this realm because he was confident he could win, yet now nothing was as he expected. The little Sword Queen's realm was only at first class. I assumed that the achievement of this young hero who defeated the little Sword Queen was also at that level. That is what I thought. Thinking this, he charged forward again, shouting, "Could it be he is hiding his true realm?" Watching this strike, Li Taishou blocked it without expending any effort, his face emotionless and cold. Suddenly, Nangongqing realized that a scratch had appeared on his face unbeknownst to him, bleeding, which startled him. He thought angrily to himself, "Then it is clear, his achievement far exceeds my imagination." But he decided not to give up, his eyes losing control as he pressed the sword down hard. Furthermore, Nangongqing exclaimed in his heart, "My self-esteem does not allow me to lose." Witnessing this scene, Li Tiesho couldn't help but be astonished, his eyes wide with bewilderment. Huh? Standing right in front of him, it seemed the boy was about to unleash a finishing move, his eyes bloodshot, sword pointing towards the sky.
Everyone watching the match gaped and exclaimed to each other, "This overwhelming aura is the king's sword form. Along with the Taiji Wisdom Sword of Wudong, isn't this the ultimate art evaluated as the #1 sword technique under heaven?" Nangongqing thought to himself. In his heart, the silhouette of Miss Thien was no longer there. Now only the will to duel with him remained. Li Tieshu stood there frozen for a moment in confusion, the corner of his mouth twitching a few times. What is this? Is he crazy? Fortunately, he had eaten the inner dan of the 10,000-year fire lie. There was no other way. Having thrown the spear, one must follow it. He also rushed forward to confront him head-on. The plan to deal with it superficially, just to get it over with, was now considered ruined. He looked at Li Tieshu and shouted loudly, "Brother, please listen clearly. The sword of Nangong may fail, but it can absolutely never be broken." Hearing these words, Li Tieshu burst into rage and interrupted, "Who is your brother?" He recalled what Du Jinhui had said earlier. "Junior brother, I will show you our sect's martial arts that I have improved. In the process of restoring the Hunyuan Yi Qi Gong, I experimented with modifying some moves of the demon-subduing sword technique. Reuniting with senior brother after so many days apart to catch up, I was astonished to hear about this derivative sword skill, a new ultimate art of the Kongtong sect created by a peerless genius." Thinking of this, a series of sword chi formed a circle around Li Tieshu, demon-subduing 9 heaven sword. When the moment was right, he shouted without hesitation, "Ha!" Immediately, rows of those swords simultaneously rushed towards Nangongqing amidst his panicked gaze. Although he tried hard to resist, due to the terrifying power, he still found it difficult to cope. What? This is... He became more and more surprised, asking himself, does the Kongtong sect also have this kind of martial art? Neither side refused to yield, rushing at each other and unleashing moves in rapid succession. The crowd cheered. It was an attack as fierce as fire, and no one knew how victory or defeat would turn out. It seemed Nangongqing's strength was exhausted. He stood dazed in one spot, not reacting. His complexion became visibly unsightly, his teeth gritted in endurance. Nangongqing's sword was bombarded by Li Tieshu's sword chi. It turned out he had been waiting for an opportunity all this time, and finally the chance was approaching. All right, I have endured until the final sword shadow. Next is... Before Nangongqing could understand what was happening, when he looked back, Li Tieshu's figure had vanished from his previous spot, nowhere to be seen. Right behind his back, he was already standing there, his gaze sharp and cold. By the time Nangongqing turned his head to look, it was too late. The sword was already pressed close to his neck. Li Tieshu stood there, smiling confidently, and said, "I win, Jade Kirillin." Nangongqing was startled and thought to himself, while I was busy parrying the sword forms, he seized the opening and slipped behind me. So the duel ends here. The crowd is cheering and making a commotion. I have lost. Those present could not believe the result of this battle and whispered among themselves, "I didn't expect Kongtong's demon subduing to be so strong. This is a completely new ultimate art that we have never seen before. Being able to use a sword to defeat the Jade Kirillin, from today onwards, the stigma of the Kongtong freak hero Li Tieshu will also be wiped clean." One person looked towards Li Tieshu and said, "The young hero's martial arts are far more formidable than the rumors suggest." There was no denying it anymore. Nangongqing also admitted defeat, clasping his hands and bowing his head to speak. That was an incredibly interesting duel. Li Tieshu also smiled politely and replied, "You flatter me." As soon as the words were spoken, the belt worn around Nangongqing's waist suddenly snapped in half and slipped down in the blink of an eye. Was my belt hit just now? Before he could even react, his trousers slipped down, revealing only the white loincloth inside. This entire scene was witnessed by everyone present, impossible to hide. Standing opposite, Li Tieshu's jaw dropped to the ground, unable to utter a word. The men looked thunderstruck, their eyes rolling back as they shouted, The trousers just now?" Seaman Xinghe couldn't bear to look anymore, hurriedly covering her face with her hands, her voice trembling. That bad habit has recurred. The men around whispered to each other, "Stripping Nangongqing's lower garments? Doesn't the Kongtong freak hero only target women? Such a strange hobby of stripping both men and women. Isn't this one sword stripping?" A series of bad reputations were directed at Li Tieshu, and he couldn't react at all, only able to sweat profusely and stand rooted to the spot, thinking to himself, "Damn it.
Suddenly, Nangang Qing hurriedly shouted to explain. Wait, fellow practitioners of the orthodox path, please listen. He wanted to reclaim Li Tisho's honor. Tying his belt tightly, he continued. The slipping of this young master's clothes was just an accidental mishap that can happen at any time during a contest. I hope everyone will not discuss this matter further.
As he spoke, he flashed a bright smile and pointed at himself. This Nangang does not consider ragged clothes to be a humiliation. Having said that, Nangang Qing grabbed his hand, pulled him closer, and declared, "This young master accepts defeat and will never pursue Miss Thean again." His next statement made him so shocked that his whole body went stiff. The young lady's heart belongs to this brother here. Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be astonished by his attitude, exclaiming, "I didn't expect young Master Nangang to have this side to him. Even though he was teased, he still accepted defeat and is completely convinced by the result." Everyone gave a loud round of applause to congratulate and praise Nangang Qing's spirit. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say, "That was a good match. Thank you for giving this Nangang the opportunity to learn the sword techniques of the Kongtong sect." Standing opposite him, Li Tiesho could only cry inwardly, while outwardly forcing a smile and replying, "Me too. That was a wonderful match. Thanks, kid."
After finishing the duel, he quickly returned to his table and spoke up. "Thank you everyone for cheering." Du Jinhui praised, "Junior brother, congratulations on the victory." Seaman Qinghe sighed, "That bad habit of yours really can't be fixed, can it?" Hearing these words, Li Teisho could only be rendered speechless, thinking, "Damn it." The little girl turned towards Su Bin, who was sitting there in a daze, and whispered, "In any case, my young master has kept his promise to Miss Thien, right?" However, she only received a sigh in return, along with an evasive gaze. Seeing this, he asked in surprise, "Hey now, I fought with all my might, so why do you say that?" She was so shy she didn't dare to look straight into his eyes anymore, replying, "You didn't need to try so hard, I'm fine." These words not only made Li Teisho freeze, but caused everyone sitting there to glance around and observe. Su Bin's cheeks were flushed red like a tomato, and she bashfully stammered, "Although it's a bit awkward and embarrassing, actually, I used you, young hero, to escape my difficult situation, but why did you—" Before letting her finish her sentence, he leaned down with his handsome face and interrupted, "Because you said you didn't like that Nangang Qing." This made Su Bin's maiden heart flutter even more. Her eyes widened and her heart beat wildly. He sighed and continued, "As a manly man, helping a woman in trouble is just common sense. Why overthink it so much?" Before she could be moved for long, she was let down by Li Teisho's subsequent words. She abruptly stood up, finding a random excuse to leave. "I have something I need to attend to outside for a moment. Please excuse me, everyone. Thank you very much for today, sir."
Before he could understand what was going on, Subin's figure had already run off and disappeared. What was that? He glanced over at Shimin Xinghe and asked, "Miss Shimin, please follow Miss Tien to see what is wrong with her." The little girl interrupted him in annoyance. "Young master, you truly are an idiot, a big idiot." Hearing these words, Li Teisho became even more bewildered and exclaimed, "Huh? What is wrong with that little girl now?" Du Jinhui patted his shoulder in consolation. "A woman's heart is truly hard to understand, isn't it?" As soon as the words fell, a figure suddenly approached and spoke up. "Congratulations on your victory, Kongtong freak hero, Li Teisho." Seeing this person, Li Teisho still did not recognize who it was. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Who are you?" The man smiled and replied, "I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I am Morong Wei of the Morong family. I hear that you are quite the connoisseur of romantic pleasures." As he spoke, his expression became sly and unfathomably deep. "I wonder if you are interested in the Qingtan assembly."
Hearing these words from him, Li Teisho immediately recognized the identity of Murong Wei, the eldest young master of the Murong family. In his past life, he was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, manipulating the entire Orthodox martial arts alliance, and was also the one who used every method to hunt down Du Jinhui. With that despicable and malicious nature, he had provoked the four great experts of the Huashan sect, Nangang family, Qingsang sect, and Diansang sect to ambush his senior brother, right when he was on the path to contending for the title of #1 under heaven. Standing beside him, Du Jinhui whispered, "Junior brother, I feel an ominous omen." He naturally knew that and reassured, "Don't worry, senior brother." His state remained extremely calm, showing no sign of worry, and he nodded slightly. The future ringleader of the Orthodox martial arts path had personally come to his door. It seemed he had truly made a deep impression on him. Not wasting any more time, Li Teisho quickly walked over to Murong Wei and asked, "A rather attractive invitation, but I am unclear what kind of banquet the Qingtang gathering is. May I be so bold as to ask a few questions?" He replied, "Of course." Thinking for a moment, he continued, "This banquet is exclusively for men who harbor great ambitions and are also connoisseurs of romantic pleasures, just like you, young master, the one who won today's martial arts duel.
Furthermore, for a young hero who has captured the heart of Miss Lang, the #1 courtesan of Gansu, could it be that there aren't even more refined pleasures awaiting you? These words made Li Taisho pause for a beat, his eyes widening in surprise as he wondered, refined pleasures? His face darkened in thought. Listening to this tone, it certainly wasn't a decent banquet. It seemed that in his past life, this Qingtang gathering also had a major incident. Thinking of this, he clasped his hands in front of him, bowed, and spoke. Excellent. For such a gathering, this humble one is always willing to participate. Seeing his invitation accepted, Murong Wei excitedly replied, Thank you, young master, for giving face and accepting. I will send the invitation card right now.
As he spoke, he handed him a small note as a reminder. The Qingtan assembly would be held immediately after the Dragon and Phoenix banquet concluded. He advised the young master to take note that entry was only permitted for male-female couples. Having accomplished what he intended, he turned to leave with peace of mind, not forgetting to wave and conclude, It's a deal then. Waiting until Murong Wei's figure disappeared into the darkness, Du Chenhui looked toward Li Tiesho and asked, Junior brother, are you really all right? He replied, Yes, senior brother. Seeing his state as if there was something difficult to say, he added, Senior brother, could you spare a little time for me later? I have something I want to ask of you. Shifting the scene elsewhere, at this moment Su Bin was walking while angrily grumbling, Li Tiesho, what a total blockhead.
Her face flushed bright red like glowing coal as she thought to herself, even though she knew she had used him, he still protected her at any cost. But the more she thought about it, the more her heart raced uncontrollably. She had always been nothing but trouble. Did he really need to be so kind to her? Subin slumped down and buried her head in her arms, her voice trembling as she wondered why he always acted as if he would defeat everyone she hated. At this rate, he would give her endless hope. Furthermore, young Master Li was the only person who had moved her master's heart, and he had even publicly proposed to her master. This rapid heartbeat must surely be because she was frustrated that some pervert was trying to steal her master away. Just as she was thinking this, Shimin Qinghe suddenly appeared, making her startle and freeze. Miss Tian, your face looks terrible. Are you all right? Subin tried to adjust her emotions and replied calmly, You didn't need to come looking for me personally. The young girl replied, Young Master Li asked me to check on you. If you aren't sick, let's head back. Thanks to those words, her mood softened slightly, as she thought, Is he worried about me? With no other choice, the two of them returned together. Whenever she thought of Li Taisho, her heart felt as tangled as a ball of yarn. As she walked, Subin pondered, but there was one undeniable truth. She praised him in her heart. Today's Li Taisho was truly magnificent. By then, they had arrived back at the banquet. At the table, Nangan Xing, Li Taisho, and Du Jinhui had already started. The celebration banquet has begun.
Seeing the two of them return, he looked back and asked, Has everyone arrived? Ladies, please come in. Nangang Qing spoke up. Brother Li, let's have a drink. Li Tisho quickly waved his hand in refusal. Forgive me, I am not used to high alcohol tolerance. He still didn't let it go, smiling as he continued. Then drinking tea instead of wine is fine too, Brother Li. He was speechless, thinking to himself, Hey, why has he been acting so brotherly and close this whole time? While pouring a cup of tea, Nangang Qing replied via voice transmission. Isn't it because young Master Li is the one recognized by Jade Killen Nangang Qing is a true manly man? To probe further, Li Tisho asked, By the way, did you also receive an invitation card to the Qingtan Assembly? He drained his cup of wine and replied, So Brother Li also has one. Indeed, only romantic figures like you and I are worthy of it. Before Nangang Qing could get too smug, Li Tisho's next words made him freeze. Don't go there. Confused, he asked him, You're advising me not to go? Why say that all of a sudden? He didn't know how to explain it either, so he could only let him decide for himself. Believe it or not, it's up to you, but I have an ill premonition about that place. Nangang Qing also thought seriously about the matter for a while and then nodded in agreement. I understand what you mean. It's a trivial matter. It's not difficult at all.
He happily and excitedly added, In return, next time when the Nangang family hosts a banquet, I will definitely invite Brother Li. You must come and join the fun then. Li Tisho awkwardly replied, All right, all right. After finishing the meal, he looked at Du Jinhui and whispered, Senior brother, let's talk privately for a moment. Hearing this, she followed him without asking many questions. Is it about what you were going to say earlier? He replied, Yes. Regarding the Qingtan Assembly, where participants must go in male-female pairs, I have decided on the person who will accompany me. It is one sword play. This was the decision Li Tisho reached after careful thought. I will take you with me in the guise of a woman. In his past life, the Qingtan Assembly was not merely a banquet, but had degenerated into a scandalous den of debauchery, filled with various aphrodisiacs. More importantly, the aphrodisiac used by Murong Wei, the host of the party, provided by the ninth lady, the favorite concubine of the current head of the Murong family. Because of those indecent acts, Li Tiesho could not just stand by and watch. With the Hangshan Self on the verge of being destroyed by the blood sect, he could not ignore the trade of this shady medicine. He turned his head toward Du Jinhui and said, Senior brother, regarding young Master Murong's invitation, don't you find it suspicious? She replied, As expected, I'm not the only one who thinks so.
He leaned in closer and whispered, "Regarding this matter, I have an urgent favor to ask of you." Hearing this, Du Junhui blushed and stammered, "Junior brother, just say it. I will help with anything." Before she could understand, Li Tiesho smirked and asked, "One swordplay is you, right, senior brother?" Shocked that he knew, she exclaimed, "How did you know about that?" To herself, she wondered, "Could it be that my identity as a woman has been exposed?" He replied, "Actually, after you started traveling the Jianghu alone, I looked into it a bit because I was worried." Confident in his deduction, Li Tiesho continued, "You intentionally hid your tracks and even disguised yourself as a woman, am I right?" Not knowing how to explain, Du Junhui simply nodded in agreement. "That's right, that fake identity of one swordplay was created following your advice, junior brother." He nodded in praise. "You did well, senior brother. That makes everything much easier." Saying this, Li Tiesho rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "The Qingtan Assembly is a gathering full of shadiness. If I refuse after being invited, it would be quite rude. Because of that, he made a decision. I cannot bring my junior sister to such a chaotic place. Miss Seaman and Senior Tang are outsiders, so it's not convenient to trouble them." His next words moved Du Junhui. "Other than you, senior brother, there really is no one else I can trust and rely on." An indescribable feeling welled up inside her as she thought, "Junior brother needs me."
Creating the fake identity One Swordplay, Tan Xiao Xiao, was partly to safely travel to Jianghu, but also partly due to my own selfishness. If only for once, how wonderful it would be to stand openly beside my junior brother in a female identity. After thinking for a while, Du Junhui spoke up, "I will do it. If it is my junior brother's request, I will do anything." Back at the inn, Shimen Qinghe exclaimed in surprise, "Young Master Li said he would return later?" Li Tiesho explained, "There is a Qingtan assembly banquet right after this, and I have received an invitation. Everyone please head back to the inn first." As he spoke, he glanced at Su Bin and reminded her, "Miss Tyann, please be careful on your way back as well." She waved her hand and replied, "We don't need to pretend to be lovers anymore." With no more time for small talk, he quickly turned to leave. "Then I'll see you all later. My lord, please take care." Waiting for them to go ahead, Du Junhui looked up at the sky, which had begun to dim, and thought to himself, the preparation time seemed more rushed than he imagined. Inside the street, lanterns had been lit brightly, and people passed by in a bustling and lively manner. Standing in a corner, Li Tiesho was already waiting, thinking his senior brother was quite late, but it was understandable since he had to disguise himself to avoid the eyes of others, which must have taken quite some effort. Just as he thought of this, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly approached. Several passers-by recognized the newcomer immediately and exclaimed, "Hey, live over there, isn't that the one sword Miss Du Junhui, the top courtesan?" This remark caught Li Tiesho's attention, and he turned around to observe. What met his eyes was the sight of Du Junhui wearing a beautiful female outfit, calling out loudly, "Junior brother!" Her eyes sparkled brightly as she smiled and continued, "Sorry, I'm a bit late, aren't I?" That sight caused Li Tiesho to instinctively freeze, not knowing how to react. He then sank into bewilderment, wondering where that muscular appearance from earlier had gone. Not only that, his lower body lost control and raised the flag fiercely. "What is wrong with you, little brother?" On the outside, Diem Hui walked with her world-toppling beauty, holding a bright red rose that attracted the attention of all the men. Long Duet Huang, the #1 courtesan of Kansu, looked captivating every time. Everyone's attention was focused on her as if she were the center. "Is Long Duet Huang coming here to offer incense for me?" How beautiful a sincere heart directed towards a loved one is. Facing those extravagant compliments, she remained completely unmoved. On the contrary, she was utterly disgusted. Any man with a bit of extraordinary spirit would recognize this lady's beauty, so why was it so difficult with that iron-faced Li Tiesho? As she stepped up the stairs, Diem Hui told herself that she could not let her big brother down again. She had failed her appointment to protect Huating County, so this time she had to repent and pray sincerely.
Without any hesitation, she quickly headed straight inside, thinking to herself that although she did not normally care for such things, praying for her big brother's victory at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering was her duty as his lover. Before she could even do so, a voice called out from behind, "Hero and Yin of the Hangshan sect has arrived too." Hearing this, Diem He turned around in shock and wondered, "What? Is it Yin Suelon?"
Just as those outside said, the person who arrived was indeed Yin Chuelan. Her appearance remained the same as ever, with a heart as calm as water as she gently entered. Standing inside, Yim He saw this and spoke up. "Is this not the Sword Queen, the renowned sect leader of the great Hangshan sect in the Wulin? Lang Weidhun offers her greetings." Yin Chuelan also nodded and replied, "It has been a while since we last met. Did you also come to burn incense, miss?" She shrugged and answered with a smile. "That's right. For the sake of Big Brother, this humble woman absolutely cannot miss today." Her eyes gleamed with a mysterious hint as she continued, "It seems the Sword Queen has also come to pray. I wonder what intention you have placed into that flower." These words struck Yin Chuelan's sore spot, causing her to lose her composure and snap back. "I only pray for the Dragon and Phoenix gathering to proceed smoothly. Is there something wrong with that?" A verbal sparring match broke out between the two, their eyes clashing with fiery intensity. But then Yin Chuelan regained her calm, reassuring herself not to get angry. I won't fall for your verbal traps this time, Longwood Whom. He smirked and thought to herself, what a perfect excuse. Do you think this young lady doesn't know you came to offer incense because of Li Tishu? Thinking of this, she lifted her veil and said, truly worthy of being the sect leader of the great Hengshan sect, the Sword Queen's flower is indeed for the world.
She continued, then please entrust your feelings to this flower of mine. Yin Shuilan started, pausing for a beat, wondering, entrust feelings into her flower? Her hand unconsciously tightened around the lotus she was holding, making it tremble. How could my noble sincerity for the benefactor be lowered to something that could be casually and sloppily entrusted like that? More and more she lost control and cried out, oh heavens, please forgive this narrow-minded and jealous person. After thinking for a while, Yin Shuilan replied, no longer beating around the bush, I will be blunt, Miss Lang. Her face was ice-cold, devoid of emotion, as she continued, please stop seducing the benefactor. Diam He laughed and interrupted, seducing? How funny. Heroine Yin, you have a huge misunderstanding. I simply admire him in a pure way. As she spoke, she diligently planted the flowers she had prepared. You say my feelings are a delusion? It truly breaks my heart. Diam He's hand gently caressed the petals. Furthermore, someone who has no relationship with Big Brother like Heroine Yin has no right to interfere in my business. Yin Shuilan naturally understood and asked, the benefactor and I have no relationship? Is that what you mean? Diam He sighed and replied, then what kind of a relationship is it? Could it be that the Sword Queen Heroine Yin, famous throughout the Orthodox martial world, truly loves a young hero 30 years younger than herself? Having finished her sentence, she turned her head to observe Yin Shuilan's expression. Her attitude showed clear sadness, temporarily unable to find words.
Seeing this, Diam He thought to herself that for those in the orthodox path, status and face are as important as life itself. No matter how talented the Sword Queen might be, she could never admit to truly loving a younger junior. Yin Shuilan knew this all too well, yet she could not control her emotions, feeling truly envious of Leng Guihyong's youth. That woman could freely love the benefactor, but I am not without anything to give back either. She recalled what Li Tishu had said, Sword Queen Yin Shuilan. He had added, when I grow up, I will come to challenge you. A series of those scenes flashed through Yin Shuilan's mind. She flashed a happy smile and asked, may I call you benefactor? Returning to the present, her gaze became calm again as she said, thank you for your concern, Miss Lang, but no matter how my heart feels, the fact that the benefactor here once challenged me remains unchanged. As she spoke, she slowly approached, and as usual, I will accept that challenge. Having said this, Yin Shuilan placed down her lotus flower, without a hint of falsehood. Once finished, she didn't bother to speak further and turned to leave. Well then, I shall take my leave. Finally, only Diam He remained in the room, standing frozen to the spot. She wondered in shock. Without a hint of falsehood? Her expression turned sour. Her eyes narrowed as she gave a cold huff.
Stepping back outside, the sky remained clear and sunny. As she walked, Yin Shuilan pondered to herself, could it be that the Sword Queen, renowned throughout the Orthodox martial world, truly loves a young hero 30 years her junior? Though she claimed not to care, she could not stop thinking about it, specifically those words from Miss Lang, which she might never be able to refute. Scene changed to the incident in Dongfeng County. Inside a large room, Zhu Yulian sat waiting, holding a vial of deep purple liquid. She was the beloved concubine of the head of the Morong family, Zhu Yulian. While she was relaxing, someone suddenly pushed the door open from the outside. Seeing this, she happily sat up, smiled, and asked, has the eldest young master arrived? It turned out the person entering was Morong Wei. He replied, yes, Madam Zhu. Seeing him sit on the bed, Zhu Yulian asked, have you delivered the invitation to the Kongtong Freak hero as I instructed? He replied, I have.
Seeing her plan being completed step by step, she happily pressed Morong Wei down and praised, very well, then I shall reward you. He buried his head in Zhu Yulian's massive breasts, devouring them. She continued, now, lead the Kongtong Freak hero to me. He smiled excitedly and immediately agreed, yes, as you command. Although still in the throes of pleasure, Zhu Yulian couldn't stop thinking about Li Tishu, wondering, the Kongtong Freak hero? Oh no, it's the double-burst killing sword, Li Tishu. If I turn him into my slave, I wonder how he would moan. It was thanks to this lust art that I rose to the position of sect leader. It's been a long time. Maybe I should try to enjoy it fully once, all for the sake of the blood sect. At the same time outside, at Li Tishu's location, Du Jinhui ran up and called out, sorry, junior brother, have you been waiting long? He laughed, scratched his head and replied, not at all. The night market is open, so I was busy looking around and bought a few things, losing track of time. Hearing that, she felt more at ease and said, I see. I'm glad you didn't have to wait long. Seeing her like this, Li Tishu's heart raced even faster. He repeatedly punched his little brother and thought to himself, calm down, senior brother is a man, he is a man. While Du Jinhui stood to the side, bewildered, asking, junior brother, what's wrong with you?
He hurriedly regained his composure and replied, it's nothing, let's head to the Qingtan assembly quickly.
Without wasting any more time, the two held hands and departed. A while later in a pavilion, a loud voice rang out. "Please come this way, young hero Li." Li Tiesho happily said, "It is an honor to meet you again, young master." Murong Wei urged, "Please come inside." Before entering, he did not forget to introduce, "This is my companion, Qin Xiao of the One Sword Play." Hearing this, he exclaimed, "I have only heard the name, but I didn't expect this beauty to have such beautiful skin. Please come inside." Murong Wei looked at both of them and reminded, "Right, this is a gathering where weapons are not allowed, so please deposit your swords into the storage box." Although he knew something was unusual, he had to comply. Having come this far, stubbornly keeping weapons would only invite unnecessary suspicion. Li Tiesho could only leave it to fate, having to trust in his senior brother and himself. The interior was bustling at this moment, with hot girls everywhere. Seeing them being openly intimate like that, Du Jinhui was so embarrassed her face turned red. Men and women can actually be so openly intimate. She shielded Li Tiesho, staying vigilant. "This is the first time I've seen such a debaucherous place." He worriedly thought to himself, "Senior brother looks quite tense. Perhaps because it's his first time in such a place. It's hard to avoid."
Thanks to 50 years as a palace eunuch, my sense of smell has become extremely keen. Amid the scent of spices and women's cosmetics, he could immediately detect a very unpleasant odor mixed in. From this, Li Tiesho was certain that someone had burned a type of aphrodisiac grass. The debauched banquet had begun. At Huashang Pavilion, the scenery had become magnificent and brilliant with lanterns hanging all around. From inside the rooms, numerous silhouettes and frantic cries echoed, making the atmosphere suggestive. Everything was steeped in human desire, manifesting outwardly. Hearing those noises, Li Tiesho did not even bother to pay attention. He quickly covered his ears and thought to himself that although he had anticipated it, witnessing it firsthand was far more horrific than he had imagined. Du Jinhui transmitted, "Junior brother, I will protect you." Despite her words, he could feel her intense anxiety as her eyes darted around. Who was protecting whom exactly? After moving for a while, Murong Wei finally stopped at a large room and spoke. "How is it, young hero? As you are a distinguished guest, beauties and fine wine have been meticulously prepared. You may summon them at any time." The corner of his mouth twitched into a smirk as he added suggestively, "If you grow tired of women, catamites are also ready to serve you."
Hearing those words, though his blood boiled, Li Tiesho still had to try and keep calm, scratching his head and stammering, "Mingyang, you bastard. Fine, where is the ninth lady?" Facing this question, Murong Wei continued to walk and replied, "The ninth lady is waiting on the top floor of the pavilion. Please follow me." Without a second thought, he followed him, but his eyes still tried to glance back at Du Jinhui, transmitting his voice, "Senior brother, when I give the signal, immediately use all your power to restrain the ninth lady." Li Tiesho recalled what he knew from his past life's memories. Before arriving here, I had tried to recall every detail of the Qingtan Assembly. In the past life, documentation of the assembly's early stages was almost non-existent in the Eastern Depot. Later, the matter of the Qingtan Assembly's head, Murong Wei, using aphrodisiacs to seduce countless women and even orchestrating bedroom bribery was repeatedly exposed, making his insatiable lustful nature clear. But at that time, the main goal was to get a handle on him, so I did not pursue it any further. Now, it's impossible not to suspect that the blood sect has intervened. When refining Jiangxi, the blood sect often uses special drugs, causing their medicinal production skills to skyrocket. He speculated that these drugs could have become a massive financial source for them, so now the possibility of the blood sect's involvement cannot be ruled out. If the blood demon manipulated Murong Wei through the ninth lady, then Murong Wei's incitement of the 4 orthodox experts to murder the senior brother would match perfectly. The more he thought, the slower Li Tiesho's steps became. According to information I obtained in my past life, the ninth lady knows martial arts but only for self-defense, and has not yet reached the level of an expert.
His eyes carried the determination to uncover the truth here. His eyebrows furrowed. But if she truly was an informant for the blood sect as he suspected, she must have hidden her true abilities well. After walking a bit further, they finally arrived. Murong Wei stopped, his expression extremely suspicious as he spoke. "We are here." Right ahead was a large room with a magnificent bright red carpet spread across the floor. "I wish you two a pleasant time." Without wasting any more time, Li Tiesho and Du Jinhui quickly stepped inside the room and asked, "Is anyone there?" However, before he could finish his sentence, a pungent scent rushed into his nose, making him extremely uncomfortable. He had to cover his nose, thinking, "The scent is getting stronger. My body feels like it is being scorched by yang qi." Suddenly, a lantern hanging in the center of the room was lit, accompanied by a voice. "Greetings to both of you." At the large table, Zhu Youlian sat waiting, smiling as she continued, "You two must be One Sword Play, Miss Qin, Qin Xiao, and..." Her gaze seemed to pierce through everything as she looked directly at them, scrutinizing. The strange hero of Kong Tong, young hero Li perhaps.
Hearing these words, Li Tiesho grew wary, thinking to himself, is that woman the ninth lady? Uglier than I imagined. Well, actually, she's just average. After they sat down, she poured a suspicious glass of pale purple liquid. She then looked at him and said, I heard from young Master Murong that young hero Li is abstaining from alcohol. This was exactly what Zhu Yolian had calculated. She picked up the cup of strange purple liquid and offered it to him. So I have prepared tea instead. Please, young hero, help yourself.
Although feeling many suspicions here, Li Taisho could not refuse the striking the grass to startle the snake tactic. Observing the teacup, the tea was crystal clear, looking unsuspicious on the surface. However, he quickly discovered a strange detail. The sediment at the bottom looked like tea crumbs, but resembled traces of aphrodisiacs more, which was actually less troublesome. Li Taisho's face darkened as he pondered. To neutralize aphrodisiacs, one had to learn special detoxification methods, or use harmony of yin and yang to resolve it. Thinking of this, he glanced toward Du Jinhui sitting next to him. Having been a field special envoy of Dongchang, he had naturally studied aphrodisiac neutralization methods thoroughly, but his senior brother had not. Just as he was about to refuse and put down the teacup, Li Taisho's gaze suddenly met that of Zhu Yulian, who was staring intently and urging him on. In this mission, he could not decline. He could only eliminate the turbid qi and retain some potency for the operation. With no other choice, he took a sip of tea and used voice transmission to Du Jinhui. Senior brother, the tea shows signs of being drugged. Let me drink it. You just refuse. She exclaimed, Junior brother. Although he finished the cup of tea, his state remained perfectly normal as he smiled and said, This is good tea. Miss Qin needs to fast now. I will drink the rest.
Zhu Yulian's eyes glinted with malice, and the corners of her mouth curled up as she said, Young hero Li and Miss Qin, both of your appearances are truly outstanding. A perfect pair of a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Once again, Li Tiesho picked up the teacup and downed it in one go, saying, Many thanks. She laughed and continued, Rumor has it that young hero Li once competed for the title of the #1 romantic under heaven. Since you are such a romantic, how could you lack beautiful women? Suddenly, he slammed the tea glass onto the table, his cheeks visibly flushed, and replied, The joy of intimacy is both the start and the end of being a romantic, right? What is this? I feel so nauseous. This is not like normal aphrodisiacs. Horrifying nightmares filled his mind, alongside the sound of Zhu Yulian's laughter. Young hero Li speaks very reasonably. So from now on, how about Miss Qin and I, all three of us, enjoy the pleasures of love together? Seeing things spinning out of control, Du Jinhui worriedly sent a voice transmission. Junior brother, when is the signal?
However, Li Tiesho's head spun like a windmill, no longer under control, his gaze blurred. He slumped onto the table, causing Du Jinhui to cry out in alarm, Young master! Waiting for this exact moment, Zhu Yulian had achieved her goal, laughing loudly as she asked, So the drug has finally taken effect. Despite being in a daze, Li Tiesho maintained a sliver of reason and interrupted, What on earth did you put in the tea? She stood up and replied, I thought for a long time about which drug would be worthy of you, but it was too hard to choose, so I dissolved every medicine I had into it. The water was taken from the deep caves of Beiyet. Its effect is immense. These words rooted him to the spot, his teeth clenched as he thought, Beiyet? Could it be the water tainted by blood qi that they stole before the Hengshan sect could purify it? But knowing it now was too late. Everything was gradually slipping out of his control. It turned out the people at the Qingtan Assembly were so delirious because they had consumed aphrodisiacs mixed with this blood qi-infested water. This was no longer just an aphrodisiac, it was a demonic drug. Fortunately, the Sword Queen had cleansed Hengshan. Otherwise, all of Zhongwan would be in chaos. Trying to drug and harm a young man to steal his purity? Li Tiesho's hand gripped the wooden table. Contrasting her ugly and aged appearance, he hurled the entire table at Zhu Yulian while shouting, Your heart is the filthiest thing of all. He glanced at Du Jinhui and signaled, Senior brother, now! Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged forward like lightning. Her eyes flashed with fury, glaring as her fists tightened. How dare you play tricks on my junior brother? Both unleashed a violent punch, creating a loud explosion. Unforgivable. Zhu Yulian, still unafraid, smirked and praised, Not bad, you still have some strength left. Before Du Jinhui could react, she was already restrained by the woman. Her hands were tightly bound by a piece of cloth and slammed hard to the ground. Zhu Yulian showed a sly expression and said, Why not obediently submit and immerse yourself in pleasure with me? But she did not easily give in and interrupted. Such petty strength. Zhu Jinhui gritted her teeth, grabbed the cloth, and continued, You can't stop me, Zhu Yulian. She thought to herself, I'll make sure you never dare to show that disgusting face on the streets again. Her hands moved swiftly, landing a punch right on Zhu Yulian's face. Blood gushed from the woman's nose, her mouth curling into an incredulous, distorted smile. Quickly, she regained her footing and pinned Zhu Yulian into a corner. This old lady has broad interests. I don't even mind women. She added,
Let me personally teach you where the taste of pleasure begins." Having finished her words, Zhu Yulian opened her mouth, creating a purple mist that blew into Zhu Yulian's face. Although she wanted to dodge, she was too late, her hand quickly covering her mouth as she retreated. Her whole body lost its strength, her legs no longer under control as she collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "What? This is—" Zhu Yulian stood opposite her, laughing maniacally and explaining, "You've been hit directly by this old lady's aphrodisiacs. If you don't engage in pleasure with me before nightfall, your meridians will burst and you will die." As she spoke, she lunged forward once more. "I'll make sure you can't even move." However, before she could carry out her intention, a loud shout rang out. "Who gave you permission?" It turned out to be Li Taisho, who had finally regained his senses, his fist clenched for a strike.
Without hesitation, he landed a solid blow on Zhu Yulian's face, silencing her instantly. Her bloated body could not react in time and fell backward in pain. Li Taisho was clenching a leaf between his teeth, sweat pouring down as he sighed to himself. "The one who will die is you, you crazy woman." Unable to believe she had lost, Zhu Yulian struggled to stand up and thought, how is this possible? By now, Li Taisho should have been submerged in illusions. It turned out that at the most critical moment, Li Taisho had timely swallowed an antidote. While waiting for his senior brother with a buy-whatever-is-available mindset, he had stopped by a pharmacy and bought all kinds of antidotes. As long as he took them and expelled the turbid qi correctly, he would not easily succumb. Thinking of this, he reached into his chest pocket and pulled something out. "Madam Zhu Yulian, you abused demonic medicine to subvert the order of the Wulan. I and this scene are the evidence." It turned out that the item Li Taisho pulled out was the command whistle given to him by Yan Ji earlier, a crime deserving of punishment. He had given it to him and instructed, "If anything suspicious happens, blow this whistle." Without a moment's hesitation, he put it to his lips and blew. The echoing sound spread all around, transmitting the signal.
Standing nearby, Qi Ziwei and Tang Anlin were observing from the rooftop. She spoke in a cold voice. "This sound, Tian Dihui will arrive immediately." At the same time, inside another hall, everything was immersed in silence. The brilliant sunlight shone down on the peaceful scene. Currently, in the room, DM He was holding an incense stick and placing it into a half-burned incense burner. She was extremely furious, looking toward Yin Shui Lan's lotus flower, gritting her teeth and thinking to herself, "Yin Shui Lan, this shameless slut. Sooner or later I will definitely defeat you, making it so you no longer have the face to live in the Jianghu anymore." Just as she said this, suddenly a monk ran inside from the outside and shouted loudly, "Milady Longwet Hyung, are you here?" He handed DM He a small piece of paper and continued, "The ancestral master instructed that whenever I meet Milady Longwet Hyung, I must deliver this letter to you." Although she didn't know what was happening, she still took the paper and opened it to read, wondering, "The divine monk sent a letter to me? Is it about Tian Dihui?" Inside the letter, Yuan Ji wrote, "The compilation of the records of the entire Sword Queen's secret cave incident that occurred at the Hengshan sect has been completed. However, there is one point that troubles me, so I would like to ask you for a favor."
Just before the event of the Sword Queen's secret cave occurred, there was news that 2 horse-drawn carriages carrying spirit medicines had been dispatched from the Xi'an warehouse for medicinal purposes. Although the quantity was small, it was unknown what issues might arise with those 2 carriages of spirit medicines. Therefore, it is best to focus on the Purple Pavilion, a place that frequently hosts banquets to attract guests, and carefully inspect the quantity of imported wine. After reading this far, DM He still could not believe it, her hand gripping the letter tightly with an angry gaze. These despicable blood sect members, what on earth do they want to do? Scene transition. Inside the Purple Pavilion, Li Taisho stood there, reaching his hand into his robe and speaking up. "Ninth Lady, you wretched woman. You used cruel medicinal power to disrupt the order of the Wulan. The fact that I was hit by your medicinal power, along with this scene, is the evidence to charge you before the government." His hand gripped the command whistle tightly, wanting to make her pay for everything. Now that the evidence was clear, all of your sins deserved punishment. When the whistle sounded, Zhu Yulian gradually regained her senses. Her eyes glared, staring fixedly at him as she shouted, "Punish me?" Suddenly, Zhu Yulian seemed to go mad and lose control, her eyes turning white as she screamed piteously. She could not accept this fate and tried to rush toward Li Taisho, cursing, "If you can do it, then just try it, you bastard." Witnessing this scene, while the poison inside his body had not yet been fully neutralized, he had no choice but to pull Du Jinhui and run outside. "Let's go, senior brother." But she would not let them go so easily, her hands releasing fabric strands intended to bind them both tightly. Fortunately, Li Taisho's agility allowed him to sidestep and avoid them. Du Jinhui also used her strength to fling the fabric aside, gritting her teeth in endurance. While Du Yulian was distracted, he took the opportunity to land a powerful punch to her stomach. Her face turned pale instantly, her mouth agape and unable to utter a word. Coordinating with him, Du Jinhui did not idle either, rushing forward quickly from behind. She raised her leg and kicked Zhu Yulian directly, sending her tumbling backward.
Not stopping there, Li Taisho used 2 fingers to strike her acupoints to prevent her from going mad again. Zhu Yulian's entire body went numb, and her voice became distorted. Impossible! His martial arts level couldn't be that high. Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed backward on the ground, unconscious. Li Taisho breathed a sigh of relief and said, I have spared that demoness's life. As long as they talk to Batiandihui, the information about the person behind this place will be brought to light. Due to being affected by the aphrodisiac, Du Jinhui struggled for every breath and collapsed to her knees. Seeing this, he was startled and anxiously turned his head back, calling out, Senior brother. His face turned pale as he tightly gripped her shoulders, calling, Senior brother, are you all right? You were just hit by the aphrodisiac released by that woman at such a close range. Even for me, it would be hard to endure this. Li Taisho continued, Senior brother, you must quickly detoxify and use internal power to expel the aphrodisiac. You cannot fall here. Du Jinhui's voice trembled. My body is so hot, so hot. Hearing this, he didn't know what to do, thinking to himself, Damn it, Senior brother's chi is extremely unstable. The fact that he has held out until now is already impressive. To make her more comfortable, he took out a pill, offered it to her, and urged, Senior brother, drink this first. It's a medicine I prepared. It will help you persevere and keep your spirit stable. She moaned, Junior brother.
Before Li Tiaso could react, Du Jinhui had already pushed him down onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, he was confused, eyes wide open, as he asked, Senior brother, what are you doing? But at this moment, she no longer cared about anything else, sweat pouring down like rain as she exclaimed, Junior brother, my own, my precious enclosed junior brother. While speaking, her hands were also undressing, revealing a smooth body. Junior brother, you cannot escape my hands now. Li Tiaso looked on with increasing terror, hurriedly trying to stop her. Wait, Senior brother. But for some reason, Du Jinhui's strength was now so great that he couldn't push her away. You, stay still. It was at that moment when he looked back that he realized she was a woman, not a man as he had thought. His eyes widened, unable to close as he uttered, Huh? Li Tiaso stared intently at Du Jinhui, wondering to himself, how can this be? Is Senior brother truly a woman? The thought that Senior brother might not be a man but a woman had crossed my mind before, but because I hadn't seen her having a menstrual cycle, I only let it remain at the level of suspicion.
Only now did he realize his mistake. As it turns out, I was wrong. In Li Tiesho's heart, there was an indescribable feeling, his eyebrows furrowing. This feeling, what is it? Deception? Confusion? No, these aren't those unpleasant emotions. So what exactly is this? Initially, I didn't like Senior brother at all. He is a peerless, handsome man, loved and admired by women. I thought he would become an obstacle to my 10-year plan of being a romantic hero after rebirth. But as the junior brother of the #1 person under heaven, that was a mandatory title for my plan, so I decided to only view Senior brother as a tool for mutual benefit. Li Tiesho tried to convince himself that he had clearly thought that way. But when Du Jinhui looked at him, it made his heart skip a beat. He couldn't mistake that feeling as he stood there dazed. The scent of wild flowers drifting in the wind enchanted me. While still lost in a dreamlike state, Li Tiesho suddenly jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. He clutched his head to reassure himself. Wake up, Li Tiesho. Both Senior brother and I are currently not thinking straight because of the aphrodisiacs. To avoid making a mistake, he pulled her robe and said, Senior brother, please stay calm. You need to quickly circulate your internal power to purge the effects of the aphrodisiacs on your body. Du Jinhui asked with a trembling voice. Why? I want to become one with Junior brother. We must proceed quickly. Li Tiesho's face turned beet red as he stammered. Senior brother, she thought to herself. Junior brother, you were a fool. Having said that, Du Jinhui placed a kiss on Li Tiesho's lips before he could react. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, Damn it, at this rate. Before long, he was swept away by this passionate atmosphere, holding her tightly in her arms. I will too. The kiss became more urgent, blending with the sound of heavy breathing. Du Jinhui closed her eyes tight, savoring this moment. She stared at Li Taisho and whispered, Junior brother, right now, down there of yours. At the most intense moment, the door was suddenly burst open by a powerful force. Chizuyi arrived just in time, rushing inside and shouting, Li Taisho, are you there? Hearing the noise, Li Taisho was startled and froze, turning his gaze toward the outside. He was so embarrassed and confused that he didn't know how to react, stammering, Senior. Chizuyi's entire body went stiff, standing motionless with a bright red face. From behind, Tang Onling also ran in, smiling as she said, Senior brother, Senior sister, are you two okay? But then, witnessing the scene, the girl was silenced instantly. She gritted her teeth and asked, Right now, what are you two doing? Chizuyi yelled in a rage, What shameful act are you doing in broad daylight like this? Li Taisho stammered, Senior, the situation is critical. Please quickly neutralize the aphrodisiac for the two of us. Before he could finish his sentence, Du Jinhui pulled him back and interrupted, Junior brother, please help me fulfill my wish. Without letting him say more, she just leaned down and kissed him again.